half-demon youth, bestowed with the sacred texts of the demon clan, transforms celestial wolves into moon-swallowing servants, metamorphoses into the vermilion bird to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, establishes the white tiger to slay enemies in all directions, cultivates the divine dragon to traverse the skies and seas, becomes the Kunping soaring through the 9 heavens, devouring the universe, embodying myriad demons, uniting the 3,000 worlds, battling against the sovereigns of all realms, forging the foundation of immortality, awakening to wield the power of the world, and indulging in the embrace of beauty. A seasoned author, with millions of words of experience, pens this grand fantasy epic, refined and polished through 2 best-selling works, igniting the flames of youthful passion. Which is more terrifying, the demons or the hearts of men? When weakness becomes original sin, when justice is distorted, and when none speak for righteousness, I shall cultivate my demon sword and carve a path through the celestial realm. You may be benevolent, but you must possess your own brilliance. When none will speak for justice, if no one is willing to advocate for righteousness, then I am willing to become a demon and carve my way through the brilliant world. Should this conflicted heart within my left breast become tainted or manipulated, then before all arrives, I shall forsake this dirty, despicable, and wavering soul. In this lifetime, I shall be a demon, wielding control over the universe. Chapter 1, Beasts. The Southern Barbarian Continent. Boom! In the skies above, a crimson light streaks down from the void, piercing through the layers of fierce winds to crash upon this land. The heavens darken, and a terrifying black demon cloud envelopes 900,000 li of mountains and rivers. Awo! Roar! In the boundless ancient forest, countless massive and ferocious beasts roar, trembling in fear beneath this demon cloud. Towering creatures, colossal birds ablaze with flames, and surging black serpents, all eyes filled with terror, bowing in submission. In the bustling city, numerous palaces and towers rise, teeming with endless populace and vibrant liveliness. Within a golden palace, a figure ascends to the sky, gazing at the demon cloud that blankets the world, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Black clouds obscure the sun, and demons howl across the world. Which peerless demon has emerged? The figure murmurs, exuding an air of authority, eyes filled with suspicion. Come forth! He calls out softly. Your Majesty. Figures soar into the sky, bowing before him. Search the 9 provinces and kingdoms, and uncover the source of this demonic aura. He commands. Understood. They transform into streaks of light, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In the kingdom of commerce, within the opulent chambers of the Xiang family estate. Ah! Quick, bring water, towels, scissors. The room echoes with the agonized moans of a woman, servants scurrying in and out, bringing fresh towels and warm water. A middle-aged man clad in a black robe, adorned with dragons, paces anxiously outside the door. Inside, on the bed, a pale beauty with a swollen belly groans in pain, gritting her teeth. In the distance, a small, adorable black and white piglet, no larger than a puppy, watches its owner with worry. Suddenly, a streak of light descends from the sky, piercing through the roof tiles with an almost imperceptible speed, vanishing into the belly of the woman. Then, a shadowy light darts into the little pig's body. Awo! The piglet lets out a wretched cry, its eyes reflecting shock, confusion, and anger as it gazes at the woman in labor. Wow! At that moment, the piercing cry of a newborn fills the room. Madam, it's coming, it's coming! The midwife exclaims joyfully, holding the child. However, upon seeing the infant clearly, she nearly collapses in shock. Oh my, a monster! The midwife trembles, staring in horror at the child in her arms. Having delivered babies for over 20 years, even for royal consorts, she has never encountered such an infant. Is the child born? The middle-aged man, waiting outside, rushes in upon hearing the commotion, quickly taking the infant from the midwife's arms, only to see his smile instantly fade, his face darkening. 15 years later. In the marketplace square, at the guillotine. Execute this ungrateful beast, who has even plotted against his own brother. How despicable! Xiang Chen has poisoned his own brother, a truly ungrateful beast. He is a beast. The crowd roars angrily, staring at the youth bound at the guillotine. This youth, handsome yet clad in tattered garments, is covered in blood, with dark golden pupils, and ears that resemble those of an animal, furry and gray-white. Alongside him, an ordinary elderly man and a terrified girl kneel at the scene. Bound to the guillotine, a burly man stands beside, holding a sharp blade, awaiting orders. Surrounding them are black-clad guards with weapons drawn. A stout man in a black robe addresses the crowd, his voice piercing. "Dear villagers, Xiang Chen has poisoned his own brother, an unforgivable crime. Our Xiang family will not shield this beast thus, we publicly condemn him to death today. Kill him!" The crowd shouts, their emotions heightened. "Xiang Chen, do you have any last words?" The stout man, Xiang Quan, sneers at Xiang Chen. The youth slowly raises his head, blood still on his lips, gazing at the crowd, all eyes filled with utter disdain, as if regarding a creature devoid of humanity. Suddenly, his gaze locks onto a figure. She is clad in a white dress, around 20 years old, with a beautiful yet slightly sharp face, a rare beauty, coldly smiling at him. "Qin Rong, I treated you like a sister, why would you betray me?" "Qin Rong!" The youth roars in anger, his eyes blazing with fury. The girl looks at Xiang Chen, feigning innocence and grievance. "Dear villagers, you must stand up for me. I witnessed him poisoning his brother. Despite our years of sibling affection, this beast attempted to harm me, and if not for my kin arriving in time, my virtue and life would have been ruined by Xiang Chen. He even sought to kill me for witnessing his fratricide." As she speaks, she begins to weep, her pitiful demeanor evoking sympathy, which only fuels the crowd's anger further. "You lie. It was you who got me drunk, I did nothing. I did not harm my brother, you are the one lying. Qin Rong, how could I have been so blind to treat you as a sister?" The youth bellows in rage. Qin Rong approaches, bending down to look at Xiang Chen, whispering coldly, "Xiang Chen, don't blame me. Your mother, Su Fei, was implicated because of you. It was the royal consort who instructed me to do this. Rest assured, after you die, I will burn some paper for you. Oh, and I almost forgot to tell you, your beloved sister, Yi Ro, is marrying that lecherous young master of the Wang family today. Your mother is now a lonely widow in the cold palace, and am sure after your death, she will not wish to survive. Have a good journey to the underworld, she will accompany you there." The girl coldly finishes, rising to leave, leaving behind the enraged youth, whose sharp canine teeth protrude, wishing he could devour her. He is Xiang Chen, named by his parents with the hope that he would lead an ordinary life, his heart as clear as a mirror, untouched by the dust of worldly disputes. Yet from birth, he was different, with ears, pupils, and sharp fangs, claws on his hands, resembling the legendary demon. He was deemed a monstrosity at birth, and had it not been for his parents' noble status, he would have long been slain. He is a prodigy, recognized from birth by a master of cultivation for his innate spiritual vein, a rare talent among countless others. Despite his extraordinary nature, he commanded respect and reverence. However, over 4 years ago, upon reaching the age of cultivation, he discovered that he could not channel true energy from any of the techniques within the royal palace. His father scoured every method in the marketplace, yet still, he could not cultivate true energy. Consequently, this once promising genius was reduced to a mere waste, his status plummeting to unprecedented lows. Subsequently, his father, Lord Xiang, fell into disgrace after becoming intoxicated at a royal banquet, leading him to trespass into the emperor's harem and provoke the imperial concubines, resulting in his imprisonment. Fortunately, the Xiang family, as founding contributors to the nation, remained unscathed. However, the family fell under the influence of the Grand Princess, while his mother, the second princess, was cast into the cold palace by her. His sister, Yi Ro, was coerced into marrying a debauched young man, and now he himself was ensnared by treachery, facing the guillotine, with his life hanging by a thread. The one who orchestrated his downfall, Qin Rong, was not only his mother's handmaiden but also an adopted sister. Following his mother's disgrace, she had sought refuge with the Grand Princess. "Bring forth the execution," commanded Xiang Quan, the Grand Princess's subordinate.
Chapter 2. In this world, I am a demon. Master, the old servant shall take his leave first. The kindness of the lady is a debt I can never repay in this life. In the next, I hope to serve both you and the lady once more. On the far left of the execution platform, a gaunt elderly man spoke with a sorrowful smile, casting his gaze upon Xiang Chen, devoid of any resentment or self-blame. He was known as Uncle Ming, a devoted servant who had attended to Xiang Chen since childhood, held in high regard akin to that of a beloved elder. Princess, Lin Lian, I shall haunt you as a ghost." Uncle Ming laughed grimly, his face contorted in a sinister smile. "No," Xiang Chen roared in anguish. With a swift motion, The executioner's blade descended, severing the head from the body. Uncle Ming. Xiang Chen's heart shattered, his rage boiling over. Beside him, a young girl cried out in terror. She was strikingly beautiful, destined to blossom into a ravishing woman. She was Hong Xiao, Xiang Chen's devoted maid. Master, I'm scared, I don't want to die. She trembled, her petite frame shaking as tears streamed down her cheeks, yearning to continue serving him. Yet, another merciless strike of the blade fell, and the innocent girl was bathed in blood, akin to a crimson rose falling from the execution platform. Hong Xiao, Xiang Chen's voice broke, tears flowing freely as he screamed in despair. What sin have they committed? What crime? If death is to come, let it be me. What guilt have they borne? Hong Xiao, she is but human. What fault is mine? What wrong have they done? The youth's head struck the ground with a thud, his mournful cries echoing to the heavens, his eyes ablaze with fury. Child, to be born human is not a sin. Alas, you have misstepped in your destiny. Xiang Quan mocked. Such a pity for Hong Xiao, TSK. Back then, when you were gravely wounded by the demon beast, it was my mother who saved you with a miraculous elixir. Why would you not utter a word to vindicate me? Why do you conspire against me? Xiang Chen bellowed, blood frothing at his lips, whether from a throat torn asunder or a heart broken beyond repair. Because I too wish to live. I thank the second princess for saving my life, but the grand princess can demand my life at will. Without her allegiance, I am destined to perish. Young master, should you die, many shall thrive because of your demise. Consider it an act of virtue, so go ahead and die. Xiang Quan whispered cruelly in his ear. Suddenly, a scream erupted from him as Xiang Chen bit down on his ear. Wretched beast! Xiang Quan shrieked in pain, kicking Xiang Chen to the ground, clutching his severed ear in agony. Kill him! Execute him! End his life! Xiang Quan shouted. The executioner raised the blade once more. Brother, I was wrong. I underestimated the malice of the human heart. You were right. The most vicious beings are not the demons, but humanity itself, if given another chance. Even if I were to embrace the role of a demon, I would refuse to become such a vile person. In that moment, Xiang Chen spoke with profound sorrow. As his words hung in the air, time and space seemed to freeze, the executioner's blade suspended mid-air, unfallen. The icy expression on Xiang Quan's face was captured in that instant, as were the myriad of expressions filled with hatred directed at him. Time and space, the gentle breeze, all stilled, as if time itself had ceased to flow. Have you finally come to understand? A voice, aloof and detached, resonated. Amidst the frozen crowd, a figure began to emerge. It was, astonishingly, a pig, with lustrous fur, strikingly contrasting black and white, and a robust physique. It possessed deep, penetrating eyes that seemed capable of unraveling the mysteries of the world, including the human heart. For years ago, I expressed to you that you were a born demon, urging you to embark on a path of cultivation with me. Yet, you rejected my offer, repulsed by the notion of the demonic path. Now, do you comprehend that in this world, devoid of strength and power, you are but a mere morsel, vulnerable to the whims of others? Kinship will fade due to your frailty, and your dignity will be trampled underfoot because of your weakness. Do you still wish to remain such a person, or aspire to become a formidable demon? The black and white flowered pig spoke, articulating words like a human as it gazed at the youth. At last, I grasped the truth. I yearn for power. Brother, grant me strength. I refuse to remain weak, to be manipulated by the schemes of others, to witness my loved ones suffer indignities, and to have my dignity crushed. I shall no longer be the feeble being that is at the mercy of others, unable to protect anything. Even if it means becoming a demon, I crave power. The young man roared, the weakness that once lingered in his eyes vanishing in an instant, replaced by an insatiable thirst for strength, for dignity, for the protection of his family, and the innate ferocity that lay within him. He was not of this world. His soul hailed from a civilization that revered life. In his previous existence, he was an ordinary boy who had never harmed a living creature. But fate led him to this realm after an untimely demise. What heaven bestowed upon him was not the pinnacle of life or a noble status, but rather the form of a demon despised by all in this world. For years prior, he had tasted the bitter fruits of human nature, unable to cultivate spiritual power. In this brutal world where the strong prey upon the weak, lacking the ability to harness spiritual energy rendered him worthless. Spirits existed in the world, and humans refined this energy into their own strength, known as true qi. Those who mastered true qi were called martial cultivators, or cultivators of truth. Based on the strength of their power, martial cultivators were further classified into several major realms: the body realm, the divine concealment realm, the innate realm, and the primordial yang realm. The higher the realm, the greater one's status in this world, where formidable martial prowess could dictate life and death, earning respect and power. He was gentle and kind to all around him, yet the ultimate outcome of his inability to cultivate was ridicule and scorn from those nearby. Still, he had a loving mother, a sister, and Uncle Ming, and he was unwilling to become a ravenous demon. Yet, now, his mother had been cast aside. His sister was coerced into marrying a debauched suitor she did not love, and his stepsister had mercilessly betrayed him to ally with the enemy, leading him to become a pariah reviled by the masses. In that moment, his tender, timid heart finally shattered. Ha ha, well said. If one must be weak and incapable of protecting loved ones, it is better to be a ruthless demon who can safeguard those one cherishes. Fairness and justice. The balance of black and white should not be dictated by others, but rather mastered by oneself. The large flowered pig laughed heartily, its eyes brimming with madness. From its mouth, a golden orb was expelled, a thumb-sized sphere radiating a golden glow, emanating a brutal energy capable of moving mountains, filling seas, and annihilating the heavens. This power instilled fear and reverence. Swallow it, the large flowered pig commanded indifferently. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiang Chen consumed the orb. Boom. As the bead entered Xiang Chen's body, it unleashed a terrifying force that surged into his spiritual veins, akin to boiling oil infiltrating his very essence. Ack! Xiang Chen roared, a heart-wrenching agony resonating within him, as this energy surged like a stampede of wild horses, threatening to shatter his spiritual channels. Blood seeped from his pores, and a violent energy erupted, shattering the iron chains that bound him with a resounding crash. Yet, his physique began to succumb to this overwhelming force, swelling like a balloon on the verge of bursting. Ah, brother, I am in such torment. Xiang Chen cried out, the relentless pain threatening to engulf his sanity, driving him towards madness. Endure. If you cannot withstand this modicum of suffering, how can you hope to alter your destiny? Do you wish to remain a mere ant, trampled upon and stripped of dignity? The Hua Zhu reprimanded, his gaze fixed intently on Xiang Chen's dantian. However, Xiang Chen's body continued to swell, on the brink of being torn apart by this dreadful power. At that moment, a radiant nine-colored light suddenly emanated from his dantian, revealing a small black cauldron within, exuding a mesmerizing glow. This ancient cauldron, embodying simplicity and profundity, was adorned with archaic patterns of insects, fish, birds, and beasts, among which a particular beastly silhouette shimmered brightly, absorbing the terrifying energy from the golden bead and refining it into a power that Xiang Chen could bear. The ancient cauldron. I knew you would not abandon him. The Hua Zhu sighed in relief at this sight, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy as he regarded the boy, feeling that something he had painstakingly fought for had now been bestowed upon him. Within Xiang Chen, the tempestuous energy finally calmed, restoring him to normalcy. As he pressed his hands on the ground, gasping for breath, sweat pouring from him like torrents, a formidable force coursed through him. From here on, it is up to you, Xiang Chen. Break free from your confines. Remember, you are no longer that powerless and feeble being, but a powerful demon. The Hua Zhu's voice echoed faintly as he withdrew a mirror that shone with silver light and turned to leave, stepping away from the frozen crowd. In that instant, the world returned to its normal rhythm. The wind continued to blow, time resumed its course, and the crowd still raged, hurling curses and cries for his death. Kid, in your next life, be a good person, the executioner sneered, bringing down his blade with lethal force, capable of cleaving a cow's head with ease, let alone an ordinary human like Xiang Chen. Kill him. The crowd roared in a frenzy, their eyes ablaze with a savage desire to witness the boy's head roll. Is the world truly filled with treachery of the human heart, or are the demons even more malevolent? Yet, just as the executioner's blade descended within 2 feet of the boy's neck, it was abruptly seized by Xiang Chen's hand, gripping the edge tightly, halting its descent. A voice, laced with irony and self-mockery, resounded. Be a person? A good person? No, I have done enough of that. If no one is willing to speak for justice, then I shall embrace the role of a demon and carve a path through this vast world. In the left chest resides a heart, entangled with countless emotions. Should it inadvertently become tainted or manipulated, Then before all comes to pass, I would rather forsake this filthy, trembling soul. In this life, I shall embody the essence of a demon. Chapter 3. The fierce tiger descends the mountain. The youth's palm gripped the executioner's blade that had fallen, slowly rising amidst the astonished gazes of the executioner, Xiang Chen, and the multitude of onlookers. Drip, drip, blood flowed from his palm, yet a powerful force shielded him, preventing the blade from severing his hand. The youth lifted his gaze, and beneath his disheveled hair, his dark golden eyes ignited with a chilling bloodlust. How could this be? The executioner stared in disbelief at the youth, a formidable warrior at the 9th level of physical prowess, who wielded a blade imbued with 1,000 pounds of force, capable of cleaving through steel, yet here it was, thwarted by a mere hand. Let go, you brat! The executioner roared in fury, attempting to withdraw the blade, but it was as if that hand were a pair of iron pincers, firmly grasping it. You shall be the first to fall at my rebirth. Xiang Chen revealed a cold smile, his other hand clenched into a fist, unleashing a furious strike. Roar! The wind from his fist howled, emitting the sound of a beast's roar, as his fist radiated a golden light, containing an overwhelming force that struck the astonished executioner's body. Bang! Uft! The executioner let out a wretched cry, his eyes bulging in astonishment, as if they would burst from their sockets. His body felt as though it had been struck by a colossal hammer, and with a scream, he was sent reeling back over 10 meters, blood gushing forth. Power! An unparalleled, terrifying force surged through his body, the likes of which he had never experienced before. Silence enveloped the crowd, an immediate hush falling over all, as they gazed in astonishment at the youth, their eyes filled with disbelief. Countless onlookers stared, dumbfounded, at the lifeless executioner, until a scream shattered the stillness. Murder! The crowd shrieked, scattering in panic. Xiang Chen, eyes wide with shock, turned to the fallen executioner, then erupted in fury. What are you still doing? He yelled, retreating repeatedly, his gaze fixating on the youth, whose previously weak aura had transformed into something sharp and domineering, reminiscent of an ancient beast exuding a terrifying aura of danger. Ah yes, the more than 10 armed guards surrounding them snapped back to reality, each drawing their 4-foot-long blades, encircling Xiang Chen. The youth slightly lowered his body, emitting a low, rumbling growl, his canine teeth bared. Vile creature, perish! One guard bellowed, bolstering his courage as he lunged towards Xiang Chen, prompting the others to move as well. Over 10 of them drawing their blades, attacking Xiang Chen. Swish! This slash gleamed with a cold light, the blade enveloped in a swirl of red energy radiating intense heat, slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound, directly aimed at Xiang Chen's head. These individuals were all esteemed servants nurtured under the royal consort, each possessing peak physical prowess, capable of handling 2 or 3 ordinary men. To the average person, they were indeed elites. Bang! As Xiang Chen stepped forward, his slightly bent body resembled a taut bowstring, suddenly unleashing a burst of power, his speed akin to a cannonball exiting its barrel, swiftly closing the distance to his opponent. With a powerful punch, he struck the adversary's chest. Crack! The ribs shattered with a chilling sound. The guard let out a pained cry, hurled backward over 10 meters. Blood spewing forth, lifeless in an instant. Swish! Several waves of true energy slashed towards him, carving deep gashes into the granite ground as 3 guards launched a combined assault. Bang! Xiang Chen propelled himself into the air, soaring over 10 meters high, evading the lethal blades of energy. As he descended, faint golden claws sprouted from his fingertips, slashing towards a guard. Uft! The razor-sharp claws cleaved through the air, releasing 5 golden claw strikes that sliced through like beams of light. True martial practitioners wield martial techniques that enhance their combat prowess, yet Xiang Chen relied solely on the explosive power within him and his instinct. With a low growl, he landed, palms pressed against the ground, resembling a fierce tiger pouncing down the mountain, launching himself once more towards an opponent. Uft! The man, mouth agape, staggered back, crashing to the ground with a thud. Xiang Chen was like a wild stallion or a descending tiger, attacking, tearing, striking with heavy fists and ripping with claws. His techniques were simple, yet brimming with terrifying, overwhelming power, impossible for anyone to withstand, his speed astonishing. How could this be? This little beast had no trace of spiritual energy cultivation. How could he become so powerful? Xiang Chen, witnessing Xiang Chen's ferocity, was filled with dread. These guards were no ordinary individuals, but skilled martial practitioners with true energy. Bang! In mere moments, he had dispatched them all. This. Xiang Quan was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his face pale. Drip, drip, Xiang Chen, drenched in the blood of his enemies, approached Xiang Quan step by step. Who, in terror, scrambled backward. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. Xiang Quan screamed in panic, rising to flee. Whoosh! Xiang Chen pushed off the ground, his powerful legs propelling him forward like a tiger leaping across a vast distance, blocking Xiang Quan's path. Xiang Quan, terrified, plopped down again, his face ashen. His cultivation was comparable to that of the guards. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. He shrieked in horror, gazing at the bloodied youth. Before unexpectedly kneeling on the ground, trembling and pleading, "Spare me, young master. It wasn't me who wanted to kill you. It was the queen who sought your life." Xiang Quan kowtowed, tears streaming down his face. "Young master." Xiang Chen let out a cold, self-mocking laugh. "Did you not always refer to me as a little beast, a wild spawn? So, it seems, having power allows one to be called young master? It appears that the principles of this world must be defended by strength." He spoke to himself with a bitter smile, approaching Xiang Quan with a chilling demeanor. "For years ago, your eldest son fell gravely ill, unable to afford treatment, and it was my mother who, out of pity, gifted you with spiritual medicine. Yet, when you were grievously injured by a beast, it was also my mother who saved you, only for you to ally with the queen in an attempt to harm me. A great kindness has transformed into profound enmity. Rest assured, I shall ensure that the noble consort joins you in the afterlife, where you may continue to serve her. The future that your son has been promised, I shall personally tear asunder. Betrayers of gratitude, perish." No. Upon hearing this, a wave of mortal dread washed over Xiang Quan. Bang! Xiang Chen's foot struck his chin with terrifying force, instantly delivering him to his demise. The northern wind howled, bringing with it a chill, stirring up clouds of dust. The execution ground lay desolate, the scent of blood permeating the air, leaving behind a dozen lifeless bodies and a blood-soaked youth. The boy approached the severed heads of Ming Shu and Hong Xiao, cradling them in his arms, silently howling in anguish. Yet this time, no tears fell. His tears had run dry. His heart had grown numb from the pain. Ming Shu, Hong Xiao, I, Xiang Chen, vow to live on, to carry forth your legacy. Even if the heavens abandon me, the gods forsake me, and humanity turns against me, I shall survive. Xiang Chen knelt thrice before their heads. His voice choked and somber as he made his solemn oath, before placing the severed heads into a cloth bag and fastening it to his back. Sister, however, Xiang Chen did not linger. He sprinted away towards the Wang family estate, his eyes filled with worry. Today marked the day his sister, Yi Ro, was being coerced into marriage with the lecherous young master of the Wang family. He could not allow her future to be tainted by that debauched scion. Even if it meant death, he would storm the Wang estate to rescue her. Chapter 4. The Sorrow of Yi Ro. The Wang family, one of the 6 great clans of the Deshang Kingdom, is led by a patriarch who is also a founding elder and a prominent minister in the court. The Xiang family, equally one of the 6 great clans and the most powerful among them, is headed by Xiang Lian, a figure renowned across the states of Qingzhou and also the father of Xiang Chen. Although Xiang Chen was born with an unusual disposition and faced rejection, his father treated him well, despite appearing cold on the surface. Behind the scenes, he had been searching for martial arts that could aid Xiang Chen's cultivation, which Xiang Chen was well aware of. Regrettably, during a royal banquet, a scandal erupted, resulting in Xiang Liang being captured for an indiscretion that brought shame upon the crown, leading to the Xiang family's diminished standing. Nevertheless, the Xiang family remained one of the 6 great clans, its deep-rooted heritage preventing the emperor from taking further action against them. The family also commanded a formidable army stationed at the borders. However, Xiang Chen had never believed that his father would indulge in such debauchery. Although he was still young and had perished prematurely in his previous life, he had lived 2 lives and was well versed in the annals of history, understanding the heart of the emperor. Xiang Liang's immense prestige in the military and his significant accomplishments made it unlikely for the Xiang family to betray the throne. The emperor's heart always harbored such suspicions. When the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. Peace is something generals establish, and they must not be allowed to witness tranquility. Returning to the matter at hand, Xiang Chen's foremost concern was his younger sister, who was 2 years his junior. She was brought home by their mother, and they had grown up together, sharing an inseparable bond. Though only 12 years old, Yiro had already blossomed into a renowned beauty within the Shang dynasty, attracting numerous suitors from noble families seeking to arrange marriages with her father since she was 10. After the misfortune befell his father, he found himself ensnared in treachery, his mother cast aside into obscurity, and his sister abducted by a debauched scion of the Wang family. Wang Ying, notorious throughout the Shang dynasty for his libertine ways, had already sullied the reputations of countless virtuous women despite his tender years. Alas, fate was unkind. This wretch was also a prodigious martial talent, a young cultivator already possessing the formidable prowess of the divine concealment realm. Further bolstered by his lineage as the son of the Wang family patriarch, many in the Shang dynasty seethed with resentment, yet found themselves powerless against him. The streets lay eerily silent. Each household shuddered in fear after the terrifying display of power exhibited by Xiang Chen moments earlier. With strides of 10 meters at a time, he surged forth towards Wang Ying's residence at an astonishing pace. Wang Ying's estate was an expansive villa, sprawling over several acres, a privilege reserved for the prominent scions of illustrious families amidst the high property values of the Shang royal capital. At this moment, the estate was alive with festivity, adorned with vibrant decorations, and bustling with over 20 servants and maidens catering to the influx of guests. These attendees were predominantly youths in their teens and early 20s, alongside some elders from smaller clans, creating a lively gathering of over 100 people. "Congratulations, young mastering," they chorused. Indeed, though Yiro is young, her beauty has already captured the hearts of the Shang royal capital. "Young mastering is truly fortunate. To Ingu we toast," exclaimed the youths as they raised their glasses in merriment. "Enjoy yourselves, everyone. My hospitality may be lacking," a young man clad in a short crimson robe, appearing around 18 or 19, laughed heartily. His features were handsome, though marked by a slight pallor and hints of indulgence, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he raised his cup in salute to the guests. This young man was none other than Wang Ying. This gathering was not a formal wedding but a ceremony to take a concubine, and the chosen one was none other than Xiang Chen's sworn sister, Yiro. Despite his youth, Wang Ying had already taken 3 concubines, with the number of women he had exploited far surpassing that. Having entertained his circle of friends and guests, Wang Ying soon delegated the hosting duties to his subordinates, unable to contain his eagerness to retreat to the bridal chamber. Inside, a stunning young girl clad in a red dress wept softly. Her beauty, still in its blossoming phase, was already striking, her delicate features framed by a peach blossom visage. Her elegant brows and autumn-like eyes, a refined nose, and a cherry-red mouth formed a captivating allure. Dressed in flowing red silk, her figure was yet to fully develop, exuding an ethereal charm that was both innocent and heart-wrenchingly pitiable. Never had one seen such beauty at such a tender age, leaving one to wonder how she might shape the world when fully grown. At that moment, her hands and feet were bound with crimson ribbons to the bedposts, rendering her immobile, her lovely eyes swollen and red from tears. "Brother, mother, I am so frightened. Where are you, brother?" Yiro's voice, like a nightingale's lament, was both enchanting and sorrowful. At this heart-wrenching moment, terror enveloped her, for the elder brother who had always protected her was no longer by her side, nor was her mother present to comfort her. With a creak, the door to the room swung open, and the inebriated Wang Ying stumbled in, promptly shutting the door behind him. His gaze fell upon the exquisite beauty bound upon the crimson couch, and a flicker of astonishment ignited in his eyes, swiftly followed by a wicked grin. "Yiro, my beloved beauty, you are truly a vision to behold." He approached Xiang Ro with a malevolent smile, his eyes brimming with admiration. Let me go? Let me go? How dare you treat me this way? My brother will surely not let you off," Yiro cried out, struggling in vain. "Ha! Your brother, that worthless creature Xiang Chen, who cannot even cultivate or wield martial arts. I fear he has already met his demise, my dear beauty. Were it not for my intervention, you might have already been drenched in blood." Wang Ying smirked, tilting her chin up to meet his gaze. "Bah!" Yiro spat in his face, tears streaming down as she retorted, "You lie. My brother cannot be dead. He promised to stay by my side forever. Let me go? He will come and teach you a lesson." Wang Ying wiped the spittle from his face, grinning wickedly. "You are unaware, aren't you? Your brother has been taken to the execution platform by the royal consort's orders. and there awaits only a death sentence. What? Yiro's heart sank, tears flowing as she recognized the enmity the royal consort harbored against her brother. No, it cannot be. Brother, I do not want you to die. You promised to accompany me for eternity. Yiro sobbed loudly. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope lit her eyes as she beseeched Wang Ying. Please, Wang Ying, I beg you, save my brother. If you can rescue him, I will do anything for you, even become your servant. Please, save him. Wang Ying chuckled coldly. I cannot save him. But I will have someone bring his head to you, Roar. Let us play a game first. He produced a whip from his hand, stepping forward to tear at Yiro's dress. Please, no? Brother, mother. The sounds of despair and terror echoed within the room, unheeded as the laughter and revelry of guests outside mingled with the chilling winter air, where the north wind howled and snowflakes fell like feathers, burying the earth's filth, yet failing to conceal the malice and corruption of the human heart. Chapter 5. The assault on the Wang family. Xiang Chen surged towards the Wang family, located over 10 kilometers away. However, with his astonishing speed, he would likely arrive in a mere 10 minutes. Like a ferocious beast, he propelled himself with hands and feet, his powerful hind legs launching him over 10 meters in a single bound, while his hands struck the ground with explosive force, enabling him to surge forward at an incredible pace. The blood of severed heads stained the back of his pack, still warm and a reminder of his unending sorrow and fury. What did it matter if he transformed into a demon? He had come to comprehend that the darkness and treachery within human hearts were more grotesque and terrifying than any demon. As long as he could protect those he cherished, he would not hesitate to become a monster in the eyes of the world. Within his body, the inner elixir bestowed by the elder brother unleashed astonishing power, continuously refined by the myriad demon cauldron and surging into Xiang Chen's being. Now, Xiang Chen felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. To the human race, demons and monsters represented an irreconcilable existence in this world, grotesquely portrayed as man-eaters, abhorred by society. For years prior, when the elder brother, the small, pampered pet pig that his mother had nurtured, spoke to him, he rejected the idea of becoming a demon for this very reason. Now, with humanity rejecting him, seeking his life, what did he have left to care for? As he traversed the bustling streets, he found himself amidst throngs of people. Xiang Chen surged through the crowd with increasing speed, startling many who hastily dodged him, while some were unfortunate enough to be knocked aside. What is that? Such incredible speed. Is he human? How can one run like that? Murmured the onlookers. That's the useless young master of the Xiang residence, the anomaly. The crowd gasped, quickly parting to avoid collision. Xiang Chen leapt, soaring onto a rooftop over 10 meters high, dashing between buildings and shattering countless tiles beneath him. Block him. A large contingent of individuals rushed into the street below, their furious shouts echoing. Clad in black cloaks adorned with the Xiang family emblem, these were true guards, formidable protectors, distinct from the previous household servants. Those who served as family guards possessed at least the cultivation of the divine concealment realm, qualifying them as true practitioners of martial arts. 50 to 60 Xiang family guards ascended the buildings, encircling Xiang Chen. Among them was a young man, around 20 years of age, with a stern countenance, wielding a 4-foot-long sword, leading the group. Xiang Chen recognized him. Xiao Bei, an underling of the Grand Princess Lin Lian. Xiang Chen, you beast. Halt and submit. Xiao Bei bellowed at Xiang Chen. Get lost. Anyone who obstructs me today shall die. Xiang Chen roared, his throat emitting a sound resembling that of a feral beast. His eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent as he glared at Xiao Bei. Humph, you truly are a demon. Guards, execute Xiang Chen. Xiao Bei commanded furiously. Kill. The guards shouted in unison, drawing their sabers, their inner energy swirling as they charged towards Xiang Chen. With a swift motion, one guard swung down his sword. Enveloped in a blue blade aura, the force capable of cleaving through stone, striking down towards Xiang Chen's head from a distance of over 10 meters. With a roar that transcended human capability, Xiang Chen's fingers morphed into razor-sharp claws, channeling the power of the inner elixir into his palm. When the blade collided with his hand, it produced a resounding clash akin to metal striking metal, the tremendous force causing pain to reverberate through the guard's grip, leaving him aghast. This fellow was supposed to be a useless cultivator. How could he possess such strength? The might of a divine concealment realm practitioner wielded at least 3,000 pounds of terrifying force. With a swift motion, Xiang Chen's other hand transformed into a paw akin to that of a tiger, descending with astonishing speed to strike and rend. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as his claw met the opponent's visage, shattering bone and ripping away a significant portion of flesh. The victim let out a horrified scream, instantaneously dispatched and sent flying. Just then, a blade of energy sliced through the air from the left. Xiang Chen deftly evaded, his fingers coalescing into a fist, unleashing the tremendous force that surged within him. A golden fist silhouette erupted forth, crashing violently against the opponent's blade, sending it reeling back. With a resounding thud, the guard found himself with a gaping wound in his chest from Xiang Chen's blow, sent hurtling over 10 meters to land on the street. Breathing heavily with more intake than exhale, an increasing number of assailants surged forward, though initially taken aback by Xiang Chen's sudden display of formidable power. The sheer number of attacks ensured that some would inevitably breach his defenses, striking him with blade energy. Despite the protective energy released by the inner core within his flesh, he still suffered numerous lacerations. Yet, even the blade energy capable of cleaving steel could not sever his body in twain, a testament to his extraordinary physical prowess that left the guards astounded. How could this little beast have become so powerful so suddenly? Xiaobei mused, astonished as he observed Xiang Chen weaving through a throng of dozens, occasionally struck, yet seizing every opportunity to eliminate an opponent. It was utterly unbelievable. The Xiang family was notorious for having the son of the Xiang Wang, a man with an unusual appearance who could not cultivate. Humph. It appears he truly is a prodigy. Xiaobei scoffed, channeling a surge of formidable true energy into his sword. The weapon hummed ominously, expelling a stream of azure sword energy from its tip. Swift wind sword slay. He lunged forward with a violent step. The sword moved with unparalleled speed, emitting a piercing shriek as it sliced through the air, darting like a tempest. This was an advanced martial arts technique. The strike came with such rapidity that Xiang Chen, lacking any formal training and relying solely on his innate combat instincts, failed to evade in time, resulting in the sword piercing his chest, blood erupting forth. The Xiang family. The Xiang Wang residence. One of the 6 great families, the Xiang Wang residence sprawled across 1,000 acres, housing members of the Xiang clan, servants, and a guard contingent numbering no less than 10,000, with a multitude of formidable warriors among them. Currently, however, the Xiang Wang was imprisoned in a dungeon, and the residence had fallen under the control of his wife, the formidable royal consort, Zhou Jinlian. Within the opulent palace-like abode, a young man reclined upon a bed, attended by beautiful maidens on either side. This youth, around 18 years of age, possessed striking features, yet even at such a tender age, a hint of malevolence lingered in his gaze. Xiang Ke, Xiang Chen's half-brother, and the son of the royal consort, Lin Lian. Seated beside him was a regal woman clad in a golden gown adorned with phoenixes, her beauty captivating, appearing to be in her 30s. Lin Lian, the wicked aunt of Xiang Chen. Mother, has that wretched dog Xiang Chen perished? Rest assured, my dear, I have already dispatched someone to have that little beast executed on the execution platform. As we speak, his head is likely rolling. The royal consort smiled at Xiang Quebec. Without him, you shall be the sole legitimate heir of the Xiang family, and all of the family's resources shall be at your disposal. However, you must feign illness for a few more days. Heh, that little wretch has finally met his demise. Humph. How many resources has my father squandered on such a worthless being over the years? I am the eldest son of the Xiang family, a prodigy of the Xiang lineage. Yet he has never shown me the slightest concern. Xiang Ke sneered, and then, recalling something, his face twisted with resentment. The crown princess gazed at Xiang Ke, hesitating to speak, harboring secrets she wished to reveal, yet fearing he might be unable to bear the weight of the truth. My dear, do not dwell on your deceased father. It is he who has wronged you. He is unworthy to be your father. You shall come to know that your status and lineage far surpass that of that little wretch, Xiang Chen. The crown princess, Lin Lian, consoled him. I have no interest in him. How could he engage in such disgraceful acts with the imperial consort while intoxicated? His current imprisonment is well-deserved. To me, it makes no difference whether he exists or not, for he has never cared for me, Xiang Ke retorted, his rebellious resentment evident. Observing the lack of deep affection between Xiang Ke and the Xiang prince, she felt a sense of relief. Foolish child. One day you will understand that he is not truly your father. Why would I have wed him if it were not for the sake of the family and that man? You are of royal blood, Lin Lian thought to herself. Xiang Kei's eyes darted, and he said, "Mother, I am weary. Please let Xiao'er keep me company." "Very well, rest well," Lin Lian replied, rising to leave with a maid, leaving one to attend to Xiang Quebec. As his mother departed, Xiang Kei turned to a beautiful and innocent young maiden beside him, grinning mischievously as he pulled her onto his bed. "Young master, please don't." The sound of tearing fabric echoed, filling the room with springtime allure. Lin Lian exited the room and made her way to her chamber. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a butler's attire approached briskly, reporting to Lin Lian. "Uncle Ji, has that little beast perished?" Lin Lian inquired calmly. The middle-aged man, Zhou Ji, was Lin Lian's trusted steward, who had accompanied her to the Xiang family and was himself a formidable warrior. "Miss, there has been an unforeseen development," Zhou Ji replied softly, still accustomed to addressing her as Miss despite her being a married woman. "What has transpired?" "According to eyewitnesses, that little wretch suddenly went mad, unleashing an unexpected strength to slay more than 10 servants and escape. However, do not worry. I have already dispatched a squad of guards to prevent any further incidents. That scoundrel cannot evade the pursuit of the guards, and soon, Xiaobei will undoubtedly return with his head," Zhou Ji explained in a low voice. "That worthless creature was able to slay over 10 servants? I have underestimated him. He must be eliminated, if I am to take control of the Xiang family. That little beast cannot be left alive," Lin Lian stated coldly. "Yes, miss, rest assured, he cannot escape from the 50 guards," Zhou Ji assured her. On the rooftops of the streets, dozens of guards surrounded Xiang Chen. Xiaobei looked on in disbelief as his sword merely pierced half an inch into flesh, thwarted by an astonishing force emanating from Xiang Chen's body. He was a 6th-tier expert of the divine concealment realm. Piercing a meter-thick rock was no challenge. Yet he could not penetrate this fellow's flesh. "Get lost." With a thunderous roar, Xiang Chen unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Xiaobei's face. Reacting swiftly, Xiaobei channeled his vital energy, retreating just in time to evade the force of the blow. "I refuse to believe that I cannot handle a worthless wretch like you," Xiaobei retorted coldly, a surge of formidable energy erupting from within him as he charged forward, thrusting his sword towards the neck of Xiang Chen, who was besieged. The skull is notoriously resilient, yet the neck remains one of the most vulnerable points on a human body. "You dare harm my brother? You seek death." An enraged roar echoed from afar. Suddenly, a battle spear shot through the air with astonishing speed, transforming into a streak of black light, accompanied by a piercing whistle. Xiaobei felt a chill run down his spine. He swiftly evaded, the spear grazing his left chest and leaving a deep gash. A guard was impaled by the spear. His body launched into the air. "Chendog, are you still alive? Your brother has come to rescue you." A loud cry erupted from the distance as a group of robust, unicorn-headed steeds charged forward. Among them was a young man, tall and sturdy, approximately 18 years old, with thick eyebrows and large eyes. His youthful face bore traces of determination as he wielded a battle spear, leading a contingent of 30 or so armored soldiers. As he mounted his steed, he soared over 10 meters into the air, landing atop a roof and launching an attack with his spear, infused with overwhelming power, sending a guard's sword flying into the chest of his opponent. With a swift flick of his spear, the guard was directly impaled and eliminated. "Prince!" Xiang Chen exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. "Xiaohu!" Xiaobei's expression darkened. "How did this fellow arrive here?" "Kill them!" Xiaohu bellowed, charging his men towards Xiaobei's forces. "What are you doing, Xiaohu?" "Xiang Chen poisoned my elder brother, a heinous crime. The royal consort has issued a kill order. This is a matter for the Xiang family. Do you dare to interfere?" Xiaobei shouted in fury, pushed back by Xiaohu's spear. He glared at the younger boy, filled with trepidation. "Stop wasting breath. Anyone who dares to harm my brother shall meet their end. Let that wretched Lin Lian come to confront my father if she dares." Xiaohu laughed angrily, swinging his spear down like a club. With a resounding crash, Xiaobei was struck down, crashing through the roof and leaving a large hole in its wake. Xiaohu, one of the few friends of Xiang Chen, was a direct descendant of the Xiaohu family, blessed with innate strength and exceptional cultivation talent. A year older than Xiang Chen, he had already attained the cultivation level of the divine concealment realm. As both were sons of nobility, their fathers shared a cordial friendship, leading to interactions in their youth. However, Xiaohu once looked down upon Xiang Chen, deeming him a failure. Yet, one incident changed everything. When they were both 8, A group of young friends ventured into the forest, only to fall into a hunter's pit. Xiahou suffered a broken leg. Facing the threat of starvation in the pit, Xiang Chen refused to abandon him, carrying him on his back to safety, even as his fingers were scraped raw in the process. From that day on, Xiahou became Xiang Chen's steadfast brother-in-arms. The men accompanying Xiahou appeared to be formidable military personnel, breaking through the encirclement and rescuing Xiang Chen. "Buddy, are you all right?" Xiahou asked, his concern palpable as he hastily produced precious medicinal pills for Xiang Chen. "I'm fine. How did you come here?" "Upon receiving the shocking news of your impending demise, I immediately rallied a group to rescue you, even engaging in a heated argument with my father. Damn it, that vile Lin Lian. Rest assured, once I rise to power, she shall not escape my wrath." Summer Hou exclaimed furiously. Xiang Chen gazed at the enraged Summer Hou, noting the visible slap mark on his face, presumably inflicted by his father. His heart swelled with gratitude. While some sought his demise, there were others who exerted every effort to save him. In this cold and shadowy world, such sentiments shone like the warm sun in winter, rendering him deeply appreciative. "Sister." Suddenly recalling his sister, Xiang Chen's expression changed drastically, and without a moment to spare, he dashed away from the crowd. "I extend my heartfelt thanks to my brothers and sisters for their unwavering protection. I shall strive to surpass the realm of Shura in the future." The comment section has been opened for character and martial arts discussions. I encourage everyone to participate enthusiastically. Chapter 7. Breaking into the Wang residence. "Little beast, where do you think you're going?" Summer Bay bellowed, brandishing his sword in an attempt to intercept Xiang Chen. "Curse you, Summer Bay, your opponent is me. Anyone who obstructs my brother shall perish." Summer Hou roared, charging towards Summer Bay with his spear drawn. "Go all out. If anyone dies, I shall take the blame." "Damn it, can anyone just come and kill my brother, Summer Hou?" he shouted at his companions. "Kill." With this command, the group surged forward without restraint, unleashing a fierce military aura as they descended upon Summer Bay's entourage with lethal intent. "Thank you, dear brother," Xiang Chen exclaimed as he sprinted away, feeling a wave of emotion at Summer Hou's fierce outburst. He had few friends, but having such a brother was more than enough. As he hurried onward, an astonishing surge of energy continuously flowed into Xiang Chen's body from his inner core. His flesh and blood grew increasingly robust, capable of accommodating more of this energy, while a torrent of violent emotions surged within him, heavy with the desire to kill. Xiang Chen's speed escalated, and the energy he radiated intensified. He raced towards the Wang family estate, which soon loomed ahead, adorned with festive decorations and guarded by 4 watchful sentinels. "Wang Ying, if even a single hair on my sister is harmed, I shall undoubtedly bring bloodshed to your residence." Xiang Chen vowed silently, gritting his teeth. He halted before the gates of the Wang estate, a fierce gust of wind swirling around him as he prepared to storm inside. "Stop!" For gleaming long blades intercepted him, and one guard barked, "Who are you? Do you have an invitation to enter?" Xiang Chen was not a widely recognized figure. Thus, the guards were not necessarily familiar with him. "An invitation? Indeed, I possess one," he replied, reaching into his garments. "Wait, those ears. I remember now. This brat is Xiang Chen from the Xiang family, the so-called useless young master." One of the guards exclaimed in shock, recognizing the distinctively furry ears of Xiang Chen. "Invitation? Hand it over." Xiang Chen sneered, revealing his sharp fangs, and suddenly, half-foot-long claws sprouted from his fingertips, resembling icy blades. With astonishing speed, he struck at the necks of the 2 guards. With a gushing sound, blood sprayed forth as their throats were swiftly severed, their eyes wide in disbelief as they fell backward. "Little beast, you still have 2 more guards to contend with," they gasped in horror. However, Xiang Chen's assault had arrived. His claws clenched into fists, crashing into the 2 individuals. Boom! A surge of golden energy erupted, and with a cry of anguish, the duo was sent sprawling back, colliding forcefully against the door. Bang! The entrance was shattered. The guests, who had been indulging in drink, turned in astonishment at the scene. Then, a bloodied youth stepped inside. "Who are you? How dare you behave so insolently here?" An intoxicated boy, around 17 or 18 years of age and standing not far from Xiang Chen, shouted in outrage. "Oh, it's Xiang Chen. How did this worthless fool arrive here? Wasn't it said he was to be executed for plotting against his elder brother?" murmured the crowd. Recognizing him as the incapable Xiang Chen, the outcast of the Xiang family, Numerous young descendants from various families, including Wang Ying's companions, began to identify him. Xiang Chen, you worthless wretch, what are you doing here? This is no place for you, you little mongrel. A boy clad in yellow sneered, reeking of alcohol, as he approached Xiang Chen, pointing a finger at his nose in anger. Within the noble circles of the royal capital, Xiang Chen was infamous for his cowardice. Previously, his father had commanded enough respect that no one dared speak openly against him. Now, with Xiang Wang imprisoned, no one held back their disdain, and the Xiang family regarded him with indifference. Xiang Chen regarded the boy before him, known as Huang Yi, who had often humiliated him in the past. In a flash, he seized Huang Yi's finger, twisting it with brutal force. Crack! Huang Yi's index finger snapped upwards, eliciting a scream of agony as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his hand in pain and cursing. You little beast, how dare you break my finger? Others watched in shock at the unfolding drama. With a swift kick, Xiang Chen sent Huang Yi flying, the latter crashing into a table laden with food and drink, causing dishes to scatter everywhere. The guests gasped and recoiled, glaring angrily at Xiang Chen. What are you doing, you little beast? Are you seeking death? Xiang Chen coldly declared. Wang Ying, come out at once and release my sister, or I will slaughter your estate. Inside the bridal chamber, Yi Rou lay exposed, her alabaster skin marred by numerous crimson marks. Though shallow, they were alarmingly vivid. Damn it! Wang Ying is indeed a sadistic pervert. He relishes in tormenting a woman before claiming her. Brother, my brother has come, Yi Rou exclaimed in a surge of emotion, tears streaming down her face as hope ignited within her. Oh, it's that little wretch Xiang Chen, Wang Ying remarked, astonished, as he gripped a whip in his hand. In the courtyard, a black-clad youth seethed. You think we are mere air? Do you still believe yourself to be the young master of the Xiang family? You seek death. With a furious stride, he lunged at Xiang Chen. He unleashed a punch, and a torrent of vital energy surged forth, manifesting as 3 fierce tiger apparitions. The power of 3 tigers. 9th level of the body refinement realm. This strike carried a terrifying force of 3,000 pounds. The body refinement realm primarily hones the physical form, empowering one's vital essence, with martial strength cultivated through internal energy. The fierce tiger possesses a strength of at least 1,000 pounds in a single strike, earning it the title of a beast of unparalleled might. The young man clad in black, with a punch equivalent to 3 tigers' strength, could easily slay an ordinary person. I did not come here seeking you, begone, roared Xiang Chen, unleashing a devastating palm strike that released a torrent of terrifying energy, crashing against the black-clad youth's fist. A scream of agony escaped the youth as his arm was shattered in an instant, the overwhelming force sending him hurtling like a bloodied gourd, crashing against the thick courtyard wall, unable to free himself. Li Sang, how is this possible? Li Sang, possessing the 9th level of physical cultivation, could effortlessly slay a bull with a single punch. How could this boy, supposedly incapable of martial training, send Li Sang flying with a mere slap? It must be an illusion. No, it is real. The onlookers at the banquet rose in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Xiang Chen. Wang Ying, come out and hand over my sister. Xiang Chen continued to bellow. Brother, save me. No, brother, flee. The princess consort seeks to kill you. A cacophony of wails erupted from behind the banquet. Sister. Xiang Chen rushed forward, only to be obstructed by a throng of Wang Ying's companions. Ha ha ha, who would have thought? Xiang Chen, you worthless wretch. Dare to intrude upon my estate. Chapter 8, Fragmentation. Wang Ying, young mastering. The crowd parted to reveal Wang Ying, who emerged with one arm draped around a beautiful maiden, her clothing tattered, bearing whip marks upon her collarbone and thighs, her hands bound. Rower, at the sight. Xiang Chen's eyes blazed with fury, bloodshot, and filled with rage. Brother. Yi Rou looked at Xiang Chen, a mixture of shock and joy on her face, relieved that her brother was unharmed. Brother, you must flee. The princess consort aims to kill you. Do not concern yourself with me. Just go, she cried, her voice trembling. Even in this perilous moment, her thoughts remained on her brother's safety. I will not leave. If I must go, I shall take you with me, Xiang Chen declared resolutely. Ha ha ha, such deep sibling affection. Xiang Chen, I did not expect you to still be alive. This truly surprises me, Wang Ying sneered. A hint of astonishment in his eyes quickly replaced by a cold smirk. Wang Ying, release my sister. Xiang Chen roared, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Humph, your sister is already my concubine. What grounds have you to demand her release? Wang Ying taunted, striking Yi Rou's face with disdain. "Remove your filthy hands," Xiang Chen shouted, charging at Wang Ying, propelling himself forward over 10 meters in an explosive rush. "Protect the young master." Over a dozen servants positioned themselves in front, attempting to intercept Xiang Chen. "Humph, do you think you can save your sister? Break this brat's limbs and send him to the princess consort," Wang Ying ordered with a derisive laugh. "Kill." The servants surged towards Xiang Chen, some wielding iron rods, others brandishing knives and swords. "Get out of my way, or you shall perish." Xiang Chen roared like an enraged lion, surging forward, his fist gathering violent power as it struck towards one of the servants. "Brat, lie down." The household servant wielded his club with tremendous force, creating a piercing shriek through the air. This servant possessed the strength of an 8th-level physical realm. Yet, with a resounding thud, a punch collided with his club, unleashing an overwhelming force that shattered the iron rod. In a swift motion, the broken end of the club shot back, stabbing into the servant's chest with a sickening thud. The servant let out a cry of despair, impaled by his own weapon, and was sent flying several meters away. 3 more rods struck at Xiang Chen, but were repelled by a remarkable force. With a roar reminiscent of a fierce tiger, Xiang Chen unleashed his razor-sharp claws upon one assailant's chest, executing a rapid and devastating move known as the Black Tiger Digs the Heart. The speed was astonishing, and the strength was terrifying, as he pierced through the man's ribcage, crushing his heart. Then, with a swift twist of his body, he delivered a powerful kick to another servant's waist. With a resounding thud, the servant screamed, blood spilling from his mouth as his vertebrae shattered. Like a sandbag, he was propelled over 10 meters, crashing onto a dining table, shattering dishes and leaving him gasping for breath on the ground. 3 servants lay lifeless, defeated by Xiang Chen's blows. The remaining servants, filled with terror, retreated in fear, gazing at Xiang Chen in disbelief. Wasn't it said that the second young master of the Xiang family was a useless waste who could not cultivate? How could he possess such formidable power? What was the truth behind this? Wang Ying's countenance darkened as he surveyed the lifeless bodies of his 3 servants, his expression grim. "Brother, how formidable!" Yi Rou exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Xiang Chen. Despite being at the 6th level of the physical realm herself, she had always known that her brother had been unable to cultivate. Xiang Chen approached Wang Ying step by step, an aura of murderous intent and an inexplicable, otherworldly energy emanating from him, causing the servants to retreat further. "Release my sister, or I shall wash your estate in blood today," Xiang Chen declared coldly, his fangs bared. "Humph, you possess some degree of strength, but you are not qualified to take anyone from me. Brothers, go and deal with this brat. If trouble arises, I shall take the blame," Wang Ying sneered, glancing at his cronies. "This trash doesn't warrant Brother Wang's intervention. I, Lu Wu of the Blade Society, shall handle this brat myself." A stout young man clad in black stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with malice. He appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, tall and robust, standing at approximately 6 feet tall, with a formidable blade slung across his back. "Haha, with Brother Lu's involvement, this brat is surely doomed. But before you kill him, do me the favor of chopping off his hands and feet." Wang Ying laughed heartily. Lu Wu, a renowned young genius of the Blade Society, had already reached the 1st level of the divine concealment realm, having cultivated his blade energy. "Simple enough," he sneered, drawing his long blade, which measured around 4.5 feet, and approached Xiang Chen, grinning wickedly. "I've yet to slay a noble's offspring. Today, I shall make you an example, Xiang Chen. I will dismember you into 8 pieces." Xiang Chen remained indifferent, declaring, "You may attempt it. If you aid him, your life shall no longer belong to you." "Haha, who are you trying to scare? I see no anger in you. At most, you possess the strength of the 9th realm. Watch as I bring you to your demise." Lu Wu gripped his blade tightly, his foot striking the ground. With a boom, a surge of yellow true energy erupted from beneath him, propelling him forward like an arrow released from its bow. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of over 10 meters, bringing his sword down in a fierce strike. A resonating hum filled the air as his massive blade, surrounded by a 3-foot arc of blade energy, cleaved towards Xiang Chen. The might of this blow seemed capable of splitting a mountain in 2, with a force potent enough to sever a boulder of 2 or 3 meters in size. Xiang Chen exhibited astonishing speed, retreating deftly with a swift step. The blade energy struck the ground where he had just stood, cleaving a long gash into the azure stone tiles beneath. "Kill." Lu Wu bellowed, following up with another upward slash, aiming to cleave Xiang Chen diagonally in half with unyielding ferocity. Hey, this fellow dodges rather quickly. How many strikes do you think Lu Wu needs to defeat him? The onlookers, retreating over 20 meters, observed the fierce confrontation. At most 5 strikes, one declared with unwavering conviction. Xiang Chen is certain to fall within 5 blows. The second strike was deftly evaded by Xiang Chen. You little wretch, you can only dodge? Take this, Lu Wu roared, channeling the power of his blade into a yellow streak of energy over a meter long, aimed at Xiang Chen. This time, Xiang Chen did not evade. Brother, lend me your strength, he called, summoning the raging demonic energy within him as it surged like a torrent through his veins. With his innate meridians unblocked, he unleashed a claw-like strike. A roar of demonic energy erupted as a golden claw shadow tore through the air, colliding with the blade energy. Boom! The blade energy was shattered by the claw, which then surged forth, ripping into Lu Wu's body. Lu Wu's expression shifted to one of terror as he felt the chilling grip of death. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted forth as Lu Wu was gruesomely torn apart, his blood pooling on the ground, and his massive blade clattering to the earth. This gruesome display plunged the crowd into an eerie silence. Chapter 9. Those who stand in my way shall perish. The remnants of Lu Wu's shredded form fell to the ground, bloodied and mangled, the stench of death permeating the air. The once jovial gathering of people now stared in horror at the scene before them. A woman, having brought a companion, let out a terrified scream. Others, witnessing such a bloody spectacle for the first time, retched violently, expelling the contents of their stomachs from the earlier banquet. Wang Ying, too, was taken aback, his complexion paling. How is this possible? What martial art was that? It tore Lu Wu apart with a single claw. This boy, could he truly be a waste of space? The rumors about the Xiang family must be false. Look at his hands, those claws. Are they even human? This boy is a demon, absolutely not of this world. The youths present, all in disbelief, took a few steps back, their gazes fixed upon Xiang Chen, overwhelmed by the sheer power of his attack. Wang Ying grasped Yi Ro tightly, unable to restrain himself from retreating a few steps. Xiang Chen advanced steadily towards Wang Ying, exuding a palpable killing intent, accompanied by an aura of sinister energy that enveloped him, his gaze icy. Release my sister, or today shall be your last. Xiang Chen spoke coldly, observing that the household servants had been rendered speechless with fear, retreating in horror one by one. Wang Ying's expression was grim. Though he had been somewhat intimidated by Xiang Chen's earlier strike, he could not show weakness in front of so many witnesses. Wang Ping, go and slay him. Wang Ying bellowed at one of his loyal underlings. Wang Ping, a formidable warrior at the 3rd level of the divine concealment realm, possessed a significantly more robust aura than the previously encountered Lu Wu. Young master, Wang Ping hesitated, still shaken by Xiang Chen's recent display of power. What are you afraid of? Charge at him. I will support you. Wang Ying shouted fiercely. Thus, Wang Ping steeled himself and stepped forward. A surge of faint red energy erupted from within him, and flames began to swirl around his hands, for he practiced a martial art of the fire attribute. Xiang Chen, if you have any sense, you should leave now. Wang Ping summoned his courage and shouted, deliberately avoiding a glance at Lu Wu's lifeless body. Wang Ying, are you too cowardly to face me directly, sending your lackey to his demise instead? Xiang Chen mocked, showing no concern for Wang Ping. I am a formidable warrior of the divine concealment realm, unworthy of engaging with you. Wang Ying sneered. Wang Ping, kill him. At this command, Wang Ping shouted loudly to bolster his own courage, stepping forward as he gathered a formidable amount of true energy into his palm. Fire Cloud Palm. The moment he unleashed his strike, a resounding roar echoed as the fiery true energy erupted forth, transforming into a cloud-like force that surged towards Xiang Chen. This palm contained explosive power, radiating intense heat that created a wave of warmth around them. Excellent. The Wang family's superior yellow-tier martial art, Fire Cloud Palm. It is said that when perfected, it can explode iron and reach temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Wang Ping must have mastered this technique to its fullest. The onlookers cheered loudly, emboldening Wang Ping. However, Xiang Chen let out a roar, resembling a tiger charging forth, his claws like blades as he unleashed a torrent of energy. With a thunderous crash, he barreled through Wang Ping's palm strike, sending a shockwave that overturned tables within several meters. Astonishingly, Xiang Chen tore through the attack with incredible speed. advancing toward Wang Ping with a lethal claw strike aimed at his heart. Wang Ping was horrified. His years of dedicated training had been effortlessly dismantled. He stumbled back in an attempt to evade, yet Xiang Chen was faster, his lethal grasp homing in on Wang Ping's chest. "Brother, save me." "Ah!" A gruesome cry escaped Wang Ping's lips as blood gushed forth. His chest was pierced, and Xiang Chen appeared before him, crushing his heart with a single, decisive grip. Wang Ping's eyes bulged in shock, his pupils dilating as he fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. "Whoever dares to obstruct me today shall meet their end," Xiang Chen declared coldly as he withdrew his hand. "Brother, be careful." Amidst the shock of the crowd, Yi Ro's alarmed voice rang out. With a thundering force, a powerful sword energy surged forth, a faint red blade slicing through the air, rich in true energy and sharp in its edge. Xiang Chen was forced to retreat over 10 meters, narrowly avoiding a deep gash carved into the ground where he had just stood. Wang Ying, wielding a 3-foot-long white sword, launched his attack. His expression flushed with rage, he bellowed a word of death, his foot erupting with true energy as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging forth with a sword imbued with formidable power. Finally daring to make a move, Xiang Chen sneered, yet he did not dare to let his guard down, gathering the tumultuous strength within him to strike out. Wang Ying was a formidable youth at the mid-heaven stage of the 6th level of the divine concealment realm. Renowned within the Wang family, his prowess extraordinary. It was rumored that he had unlocked the divine concealment and awakened his martial soul, a true genius. "Die for me." Fire cloud sword technique. Wang Ying roared, unleashing a sword infused with immense true energy, the blade transforming into a crimson light. 6 feet of sword energy piercing through the air. Boom. The clash of sword and claw unleashed a powerful shockwave that radiated in all directions. The forces within both combatants collided fiercely. At that moment, Wang Ying unleashed a punch with his other hand, a scorching, violent force striking out, shattering the claw's shadow. Bang! This punch struck Xiang Chen, who crossed his arms to block, yet was forced to stagger backward. Subsequently, Wang Ying transformed into a streak of lightning, slashing directly toward Xiang Chen's head. Xiang Chen, with astounding reflexes, instinctively leaned back, the sword narrowly missing the bridge of his nose as Wang Ying whizzed past him. However, Wang Ying swiftly reversed his grip and slashed again, a faint red sword energy carving a deep gash into the ground as it aimed for Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen snorted coldly, kicking Wang Ping's lifeless body toward the sword strike, which cleaved through it with a splatter of blood. Following this, Xiang Chen rolled away and seized Lu Wu's heavy blade, which weighed nearly 100 pounds, yet felt weightless in his grasp at that moment. Kill. He brandished the massive blade, soaring upward, channeling the monstrous energy within him to deliver a fierce strike, a dazzling golden light emanating as he slashed toward Wang Ying. Wang Ying raised his sword in defense, the clash resonating with a metallic clang. And the astonishing force from Xiang Chen's blade sent Wang Ying flying back 7 or 8 meters. Wang Ying's arms went numb, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sheer power of this young beast. After being forced back, Xiang Chen charged toward his sister. The immediate priority was to get her away. "You shall not rescue anyone from my grasp," Wang Ying shouted furiously, as a more terrifying sword energy surged from within him. And above him, a faint red, ethereal small sword materialized, Sword Soul. Chapter 10. Overbearing Fury, the Sword Soul. This is a form of innate talent in humans. Souls can take various forms, including weapons, flora, fauna, and even natural elements such as metal, wood, water, and fire, often referred to as martial souls. When a cultivator opens their divine concealment, they may awaken a soul. Those who awaken a soul often possess unique abilities and are typically regarded as geniuses. However, some may awaken the souls of lesser potency. The soul that Wang Ying awakened was indeed a sword soul. The sword soul is considered a higher-level martial soul, capable of enhancing the power of sword energy and techniques. Upon awakening his sword martial soul, Wang Ying's aura surged dramatically, unleashing an even more ferocious sword energy. The power of his sword spirit surged into the blade, causing the sword's aura to escalate dramatically. "Xiang Chen, let me awaken my divine spirit to slay you. Your death will be worth it. Perish." Wang Ying roared, unleashing a sword strike that generated a 3-meter-long stream of sword energy, its might soaring. The blade descended with ferocity. "Brother, be careful," Yi Ro exclaimed in alarm. Like a nimble monkey, Xiang Chen evaded the attack, and with a loud crash, the spot where he had just stood was blasted into a crater over a meter wide. Xiang Chen's expression shifted slightly. This strike was significantly more potent than the last, comparable to the explosion of a small grenade. Kill. Wang Ying charged forth, his speed increasing, launching wave after wave of sword energy towards Xiang Chen. Those nearby recoiled in fear, terrified of being struck by the lethal blades. A servant of Wang Ying let out a horrified scream as a chaotic sword aura cleaved through him, severing him in two. Swish, swish, swish. The relentless sword energies approached, but Xiang Chen evaded them with astonishing speed, relying solely on his innate reflexes and natural agility, having not trained in any particular movement technique. 9 flames flowing light. Wang Ying bellowed, unleashing 9 sword blossoms that instantly transformed into 9 streams of sword energy, all targeting Xiang Chen's vicinity. Little pest, let's see how you escape this time. Wang Ying sneered. Open. Xiang Chen roared in defiance, instinctively channeling the demonic energy within him to retaliate, his claws tearing through the air, creating a cascade of claw shadows. Boom. The claw shadows collided with the sword energy. Evidently, the sword technique wielded greater power, shattering the claw shadows and bombarding Xiang Chen. Spitting blood, he was sent flying, his body marred by several deep sword wounds, blood pouring forth. Brother, Yi Rou cried, attempting to rush to his aid, only to be restrained by 2 servants. Wang Ying delivered a kick, sending Xiang Chen crashing into a table, which splintered upon impact. Ha, do you see? You're nothing but a mere insect, dreaming of rescuing your sister. I shall sever your limbs and make you watch as I toy with your sister's demise, Wang Ying sneered. Brother Ying is truly formidable. Eliminate him. Indeed, he is a genius who has awakened the sword martial spirit. I've heard that Brother Wang has even been accepted as a named disciple by a sword cultivator elder in the Wang Academy. You little beast, die? Wang Ying's fury erupted anew as he crossed over 10 meters in the blink of an eye, his sword slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, directly aimed at Xiang Chen's head. Xiang Chen's pupils constricted as he sensed the chilling presence of death approaching. Is this the end? No, it cannot be. I have just grasped my power, and I have yet to save my sister, my father, and my mother. I cannot allow this to be the conclusion. Kill! Xiang Chen roared. In that moment, he swung his fist forward, charging towards the incoming sword, prepared to sacrifice his hand if necessary. Boom! At that instant, the golden inner core within Xiang Chen surged forth with an even more potent, searing energy. His arm swelled, doubling in size, sprouting fine silver hairs. His entire physique transformed. The once slender figure of 165 centimeters abruptly morphed into a towering giant exceeding 2 meters in height. However, the surging force brought forth waves of tearing and searing pain within him, as if he were on the verge of combustion, ready to explode. Bang! This punch erupted with golden light, compressing the surrounding air and unleashing a powerful shockwave that collided with the sword. Clang! Contrary to expectations, the punch did not pierce through with bloodshed. Instead, it successfully blocked the sword. Subsequently, a terrifying force was transmitted through the sword. The longsword began to shatter incessantly. From the tip to the blade, it fractured entirely. This force then struck Wang Ying's arm, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from him as he wailed in agony. His arm was audibly broken, with shattered bone protruding from his wrist, drenched in blood. Bang! Wang Ying screamed again, flung back by the aftershock, spitting blood. The broken sword's hilt falling away as he was sent sprawling over 10 meters, crashing into the courtyard wall, which cracked under the impact, nearly collapsing. Ah, the onlookers! Friends of Wang Ying widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at Xiang Chen, whose body had suddenly expanded as if he were a giant, filled with horror. How could this be? Wang Ying, who had awakened the sword martial soul, was not even a match for Xiang Chen. My heavens, what sort of monster is this? A prodigy indeed. They stared at Xiang Chen in terror, retreating repeatedly. My lord, the house servants of Wang Ying rushed to assist him in fright. Ah, my hand! My hand! Xiang Chen, you little bastard! Wang Ying lay on the ground, clutching his severed wrist, wailing in agony, tears and snot streaming down his face. Bang! Suddenly, a formidable aura surged forth, and Xiang Chen directly struck down Wang Ying's servants, advancing toward Wang Ying. Wang Ying's scream faltered for a moment in fear. Then, Xiang Chen lifted his foot, pressing it down on Wang Ying's head, grinding his face into the ground. Ah, You little bastard, let me go? Wang Ying roared. Bang! Without a word, Xiang Chen's foot came crashing down, causing Wang Ying to cry out in pain, his face covered in blood. The bridge of his nose shattered against the ground. You little bastard, you will not die a good death. Wang Ying screamed. Bang! Another foot descended, crushing Wang Ying's teeth, blood pouring from his mouth. Stop, please, don't step on me, I'm begging you. Wang Ying stammered through his tears, his cries turning into sobs. Xiang Chen, stop! The servants holding Yi Ro shouted angrily, their knives poised threateningly at her throat. Brother! Yi Ro bit her lip, refraining from calling for help. Release our young master, or I will kill her. One servant shouted furiously. Xiang Chen's crimson eyes fixed upon the servant, sending a shiver down their spine. Was this truly human? Was this the gaze of a mere teenager? It resembled that of a ferocious beast, so merciless. If you harm my sister in the slightest, you, and him beneath your feet, shall be torn apart, Xiang Chen declared coldly, as he stomped down hard on Wang Ying's other arm. Ow! Wang Ying cried out in excruciating pain, the stench of fear overwhelming him, as he soiled himself in agony. Chapter 11. The Innate Master Young Master. The servant glanced apprehensively at Wang Ying, seeking his silent approval. If Xiang Chen truly eliminated Wang Ying, it would not only endanger his own life, but the Wang family would undoubtedly seek revenge. Release her. Let her go? Wang Ying trembled in agony, his words barely coherent. The family servant promptly freed Yi Ro. Brother! Yi Ro, in tears, rushed into Xiang Chen's embrace, leaping up to encircle his neck with her legs wrapped around his waist. I was so worried about you. I thought something had happened, but I'm so relieved to see you're all right. She cried, clinging tightly to him. Do not fret, I am unharmed. I will take you away now, and from this moment forth, I shall protect you, ensuring no one can harm you again. Xiang Chen held his sister close, his heart aching for her. She was the little girl he had cared for since she was 2 years old, and despite the lack of blood ties, their bond was as deep as any familial connection. Gently patting her back, he sought to soothe her like a wounded rabbit. Let us leave this place. We cannot linger here any longer. Xiang Chen picked up a knife and, taking Yi Ro's hand, moved to exit the Wang family's domain. The surrounding guests parted to make way, fear evident in their eyes, unwilling to obstruct Xiang Chen. Today he was terrifying. Far from the rumored useless individual who could not cultivate, he resembled a deity of death. Even the awakened martial soul of Wang Ying was no match for him, which instilled a palpable dread. Holding Yi Ro in his arms, he navigated through the crowd toward the exit. Why did he spare Wang Ying? The answer was simple. Xiang Chen had not completely lost his reason. Wang Ying was the son of the Wang family patriarch, and killing him would certainly invoke the wrath of the entire clan. Now was not the time to irreparably offend the Wang family. In the world of prominent families, skirmishes among the younger generation were commonplace. And as long as no lives were lost or cultivations destroyed, the deaths of a few servants were hardly significant. Meanwhile, Wang Ying lay there, attended to by his servants, who hastily bandaged his wounds, their eyes filled with resentment as they gazed at Xiang Chen's retreating figure. Xiang Chen, mark my words, this is not over between us. There will be no peace until one of us lies dead. Wang Ying seethed inwardly, for he had never suffered such humiliation. His arms rendered useless, he bore grievous injuries, and the woman he desired had been taken from him. In front of so many, he had been reduced to a pitiful state. Such disgrace and hatred demanded retribution in the form of Xiang Chen's life. Soon, a group arrived, and upon witnessing the devastation and the bodies strewn across the ground, their expressions turned grave. Young master, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, rushed forward, his face paling at the sight of the injured Wang Ying. Young master, what has happened? Who did this to you? Wang Su, a powerful steward of the Wang family, asked angrily. Finally, you are here. Quickly, help me kill someone, Xiang Chen. He is the one who injured me. I want you to capture him and bring him before me, so I may have his limbs broken. Wang Ying ordered. His anger ignited upon seeing the newcomer. Xiang Chen, the second young master of the Xiang family? Wang Su's expression shifted, for Xiang Chen's background was anything but ordinary. The second son of the Pai family has been expelled from the Xiang family, and Lady Lin is determined to see him dead. Hurry, go and kill him. I demand to see him alive or dead. Make haste, for if anything goes awry, I shall take the blame. Wang Ying roared, his expression menacing. Yes. With Wang Ying's command, Wang Su felt no need for restraint. Follow me. In which direction did Xiang Chen flee? He inquired of the others. Immediately, Someone indicated the path. After him, Wang Su led 6 individuals, all proficient practitioners of the divine concealment realm. His own speed was astonishing. With a burst of innate true energy surging from his foot, he propelled himself forward, leaping over 10 meters in a single bound. His speed akin to that of a cheetah. Wang Su was a formidable warrior of the innate realm, a level of strength that positioned him among the elite in the martial world. Even at the lowest tier of the innate realm, his power far surpassed that of a divine concealment practitioner. Those of the innate realm typically enjoy a lifespan of up to 2 cycles of 60 years. Living to the age of 120 is not uncommon. On the bustling streets, the robust Xiang Chen was sprinting with his sister in his arms, resembling a wild bull charging down the thoroughfare, causing pedestrians to scatter in fright, their curses ringing out. "Brother, where shall we go now?" Yiro whispered. Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Xiang Chen's eyes. Indeed, where could they possibly go? After their father was imprisoned, the Xiang family fell under Lady Lin's control, leaving no sanctuary for them. With the accusation of fratricide laid upon him, returning to the Xiang family would surely lead to their demise. Where else could they turn? To his brother's family, the Xiahou clan? Though the Xiahou family was indeed powerful, Xiang Chen was reluctant to trouble his brother. Moreover, with their family's precarious situation following their father's arrest, anyone with sense in the court would understand who was behind the Xiang family's plight. Given his current status, he would not be welcomed in the Xiahou household. In his mind, Xiang Chen recalled another family and a certain individual, but he soon chuckled self-deprecatingly. That family was even less attainable now. She had become a paragon of virtue, and given his present circumstances, that marriage contract held no weight. The kindness and past they shared had likely faded from her memory long ago. "We shall leave the capital of the Great Xiang and seek refuge with my maternal grandfather and uncle," Xiang Chen declared, resolute in his decision to depart. He still had a close relative, his grandfather from the Su family, who had always treated him well, but the Su family resided far from the capital. "Wherever you go, brother, I shall follow," Yiro replied, her agreement unwavering. With a determined choice made, Xiang Chen raced toward the city gates. "Xiang Chen, you have harmed my family's 3rd young master. Where do you think you can escape?" A thunderous voice echoed from behind, fierce as a storm. Wang Su had brought his men in pursuit, vaulting across rooftops as he chased after Xiang Chen, drawing a black bow from his back, knocking a sharp arrow and aiming it at Xiang Chen. Whoosh! The arrow was infused with a terrifying power that pierced through stone, emitting a shrill scream as it soared through the air, traversing over 100 meters to strike at Xiang Chen. Almost instinctively, Xiang Chen sidestepped to the left. Bang! The arrow struck precisely where he had been, creating a deep crater the size of a fist in the granite pavement, demonstrating its formidable penetrating power. The force of this arrow rivaled that of a sniper rifle. A master of innate prowess. Chapter 12. Together, we shall depart for the underworld. Xiang Chen, awestruck by the arrow's might, felt a chill run down his spine. He could sense the level of power it possessed. Born into a noble family, he was well aware of the many masters within the Xiang clan, including those of innate caliber. Had he never seen a pig run after having eaten pork? An arrow capable of such destruction at a distance undoubtedly indicated the prowess of an innate expert. He turned his gaze and saw a man over 100 meters away, drawing his bow and aiming at him. He actually managed to evade my arrow. Wang Su was equally astonished by Xiang Chen's reflexes. Then, his expression turned cold as he declared, "Let's see how many arrows you can dodge." As he spoke, he knocked 3 iron arrows onto the bowstring, bending the dark iron bow into a crescent shape, then pulling it back to a full moon, the bowstring snapping like thunder as it released. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 iron arrows cut through the air, producing a series of piercing sonic booms, their speed far surpassing that of sound itself. "This is bad." Xiang Chen's expression changed dramatically. One hand held onto Yiro as he zigzagged, evading the deadly arrows and bullets, following the serpentine path, which was the optimal route for dodging such lethal attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The areas he narrowly avoided were repeatedly struck, resulting in arrow pits forming on the street, while pedestrians screamed and hurried into nearby buildings. "Damn it, Wang family. Wang Ying, may I never have the opportunity to capture you again. I will ensure your demise." Xiang Chen cursed inwardly, recognizing the pursuers as members of the Wang clan. This young man truly has some skill. He is not the useless individual as rumored. Wang Su's expression was icy as he continued the pursuit, relentlessly loosing arrows. Xiang Chen's speed was astonishing, and his method of evasion was peculiar, making it difficult for Wang Su to predict his escape route. Each iron arrow that was released seemed to strike with the precision of a sniper bullet. Meanwhile, 2 other streets were being flanked by 4 warriors from the Wang family, masters of the divine concealment realm, who blocked Xiang Chen's path ahead. Xiang Chen halted, his expression darkening. Haha, boy, let us see where you can flee. The 4 men sneered, all of them cultivators of the divine concealment realm. Brother. Yi Rou's face paled slightly as she said, Rower will be a burden to you. Let me go. Brother, you should escape. What nonsense. I would never abandon you, even in death. Xiang Chen held Yi Rou tightly, his eyes fierce like a wolf as he glared at the 4 adversaries. Since you offer no escape for us siblings, then perish. Yi Rou, hold on tight. Let's fight. Xiang Chen raised his blade with one arm, hoisting Yi Rou, and charged towards the 4 men. Kill! The 4 shouted in anger, brandishing their weapons as they rushed towards Xiang Chen. Stop right there. One of the guards at the 5th level of the divine concealment realm shouted angrily, thrusting his sword towards Xiang Chen's chest, condensing 3 feet of sword energy to strike. Get lost. Xiang Chen roared as he swung his arm, thick as a grown man's thigh, wielding a massive blade with fury. The clash. His sword energy was instantly shattered, the force of his strike colliding with the opponent's longsword, which shattered with a resounding clang, leaving the guard without a cry of despair. With a swift motion, Xiang Chen's blade cleaved through half of the opponent's skull, crimson and ivory splattering in an instant, rendering the man lifeless. From the left, a chilling blade energy descended as another assailant cut towards him. Xiang Chen twisted his body to evade, then unleashed a ferocious punch, the air compressing under the weight of his terrifying strength as it struck the foe. Bang! The man screamed, akin to a sandbag hurled away by a single blow. His insides shattered and ribs fractured. The 4 assailants' blockade was immediately breached, leaving the other 2 in a state of shock. However, from above, a formidable surge of true energy bore down. Wang Su leaped through the air, wielding a 4-foot Han sword, unleashing a tremendous flow of true energy that cascaded down with astonishing force. A single strike was potent enough to cleave through a meter-thick steel. Xiang Chen pivoted, raising his sword horizontally to defend. When sword met blade, a powerful innate true energy surged down, its impact akin to 10,000 pounds, forcing Xiang Chen's body to bend under the pressure. Roaring, Xiang Chen's veins throbbed on his forehead as he struggled against the might of Wang Su's strike, daring not to relent for a moment. A lapse in focus would result in his body being cleaved in 2. The streets, once bustling with pedestrians, were now empty, save for a few lingering souls. When Wang Su unleashed a powerful kick, a tremendous force crashing into Xiang Chen. With a thunderous sound, Xiang Chen staggered back, blood spilling from his mouth. Such formidable power. No wonder he could injure the 3rd young master. He could withstand my strike. Wang Su regarded Xiang Chen coldly. Yet, with a swift step, he feigned a move, transforming into a fleeting shadow, his speed astonishing. In an instant, he appeared before Xiang Chen, delivering a flurry of 7 or 8 strikes, each imbued with formidable sword energy. Xiang Chen continuously parried, the clashing sounds of blade against blade echoing. But one strike found its mark on Xiang Chen's chest, slicing a gash that spilled blood and flesh. He staggered backward, a searing pain radiating from his chest. Lacking any martial arts foundation, Xiang Chen realized that despite his overwhelming power, he could not match the expertise of a seasoned master who had trained for decades. Humph. Fire Serpent Sword Dance. Wang Su scoffed, thrusting his sword forward. A powerful flame true energy erupted, coalescing into a fiery serpent that roared towards Xiang Chen, imbued with astonishing penetrative and destructive power. Xiang Chen raised his blade to block, but with a resounding explosion, Lu Wu's massive sword shattered under the assault. The fiery serpent sword energy ripping through Xiang Chen's body. His chest was left mangled and charred. Brother. Yi Rou, witnessing the scene from behind, could do nothing but weep, lamenting her inability to assist Xiang Chen. You, brat, are but a lamb to be slaughtered before me. Kneel and accompany me back to the Wang family to apologize to the 3rd young master. Wang Su approached with his sword in hand, casting a cold smile at Xiang Chen, who was now bereft of weapons. With a tremor of his hand, Xiang Chen hurled his broken dagger at Wang Su, only for it to be effortlessly cleaved and embedded into a nearby wooden pillar of the house. Xiang Chen's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. akin to a wolf stalking its prey. In that moment, he found a semblance of calm. Ruer, if I can no longer protect you, would you be willing to descend into the underworld with me? He murmured, his gaze reflecting a resolute spirit. For him, should he perish, Ruer's fate would be far more tragic than death itself. The relentless battles and bloodshed had transformed the once fragile youth into a man of unyielding strength. Blood and combat were the quickest means for a warrior, to mature. As long as I am with you, I fear not death. In life, I shall accompany you until our hair turns gray. In death, I shall follow you into the netherworld. Yi Ro declared firmly from Xiang Chen's back, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck. Ha ha ha, very well. If I survive today, I shall one day wash the Wang family in blood, sparing no effort to grow stronger, to tread upon this world. If I die, I shall fight my way to the palace of Yama and become a ghostly hero. Whether in life or death, let us battle. Chapter 13. Loyalty and treachery without a sword. Xiang Chen resolved to use his own claws. His imposing figure, bearing his sister, slightly hunched, resembled a ferocious tiger or a fierce wolf poised to pounce on its enemy. Humph, oblivious to your own demise. I shall have to incapacitate you myself and take you back, Wang Si sneered, powerful energy surging forth, enveloping him in a faint red glow. Kill. With a sudden surge of energy, Wang Si's sword shot forth like a meteor towards Xiang Chen. Do not harm my master. Came a furious shout from not far away. A robust man, resembling an arrow in flight, wielded a heavy sword, cleaving through the air with astonishing force. Boom! The sword struck Wang Si's blade with tremendous impact, unleashing a powerful burst of energy that resonated through the air. Wang Si staggered back, his expression a mix of shock and fury as he turned to face the newcomer. The man stood at an imposing height of nearly 6 feet, clad in a black martial robe, his face adorned with a thick beard, exuding a powerful aura, and grasping a long, broad black sword. This man was also a master of the innate realm. Uncle Mu, Xiang Chen exclaimed, a look of delight illuminating his face upon recognizing the figure. Uncle Mu, Yi Ro echoed, also recognizing him. Zhao Mu, a formidable guard under his mother's command, had remained loyal even after she was cast into the cold palace. Those who refused to ally with Lin Lian were expelled from the Xiang family, and Zhao Mu was among them, having been fiercely loyal to Xiang Chen's mother and having shared a close bond with Xiang Chen since childhood. Second young master. Miss Ruer, are you both unharmed? Zhao Mu inquired, gripping his heavy sword as he addressed Xiang Chen, who, despite having changed significantly in stature, was still recognizable to someone who had watched him grow up. Uncle Mu, I'm fine. How is it that you are here? Xiang Chen asked, astonished. Zhao Mu smiled wryly. Ever since the Grand Princess expelled me from the Xiang family, I have resided in this street. Upon hearing the sounds of battle, I rushed to investigate, never expecting it to be you. I am late in my duty to protect you. Please forgive me, young master. The despicable Lin Lian. How dare she treat you loyal subjects of the Xiang family in such a manner? Xiang Chen exclaimed in fury. Enough of this. Although I am unaware of the events that transpired, I vow to ensure the safety of the young master today. You must leave at once. I shall confront these individuals. Zhao Mu declared, brandishing his sword. Despite Xiang Chen's mother falling from grace, he did not forget the kindness bestowed upon him by his master. In this world, some flatter the powerful and betray their allies in times of peril, while others remain steadfast and loyal, ready to share both life and death. Qin Rong and Xiang Quan belong to the former, whereas Yi Ro and Zhao Mu embody the latter. Just as rice yields a myriad of individuals, so too does a single kind word warm the heart in the coldest of winters, while others wield swords to harm from afar without discernment. Who approaches? Do you know what you meddle in? This boy is the one our young master Wang seeks to capture, Wang Si stated coldly. Zhao Mu, a master of the innate realm, stood firm. Under the command of the princess consort of Su, I, Zhao Mu, am here to protect the young master. Should you wish to harm my lord, you shall have to step over my corpse first, he declared with a chilling laugh. The princess consort of Su has been rendered powerless. How dare you remnants continue to meddle in affairs beyond your ken? Attack! Wang Si bellowed, and at his command, he and 2 subordinates charged at Zhao Mu. Kill! Zhao Mu swung his heavy sword, unleashing a torrent of formidable sword energy, facing 3 adversaries alone. Uncle Mu, Xiang Chen moved to assist. Young master, flee quickly. If you escape, I shall find you, Zhao Mu shouted, urging Xiang Chen to retreat as he clashed swords with Wang Si, deftly evading the attacks of the two subordinates. "Brother, you're injured. Hurry and leave. Do not waste Uncle Mu's goodwill," Yi Ro urged. With reddened eyes, Xiang Chen cried out, "The debt of gratitude I owe Uncle Mu shall never be forgotten. Take care." With tears in his eyes, he turned to flee. He was willing to risk his life to battle, but he could not neglect the safety of his sister on his back. "Damn it!" Wang Su roared in rage, seeing Xiang Chen escape and attempting to pursue him. However, Zhao Mu repelled the two subordinates and struck out at him, entangling Wang Su. "Ha ha ha, can you escape?" Echoed laughter from the rooftops lining the street. Another figure appeared, accompanied by more than 10 others atop the buildings. 5 descended to block the street's end, while 6, armed with bows and arrows, took aim at Xiang Chen. "Wang Qing!" Wang Su exclaimed joyfully, shouting, "Do not let that boy escape. Cursed be it, another master of the innate realm has arrived." Zhao Mu seethed with anger. Wang Qing, another formidable warrior from the Wang family, had come with a cadre of elite guards. Witnessing this scene, Xiang Chen's heart sank. Was fate truly against him? "Xiang Chen, having crippled our young master's arms, do you still wish to flee? Come with me back to the Wang family and face your demise," Wang Qing sneered. "Is the Wang family truly so ruthless in their dealings?" Xiang Chen replied coldly. Ruthless or not, you injured our young master and think to escape without consequence? Do you still believe you are a scion of the Xiang family? Your father has been imprisoned." Wang Qing laughed icily. "Bastard!" Zhao Mu roared, attempting to break free. But he found himself ensnared by Wang Su again. One of Wang Su's subordinates seized the opportunity to stab Zhao Mu's left arm with a sword, piercing through it. "Kneel and beg me for mercy, and I shall spare your life, taking you alive to the Wang family," Wang Qing sneered, relishing the thought of experiencing the taste of being begged for mercy by the son of the prince. "Very well, I shall kneel before you," Xiang Chen murmured, slowly lowering himself to his knees. "Ha ha ha, what does it matter that he is the prince's son? When faced with life and death, he must still kneel and plead for mercy before me." Wang Qing laughed heartily, his subordinates echoing his mirth as they watched Xiang Chen prepare to kneel. However, at the very moment Xiang Chen's knees were about to touch the ground, a surge of formidable demonic energy erupted from him, propelling him with a loud bang towards the roof, targeting the nearest Wang family guard. "I command you to perish," Xiang Chen roared, his claw-like hand tearing through the air and striking down upon the guard's head. With a resounding thud, the guard's smile faded as a terrifying force crushed his skull, shattering it like a watermelon, and his body was flung 7 to 8 meters away, crashing onto the ground. The expressions of the other Wang family guards shifted dramatically as Xiang Chen immediately leaped towards a second guard, creating a hole in the tiled roof beneath him. "You little wretch, seeking death!" Wang Qing bellowed in fury, unleashing a surge of innate true energy, which he condensed into a palm strike aimed at Xiang Chen. With a splatter, Xiang Chen coughed up blood, his body sent flying like a sandbag, crashing onto the street, causing Yi Ro to be thrown aside. "Fire arrows!" The others, filled with anger and fear, quickly drew their bows, unleashing a flurry of lethal arrows towards Xiang Chen. "Brother!" Yi Ro screamed, scrambling to shield Xiang Chen. With a series of splatters, Xiang Chen was pushed aside, yet 2 arrows struck the delicate form of the girl, while another pierced through Xiang Chen's left thigh. Rower. Chapter 14. Transformation. Yi Ro collapsed into Xiang Chen's embrace, and as he held her, they broke through the wall of a nearby dwelling, seeking refuge from the arrows. Scalding blood sprayed onto Xiang Chen's cheek. 2 arrows had pierced Yi Ro's back, with 1 arrowhead protruding from her front. Rower. Xiang Chen's eyes widened in horror, fixating on the arrow protruding from Yi Ro's body, his mind ringing with disbelief. Even the pain of the arrow in his own leg felt distant. "Brother, are you all right?" Yi Ro whispered, her slender fingers stained with blood gently caressing Xiang Chen's cheek. "Rower." Xiang Chen snapped back to reality, gazing at Yi Ro, his eyes instantly brimming with tears, which he had thought had long run dry. "Why were you so foolish to shield me from the arrows? Why so foolish, Ro?" He cradled her forehead, weeping openly. Cough. Yi Ro coughed up blood, yet a soft and tender smile graced her pale face as she stroked Xiang Chen's cheek, her voice gentle. "Brother, do not weep. You have become a man. In Rower's world, Sun Yang, you are everything to her. Rower could perish, but you must not." Yi Ro's voice was weak, her breath growing more labored. Each word a struggle. "Stop speaking, Rower. Come, I will take you to heal. You are also my world. You cannot die. You must witness your brother's strength." so we can live our best lives. Xiang Chen pressed against Yi Rou's wound, attempting to staunch the flow of blood. Yet, crimson continued to seep through the cracks of his palm. I long to see that day, murmured Yi Rou, tears streaking her face. Since childhood, I have harbored a wish to marry brother Xiang Chen and bear him children. Alas, it seems I shall not live to see that day. Her voice grew faint, akin to a lark's mournful song. Brother, promise me you will survive and escape. Promise me you will become the strongest man in the world, so that no one can ever bully you again. Promise me, no matter how many beautiful girls you encounter, you must never forget Rower. Yi Rou clung tightly to Xiang Chen, her warmth slowly dissipating, her mind growing ever more clouded. I promise you, I will survive. No, we will live together. I vow to become the strongest warrior, so that no one can bully me, nor mother, nor you. I promise to never forget Rower, but you must always be by my side. Xiang Chen's heart ached, tears streaming down his face. Oh, Rower, how I wish I could hold you forever. With her last ounce of strength, Yi Rou gently kissed Xiang Chen's lips, a fleeting touch like a dragonfly skimming the water. With a bittersweet smile, her head fell back, and silence enveloped her. At that moment, the Wang family leapt onto the street, advancing toward the house. Rower, Xiang Chen trembled, shaking her as he gazed upon her serene face, eyes closed. In that instant, his heart felt as though it had been shattered. He felt as if he could not breathe, as if life itself had been stripped away. The world before him turned a vivid crimson. Rower, he cried out in despair, his voice breaking, his eyes void of life. Why? Why must I suffer? I have never wished to harm anyone. Why does fate? Why does heaven repeatedly strip away my most cherished treasures? I only desire to live, to lead a simple life with my family. Is being ordinary and weak a sin? Why? A howl of anguish resonated from the house, a defiant roar echoing the pain of the powerless. Bang! In that moment, the door was kicked in. Wang Qing, flanked by 10 guards, stood at the threshold, regarding the weeping Xiang Chen with a cold smirk. It is truly regrettable that such a delicate beauty, renowned for her innate charm, has met such a tragic fate. Wang Qing scoffed, stating, Young man, there is one truth you have not acknowledged. Being weak in this world is a grave sin. The inability to protect one's family, to shield one's beloved, to safeguard the body bestowed by one's parents, and to defend one's friends is a transgression. Moreover, it is a sin to be at the mercy of others. Wang Qing continued coldly. This wretched girl was already destined to become our young master's concubine. Yet you have brought her forth, leading to her demise. She could have basked in luxury and splendor, but now she lies lifeless, all due to your weakness. I can only imagine our young master's temperament. Her corpse will undoubtedly be dismembered and fed to the dogs. Not only can you not protect her, but you cannot even safeguard her remains. Bring forth this young man, and have his limbs severed. Wang Qing commanded his subordinates. Yes. Several men entered the room, advancing towards Xiang Chen, who cradled Yi Rou in his arms. Weakness is a sin. Weakness is a sin, Xiang Chen murmured, his eyes vacant, as if bereft of his soul. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, rising to his full height and releasing Yi Rou from his embrace. In that moment, a terrifying demonic energy surged into his mind, corroding his will and soul. His eyes, devoid of any emotion, replaced sorrow and pain with an icy, brutal fury and a boiling desire for vengeance. Kill! The 4 men lunged forward, swords aimed at Xiang Chen's hands and feet. Yet he unleashed a primal roar that echoed through the air, his body glowing with a faint light reminiscent of a mythical beast. His skin transformed into a metallic sheen, and silver hairs protruded like needles. His towering form expanded, his robe bursting asunder, revealing a figure exceeding 3 meters in height, nearly breaking through the ceiling. His arms morphed into clawed appendages, the claws extending a foot long, resembling lethal blades. His feet shattered his shoes, claws emerging. His head transformed into that of a fearsome silver wolf, filled with sharp fangs and a terrifying visage. His eyes glowing a deep crimson, and a ring of silvery fur adorned his neck. A crescent-shaped mark appeared on his forehead, completing his transformation into a monstrous being standing upright. Clang, 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 clang. The 4 swords, imbued with true energy, struck his hands and feet, sparking like steel against steel. Heavens, what a monster! This creature is a demon. In that instant, a powerful and terrifying aura enveloped the area, instilling fear in the 4 attackers. as well as in Wang Qing and his cohorts, their expressions shifting drastically. Eyes wide open, they beheld the horrifying transformation of Xiang Chen into a towering behemoth. In the distance, on a bustling street, a small black and white piglet, reminiscent of a playful puppy, wobbled its tiny bottom as it ambled along. A glimmer of mockery danced in its starkly contrasting eyes. Had the dormant genetic lineage finally awakened? The moon-swallowing wolf. Ah, the performance is about to commence. With a deafening roar, the monstrous manifestation of Xiang Chen unleashed a tremendous bellow, shaking dust from the walls and causing the roof tiles to tremble. Suddenly, his colossal paw descended upon a guardian of the divine sanctuary, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind that resulted in a resounding explosion. A mere swipe obliterated the guardian. The three witnesses recoiled in shock, retreating to the doorway. The beast's eyes were filled with a ferocious cruelty, devoid of any hint of humanity, radiating an extreme rage and boundless murderous intent. What manner of creature was this? Wang Qing's pallor betrayed his fear. What shall we do, sir? The 9 individuals exchanged terrified glances, seeking guidance from Wang Qing. Together, we shall vanquish him. Even if he is a demon, he must be slain. Wang Qing commanded with a fierce tone. The 9 exchanged uncertain looks, swallowing hard before summoning their courage to shout in unison, "Kill!" Their combined chi erupted as they brandished their blades, slashing toward the monstrous figure. "Die!" The hybrid beast roared, swatting at them with a single paw, effortlessly shattering their sword energies. One claw then struck a hapless warrior, reducing him to a mere pulp against the ground. As the glimmer of blades flashed, 3 more lunged forward, channeling their energies to strike at his shoulder and waist. Yet their blows met an impenetrable barrier, akin to hacking at solid steel, sending sparks flying. How is this possible? So impenetrable. The faces of the 3 turned ashen with fear. With a swift motion, Xiang Chen unleashed his claws, each talon akin to a blade, slicing through the 3 assailants with astonishing speed. Splattered with blood, 2 were torn in half, while another was ripped apart, disintegrating into fragments. In an instant, for had perished. Suddenly, the beast lunged forward, crashing into one individual like a small mountain, resulting in a bone-crushing impact that shattered both bones and organs, leaving him lifeless. The remaining 4, caught off guard, directed their blades toward the creature's eyes, knowing that even the mightiest beings possess vulnerabilities. Yet, as their weapons flew toward him, Xiang Chen effortlessly batted them aside, crushing them into shards within his mighty grasp. Bursting through the walls, he swung his massive fists down upon the 4 remaining warriors. The sounds of their screams echoed, as if they were being struck by colossal hammers, their bodies contorted and mangled. One even embedded into a wall 10 meters away, reduced to a grotesque mess. "Monster, perish!" Wang Qing bellowed, channeling a powerful innate energy into his sword, bringing it down heavily upon Xiang Chen's head. A sharp sound resonated. Blood splattered and flesh was torn apart, as Wang Qing revealed a cold smile. However, in the next moment, the smile vanished. His sword had penetrated 2 inches into flesh but struck bone, unable to advance even a fraction further, failing to cleave open the skull as he had imagined. Roar! The monster, Xiang Chen, struck Wang Qing with a palm, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood, and its claws tore away several pounds of flesh from his body. With a thud, he was thrown over 10 meters away, staring in horror at the monster Xiang Chen. How could this be? How could it be so powerful? His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. My goodness, what is happening? A monster? Where did this monster come from? The 3 assailants attacking Zhao Mu were also terrified by the rampaging Xiang Chen. Meanwhile, Zhao Mu was already drenched in blood, his body riddled with wounds. A gaping hole in his chest, gasping for breath like a broken bellows, clearly unable to hold on much longer, he too was stunned by the sight. Wang Su was so shocked that he forgot to continue his attack on Zhao Mu. Boom! The monster Xiang Chen stomped the ground, shattering it and creating fissures over a meter long, as if a cannonball had struck Wang Qing. With terrifying demonic energy, it brought down its fists. Wang Qing rolled to evade. The spot where he lay was smashed into 2 half-meter deep craters, the cracks spreading in all directions. A surge of force crashed into him, sending him flying. Then, the monster Xiang Chen instantly crouched and lunged, bringing its foot down heavily on Wang Qing. Bang! Wang Qing screamed in agony as his protective innate energy could not withstand the blow, being pinned to the ground by a foot on his chest. Wang Su, save me! No! Wang Qing cried out in despair. Immediately after, Xiang Chen's fists, akin to thunderous stones, rained down, exploding his head and shattering his entire being in a gruesome display. Wang Qing, Wang Su shouted in horror at the sight, and the three were so frightened that they ceased attacking Zhao Mu. The monster Xiang Chen turned, emitting a series of low growls from its throat, its crimson gaze locking onto the three. Run! Wang Su, filled with terror, commanded them to flee. The three abandoned Zhao Mu and directly ran towards the Wang family's direction. Meanwhile, Zhao Mu, utterly drained, collapsed onto the ground. We are all doomed, the monster roared, and instinctively, a source of light emerged from its throat. Then, a silvery light began to coalesce into a beam. Whoosh! A beam of silver lightning, as thick as an arm, shot towards the fleeing trio. Bang! One struck by the beam had their body pierced, exploding into a mist of blood. The terrifying beam swept through like a razor, slicing another in half with a sickening sound. Wang Su, who was running ahead, was nearly paralyzed with fear. And then a scream erupted as a leg was caught by the beam, exploding and sending him sprawling. In the span of 20 meters, 2 were killed, and 1 severely injured. The monster Xiang Chen raced towards Wang Su, who, with a broken leg, crawled on the ground, staring in horror at the approaching monster. Crying out in terror, "Don't come any closer! Don't come any closer!" The monster approached, mercilessly pouncing, letting out a deafening roar as it opened its gaping maw filled with colossal canine teeth, sinking them into Wang Su's neck, severing it. Chapter 16. Is this hell? With a roar, the creature had slain the man, rendering the street desolate. In the distance, people gazed in horror from afar, paralyzed by the terrifying roar of the demon. Good heavens, what manner of beast is that? It is a demon, indeed. How could such a creature exist within the capital of the Great Xiang? A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. The demon howled at the sky, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent and brutality. The streets were littered with bodies, many reduced to mere fragments, blood staining the pavement, as the wind howled, stirring countless scents of carnage. Young Master Zhao Mu crawled toward the large house where Xiang Chen had been. Unbeknownst to him, that was Xiang Chen. The demon had slain Wang Qing and turned its attention to Zhao Mu, forcefully pinning him to the ground, roaring with fury, its massive jaws poised to devour him. Young Master, Zhao Mu cried out in despair, as the demon's jaws hovered just over a foot away, suddenly halting, refraining from striking. A flicker of struggle appeared in its savage eyes. Zhao Mu, pale with fear, stared at the fearsome creature, paralyzed with terror. The demon swatted him aside, launching him over 10 meters, and though he spat blood, he ultimately spared his life. The demon then charged toward the frightened crowd, which scattered in terror. As they fled, the once bustling street was left echoing with the demon's furious roars. With no one left to slay, the demon returned to the house. Stepping inside to find a scene of carnage, she lay there, clad in a crimson dress, lifeless, resembling a blood-red rose wilting upon the ground. In the demon's ruthless gaze, a flicker of anguish emerged as it approached the young girl, its massive claws cradling her lifeless form, weeping in an unspeakably tragic display. Even in its monstrous form, having lost all reason, it still recognized her and refrained from causing her harm. The demon held the girl close against the wall before succumbing to unconsciousness. At that moment, a black ancient cauldron, cracked and fissured, erupted from within the demon, enveloping the girl in a golden radiance. The girl's body ignited, transforming into a myriad of glowing particles that vanished, converging into the black cauldron. The ancient cauldron then dissipated into a faint light, quietly hovering within the demon's body. Meanwhile, the demon's inflated form began to shrink, its silvery fur retracting into its skin, its monstrous visage morphing into that of a human. Its sharp fangs replaced by flat teeth and 2 sharp tiger-like canines. Its claw-like appendages receded into short, somewhat sharp nails. Young Master, at that moment, a bloody Zhao Mu staggered forward, oblivious to the transformation of the demon, only noticing Xiang Chen lying amidst the pool of blood. He approached, but his legs gave way, having lost too much blood, collapsing to the ground, his head spinning from dizziness. Zhao Mu had been pierced by 8 blades and 6 swords, one of which had even pierced through his body. At that moment, a distant neighing of horses echoed through the street, revealing a robust middle-aged man accompanied by 7 or 8 individuals, all galloping upon dragon steeds. The garments draped over their backs bore a prominent character signifying Xia, indicating their allegiance to a singular power. The so-called dragon steeds are creatures entirely cloaked in scales. Serving as the common mounts among illustrious families, they are capable of traversing 1,000 miles by day and 800 by night, possessing immense strength, and are indeed a breed of tamed mythical beasts. Beside the middle-aged man stood a striking figure, clad in garments as white as snow, untouched by any impurity. Her crystalline white hair cascaded down her back, and half of her face was adorned with a mask crafted from crystal. The other half of her visage, with skin more delicate than snow, was graced with a pair of enchanting eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern an eerie peculiarity. The pupil of the masked side was entirely white. In her gaze, there lingered a hint of anxiety and concern. As this group passed through the street, they were taken aback by the sight of corpses and the horrific scene laid before them. The middle-aged man reined in his steed, causing the dragon steed to rise up on its hind legs before coming to a halt. "What has transpired here?" he exclaimed, astonished as he surveyed the lifeless bodies. "Everyone, dismount and investigate. It is the third master." One individual leaped from his dragon steed to examine the scene. The attire of the deceased bore resemblance to that of the Wang family. The middle-aged man frowned, troubled by the thought of how so many from the Wang family could have met their demise in this place. The girl in white, her brow furrowed, spoke with an ethereal voice. "Third master, it is indeed members of the Wang family. Here lies one, Wang Su." A servant exclaimed in shock. Wang Su, if memory serves. He was a congenital master of the Wang family, and yet he has perished here, the middle-aged man gasped, swiftly dismounting and leaping over 20 meters to stand before the lifeless body. "Third master, it truly is Wang Su. The wounds suggest he was mauled by some ferocious beast. And this aura, it is demonic." The middle-aged man's pupils contracted in alarm. Demonic? How could that be? The girl in white rode closer, astonished. Could he have been harmed by a mythical beast? Who would dare unleash such demonic energy to slay members of the Wang family in the capital of the Great Xiang? "I do not know, but the residual aura is undoubtedly demonic," the middle-aged man replied, frowning. "Who would be so audacious as to slaughter members of the Wang family?" "Third master, I have just heard that a demon has been reported to be on the loose in this vicinity," one of the attendants relayed. "There truly is a demon. How can such a creature rampage within the capital of the Great Xiang?" The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with cold determination as he surveyed his surroundings cautiously. "Third master. Second miss, come quickly, there are survivors." Another servant called from within a house that bore the marks of battle. The middle-aged man and the girl in white hurriedly approached the dwelling, where a gruesome scene of bloodshed and corpses awaited them. The middle-aged man recognized one of the individuals on the ground, exclaiming, "Zhao Mu." He then glanced towards the corner of the room, where a bloodied youth lay. "Xiang Chen, Xiang Chen." Both of them cried out in unison, astonished to find they were acquainted with Xiang Chen. 2 days later, within a dimly lit space, all was eerily empty. Alone, Xiang Chen stared into the enveloping darkness, lost in thought. "Where's this place? Is it hell? It is so dark." Xiang Chen murmured to himself, a wave of sorrow washing over his face. "Hell and the underworld. Rower, Rower, are you there?" He called out loudly, wandering aimlessly through the darkness, where nothing was visible. Suddenly, a beam of light flickered in the distance, and Xiang Chen rushed towards it. Before him floated a small tripod, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors amidst the black void. "What is this?" Xiang Chen gazed at the tripod in astonishment. "In the 18 levels of hell, which level is this? What is this tripod?" At that moment, the small tripod collided with him, startling Xiang Chen, whose expression changed dramatically. With a resounding boom, a torrent of complex fragments and information surged into his memory. The Sacred Codex of All Demons. Chapter 17, Inheritance. Xiang Chen let out a series of anguished cries, his head feeling as if it were being forcefully filled with something. Throbbing painfully, a multitude of unfamiliar memories flooded into his mind. "What hell is this, Rower?" Xiang Chen lamented, still calling out for Yi Rower in his agony. "You big-headed ghost of hell." Just then, a cold snort echoed through the dark space. In front of Xiang Chen appeared a small black and white piglet. "Beige, what the hell? You've come to hell too?" Xiang Chen, feeling his headache easing, gazed in astonishment at the piglet. "Hell, my foot! Wishing for your death, are you?" The piglet raised its tiny hoof and struck Xiang Chen's head with a thud, causing tears to spring to his eyes. However, he soon exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this hell?" "Nonsense, this is your own consciousness space. The piglet, perched on Xiang Chen's shoulder, spoke nonchalantly, looking rather comical in its anthropomorphic form. My consciousness space? Xiang Chen was taken aback, his gaze dimming as he murmured, why am I not dead? Do you want to die that badly? Once you wake up, just find a woman with a big chest and run into her humph. With me around, that king of the underworld wouldn't dare to take you, the piglet huffed. Rower is already dead. I'm just worried she might be bullied by other little ghosts in hell, Xiang Chen confessed. Foolish boy, the piglet chuckled, a hint of nostalgia flickering in its eyes as if recalling a distant past. Who told you Rower is dead? The piglet leapt down from him, casually standing upright on its hind legs. What? Rower isn't dead? Beige, don't lie to me. Xiang Chen exclaimed in disbelief, his excitement mounting. Not dead. When have I ever lied to you? Have I deceived you into thinking there's meat to eat or girls to chase? Her constitution is special. Even I can save her life, the piglet declared. Really? Rower isn't dead? Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. Beige, I love you to death, Xiang Chen exclaimed, lifting the piglet in ecstatic delight, showering its snout with kisses. Pa, pa, get off me. The piglet smacked Xiang Chen's head with its hoof, jumping down in a huff. You sicko. Kissing a pig, how disgusting. Haha, I'm just so happy. Rower isn't dead. This is fantastic. Xiang Chen danced with joy, exhilaration bubbling within him like a child. Though he was merely a 15-year-old boy, after a considerable time, Xiang Chen finally calmed himself and inquired of the parrot, what about Rower? You will meet her when the time is right. However, I cannot guarantee your acceptance of her upon your encounter, the parrot replied cryptically. What do you mean? Xiang Chen furrowed his brow, seeking clarity. You'll find out in due time. By the way, have you obtained the inheritance from the cauldron? The parrot said nonchalantly. Inheritance? Are you referring to the knowledge that has just surged into my memory? Xiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. He struggled to recall, indeed. A plethora of profound concepts had emerged in his mind, yet he largely remained oblivious to their meanings. Precisely, the sacred codex of all beasts, the supreme scripture of the demon race. My dear boy, you are indeed fortunate to have gained the favor of the ancient cauldron. Acquiring this scripture will enable you to defy fate, ascend to greatness, and seize every celestial maiden along the way, reaching the pinnacle of your existence. Nay, rather the pinnacle of your demonic life, the parrot said with a hint of envy. Do you think this is a novel? Xiang Chen replied, speechless. The affairs of the world are akin to a book, even more thrilling than any fiction. Heh, you are yet unaware of the significance of this cauldron and its powers. If the celestial beings were to learn of it, they would likely obliterate this continent to seize it, the parrot continued. In the future, I shall teach you the ways of this scripture, and in addition, I will impart my divine techniques to you. The awe-inspiring Heavenly Return Sutra that commands respect across the myriad realms. What is the Heavenly Return Sutra? Xiang Chen asked, intrigued. If the sacred codex of all beasts is the path leading you to the summit of strength, then my Heavenly Return Sutra serves as an accelerator, enabling you to traverse that path with greater speed. It contains the fruit of my countless efforts, encompassing miraculous medical arts that defy life and death, mastery over myriad poisons, and the art of alchemy. In summary, it is not significantly inferior to your sacred codex of all beasts, the parrot stated, scratching its snout with a hoof. Such prowess. Parrot, I hold you in great admiration. Please share it with me. Xiang Chen exclaimed, his face adorned with an exaggerated expression of adoration. Bah, you are hardly sincere. First, kneel and bow 3 times. The parrot retorted with a cold huff. Kneel? Then I shan't learn at all, Xiang Chen replied, his interest waning. How dare you refuse to learn? The parrot exclaimed, striking his head with a hoof in frustration. Countless prodigies have begged at my feet to learn from me. Why should I grant you this privilege? We have known each other for years now. Do we really need to bow? Xiang Chen chuckled, cradling his head. Begone, you little rascal. Without me, you would have lost your head long ago. What is a few bows in exchange for the chance to see Rower? The parrot sneered. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's expression turned solemn. You are right. Parrot, you have granted me a second chance at life, so I shall bow to you. With that, Xiang Chen knelt and struck his head against the ground before the parrot. Ha ha, at last, you have consented to bow to me. After countless millennia, you finally acknowledge my superiority. The parrot leaped in excitement, laughing heartily. After Xiang Chen completed his bows, the parrot playfully struck him on the head once more, causing Xiang Chen to nearly shed tears from the pain. Subsequently, a torrent of immense information surged into his mind, The overwhelming sensation of a headache threatening to explode returned. Not again. After a prolonged period, Xiang Chen shook his drowsy head, his mind now teeming with myriad thoughts. With a bitter smile, he mused. Must the path of inheritance be fraught with such agony? At that moment, the parrot spoke with an unusual gravity. What does it feel like to be ensnared in the execution ground, witnessing your beloved perish in your arms? The parrot inquired with a detached demeanor, then continued earnestly. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's expression turned icy, his fists clenched tightly as he replied, To live is worse than death, my heart is wrenched as if by a knife. It is more terrifying than plummeting into the depths of the 18 hells. Such an ordeal, one should only endure once. Never again should it be relived. Yet, in this world, all truths and powers reside within the hands of the strong, not the weak. You may embody kindness, but you must also wield the sharpness of vengeance and the strength to grasp the truth. I trust you have come to understand this deeply. Weakness is the original sin. Power is the very essence of truth. The parrot scoffed, Such is the law of survival in this world. You may choose to be kind, but you must possess the means to protect yourself. The kindness of a fierce tiger is righteousness, while that of a sheep is mere cowardice. These words are etched in my heart, and I refuse to experience that sense of helpless despair again, Xiang Chen declared with unwavering resolve. Chapter 18. I am your father. It is well that you have gleaned some understanding. The parrot could have intervened on your behalf. Uncle Ming could have survived, and Hong Xiu could have also been spared. However, some truths cannot be grasped without the baptism of life and death, nor the heart-wrenching pain that comes with it. I have, too, lost far too much. I cannot protect you for eternity. In the future, when you encounter difficulties, I shall not lend a hand. The path of every powerful individual is forged through their own efforts. Strength is not solely derived from techniques or martial prowess, but more so from the resilience of your heart, an indomitable spirit that refuses to yield. In that moment, the once irreverent parrot took on the role of a life mentor, guiding Xiang Chen. You may resent me for not intervening in the matters concerning Uncle Ming and Hong Xiu, yet these are experiences you must endure. I can even tell you plainly, if you choose to tread the path of the strong, such events will undoubtedly recur in your life. Every powerful being has emerged from countless trials of loss, suffering, and the crucible of life and death. Words are futile. You must immerse yourself in the myriad complexities of human emotions and the vastness of the world. Little Piggy, carrying 2 tiny hooves, pranced back and forth before Xiang Chen, speaking with an air of maturity beyond its years. I understand now. No matter the challenges I face, I shall proceed resolutely down this path. I promised Roer that I would become the strongest in the world. I refuse to let anyone bully me or trample upon those I hold dear, Xiang Chen proclaimed, his youthful gaze reflecting a determination that surpassed his years. Indeed, it appears that this period of experiences will elevate your life and mindset. The parrot remarked with a gentle smile. By the way, why do you treat me so well? Is it merely because I am a natural prodigy, inheriting such a remarkable legacy? Xiang Chen inquired. The parrot, a pet pig raised by her mother, was evidently much more than just a simple pet. It seems you have discovered my secret, remarked the parrot with a long sigh. Suddenly, with a mischievous grin, he declared, Very well, I shall no longer conceal my identity. I am your father from a past life. Come now, son, call me daddy. With a chuckle, Xiang Chen nearly choked on his own breath, though he realized he had no blood to spill in his current state. Curse you, he retorted, playfully kicking at the parrot. Ha ha ha, my boy. I wish you a future as bright as gold, traversing the vast seas and the realms beyond, conquering all the heroes and legends of the world, drinking the finest elixirs and divine nectars, tasting the delicacies of dragons and phoenixes, and most importantly, embracing all the beautiful maidens and celestial beings of the world. Wield the sword that governs all life, and gaze upon the splendor of the 3,000 realms. The parrot erupted into laughter, and then, in an instant, his form began to fade away. Baga, I will do as you say. But wait, you have yet to tell me where Roer is. Xiang Chen shouted with urgency. Oh, you are awake, came the melodious voice of a young woman nearby. Xiang Chen struggled to open his eyes, the brightness of the room making it difficult to see. He called out softly for the parrot, feeling an intense dryness in his throat and a gnawing hunger in his belly. As he adjusted to the light, he whispered for water, and the attendant promptly brought him a cup to drink. After quenching his thirst, Xiang Chen surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a pristine white room, lying on a bed, his upper body wrapped in medicinal bandages. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating a pot of orchids on the bedside table, and a pure young maiden clad in a blue servant's attire stood nearby. "Where's this place?" he managed to whisper with his parched lips. "This is the residence of the Xia family," the maid replied. "The Xia family?" Xiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. "How did I end up here?" "It was Master Xiang San who brought you," the maid informed him. "Master Xiang San of the Xia family. Is that my uncle Xiang Heng?" Xiang Chen asked in disbelief. "Indeed, young master. How do you feel now?" The maid responded. In Xiang Chen's memory, a figure emerged, his uncle Xiang Heng, a member of the Xiang family who had been forced to fulfill a wager with the patriarch of the Xia family, becoming a son-in-law to them. Due to this agreement, the Xia family had reciprocated by promising the hand of Xiang Chen to Xiang Chen. The Xia family was one of the prominent clans within the capital of the Great Shang Kingdom, historically maintaining a good relationship with the Xiang family. However, after the passing of Xiang Chen's grandfather and the troubles faced by his father, the relationship between the two families had undergone significant changes. Was it fate or mere coincidence that he had arrived at the Xia family? A bitter smile crept across Xiang Chen's face as he recalled a girl from his childhood, the one who often trailed behind him, Xia Qingqing, the daughter of the Xia family, with whom he had an arranged engagement. Yet, after being labeled a waste with no hope of cultivation, the Xia family had deliberately distanced her from him, for no other reason than feeling unworthy. Xia Qingqing seemed to have been recognized as a being of extraordinary talent, a prodigy in cultivation, even taken as a disciple by a renowned master. He and Xia Qingqing had not crossed paths for 4 years, and it was likely that the affections of their childhood had faded with the passage of time and the disparity in their statuses. Who would have thought that he would find himself at the Xia residence? Xiang Chen sat up, feeling no pain or discomfort. "Oh, do not rise. You have sustained numerous injuries. Quickly, lie down. You must not strain your wounds," the young girl urged him. Yet, Xiang Chen disregarded her concern, rising from the bed with a smile. "It's nothing. I feel my injuries are not severe. By the way, how long have I been lying here? And what is your name?" "I am called Manha. You have been unconscious for 4 days and 3 nights. With so many injuries, how could you possibly recover so quickly? Please, lie down. You must not reopen your wounds, or else Third Master will blame me," she insisted, attempting to assist him back to the bed. "Manha, what a lovely name. I assure you, I am quite well. Look, I have been resting for so long that I might as well be a vegetable if I lay down any longer," Xiang Chen chuckled, moving his arm and leg wrapped in white cloth. "What is a vegetable? Are you truly all right?" Manha asked, perplexed. She gazed in astonishment at Xiang Chen, who was bouncing around. "How could you possibly have recovered so swiftly? An arrow pierced your thigh bone, and your chest was cleaved open. You should require at least a month of recuperation." "I possess a unique constitution that allows for rapid recovery," Xiang Chen replied, speaking truthfully. He had always healed astonishingly fast from injuries, perhaps due to his being a demon seed. At this point, he sensed the power within him. The once overwhelming energy had vanished. It appeared that the internal elixir had been taken by the 8th brother, he mused. Ultimately, that was not his strength. However, in the future, I shall harness an even greater power. Chapter 19. The Hungry Glutton. Now, Xiang Chen's heart brimmed with hope and determination. While that power had dissipated, the weak version of himself had also vanished completely. His mindset underwent a tremendous transformation in this brief period, a qualitative metamorphosis. Manha regarded the youth, and for reasons unknown, she suddenly felt an overwhelming aura and charisma emanating from the boy wrapped in bandages. Xiang Chen fell silent, closing his eyes to sense his body. He discovered that his previously frail physique had become significantly stronger. Torrents of vitality surged within him. It seemed that although that power had vanished, it had fortified his body considerably. He pondered the extent of his physical prowess, uncertain of which level he had attained. This required experimentation. In the realm of cultivation and martial arts, he was aware of several levels. The first level is the body refinement stage. This stage is a necessary process for all cultivators and martial artists. By continuously employing techniques, one can strengthen their physical form, temper the blood and energy within, and enhance both power and internal strength. Ordinary individuals, without techniques, can still cultivate their bodies to reach the 3rd or 4th level of the body refinement stage. Without techniques, the maximum they can achieve is the 5th level. How does one differentiate between the layers of existence? One criterion is strength. Another is the 12 vital meridians. The human body possesses 12 major meridians, which connect all the channels throughout the body. When the vigor of one's blood reaches a certain magnitude, it can break through and activate these meridians, allowing for the flow of internal energy. To achieve the corporeal realm, one must unlock 9 of these meridians. For an ordinary person, each meridian opened can result in a surge of strength exceeding 200, even 300 pounds. However, Xiang Chen is rather unique. His meridians are innately open, yet he is unable to cultivate internal energy, and his vitality remains weak. When it was discovered that he possessed this natural aptitude, the Xiang family heralded him as a prodigy. Yet, as his skeletal development solidified and he reached the age of cultivation, he found himself incapable of producing internal energy or enhancing his vitality, leading to his fall from grace as a once celebrated talent into the realm of the inept. Suddenly, Xiang Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by an unbearable sensation of hunger. "Manha, do you have anything to eat? Please, could you fetch me something? I am quite famished," he said with a wry smile. "Certainly, young master, please wait a moment. I shall bring you something to eat right away," Manha replied, nodding earnestly as she hurried out to retrieve food for him. Xiang Chen resumed his seat upon the bed, his stomach aching with hunger. For those at the corporeal realm, the key to rapid cultivation, aside from an excellent technique, lies primarily in sustenance. The better one eats, the quicker the advancement in this realm. High-quality medicinal herbs, nutrient-dense meats, and spirit fruits are all vital. The efficacy of a technique depends on how much energy it can absorb and transform into blood vitality to bolster internal strength. With closed eyes, Xiang Chen turned his awareness inward, perceiving the 2 luminous spheres of memory within his mind, 2 great legacies, the Sutra of 10,000 Demons and the Sutra of Returning to Heaven. His thoughts gravitated towards the Sutra of 10,000 Demons, and a torrent of memories surged into his consciousness. Demon practitioners, children of heaven and earth, nurtured by nature. They are the favored ones of the cosmos, the teachers of all things. At the dawn of creation, demon practitioners coexisted, drawing upon the energies of the universe, cultivating the laws of existence, and establishing the 3,000 paths. A multitude of foundational techniques emerged, and after carefully sifting through these memories, he finally grasped the cultivation method for the corporeal realm. Dragon Elephant Fist. The corporeal form is rooted in strength, with energy as its essence. Among all beings, it is the path of strength and energy. The young demons, with the dragon and elephant as their esteemed symbols, practice their might through the fist and master energy through intent. As these memories unfolded, a plethora of boxing techniques appeared in his mind, as if someone were slowly practicing punches within his recollections. The flow of energy and blood within him transformed into visible points of light. What an exquisite martial art! The Dragon Elephant Fist, what a formidable name! Does Dragon Elephant refer to both creatures, or is it a singular entity? Xiang Chen pondered aloud. As he spoke, he could not resist the urge to rise, his body wrapped in bandages, and began to practice within the confines of his room. Initially, his movements were awkward and sluggish, yet they carried an inherent rhythm of a unique Tao. His breathing shifted, and within him, there echoed a sound reminiscent of rushing water. The vitality surged like a torrent. Should anyone hear this, they would undoubtedly be astonished. The flow of vital energy coursed through the body like a torrential river, a feat achievable only by those who have reached the 9th level of physical cultivation and attained a state of harmonious resonance with their inner vitality. This extraordinary state of practice is rare, yielding results with minimal effort. Thus, it is no surprise that Xiang Chen's ability to reach such a level from the outset left others in awe. However, after merely 3 minutes of practicing his martial arts, a rumbling from his stomach interrupted him, the gnawing hunger sapping his strength and leaving him breathless, drenched in perspiration. He sank onto the bed, just as Manha entered, carrying a triple-tiered food box. "Young Master Xiang, your meal has arrived. I'm famished." Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he accepted the food box, which was as large as a basin, designed to accommodate the substantial appetites of cultivators. Upon opening it, he discovered a layer of fragrant white crystal rice, another layer containing 2 braised crystal pig trotters, and a final layer filled with a generous bowl of ginseng soup. "Let me dig in," he said, swallowing hard before he drank deeply from the soup, disregarding its heat, then seized a pig trotter and a handful of rice, devouring them with an insatiable hunger. His voracious appetite startled Manha. "Young master, Please eat slowly, don't choke. I'm simply too hungry. Thank you. Manha, he mumbled with his mouth full. No need for thanks, it is my duty. Is it enough? If not, I can fetch more. Not enough? I want another box. Thank you, Manha. Manha hurried off to procure more food, while Xiang Chen had already consumed a quantity sufficient to satiate an ordinary person, yet still felt a hint of lingering hunger. Soon, she returned with another box, and as Xiang Chen devoured it, he glanced sheepishly at Manha. Still not enough? You truly can eat, she exclaimed in astonishment. But she dutifully went to fetch more food. It seems that my appetite has surged with my cultivation, Xiang Chen mused with a wry smile. Indeed, the rich may indulge in martial prowess, yet even the impoverished cannot afford such feasts. With sustenance replenishing his body, he resumed practicing the dragon-elephant fist. Lo and behold, the vital energy surged within him, as the food was rapidly transformed into energy, fortifying his inner strength at an astounding rate. In mere moments, much of what he had just consumed was nearly depleted, the refining speed nothing short of miraculous. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the door. Young Master Nan, you cannot enter, the patient inside is resting. Manha, having just returned with the food, intercepted 3 young men outside. These youths, around the same age as Xiang Chen, appeared to be 16 or 17 years old, clad in azure robes. Step aside, you mere servant. How dare you obstruct me? The leader, a handsome youth with striking features, shouted, striking Manha across the face. With a cry of pain, Manha stumbled back, clutching her cheek, the food box slipping from her grasp and scattering its contents. Young Master Nan, you cannot enter. Master San has instructed that no one is to disturb the patient, she said, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet she bravely positioned herself at the entrance. The location of the Xia family is not a place I can venture into. Begone. The youth, known as Young Master Nan, sneered coldly as he approached and seized Manha by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. Manha's face flushed crimson as she struggled to breathe, thrashing desperately. Then, with a swift motion, the youth flung her against the wall, her head striking with a sickening crack. 3 individuals stormed into the room, and Xiang Chen, alerted by the commotion, came over, his expression darkening upon seeing the battered Manha. Ah, is this not the second young master of the Xiang family? What has brought you to such a state, young master? Have you come to our Xia family in disgrace? The youth mocked Xiang Chen, as if he were already acquainted with him. Xia Nan, Xiang Chen replied icily, fixing his gaze upon the youth. Xia Nan, a direct descendant of the Xia family, was someone Xiang Chen had encountered before, once. He had witnessed Xia Nan harassing Yi Ruer on the street, only to intervene and have his guards teach Xia Nan a lesson. So, this is the so-called waste of the Xiang Wangfu? I hear this lad is even betrothed to our second miss, remarked one of Xia Nan's companions without any pretense. Manha, are you all right? Xiang Chen hurried over to help her up. My lord, I'm fine, Manha replied, shaking her head, though blood trickled from the gash on her forehead. Xiang Chen swiftly tore a strip from his own bandage to dress her wound. Xiang Chen, I am speaking to you, huh? The illustrious second young master of the Xiang family, now reduced to a destitute stray seeking refuge with our Xia family? Your audacity is truly remarkable, Xian Nan derided. Ignoring him, Xiang Chen finished tending to Manha's injury and rose, his gaze icy as he turned to Xian Nan. Apologize to Manha. Pa, do you believe you still hold the status of the second young master of the Xiang family? You are but a wretched dog now. What right does a lowly servant like her have to demand an apology from me? Xian Nan sneered, having come specifically to provoke Xiang Chen. A lowly servant? And you consider yourself noble? Perhaps you merely possess the fortune of being born into a privileged family. If you were in her position, should I not also be allowed to call you a base servant? Xiang Chen replied coldly. I shall say this once more. Apologize to Manha. And what if I refuse? Xiang Chen, you once dared to have me beaten. Now that you have come to the Xia family, I am here to trouble you. As Xian Nan spoke, he advanced menacingly towards Xiang Chen. Third uncle, you have arrived. Xiang Chen suddenly shouted towards the door. Xian Nan instinctively turned to look. Boom. In that instant, a powerful gust of wind surged forward, and the calm Xiang Chen lunged, channeling all his strength into a single punch that struck Xia Nan squarely in the face. Ah! Xian Nan cried out in agony, propelled backward by the force, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed outside the door. The other 2 were taken aback, momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Chen grasped Xian Nan by the neck, pressing him down as he delivered another punishing blow to his face. Xiang Chen, You dare to ambush me. Yet the response was a mightier punch from Xiang Chen, leaving Xia Nan dazed and bleeding profusely. Brother Nan, the two companions, now regaining their senses, rushed towards Xiang Chen with furious shouts. However, Xiang Chen swiftly turned, capturing the disoriented Xia Nan, gripping his neck as he coldly regarded the approaching duo. Stop! If you dare to come any closer, I will end him. Xiang Chen commanded coldly. Xiang Chen, you dare to strike me. You little wretch. Do you truly believe you can lay a hand on me? Xia Nan roared, gasping for air as Xiang Chen had him firmly by the throat, one eye streaming tears, his face swollen and bloodied. Silence. Xiang Chen's fingers tightened, eliciting a series of crackling sounds from Xia Nan's throat, rendering him breathless, his eyes bulging, face flushed. Xiang Chen, release Ninggu. Let him go. Two youths shouted, yet they ultimately lacked the courage to advance. Xiang Chen, after coughing lightly, loosened his grip, causing Xia Nan to struggle for breath, his face still reddened as he was hoisted up. Fury and disbelief surged within him. Had this wretched creature not been a worthless fool? The force with which he had been struck could rival that of someone at the 7th level of physical prowess. Yet, he himself was merely at the 9th level, making him susceptible to Xiang Chen's surprise attack. I shall grant you both 1 minute to remove yourselves from my sight and vacate this place. Otherwise, I shall break one of his arms, Xiang Chen declared coldly, his piercing gaze exuding an aura of formidable menace. The two were intimidated by this unexpected ferocity. How could a reputed weakling emanate such overwhelming killing intent? Xiang Chen, do you understand the gravity of your actions? Release Ninggu at once. If you dare to harm him, you shall never leave the Xia family alive. They threatened. Xiang Chen remained silent, twisting Xia Nan's arm with a resounding crack as it dislocated, the threat of complete severance looming ominously. Aya! Xia Nan's throat erupted with a scream of agony. Ninggu. The two youths' expressions shifted dramatically. This fellow was indeed willing to follow through with his threats. Listen to him. Retreat now. Xia Nan screeched. We are leaving. Xiang Chen, if you dare to sever Nanji's arm, you are as good as dead. They were compelled to withdraw. Once they departed, Xiang Chen turned to Xia Nan, a cold smirk on his lips, and twisted the joints of his arms again, eliciting another scream from Xia Nan. Subsequently, both of Xia Nan's arm joints were dislocated, effectively incapacitating his combat capabilities, before Xiang Chen finally released him. Xiang Chen. Xia Nan struggled to rise, his arms hanging limply in an unnatural manner, casting a venomous glare at Xiang Chen as he bellowed, I shall not let this go unpunished. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? Xiang Chen replied nonchalantly, advancing towards him. What do you intend to do? Xia Nan's expression shifted in fear, with his arms dislocated. He was rendered unable to harness his internal power. Apologize. Apologize to Man He, Xiang Chen stated coldly, seizing Xia Nan by the hair and forcefully throwing him before Man He. Young master, no, please don't. Man He exclaimed in panic, glancing at Xiang Chen. Man He, even a minor character must uphold their own dignity. Xiang Chen countered, then turned to Xia Nan, stating, if you seek vengeance in the future, come to me. Do not trouble this girl. Chapter 21. The Bond of Servitude. Dream on. You expect me to apologize to a servant? Is that even conceivable? Xia Nan retorted defiantly. Xiang Chen's lips curled into a chilling smile as he replied, such a lowly creature indeed. Do you wish for me to dislocate your legs as well, so that you may crawl back and provide the Xia family with a spectacle of your disgrace? Upon hearing this, Xia Nan's expression changed dramatically. If this were indeed the case, he would suffer great humiliation. Fine, I shall apologize to her. Xiang Chen, let us see how long you can maintain your arrogance. Your third uncle is merely a son-in-law. Do not presume he can protect you, Xia Nan threatened, casting a glance at Man He. He bowed deeply to her as a form of apology before sulking away. If you were a man, you would seek revenge against me, not target a woman. Xiang Chen remarked coldly as he observed Xia Nan's departing figure. Young master, thank you. Man He expressed her gratitude to Xiang Chen, as his words had profoundly impacted her. Can a minor character possess dignity? No need for thanks, Xiang Chen replied with a gentle smile, his previous harsh demeanor dissipating. At that moment, a rumble echoed from Xiang Chen's stomach. He chuckled wryly and said, it seems I must trouble you once more, Man He, to fetch some food. Very well, young master. Wait here, Man He responded cheerfully, heading to the kitchen for sustenance. Such grand family kitchens are never short of provisions. especially for martial practitioners whose physical condition relies heavily on nourishment. In the Xia family's grand hall, a group of individuals was seated in 2 rows. At the head of the hall sat a middle-aged man adorned in a luxurious azure robe, sporting a handlebar mustache. He appeared to be in his 50s, exuding an air of authority with piercing, bright eyes. Flanking him were several high-ranking members of the Xia family. This middle-aged man was none other than the grand elder of the Xia family, Xia Fenghu. Standing in the center of the hall was a man in his 30s clad in a black robe, Xiang Hong, Xiang Chen's third uncle, who had married into the Xia family. Xiang Hong, who permitted you to bring Xiang Chen to the Xia family without authorization. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? An elder from the Xia family, Xia Cheng, admonished sternly. Indeed, this lad's identity is quite sensitive. It is said he poisoned his own elder brother and was expelled from the Xiang family. The Princess of Lin seeks his demise. Do you not realize that your actions jeopardize the relationship between our 2 families? Another elder added coldly. Xia Fenghu regarded Xiang Hong with a frosty demeanor, stating, Xiang Hong, I am aware that he is your nephew, yet your decision here lacks foresight. Xiang Hong stood tall and replied, I have watched my nephew grow. I know his character well. He would never poison his own brother. Clearly, this is a trap set by the Princess of Lin for the sake of her son's ambitions to monopolize the power of the Xiang family. That is not the crux of the matter. You must understand that Xiang Chen is currently the target of scorn from the Xiang family. Return him to the Xiang family. For we in the Xia family cannot harbor him, Xia Fenghu stated indifferently, unwilling to offend the Princess of Lin for the sake of a worthless individual. Indeed, he must be expelled from the Xia family, echoed the other elders in agreement. This child cannot remain here. It won't be long before the Wangfu of Xiang discovers Xiang Chen's presence among us. The elders were nearly unanimous in their opposition to Xiang Chen staying within the Xia family. To send him back is to condemn him to death, and moreover, he is my own nephew. I, Xiang Hong, cannot commit the act of delivering my nephew into the jaws of a tiger. I have served the Xia family for 8 years and achieved numerous military accomplishments. Can we not accommodate one young man? Xiang Hong cast a cold gaze towards the assembled members of the Xia family. Ultimately, he was merely a son-in-law by marriage, and no one from the Xia family would come to his defense. We have not treated you poorly, have we? Xia Cheng scoffed. Xiang Hong, I recognize your loyalty. Yet this is not your issue. It is this young man who is entangled in too many relations, making it impossible for him to remain within the Xia family. Xia Fenghu offered a gentle admonition. In times of peril, one truly sees the character of others. Xiang Hong let out a mocking laugh. Were you all still wearing this facade when my brother was unharmed? He addressed the crowd. Let us not forget that Xiang Chen and Qing Cheng are still bound by their engagement. An elder from the Xia family sneered. Engagement? Huh. Do you truly believe he is still worthy of Qing Cheng now? Indeed, Qing Cheng has become a direct disciple of the esteemed head of Huangzhou Academy, with a boundless future ahead. If she were to marry, it would surely be someone of royal stature, not this waste. Xia Cheng chuckled derisively. Xia Cheng, you ought to choose your words more carefully. Who do you deem a waste? Xiang Hong shouted in anger, an overwhelming energy emanating from him, pressuring Xia Cheng. Is he not? Xia Cheng's expression darkened as he stood, stating that though he may not rival Xiang Hong in cultivation, he would not yield his own presence. Who in the entire Shang country is unaware that Xiang Chen is a cultivational failure? If he had possessed his brother's talent, perhaps it would be different. The great Xiang Wang has birthed such a disappointment. It is indeed tragic. Other elders echoed their mockery. Have you all resolutely decided against Xiang Chen? Xiang Hong said coldly. The silence of those present spoke volumes. Very well, if you cannot accept him, I shall sever my ties with Xia He, and I, Xiang Hong, will withdraw from the Xia family. I will take Xiang Chen with me. His declaration caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of many present. The loss of Xiang Hong would be a significant blow to the Xia family. Xiang Hong, please calm yourself, Xia Fenghu interjected. The Xia family is not incapable of accommodating Xiang Chen. It is merely a matter of how we can accept him without incurring the wrath of the Lin princess, which would be detrimental to our family. Ah, so you are only concerned with your own interests, Xiang Hong retorted with a cold smile. Pray tell, what conditions must be met for Xiang Chen to remain within the Xia family? To allow him to stay is possible, but you must sign a lifelong contract of life and death. From this day forth, you will completely sever ties with the Xiang family and never betray the Xia family, dedicating your life to serve them, Xia Fenghu stated calmly, producing a contract. Xiang Heng's expression changed drastically. This was tantamount to becoming a lifelong servant of the Xia family, a veritable bond of servitude. Must you be so ruthless? He asked coldly. Without the Xia family's protection, even if you leave with Xiang Chen, you will face the relentless pursuit of the Lin princess. Xia Fenghu replied nonchalantly, having gauged Xiang Heng's resolve. Furthermore, can you truly abandon Xia He and your own daughter? Xiang Heng's countenance darkened as he suddenly grasped that this gathering was not solely aimed at Xiang Chen, but was also a trap set for him. However, his vulnerabilities were being expertly exploited. Fine, I shall sign. Xiang Heng took a deep breath and declared resolutely. Yet the Xia family must also pledge to protect him completely while he resides here. Xiang Heng closed his eyes, burdened with heavy thoughts. Chener, you need not know all of this. I only wish for your safety throughout this life. Brother, Sendi has honored your wishes. Chapter 22. Dragon Elephant Fist. The Xiang family finds itself in a precarious situation. The upper echelons of the great merchant kingdom are well aware that it is the royal family that seeks to move against the Xiang clan. However, the true strength of the Xiang family lies in its deep-rooted legacy. Should the royal family press the Xiang family into a corner, even a cornered rabbit will fight back fiercely. Following the imprisonment of the Xiang Wang, the elders of the Xiang clan found themselves reliant on a woman, Xiang Wang's wife, Lin Lian. Behind Lin Lian stands the Lin family, a powerful clan that was once a peer of the Xiang family at its zenith. And the Lin family is closely aligned with the royal family. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Lian ruthlessly suppressed those loyal to Xiang Wang, elevating the weaker factions within the Xiang family to serve as her puppets while she maintained control through her family's influence. Within Lin Lian's residence, a group of inept guards knelt, unable to capture even a single Xiang Chen. Days had passed, and the target remained elusive. Lin Lian, furious, glared at the prostrate guards, including Xia Bei and others. Xia Bei, pallid, spoke. Your Highness, we could have eliminated Xiang Chen, but who could have anticipated that Xia Ho Wu would intervene, allowing Xiang Chen to escape? I do not wish to hear excuses, Lin Lian replied, her countenance darkening. I demand results. You have greatly disappointed me. Go, and each of you shall receive 100 lashes as punishment. Upon hearing this, Xia Bei and the others collapsed in fear, subsequently dragged away. Steward Zhou Ji observed as they were taken out, saying, the latest news indicates that Xiang Chen has been taken to the Xia family by Xiang Heng. Though Xia Bei bore the surname Xia, he was not a member of the esteemed Xia family. Xiang's third son, Lin Lian's eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of intrigue. Miss, Xiang Chen may not be as simple as we presumed. He is certainly no waste, Zhou Ji asserted. What do you mean? Lin Lian inquired, frowning. Zhou Ji elaborated. After escaping from the execution grounds, Xiang Chen single-handedly confronted a direct descendant of the Wang family, Wang Ying. This Wang Ying, though young, is a prodigy of the divine concealment realm, having awakened his divine soul. Witnesses attest that Xiang Chen not only defeated Wang Ying, but also severed both his arms. How could someone of such capability be considered a waste? Subsequently, the Wang family dispatched innate experts to hunt Xiang Chen, but they were reportedly ambushed by a demon, which eliminated the Wang family's innate master. It was only when Xiang Heng arrived that he was able to rescue Xiang Chen. Lin Lian's expression shifted upon hearing this. Are you suggesting that Xiang Chen is not a cultivator incapable of progress? It seems so. Moreover, he may well be a genius who has been concealing his abilities all these years, Zhou Ji replied gravely. Xiang Chen, Xiang Liang, Su Qinger, what remarkable son you have, managing to hide so deeply. Lin Lian's face turned icy as she gritted her teeth. Now that this boy is with Xiang Heng at the Xia family, it would not be prudent for us to brazenly send people there to assassinate him, Zhou Ji remarked. Humph. I refuse to believe that the Xia family would risk offending me over a mere Xiang Chen. I will draft a letter to Xia Yunlong, demanding he expel Xiang Chen from the Xia family, Lin Lian declared coldly. Xia Yunlong, the head of the Xia family, is currently in seclusion for cultivation, leaving the affairs of the family in the hands of the elder, Xia Fenghu. The mere presence of Xiang Chen is trivial. However, dealing with Xiang Heng poses a significant challenge. Xiang Heng is a formidable warrior of the 8th layer of the Yuanyang realm. Despite being a son-in-law of the Xia family, he is held in high regard by them, given his prowess. With his protection, Xiang Chen is likely to find refuge within the Xia family. Zhou Ji furrowed his brow and remarked, in martial cultivation, the foundational level is the body refinement realm, followed by the divine concealment realm, then the innate realm, and subsequently the Yuanyang realm. In the kingdom of Deshang, the Yuanyang realm represents the pinnacle of strength, being known as an adversary to 1,000 foes, capable of claiming the heads of generals amidst a sea of soldiers. Humph, Xiang San. It was the elder Xiang who allowed him to marry into the Xia family, thus enabling him to evade a calamity, Lin Lian scoffed, clearly harboring disdain for her younger uncle. Uncle Ji, you must personally visit the Xia family and negotiate with them. We need them to surrender Xiang Chen. The military token of Xiang Liang remains elusive and is likely in Xiang Chen's possession. Even a worthless Xiang Chen poses a significant threat, especially now that he may be a cultivation prodigy. We cannot afford to let him slip away. The border Xiang Wang has personally trained an army of 400,000. It must remain under our control. No, under the royal family's control. Lin Lian spoke coldly. I understand, Zhouji replied, nodding and offering a slight bow to Lin Lian before taking his leave. Xiang Liang, wouldn't it be better for you to content yourself with being a local lord? Why must you strive to ascend that realm and master that secret technique? Lin Lian murmured to herself, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. I will not allow anyone to threaten his empire. The news of the wasteful second young master of the Xiang Wangfu arriving at the Xia family created quite a stir. Many disciples of the Xia family flocked to the courtyard where Xiang Chen resided, eager to witness the legendary figure, a so-called waste who was unable to cultivate and unlike ordinary individuals. The courtyard assigned to Xiang Chen by Xiang Heng was notably spacious, surrounded by walls, signifying that he could only reside there due to Xiang Heng's patronage, a privilege reserved for direct descendants of the Xia family. Having removed the bandages from his body, Xiang Chen practiced a set of boxing techniques in the courtyard. With each movement, he exuded an aura of might, and faint sounds resembling the roars of a beast could be heard, his blood surging like a flood. Dragon Elephant Fist, Barbarian Elephant Slam. With a single punch infused with immense power, he struck a 2-meter-tall bronze measuring stone. The stone resonated with a deep hum, illuminating with 26 beams of azure light, indicating a force of 2,600 pounds. Xiang Chen observed this spectacle with a slight smile curling at the corner of his lips, his handsome face radiating joy. With the strength of 2 tigers, I am nearing the power of 3. The typical maximum strength within the body refinement realm scarcely exceeds 2,700 pounds. Yet, I possess power comparable to that of a 9th-layer body refinement warrior with merely 6 martial veins filled with internal energy. I cannot fathom the extent of my strength should I connect 9 martial veins. It may surpass the unbreakable limit of 3 tigers, 3,000 pounds. Xiang Chen mused to himself, recognizing that the enhancement from that inner Dan had indeed been extraordinary. The Dragon Elephant Fist, once fully realized, promises to be exhilarating. Xiang Chen's heart brimmed with anticipation. He had perused numerous cultivation techniques for physical realms, but had never encountered a method as formidable as the Dragon Elephant Fist, capable of manifesting such overwhelming inner strength. Xiang Chen, get out of the Xia family. Useless wretch, show yourself. Outside the courtyard, a cacophony of insults echoed, hurled by many Xia family disciples who had come to witness Xiang Chen's disgrace. Young master, shall I drive these people away? A man, still wrapped in bandages, emerged from a room. It was the loyal bodyguard, Zhao Mu. There's no need, Uncle Mu. Let them speak. Their words won't take an ounce of flesh from me. Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile, a demeanor that earned Zhao Mu's respect. Most youths would have lost their temper under such vitriol. But it seemed the upheaval within the Xiang family had fostered considerable growth in the second young master. At that moment, the jeering outside suddenly ceased, replaced by a deep, steady voice. Chener, open the door, it's me. Xiang Chen recognized the voice immediately and hurriedly instructed Manha to open the door. As the gate swung wide, a tall man clad in a black robe entered, accompanied by a 6- or 7-year-old girl. Third uncle. Xiang Chen greeted him with utmost respect. The newcomer was Xiang Heng, Xiang Chen's paternal uncle, the brother of his father. Third master, Zhao Mu also bowed respectfully. Are you able to walk now? Xiang Heng inquired, astonished as he regarded Xiang Chen. My recovery is swift. My injuries have mostly healed, Xiang Chen replied with a smile. Truly remarkable resilience. I have heard that you possessed a unique constitution that allowed for rapid recovery since childhood. But I never imagined you would recover from such severe injuries in just a few days, Xiang Heng marveled. Brother Chen, a sweet voice piped up from behind Xiang Heng. A little girl with 2 horn-shaped pigtails and a bright red quilted jacket peeked out, her cherubic face round and rosy, her large, clear eyes sparkling with life. "Schwer, come here. Let your brother hold you," Xiang Chen said, crouching down to embrace the little girl, planting a kiss on her chubby cheek. She was the daughter of his third uncle, Xia Schwer. "Come, let's talk inside," Xiang Heng suggested. "All right." Xiang Chen, cradling Schwer, followed Xiang Heng into the room, where Manhe went to prepare tea. "So, how are you finding life in the Xia family?" Xiang Heng inquired. "Everything is well, third uncle. I owe you my gratitude, otherwise I might have perished at the hands of the Wang family," Xiang Chen said, settling Schwer on his lap. He was aware of his transformation into a demon but did not recall the events following that metamorphosis, having been consumed by madness. "I have heard about the matter concerning Wang Rower. It is unfortunate I could not locate her body," Xiang Heng sighed. "I heard there was a demon involved." "Third uncle, there is no need for you to blame yourself. Perhaps it was simply fate," Xiang Chen consoled. "I have received word that you single-handedly defeated Wang Yang. Is that true? Have you begun your cultivation?" Xiang Heng asked eagerly. Xiang Chen did not conceal the truth and nodded affirmatively. "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid." Xiang Heng laughed with exhilaration and said, "I always believed that my elder brother's son could never be a worthless individual. Chinner, as long as you are alive and able to cultivate, there remains hope for our Xiang family. Third uncle, do you know the specifics of my father's situation? Is he still alive?" Xiang Chen inquired. Xiang Heng's smile faded, his expression darkening as he replied, "Your father is currently imprisoned in the royal dungeon. While his life is not in immediate danger, it is unlikely that the royal family will ever release him." Xiang Chen's voice turned icy as he retorted, "Our Xiang family has contributed immensely to the great merchant empire. Is it truly just because of my father's drunken indiscretions that the emperor seeks to punish him? Is there not more to this story?" "Indeed, there are deeper layers to this matter," Xiang Heng stated coldly. "Before the incident, your father's cultivation had significantly advanced, and he had become nearly unrivaled within the great merchant empire, with your uncle commanding a formidable army. The royal family could not afford to allow such a threat to exist. The drunken episode was merely a facade for a larger conspiracy." Xiang Chen's eyes glinted with cold fury, devoid of any reverence for the royal family. "It is time for you to learn more hidden truths. Your elder brother, Xiang Ke, is not my brother's biological son." "What?" Xiang Chen gasped, unable to believe the revelation. "That wretched Lin Lian had an illicit relationship with someone in the current court before marrying my uncle. She was merely a pawn placed beside my uncle by that individual." "Do you understand now?" Xiang Heng explained. "That individual in the court? You mean the emperor of the merchants? Are you suggesting that Xiang Ke is of royal blood?" Xiang Chen exclaimed in shock. "Indeed, your uncle has known this for some time, but chose not to disclose it. Ultimately, he was too sentimental, regarding the emperor as a brother, and never harbored ambitions for the throne. Yet, the emperor disregarded this bond. Alas," Xiang Heng sighed deeply, "had your uncle desired to rebel, the great merchant empire might have been under the Xiang name by now, but he did not wish for the common people to suffer from the ravages of war. To accompany a ruler is akin to being with a tiger. One must be wary of the tiger's heart, for it can bring harm. Throughout history, those with ambition have always prioritized their own interests," Xiang Chen lamented, feeling no resentment towards his father. "Chinner, remember the weight of the responsibility you now bear. Third uncle is bound by the Xia family and can no longer return to the Xiang family to steer our affairs. The future of the Xiang family may very well rest on your shoulders, and your ability to cultivate is our greatest hope." As he spoke, Xiang Heng produced a silver jade belt, stating, "Within this belt lies 100,000 gold coins. Take it. The path of cultivation is costly. Third uncle, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Please keep it for Schwerer in the future," Xiang Chen replied, shaking his head, deeply moved. For an ordinary family, an annual income of 7 to 8 gold coins was typical. 100,000 gold coins represented an immense fortune, sufficient to sustain a family in wealth for generations. As for the belt, it was crafted from silver and jade by a master artisan, possessing its own space within the jade. One could unlock it with true energy. A jade belt of this nature was indeed of considerable value. "Brother Chen, please accept it. I do not want it," Shweta said from within Xiang Chen's embrace. "Dear Chen, let us refrain from discussing trivial matters. If you can revitalize the Xiang family, what are a mere 100,000 gold coins?" Xiang Heng insisted that Xiang Chen accept the offering, and despite his reluctance, Xiang Chen could not refuse, for he found himself in dire financial straits. "At the Xia family, you will undoubtedly endure some indignities. However, Those who aspire to achieve greatness must learn the art of humility and adaptability, so do not dwell on it. I understand. The two, uncle and nephew, engaged in lengthy conversation until the dusk settled, at which point Xiang Heng and Schwerer took their leave. As Xiang Chen bid farewell to Xiang Heng, clutching the silver and jade belt in his hands, a heavy weight settled in his heart. This belt symbolized not only a burden but also the future fate of his family. Rest assured, uncle, I shall not disappoint you, Xiang Chen declared, fastening the belt around his waist. His gaze resolutely steadfast. Little did he know the sacrifices Xiang Heng had made to ensure his stability within the Xia household. Often, we remain oblivious to the struggles endured behind the scenes for our comfortable lives. In times of prosperity, there are always those who bear the weight for us. Chapter 24. Troubles resurface after Xiang Heng's departure. Xiang Chen instructed Manha to fetch 7 portions of food, which ultimately satiated his considerable appetite. Following his meal, Xiang Chen practiced the dragon elephant fist in the courtyard, each movement exuding power, as he refined the food within him to replenish his vitality and cultivate his inner strength. It must be said that the fare provided by a prominent family is indeed superior, rich in energy. Here, at least, Xiang Chen need not worry about his sustenance. Each month, he could even receive 2 blood vitality pills reserved solely for direct descendants of the Xia family. These were all hard-won by his third uncle. Now, he could not betray his uncle's expectations. The path of true strength lay in diligently enhancing his capabilities, practicing until midnight, when fatigue rendered him unable to continue. Xiang Chen finally paused his martial training. Under the dim light of the night, Manha yawned beside him while Xiang Chen sketched on a piece of parchment, illustrating the human musculature and the patterns of meridians, diligently studying the teachings of the heavenly return scripture that resided in his mind. Many of the meridian patterns he depicted were absent from any available texts. Medical knowledge and alchemical arts are treasures of human discovery. He could not afford to squander such learning. Young master, it is already the hour of the pig. You ought to rest, or your health will suffer, Manha said wearily. You should retire. Manha, do not concern yourself with me, Xiang Chen replied with a smile. No, I cannot. I must accompany you, Manha insisted, but her words trailed off as she succumbed to sleep. Leaning against the side, observing her, Xiang Chen chuckled softly, draping a coat over her shoulders and lifting her to his bed before returning to his studies. Each night, he immersed himself in research until 1 or 2 in the morning before finally collapsing in exhaustion at his desk. Meanwhile, while Xiang Chen remained silent at the Xia family, some of their members grew increasingly outrageous. Beyond insults, some even hurled objects into Xiang Chen's courtyard, demanding he vacate the Xiang family. During this tumult, Zhou Jilai came to negotiate with the Xia family, only to have Xiang Heng intervene and dismiss him outright. A month has passed, and on this day, what truly incensed Xiang Chen was he's ventured to procure food. He had been beaten, and moreover, his provisions were confiscated, denied from being distributed within his residence. Xiang Chen, come out. Do you intend to hide in this courtyard for eternity? Xiang Chen, be gone from the Xiang family. Xiang Chen, your maid is in my grasp. Will you not emerge? Outside the courtyard, the cacophony of insults continued unabated. A youth, aged around 18 or 19, stood outside, accompanied by 5 or 6 members of the Xia family. This young man was tall, standing at an impressive height of 1.85 meters, and his looks were quite handsome. His lips thin as a blade, exuding a formidable presence. Beside him stood another youth, the very one whom Xiang Chen had previously struck, Xian Nan. Meanwhile, he lay injured, kneeling on the ground, her lips split and bleeding. Jiang Gu, this fellow truly possesses remarkable patience, Xian Nan spoke coldly beside the stern youth. This young man was no ordinary individual. He was the renowned prodigy of the Xia family, Xia Mingjiang. At the tender age of 19, he had already attained the 5th level of the divine concealment realm. Strike her, Xia Mingjiang commanded with icy indifference. As you wish, replied a youth beside him, delivering slap after slap to he's face, causing her to cry out in anguish. Bang! At that moment, the door, which had been sealed for a month, finally swung open. A 15-year-old boy clad in a white robe, bearing a delicate countenance, emerged alongside a burly man. Cease this. Release her, Xiang Chen bellowed, his expression icy as he gazed at the kneeling and battered man. Xiang Chen, you dare finally to show yourself. Xian Nan sneered at Mu Feng. Xian Nan, have you not yet learned your lesson from our last encounter? Do you dare seek punishment once more? Xiang Chen retorted coldly, casting a dark gaze upon the injured man. Is this how you choose to provoke my limits? A man resorting to venting his frustrations on a woman? Last time, you caught me off guard. Otherwise, how could I ever be defeated by a worthless scoundrel like you? Xian spat venomously. Enough with the nonsense. Release her. Xiang Chen demanded, his voice sharp as ice. Release her, Xia Mingjiang said dismissively. He was not inclined to use a mere servant to threaten what he deemed a worthless individual. Xia Mingjiang, Xiang Chen acknowledged the older youth, recognizing him. I never expected you to have sunk to such depths of cowardice, coming to the Xia family to live off scraps, Xia Mingjiang taunted. In the days when the Xiang Wang was still thriving, Xiang Chen, no matter how incompetent, was not someone they dared to provoke. Yet now, the once mighty phoenix had been reduced to a mere chicken. What business is it of yours? I haven't partaken of your hospitality, Xiang Chen retorted coldly. Today, your people unjustly assaulted mine. Do you not owe me an explanation? An explanation? Xia Mingjiang laughed derisively. Xiang Chen, do you still believe you are the second son of a prince? Wake up. The Xiang Wang has fallen. You are nothing more than a discarded waste. Expelled from the Xiang family. What right do you have to speak to me? You insult the prince and the young lord. You seek death. Zhao Mu, incensed by the words, stepped forward, unleashing a surge of formidable innate true energy that bore down upon Xia Mingjiang and his associates. An innate master. Xia Mingjiang and his companions were struck with astonishment. How could there possibly be a master of the innate realm following Xiang Chen? Dare to make a move, and you shall find it impossible to leave the Xia family. Xia Mingjiang shouted defiantly. If you dare to insult the prince once more, I will gladly sacrifice my life to take your head. Zhao Mu declared coldly. They were all loyal subjects of King Xiang, which explained their fervent protection of Xiang Chen. Xia Mingjiang, if you have no other business, leave behind 1,000 gold coins as medical expenses and be gone. Otherwise, I shall see to it that each of you departs with a broken leg, Xiang Chen stated icily. Zhao Mu let out a cold laugh, twisting his wrist, producing a series of sharp cracks. The expressions of the others shifted slightly. A master of the innate realm by Xiang Chen's side was beyond their expectations. Dream on. Xiang Chen, if you want medical expenses, come and take them yourself. Intimidation is hardly a skill, Xia Nen retorted coldly. Intimidation? You lot are bold indeed to utter such words, Xiang Chen mocked. If you want those medical expenses, defeat me first. The debt for your previous ambush is one I intend to reclaim. Xia Nen sneered, provoking Xiang Chen further. Since the last encounter did not teach you a lesson, I shall ensure this time you learn thoroughly, Xiang Chen replied coldly. Today, you need not trouble Uncle Mu. I, Xiang Chen, will make you regret having crossed me. You little wretch, do not hide behind words. Witness my fist. Xia Nen bellowed, unleashing his internal energy as he lunged at Xiang Chen like a leopard, a powerful punch surging forth. The air trembled with the force of his strike, a gale of fist wind swirling with a tremendous weight, capable of slaying a water buffalo. The fan club of the myriad demons was established, welcoming brothers and sisters to join. Rewards could be shared, though the site would likely be sealed in a few days. In Chapter 25, the battle for the Divine Vault, the last time this brat managed to defeat Brother Nan through a sneak attack, but this time, he was doomed. Was that even a victory? It was merely an ambush. Two companions of Xian Nan sneered, eager to witness Xiang Chen's downfall this time. In the blink of an eye, Xian Nan's punch traversed over 10 meters, the force pressing down upon the youth, causing Xiang Chen's shoulder-length hair to billow and his robe to flutter. Yet, astonishingly, Xiang Chen's expression remained calm. He took a step back, retracting his fist to his waist, as his internal energy surged from the 7 spiritual veins, launching a counterattack. Primal Elephant Slam. With a resounding boom, another wave of fist wind erupted forth, accompanied by a resonant sound akin to an ancient mammoth charging ahead. Bang! The two fists collided, unleashing a powerful force that stirred a tempest within a 3-meter radius, dust swirling wildly. Crack! A pained scream escaped Xia Nen as his wrist snapped under the impact of Xiang Chen's punch. A force far exceeding his own internal strength surging into Xia Nen's body. Blood spurted from Xia Nan's mouth, his wrist twisted and broken as he staggered backward, clutching his arm in agony. How is this possible? He gazed in disbelief at Xiang Chen. Wasn't he said to be a waste? How could this fellow possess such formidable internal strength? The might of Xiang Chen's energy surpassed even his 9th level of physical prowess. In the next instant, Xiang Chen moved, stepping forward like a hare bursting forth, seizing Xia Nan's severed wrist and arm, and executing a forceful shoulder throw. Bang! Xia Nan let out a piercing scream as he crashed to the ground, his head and body striking the earth with a thud, blood splattering across his face. His two friends stood in shock, unable to comprehend the scene. How could this be possible? He had knocked Xia Nan down head-on. Xia Mingjiang also displayed a hint of astonishment. Xiang Chen possessed internal strength. Could he cultivate? Xiang Chen. Xia Nan roared in fury, but was abruptly yanked by the arm and swung mercilessly, crashing him into the ground. This blow left Xia Nan dazed, continuously screaming, blood spilling from his mouth as he rolled away. Xiang Chen dusted off his hands and mocked, "No need for a sneak attack. I can defeat you like a dog. You incessantly shout that I am worthless. What about you? Xiang Chen, this is not over. What are you waiting for? Come at him together." Xian Nan bellowed at his two friends. They snapped back to reality, and with a united roar, they channeled their internal energy towards Xiang Chen. One leaped into the air, delivering a kick imbued with tremendous force that descended like a scythe. Whirlwind kick. The other launched a frontal assault, his fingers claw-like and as hard as steel, capable of shattering bones. Eagle claw technique. Xiang Chen swiftly retreated, evading the powerful kick aimed at him, then seized the opponent's leg and slammed it down onto the ground. As the other leg came swinging towards him, Xiang Chen deflected it with one arm, grasping the attacker and forcefully bringing him down as well. The individual's expression changed drastically as he crashed to the earth, his calf shattering under the impact, cries of agony echoing through the air. At that moment, the other assailant's fingers were poised to strike Xiang Chen's head, intent on crushing his skull. Xiang Chen smirked, his fingernails suddenly elongating into sharp claws, mirroring the attack. With a splatter of blood, a scream erupted as the individual felt his palm pierced by Xiang Chen's razor-like claws. This was the true application of the claw technique. Subsequently, Xiang Chen's other claw tore through, shredding the opponent's robe and leaving 5 deep, bloody gashes on his chest that reached to the bone, forcing him to retreat with a cry. Both adversaries were effortlessly defeated by Xiang Chen. However, at that moment, a faint blue light illuminated the scene, and a blue palm imprint surged towards Xiang Chen. Bang! A powerful surge of true energy erupted, violently forcing Xiang Chen to retreat, his internal energy roiling. Xia Mingjiang, enveloped in a swirling blue aura, gazed coldly at Xiang Chen. It was evident that he was the one who had intervened. "Young master." Zhao Mu's expression changed dramatically as he prepared to intervene. "Uncle Mu, I have stated that today is a matter for the younger generation. You need not interfere." Xiang Chen replied coldly, his gaze icy as he looked at Xia Mingjiang, determined to protect Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu was not a member of the Xia family and was not part of the younger generation. Should he injure these individuals, they could easily seek out their elders to retaliate against him. "Brother Jiang, cripple him." Xian Nan roared, clutching his severed wrist. As Xia Mingjiang surged with a formidable surge of true energy towards Xiang Chen, he coldly remarked, "I never expected you to be so deeply concealed. I used to think you were a waste, but judging by the depth of your internal power, you have surely reached the 9th level of the body refinement realm." Xiang Chen remained silent. The 9th level of body refinement? In truth, his internal energy merely connected 7 spiritual veins, which could only be considered as the 7th level of body refinement. However, his internal energy was extraordinarily robust. The power cultivated from the sacred text of myriad demons and the dragon elephant fist was indeed remarkable. Yet, in the face of absolute strength, before me, you are equally a waste. Just now, I used only 2 levels of my true energy in that strike. Upon finishing his words, a circle of powerful true energy erupted from beneath his feet. Whoosh! He shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, a palm gathering a blue shadow that struck towards Xiang Chen. The thunderous palm. Xiang Chen exerted force through his legs, his body retreating 7 or 8 meters to evade the attack. With a thunderous crash, the ground where he had stood was shattered by the true energy, fissures cracking through the granite. Internal power in the body refinement realm cannot project attacks beyond the body, whereas a true martial practitioner in the divine concealment realm can strike targets over 10 meters away with true energy. Xiang Chen's expression grew grave. Being hit directly by such a palm would be far from pleasant. "Let's see how many times you can evade." Xia Mingjiang unleashed his true energy, his speed astonishing. Like a tempest rushing forward, waves of palm force crashing towards Xiang Chen. With no choice but to evade, Xiang Chen did not dare to confront the incoming onslaught head-on. As bursts of true energy exploded around him. At that moment, Xia Mingjiang's true energy suddenly coalesced into a whip-like streak of light, cracking against Xiang Chen's body with a sharp sound. It was as if he had been struck by a long staff. He spat out fresh blood and was sent flying. Young master, Zhao Mu roared in fury, his innate true energy surging forth. Do not interfere, Xiang Chen shouted angrily, rising from the ground, his gaze still sharp as he fixed it upon Xia Mingjiang. Xia Mingjiang, give me a year, and you will be just as weak in my hands. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he spoke coldly, his posture upright, exuding unwavering resolve. Ha! Even given 10 years, you will never surpass me. Xiang Chen, today I shall make you kneel and beg for mercy. Xia Mingjiang sneered, once more unleashing his true energy towards Xiang Chen. Boom. However, at that moment, a deep blue palm imprint suddenly surged in from several dozen meters away. Bang! This palm struck Xia Mingjiang, who screamed in agony as he was sent flying over 10 meters away. A figure clad in pristine white began to approach, step by step. Are you truly so arrogant? Chapter 26. A lady of exceptional beauty. She possessed hair as crystalline and pure as snow, garbed in immaculate white, untainted by the world. One half of her face was adorned with a crystal-like mask, while the other half revealed skin as smooth as fine jade, delicate and flawless. She appeared like an ethereal being descending from the heavens, enveloped in a radiant blue glow, resembling a figure from a painting. Miss. The young men of the Xia family gazed at the approaching maiden with eyes full of awe and admiration, captivated by her astonishing presence. The newcomer was none other than Xia family's jewel, the pride of the heavens, Xia Qingqing. Xia Mingjiang spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing at the newcomer with a hint of admiration concealed within his eyes. He rose to his feet, refraining from mentioning the slap he had just received and showing utmost respect towards the young girl. Yet, he was perplexed as to why she had intervened to assist Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen regarded the stunning girl approaching, his expression exceedingly complex. Manha cast a glance at Xia Qingqing, feeling a twinge of inferiority. Although the girl had not revealed her full appearance, her unparalleled grace was enough to overshadow most beauties. Xia Qingqing stood before Xia Mingjiang, her demeanor indifferent, and raised her hand to deliver a resounding slap. Slap! Xia Mingjiang received the blow with astonishment, unable to evade. His face a mask of confusion as he looked at Xia Qingqing. Miss, I slap. Xia Qingqing's hand struck again. Is this Xia family under your control? She asked icily. And no, Xia Mingjiang murmured, covering his face. Xia Qingqing raised her hand once more, delivering another slap with an icy tone. I was under the impression that you had authority over the Xia family. Who then gave you the audacity to trouble our guests? Please, miss. I only wish to spar with Xiang Chen, Xia Mingjiang hastily explained. Spar? Xia Qingqing's voice turned frigid, her fair and delicate hand gripping Xia Mingjiang's neck as she spoke coldly. He hasn't even awakened his spiritual concealment, and you wish to spar with him? Very well. I shall spar with you instead. Boom. Upon finishing her words, a terrifying surge of true energy erupted from within her, drawing forth the flow of spiritual energy from the surrounding environment. Innate realm? How is that possible? Zhao Mu, feeling the overwhelming true energy emanating from Xia Qingqing, could hardly believe his senses. The girl appeared to be no older than 15 or 16. How could she have already attained the innate realm? At 39 years of age, he had only just broken through to this level, and the comparison left him feeling utterly ashamed. Xiang Chen's eyes also revealed a trace of astonishment. Typically, true martial cultivation begins in earnest after the age of 10. Xia Qingqing, being of the same age as he, had only trained for 4 or 5 years, yet had already reached the innate realm. What is genius? Wang Ying, who was hailed as a genius, would likely pale in comparison to Xia Qingqing. Xia Mingjiang was lifted effortlessly by Xia Qingqing, his expression pained, while the others dared not utter a word. Miss, I was wrong. I was wrong, Xia Mingjiang pleaded. With a flick of her hand, Xia Qingqing sent him flying over 10 meters, crashing to the ground with a thud. Get lost, she commanded, domineering and cold. Yes. Xia Mingjiang hurriedly scrambled to his feet, ready to leave. However, he paused, a smirk flickering at the corner of his mouth as he concentrated true energy into a sound transmission directed at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, do not think you can hide behind a woman. At the upcoming Xia family clan competition, If you dare to face me, I will ensure your demise. Xiang Chen responded with a cold smile, unfazed by the transmission. Rest assured, I shall participate. We shall see who meets their end. Xia Qingcheng cast a frosty gaze at Xiao Mingjiang. Did this fellow still dare to threaten him in the shadows? Furthermore, it would be wise for you to relinquish the engagement, for Our Lady is the chosen consort of the Grand Prince, the future sovereign of the great merchant kingdom. Should he discover your binding commitment, you would be doomed, indeed. Xia Mingjiang coldly warned, subsequently departing with his companions in disarray. The Grand Prince, Xiang Chen, regarded them with a piercing gaze. This was the tale of the most exceptional talent the great merchant kingdom had seen in a century. Once they had departed, Xia Qingcheng cast a glance at Xiang Chen, uttering no further words, and turned to leave. Little girl, he suddenly called out, his expression a tapestry of emotions as he gazed upon her elegant silhouette. Xia Qingcheng paused, her body imperceptibly trembling. The term little girl, which she had not heard in 4 years, evoked memories of a time when that young lad would affectionately pinch her nose and call her so, and she, like a shadow, would eagerly follow in his wake. You've evaded me for 4 years. Now that I finally see you, do you not wish to exchange a few words? The youth stepped forward a few paces, addressing her retreating figure. Zhao Mu signaled to Manha, and the two understood. Discreetly entering the courtyard. What is there to say? The maiden finally responded, her back turned to the youth, her voice chillingly indifferent. You have changed so much, he observed, his tone somber. I recall a time when a sweet smile graced your face. What has happened to make you so frigid, donning a mask of detachment? Everyone changes. She replied, maintaining her icy demeanor. Xiang Chen, let us forget the past. It is better left behind. Forget? He gazed at her silhouette, a self-deprecating smile emerging. Indeed, you are now a paragon of grace, no longer the little girl who trailed behind me. I, on the other hand, am merely a scion cast out from my family. A fallen noble. I remember you were never one to feel ashamed of yourself, she replied coolly. This is not about shame, merely the reality of our circumstances. Our statuses have indeed diverged. To maintain your current circle, it is only right to abandon certain connections. Do you still possess the yinpa I gifted you? He inquired. I lost it long ago, she responded coldly. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across his face, quickly replaced by a forced smile. Little girl, I hope you remember the words I spoke when I gave you the yinpa. No matter how frigid the world becomes, and how treacherous human hearts may be, keep hope alive and embrace the warmth of the sun. I wish you a future adorned with brilliance. With that, he cast one last lingering look at her retreating form before turning and walking towards his own courtyard. As the cold winds rose, the verdant foliage transformed. Autumn leaves donning their crimson attire, and the youthful figure appeared desolate against the swirling chill. A man must strive for strength. Some things, even if difficult to part with, must be relinquished when they become tainted. Xia Qingcheng, facing away from Xiang Chen, concealed her emotions well. Yet, instinctively, she placed a hand over her heart, where, beneath her collar, a thumb-sized crimson huopo pendant pulsed with warmth, offering her icy being a flicker of heat. This piece of amber she cherished as a treasure, never parting with it. He, known as Xiang Chen, bore an innate otherworldly appearance. His parents named him Chun with the hope that he would lead a life of normalcy and simplicity, possessing a heart as clear as a mirror, untainted by the dust of worldly disputes. From a young age, he exhibited kindness and warmth towards others, always considerate and nurturing. She, once a devoted admirer, trailed after him like a shadow, one of the fortunate few under his care and protection. Alas, how times have changed. Chapter 27. A scholar dies for his beloved. As he closed the gate of the courtyard, the young man leaned against it, lifting his gaze to the vast heavens. Snowflakes descended gently from the sky, one landing in the palm of his hand, icy and cool. Unconsciously, a warm tear rolled down from the corner of his eye. My lord, are you crying? Asked Man He, approaching and gazing at Xiang Chen. Not at all. The wind is just strong. I squinted my eyes. Man He, fetch me some rice. Xiang Chen replied with a carefree smile. Then with a powerful shout, his body surged forth into the storm, like a soaring dragon, his fist striking with a resounding force against the howling winds and swirling snow. Man Elephant, smash the tablet. Divine Elephant, tread the stake. Furious Elephant, charge. Each move echoed through the tempest, channeling all his inner turmoil into his martial arts, sending snowflakes spiraling around him. Within a day, the earth donned a silvery cloak. The world was vast and desolate, blanketed in pure white snow. During the day, Xiang Chen practiced his punches, while at night he delved into the sacred scripture of return. He had Zhao Mu procure a human anatomical specimen for him, studying the meridians, acupoints, various injuries, and ailments daily. Although he also explored the art of alchemy. His current cultivation level prevented him from refining any elixirs, as he could not yet summon true fire. After secluding himself in the Xia family for 2 months, he had nearly advanced a level each month, his internal energy now filling 8 spiritual meridians, marking a significant improvement, elevating his realm to the 8th stage of physical refinement. At his age, reaching the 8th stage of physical refinement is no small feat, and Xiang Chen was advancing at a terrifying pace of 1 level per month. On this day, Xiang Chen emerged from the Xia residence at noon, with Zhao Mu steadfastly guarding him. After departing, Xiang Chen headed towards a place of great renown, the Wan Yao Pavilion. This formidable force, renowned throughout the land, dealt in various medicinal herbs and elixirs, and even operated a medical clinic. Even the royal family would think twice before offending such a powerful entity. Xiang Chen's purpose for visiting was to acquire several medicinal ingredients, including tiger bone grass and various other herbs. Within the sacred scripture of return, there exists a potent secret formula for physical enhancement known as the Tiger Demon Elixir. This elixir has the potential to transform the bodies of those below the innate realm into something as formidable as a tiger's. However, crafting it requires the bones of a second-tier ferocious tiger and several rare herbs. As a human demon cultivator, Xiang Chen's physical form was not particularly robust. On the bustling street, he traveled 3 kilometers from the Xia family to arrive before a grand edifice. This structure towered over 10 zhong, boasting 6 magnificent stories, adorned in gold and resplendently decorated, with 2 stone lions guarding the entrance and sentinels brandishing swords, exuding a formidable aura. Upon the plaque above, 3 gilded characters gleamed, Wan Yao Pavilion. The Wan Yao Pavilion is truly opulent, and the guards at the entrance are all masters of the divine concealment realm. Zhao Mu gazed at the sentinels stationed at the entrance of the Wan Yao Pavilion, unable to suppress his admiration. Among the myriad forces in the grand capital of the Deshang Kingdom, the Wan Yao Pavilion undoubtedly stands as one of the most enigmatic. Xiang Chen remarked as he surveyed the imposing structure of the pavilion. "Let us proceed inside and take a look," he suggested. As the two entered, they were met with a bustling scene. The interior hall was filled with a multitude of crystal counters displaying an array of medicinal herbs and elixirs. Suddenly, a figure caught Xiang Chen's eye. A venerable elder clad in a gray robe, his hair grizzled, was sweeping the dust from the floor with a broom. Xiang Chen stepped aside to allow the old man to clean the space where he stood. As he did so, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the elder's arm, and his expression shifted slightly. The elder's arm was an ominous shade of dark red, emaciated and bony, resembling a chicken's claw, a rather peculiar sight. After a few more glances at the elder, Xiang Chen approached one of the counters. "Excuse me, do you have tiger bone grass? Specifically from the divine concealment realm's ferocious tigers?" Xiang Chen inquired of a lady behind the counter. "How many years of tiger bone grass do you require?" She responded with a professional smile. "We have a 100-year-old variety available for 100 gold coins per pound. We also offer ferocious tiger bones. A pair from the divine concealment realm is priced at 200 gold coins. Please provide me with 3 pairs of the tiger bones and 3 pounds of the 100-year-old tiger bone grass," Xiang Chen stated directly. "Very well. That totals 900 gold coins. Will you be paying by card or cash?" The lady asked with a smile, producing a jade payment plate inscribed with intricate runes. Xiang Chen retrieved a golden jade card, which held a credit limit of 100,000 gold coins, stored within the Xia Bank, and universally accepted across the 9 provinces. The lady's demeanor grew more respectful upon seeing the golden card. For those who possessed such a card were either wealthy or of high status in the Deshang Kingdom. After deducting 900 gold coins from the jade plate, the lady inquired, "Shall I deliver the items directly to you or to your residence? If it is to your residence, please provide an address, and our personnel will bring it to you." "Please deliver it to me directly," Xiang Chen replied. The lady acknowledged with a nod and promptly summoned someone to fetch the items. Soon, 3 white jade boxes were brought forth, containing 3 pounds of tiger bone grass, along with 3 1-meter-long sandalwood boxes, each housing a pair of disassembled ferocious tiger bones from the divine concealment realm. Additionally, I would like 10 bottles of the innate vitality pill Xiang Chen instructed the lady. My lord, what do you require the innate vitality pills for? Zhao Mu inquired, astonished, as Xiang Chen's current cultivation level did not necessitate such items. Xiang Chen smiled faintly and refrained from elaborating. Each bottle of vitality pills cost 2,000 gold coins, containing 5 pills, equivalent to months of cultivation for a practitioner at the innate realm. The value was considerable. 10 bottles would amount to 20,000 gold coins. The lady's eyes sparkled with excitement, recognizing Xiang Chen as a distinguished patron, and she quickly arranged for the items to be fetched. Xiang Chen made the payment of 20,000 gold coins, receiving bottles filled with thumb-sized white pills. Uncle Mu, these pills are for you. As a token of gratitude for your guardianship, Xiang Chen offered the elixirs to Zhao Mu. My lord, this is unacceptable. The second madam and the prince have both shown me immense kindness, and I willingly protect you. Zhao Mu hastily declined. Uncle Mu, please accept this. We are family and do not speak in terms of strangers. You have risked your life for me, and in my heart, you are already one of my own. As long as I, Xiang Chen, have food, I will ensure you do not go hungry. Accept this, for your strength will also be a greater support to me. Xiang Chen spoke sincerely. Zhao Mu's eyes glistened with emotion as he clutched the medicinal pills, feeling a surge of warmth within. In times of adversity, genuine affection often proves far more precious than gold. Very well, I shall accept it. Thank you, my lord. Zhao Mu nodded earnestly, his heart resolving to protect Xiang Chen at all costs for the rest of his life. A scholar is willing to die for a true friend, and a woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. Make way, make way. Outside, a throng of people rushed forward, led by a burly man clad in a robe adorned with fiery patterns, cradling a 7- or 8-year-old girl in his arms, surrounded by a retinue of guards. This commotion drew the attention of many. Chapter 28, The Quack. Clear the way for me. What the hell, who asked this? It's Gongsun Xingtian. After being pushed aside, someone cursed, but upon realizing the identity of the newcomer, their expression changed dramatically, and they hurriedly made way. Gongsun Xingtian, the youngest and most talented master craftsman of the Great Xiang. The patrons of Wangyao Pavilion quickly parted to allow this group passage. The man with long red hair, holding the girl, arrived at the medical hall of Wangyao Pavilion and bellowed, Pharmacist, where are you? Bring your best pharmacist to me. Quickly save my sister. The lady attendants, not daring to delay, swiftly summoned several pharmacists clad in white robes. As the pharmacists approached, they gazed at Gongsun Xingtian in astonishment. Young Master Gongsun, what has happened? Several of you, please, save my sister. Linger has been struck by a frenzied dragon steed. Hurry, save my sister. Gongsun Xingtian exclaimed, his heart racing with urgency. The pharmacists looked at the girl in Gongsun Xingtian's arms, their expressions shifting dramatically. The girl was bleeding from all 7 orifices, indicating severe internal injuries. Hurry, bring her to the treatment room. The pharmacists instructed the attendants. The girl was carried into a medical room, while a crowd gathered outside. Gongsun Xingtian anxiously waiting at the door. One middle-aged pharmacist, Lu, examined Gongsun Ling's pulse, his face darkening. He then channeled a thin strand of true energy into her body to assess the internal damage. His countenance grew grave as he shook his head, saying, The spleen is ruptured, 4 ribs are broken, and a segment of the heart meridian has been severed, with 3 veins clogged by stagnant blood. I am powerless to help. I will take a look. Another pharmacist stepped forward to check her pulse and subsequently examined her injuries, his expression equally solemn. Her energy is weak and may perish at any moment. My knowledge is limited, and I am helpless in this matter. The third pharmacist echoed the sentiment, declaring his inability to assist. Listening to the various excuses, Gongsun Shang, in a fit of anger, seized one person by the throat and exclaimed, What do you mean by being powerless and on the brink of death? Treat her. If you fail to save my sister, I swear I will end you. The apothecary, his face drained of color, replied, Young Master Gongsun, please calm your anger. Our esteemed master may be able to heal her. He is on his way. Indeed, young Master Gongsun, our master is the finest apothecary in the Wangyao Pavilion and one of the foremost divine healers in the Great Xiang. He will surely save your sister. Make way, the master is arriving. At that moment, a loud call echoed through the crowd, urging the onlookers to part. An elderly man in a white robe, his hair grizzled, stepped forward. The master, the divine healer Hua. The divine healer Hua has arrived. Miss Gongsun is surely saved. The apothecaries, upon seeing the newcomer, regarded him as a savior, their demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect. What is the situation? The elderly man approached, his voice grave. Hua Feng, the master of the Wan Yao Pavilion. Master, you have finally arrived. Miss Gongsun has been struck by a dragon steed and is in critical condition. We dared not intervene. An apothecary hurriedly explained. Master Hua, I beg you to save my sister. I will kneel before you. Gongsun Sheng, in his desperation, knelt down. This will not do. Please rise, young Master Gongsun. The master quickly assisted him to his feet. Let me take a look. Do not fret, young Master Gongsun. The master approached, checking Gongsun Linger's pulse and examining her injuries, his expression heavy with concern. The injuries are indeed severe. Were it not for your true energy protecting her, she would have perished. However, it is not beyond salvation. I shall make an attempt. Wonderful. Please act swiftly. Gongsun Sheng exclaimed, filled with hope. The master is indeed remarkable. He can treat such grave injuries. The other apothecaries admired. The master produced a set of silver needles, skillfully inserting them into Gongsun Linger's major meridians and acupoints. Gradually, his internal true energy flowed into her body as he meticulously switched needles to target different pathways. After an extensive duration, Gongsun Linger let out a soft moan, as if regaining some awareness. Master Hua's medical skills are extraordinary. He possesses the ability to bring the dead back to life. Indeed, he is worthy of being one of the divine healers of the great Xiang. One cannot help but admire him. The onlookers' praises resounded, and Gongsun Sheng's expression brightened. At that moment, the master held a golden pill, preparing to administer it to Gongsun Linger. Stop! A loud voice suddenly rang out from the crowd at the entrance. Everyone was taken aback and turned to see a youthful boy, no more than a teenager, pushing his way through. Who are you? What chaos are you causing? The surrounding crowd grumbled in discontent. Stop! Do you wish to harm her? The boy angrily shouted at Master Hua. Presumptuous! Who are you to shout here? Indeed, what an ill-mannered child to cause such a disturbance. Guards, throw him out. Several apothecaries were incensed. Master Hua furrowed his brow, looking at the boy. Young man, what nonsense are you speaking? I am saving a life. How can it be considered harm? That's right. My sister's life hangs in the balance, and you dare to disrupt? Gongsun Xingtian seized the neck of the youth, his voice laced with fury. Release him, unless you wish for your sister to be afflicted with heart disease and not survive into adulthood. The individual in question was Xiang Chen, who, gripping Gongsun Xingtian's icy wrist, maintained a calm demeanor. This tranquility in his gaze caused a tremor within Gongsun Xingtian, for it was not the expression one would expect from a mere boy. Release our young master. Zhao Mu interjected coldly, unsheathing his heavy sword, his innate energy swirling around him. Impudence. Gongsun Xingtian's bodyguard also drew his sword, a master of the innate realm. Upon hearing this, the head of the Hua Pavilion's countenance shifted subtly. Xiang Chen continued, the patient suffers from blocked heart meridians and stagnant blood. Instead of clearing the stagnation, you resort to acupuncture to facilitate airflow, followed by using a heart-strengthening pill, an approach that merely addresses the symptoms without tackling the root cause. I must inquire, will she reach adulthood? Even if she does, she will be plagued by heart ailments, forever unable to pursue the path of cultivation and martial arts. What? Gongsun Xingtian's expression changed upon hearing this, and he released Xiang Chen, turning to the head of the Hua Pavilion. Is this true? The pavilion master, his expression darkening, replied, Young man, the patient's heart meridian has ruptured, along with several pathways that could have cleared the stagnation. It is impossible to expel the stagnant blood. My method is the only one that can save her, and it is better than the alternative of her untimely demise. His words were a veiled acknowledgement of the truth. Quack! Who told you that a ruptured heart meridian cannot expel stagnant blood? Let me handle this. The youth scoffed, directly pushing aside the pavilion master. Impudence. Someone. Throw him out. Several other pharmacists, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in anger. How can a mere child contend with us and the pavilion master? Who dares to let him try? At that moment, Gongsun Xingtian shouted, Do not, young Master Gong. This boy is merely a child, barely past his teenage years. How could he possibly comprehend the art of medicine? One of the pharmacists retorted angrily. Indeed, even if he has some superficial knowledge, can it compare to that of our pavilion master? The others echoed in fury. Gongsun Xingtian found himself wavering under their words. Though the youth exuded a sense of trustworthiness, he did indeed appear too young. If you are so capable, why do you not step forward? The sea of learning is boundless. The accomplished are our teachers. Judging by appearances is the folly of a frog at the bottom of a well. Xiang Chen scorned the pharmacists, his words sharp as blades. Make way, make way. Allow me to change the medicine. Suddenly, a boisterous voice erupted from the crowd. A youth clad in black, around 18 or 19 years of age, strode in, flanked by a throng of admirers. Elder Hua, I have come to change the medicine, he proclaimed, only to suddenly catch sight of Xiang Chen, his expression shifting to one of shock and fury. It is you, wretched creature. Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen met his gaze, recognizing the newcomer, his arms still bandaged and supported by splints, none other than Wang Ying, the one who had initially attempted to abduct his sister and had subsequently suffered at Xiang Chen's hands. Ah, Xiang Chen, who would have thought our paths would cross here? Truly, it is a case of fated enemies. You severed my arms, slaughtered my kin, and caused me to languish for so long. I never expected to encounter you in this place. Wang Ying glared at Xiang Chen, his eyes filled with an intense venom, wishing nothing less than to drink his blood and consume his flesh. How did young Master Wang come to know this lad? Inquired the master of the Huaguan, furrowing his brow. Of course I recognize him. I would know him even if he turned to ash. He is none other than the useless second son of the Xiang family, the one who poisoned his elder brother, a wretched beast, Wang Ying replied through gritted teeth. If it weren't for the prohibition against violence within the Wan Medicine Pavilion, I would have had him dispatched on the spot. What? He is Xiang Chen? Murmured the crowd, clearly taken aback. Isn't he the one with the legendary innate anomaly, possessing a spiritual vein yet unable to cultivate martial arts? I have heard tales of Xiang Chen's ruthless nature, how he poisoned his own brother, the talented Xiang Quebec. The crowd erupted into whispers, indicating that Xiang Chen indeed had some level of notoriety. The current circumstances surrounding the Xiang family had drawn much attention from the public. Wang Ying, how dare you call me useless when it was your arms that I rendered powerless? Xiang Chen scoffed, surprised to encounter Wang Ying in this place. You little beast, you surely must have employed some wicked sorcery. Once I recover, I will settle the score with you. Don't think you can hide within the Xia family without consequence. Soon, I shall ensure you cannot leave this street. Wang Ying's face flushed with anger as he shouted. Gong Sun Sheng cast a scrutinizing glance at Xiang Chen, noting the pointed, fluffy ears that adorned his head. Although they possessed a certain charm, they were undeniably otherworldly. Humph, a useless creature, mercilessly poisoning his own brother. And you claim to possess the skills to heal others? One of the apothecaries mocked. Indeed, Gong Sun, if he possesses medical prowess sufficient to save your sister, I, Lu Guanqua, will eat excrement. He declared. If he manages to save her, I shall kneel and take him as my master. The other apothecaries echoed their disdain. Boy, is it true that you can save my sister? Gong Sunsheng inquired. If I were not moved by her plight, after all, I too have a sister. Why would I concern myself with your words or her fate? I say I can save her. If I fail, leaving any lasting effects, I, Xiang Chen, shall sever my own arm. He asserted coldly. Though he considered this matter a trifling affair, he felt compelled to intervene, for he could not bear the thought of a young girl suffering when he had the means to help. Human nature is inherently benevolent. However, the harsh realities of society and a brutal survival system compel countless souls to harden their hearts. Very well, I shall trust you this once. If you fail, I will not demand your arm. However, should you delay my sister's treatment, your head shall accompany your failure. If you succeed, you shall be my brother for life. And I will forever owe you a great debt of gratitude, Gong Sun Sheng proclaimed. Stand aside, he commanded, directing others to make way. The other apothecaries reluctantly complied, and even the master of the Huaguan wore an unflattering expression as he stepped aside. Wang Ying sneered, Gong Sun, you actually believe this boy? If his medical skills surpass those of the Huaguan master, I, Wang Ying, will eat excrement. Silence. Gong Sun Sheng replied coldly. Wang Ying's expression darkened, but he dared not retort further. The individual before him was several years his senior, with a cultivation level surpassing his own, a lineage no less impressive, and indeed, a reputation that far outshone his. Gong Sun Xintian, recognized as the foremost young prodigy of the great merchant's refining hall, had, at a tender age, already forged spirit weapons. In all of the great merchant realm, there were no more than 7 capable of crafting such artifacts, the remainder being elderly men in their 70s or 80s. While Gong Sun Xingtian was merely in his early 20s, with an exceptionally bright future ahead, Xiang Chen approached Gong Sun Linger, and the earlier intervention by the master of the Hua Pavilion had indeed proven beneficial, revitalizing her breath and life force. He retrieved a set of silver needles from within his robe and began to unfasten the front of Gongsun Linger's garment. Everyone else, apart from the pharmacist, close your eyes. Gongsun Xingtian commanded coldly. Despite his sister's youth, this doting brother was fiercely protective of her purity. Xiang Chen deftly extracted 7 needles, skillfully piercing the area over her heart, arranged in the formation of the 7 stars. The master of the Hua Pavilion, previously with a somber visage, widened his eyes in disbelief at this scene. The legendary Beidou heart-stabilizing needle technique was said to revive a heart as long as it had not been shattered or succumbed to total death. Thump, 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 thump. Indeed, after a brief silence, Gongsun Linger's nearly imperceptible heartbeat began to pulse with vibrant life. The vigorous rhythm echoed, audible to the keen ears of martial artists. As her vital energy surged, how is this possible? The pharmacists exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Some even took her pulse, exclaiming, "Her heartbeat is returning to normal levels." Humph. What use is this if the stasis of blood is unresolved? With the heart meridian blocked, her life cannot extend for long, one obstinate pharmacist retorted. However, Xiang Chen produced 3 more short needles, raising his hand to pierce the area on Gongsun Linger's forehead, near her spiritual platform. At that moment, she convulsed suddenly, and blackened blood began to seep from the 7 points on her heart. The stasis is being expelled. The pharmacist who had checked her pulse exclaimed in astonishment. "We can see that for ourselves." The other pharmacists echoed, their gazes towards the young man transformed into expressions of incredulity and awe. Chapter 30. Apprenticeship. It hurts. A sudden scream erupted as the previously unconscious Gongsun Linger awoke, her delicate and charming face contorted with pain. She has awakened. A marvel of skill. What kind of needle technique is this? How can this be? The pharmacists present were all astounded, and Wang Ying wore a look of disbelief. Upon opening her eyes, Gongsun Linger gasped, discovering her garment had been loosened, and a boy, 7 or 8 years her elder, was staring at her, his fingers tracing along her chest to stimulate certain meridians. "Pervert! Brother!" she shrieked, raising her hand to slap Xiang Chen across the face. "Do not move," Xiang Chen barked, his dark golden pupils startling her into a momentary freeze. "Sister, thank goodness." Gongsun Xingtian rushed forward, eager to embrace his sister. "Do not move either. Her ribs are fractured." "Do you wish for her to die?" Xiang Chen reprimanded, and Gongsun Xingtian also froze, hesitating to embrace his sister. He quickly reassured, "Ling Ling, remain still. This young divine physician is here to save you." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Linger quieted, her large, glistening eyes filled with both pity and pain as they gazed longingly at Xiang Chen. After a while, Xiang Chen finally sighed in relief and declared, "All the stagnant blood has been expelled. With my needle technique, even if her heart meridian is severed, it can sustain normal cardiac function for half a month. Bring me paper and pen. It is time to prescribe." Yes, yes." A stunned pharmacist snapped back to reality and hurried to fetch the writing materials. Xiang Chen wrote with graceful strokes, his calligraphy exquisite, exuding an air of sophistication. Despite his years of inability to cultivate, he had diligently practiced his writing and immersed himself in literature, achieving profound knowledge. In a world that prized martial prowess over literary refinement, there were few who truly valued cultural cultivation. As Xiang Chen prepared the prescription, the master of the Hua Pavilion also took Linger's pulse. After examining her, the astonishment in his eyes mirrored that of Xiang Chen's. The stagnant blood had indeed been entirely expelled, even from a severed heart meridian. Such a technique was beyond his capability. Who was this youth? How did he possess the legendary Northern Dipper heart-fixing needle technique? With this method, combined with medicinal vapor treatment, even those suffering from myocardial infarction could be revived. Xiang Chen completed the prescription and instructed a person to gather the herbs. Once they returned, he addressed Gongsun Xingtian, saying, "The prescription is here. However, the method of decoction requires specific timing for each herb, which I cannot disclose. Send someone to the Xia residence at No. 102 tonight to collect the decoction. After consuming this medicine, her severed heart meridian will heal within 7 days, ensuring her safety. As for the ruptured spleen, I will prescribe further treatment. The rib injuries do not require my intervention, as they can be managed adequately." Gongsun Xingtian turned to the master of the Hua Pavilion. The master remarked, "What this young master claims is likely true. I could treat a severed heart meridian, but it would take me a month. This young master only requires 7 days. I am truly in awe of his medical skill. His address had shifted from young man to young master, openly acknowledging his inferiority in this field. At this proclamation, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically as they gazed at Xiang Chen in disbelief. How could it be? A youth in his teens possessed such extraordinary medical prowess? Impossible, it could not be true, Wang Ying murmured, unable to accept the reality. Outside, an ordinary elder wielding a broom, whose murky eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance, instinctively glanced at his own hands. Zhao Mu was equally astonished. He knew his young master had been delving into medical studies, yet to surpass one of the most esteemed physicians of the great Xiang, the master of the Hua Pavilion, was beyond comprehension. His young master was indeed a genius, and Zhao Mu's resolve to follow Xiang Chen grew ever stronger. Young brother, allow me to pay my respects to you, Gongsun Shengtian. At this moment, Gongsun Shengtian lifted his robe, kneeling on one knee before Xiang Chen, clasping his fists in gratitude. A man's knees are said to kneel only for gold, and for Gongsun Shengtian, it was rare for him to kneel before anyone. After receiving his homage, Xiang Chen helped him up, saying, "Please rise, young master Gongsun." Just now, Gongsun Shengtian, in a moment of folly, inadvertently offended young brother Xiang Chen. I beseech young brother Xiang Chen to take no offense. From this day forth, I, Gongsun Shengtian, owe you a profound debt of gratitude. Henceforth, you shall be regarded as my brother, and whatever assistance I can provide, I shall offer without hesitation. Gongsun Shengtian spoke earnestly. Haha, you flatter me. I understand your urgency. Gongsun, a healer's heart is akin to that of a parent. They cannot bear to watch a patient suffer without offering aid. For such is not the nature of a true healer, Xiang Chen replied with a generous smile. Indeed, a healer's heart is like that of a parent, dedicated to the welfare of all. Such words resonate deeply with us. Please, allow us to bow in respect and seek your forgiveness for our earlier indiscretions. The assembled pharmacists said, bowing in unison. Your intentions were noble, and I shall not pursue this matter further. Xiang Chen gestured graciously, embodying the principle that one should return kindness tenfold, yet seek retribution for even the slightest harm. At that moment, Master Hua unexpectedly knelt before Xiang Chen, astonishing many in attendance. Little master, I have devoted 60 years of my life to the study of medicine, pouring my heart and soul into this art. I beseech you to impart to me the North Star needle technique you demonstrated earlier. I am willing to pay any price to learn this skill. Master Hua said with utmost sincerity. Please rise, esteemed elder. Xiang Chen quickly assisted the elder to his feet. You are my senior. To bow before me would diminish my own life. This technique is not of great consequence. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. For the true value lies in your ability to save more lives with it. Are you truly willing to teach me? Thank you, little master. I shall use this technique to heal many more in need. From this day forward, you shall be my teacher. In the path of cultivation, one becomes a master when they reach a certain level. Today, little master, you have imparted a valuable lesson, Master Hua said, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Xiang Chen smiled gently. To be honest, the North Star calming needle is merely a superficial technique from the sacred text of returning heaven. While there exist far more profound methods, yet, being recorded in such a revered text, even a seemingly trivial technique is a treasure in the realm of medicine. Thank you for saving my life, young master. At that moment, Gongsun Linger, lying in bed, expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Xiang Chen smiled again, his thoughts drifting to his own sister, Yiro. Where could she be? How is she? When shall we reunite? A longing glimmered in his gaze. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Wang Ying attempted to slip out discreetly, seeking to depart unnoticed. Stop! Wang the great genius, where do you think you are going? Xiang Chen's mocking laughter echoed behind him. Who was it that promised to eat crow just now? At this, all eyes turned toward Wang Ying, who hesitated, an awkward expression crossing his face. I suddenly remembered an urgent matter at home. I must take my leave. Stop! Who allowed you to leave? Do you not recall the wager we made? Xiang Chen's voice turned stern, while Zhao Mu smirked, intercepting Wang Ying at the door. What do you want? Step aside. The two guards of Wang Ying remained vigilant. Both were masters of the innate realm. Clearly, following the previous incident involving Xiang Chen, the Wang family had heightened their security measures. For Wang Ying was the son of the family head and a prodigy awakened with a martial soul. The young master has instructed you to stay. You cannot leave. Zhao Mu sneered. Do you think you alone are capable of stopping us? The two guards scoffed, unleashing their innate true qi. If you are not enough, I am here too. At that moment, Gongsun Xingtian coldly commanded, intercept them. As you wish, young master. Gongsun Xingtian's 4 guards took their positions at the entrance, each also a master of the innate realm. Wang Ying's expression shifted. Gongsun Xingtian was actually aiding Xiang Chen. Gongsun, is this brat worth it? I am the young master of the Wang family. Wang Ying replied coldly. I care not for your title, for Xiang Chen is my brother. If he states you cannot leave, then you shall not. Gongsun Xingtian retorted with a sneer. Wang Ying, when one ventures into the world, one must acknowledge their mistakes and stand tall when faced with retribution. Who was it that so brazenly declared he would eat excrement if I could cure Miss Gongsun? Xiang Chen scoffed, clearly unwilling to let Wang Ying off the hook. Unlike the few pharmacists who bore no grudge and had admitted their wrongs, Wang Ying and Xiang Chen had become irreconcilable foes, and Xiang Chen had already placed Wang Ying on his list of enemies, unafraid of further antagonizing him. Wang Ying felt the same. He was eager to eliminate Xiang Chen. They also made the same promise. Why do you not punish them? Wang Ying bellowed, pointing at the pharmacists. The pharmacists, upon hearing this, turned pale, harboring resentment towards Wang Ying. Did they truly say that? I do not recall. Xiang Chen feigned surprise. The pharmacists, moved, looked gratefully at Xiang Chen. Indeed, did we say that? I seem to have forgotten, Pharmacist Liu replied. Haha, so do I. No recollection whatsoever. Did we say it? No, we did not. They all denied, grateful that Xiang Chen had spared them. Humph, then I too do not recall making any statement. Wang Ying sneered, attempting to evade responsibility. To suggest he would consume excrement? If this were to spread, how could he maintain his standing in the capital of the Deshan Kingdom? No, you did say it. I remember, Xiang Chen countered with a smirk, suddenly producing a small device resembling a conch shell. This is a voice recorder. Wang Ying's expression changed. This peculiar shell could capture and retain the spoken words of others. Indeed, we remember too, young Master Wang. Do not attempt to wriggle out of it. We are all aware, several pharmacists stepped forward to support Xiang Chen, having been graciously spared by him just moments earlier. Wang Ying's provocations only served to deepen their resolve, for they were from the Wan Yao Pavilion and were unafraid of the Wang family. Wang Ying's face turned ashen, trembling with rage. Zhao Mu, fetch a chamber pot from the privy and bring back a bowl of excrement for our young Master Wang, but be sure not to touch it yourself. Xiang Chen stated coolly. Certainly, just a moment, young master. Zhao Mu replied with a mischievous grin, eager and unbothered by the filth. Damn it, break through. Wang Ying roared, knowing he could not remain passive. In the esteemed hall of 10,000 medicines, a realm where martial prowess is strictly prohibited, who would dare to raise a hand? At that moment, the master of the hall coldly proclaimed. A tremendous force erupted from him. This master was, in fact, a formidable warrior at the first level of the Yuan Yang realm. The terrifying aura of genuine essence enveloped Wang Ying and his companions, paralyzing them with fear. As this was undoubtedly directed at them, Wang Ying's heart sank. A warrior of the Yuan Yang realm, even at the initial stage, could easily obliterate the 3 of them. Old Wang, do you intend to offend the Wang family? Wang Ying's face turned pale. Young Master Wang, you jest. I am merely adhering to the rules of the Hall of 10,000 Medicines. Not even your father, the head of the Wang family, would dare to act recklessly here. The master of the hall replied indifferently. Young master, it has been obtained. At that moment, Zhao Mu, pinching his nose, presented a bowl of a foul-smelling liquid, black and yellow in color. This is truly repugnant. Consuming this will render one incapable of eating for 10 days. Forget about eating. I feel like retching. The onlookers recoiled in disgust, gagging at the stench. To those who might be dining, my sincerest apologies. Youth Wang, please, unleash your grand spirit, devour like a dragon, and swallow like a tiger. Enjoy yourself. You may even have another bowl, Xiang Chen sneered. I assure you, this is even more unbearable than killing Wang Ying. Come now, young Master Wang, I've added a touch of my own warm tea for flavor, Zhao Mu remarked with a mischievous grin. No, I won't eat it. Xiang Chen, spare me. Wang Ying retreated in terror, pleading with Xiang Chen. A man must stand by his word. This is beyond your control. Gentlemen, lend him a hand. Xiang Chen coldly commanded. Very well, young Master Xiang. Several bodyguards of Gongsun Sheng swiftly approached to restrain Wang Ying. With his arms already fractured and not fully healed, he stood no chance against their superior prowess, as they firmly immobilized his limbs. Young master, please, Zhao Mu said, seizing Wang Ying's mouth and forcing the foul liquid inside. No, gurgle. The subsequent scene was brutal. I shall refrain from detailing it further, lest I regurgitate my own lunch. After Zhao Mu emptied the bowl, he immediately released Wang Ying and rushed to wash his hands, retching uncontrollably, for it was indeed his first time committing such a heinous act. Wang Ying fared even worse, retching violently from the stench, nearly expelling his bile. Xiang Chen, I will never forgive you for this. Help me, help me. Wang Ying, unable to move from the ordeal, urgently requested his guards to assist him away. Who is it that stinks so foully? Who has indulged in such filth? Outside in the main hall, the crowd erupted into a cacophony. The attending pharmacists struggled to suppress their own nausea. In my 80 years of life, I have never witnessed such a spectacle. It is shocking. Someone, please clean this up, the master of the hall remarked, gazing at Xiang Chen, acknowledging the ruthlessness of this young master. For it was likely that this incident would leave a lifelong shadow, an inner demon in Wang Ying's heart. Xiang Chen remained composed, knowing that those who are kind are often taken advantage of, and that those who insult others will continually face humiliation, especially when it comes to a sworn enemy like Wang Ying. Chapter 32. The Fall of a Great Man. It is said that after Wang Ying returned to the Wang family, he did not consume a morsel for 10 days and spent 3 entire days retching. He was on the verge of collapse, teetering on the brink of dehydration. Yet, when his parents inquired about his condition, Wang Ying remained utterly reticent, and his guards dared not divulge anything. Should this incident become public knowledge, he would undoubtedly become the greatest laughingstock of the Wang family. A bitter fate indeed, one that he could not voice. However, that is a tale for another time. Brother, what should we do about my sister's current condition? Gong's son Xing Tian inquired, already addressing Xiang Chen as brother. Miss Gong's son should remain at the Wanyao Medical Hall for the time being. As long as we safeguard her heart pulse, the other injuries can be treated here. Xiang Chen replied. Someone, arrange the finest private room for Miss Gong's son. Master Hua commanded his pharmacists without hesitation. Brother, your kindness is beyond words. As I have mentioned before, your affairs are now my responsibility, Gong's son Xing Tian stated earnestly. You flatter me, Brother Gong Sunday. As I have said, healing is the physician's calling. Xiang Chen responded with a gentle smile, displaying neither arrogance nor impatience, devoid of the restlessness often found in peers of his age. Nevertheless, I must repay you. Monetary gifts are too mundane. While I, Gong's son Xing Tian, may lack other talents in the realm of forging, there are few in the great Shang kingdom who can rival me. Allow me to present you with a weapon. What type of weapon do you favor? Gong's son Xing Tian proclaimed proudly. A weapon, you say? Xiang Chen pondered. In this world dominated by true martial practitioners, exceptional weapons are undeniably coveted by every warrior. Thus, the status of a forge master is exceedingly elevated. Yet, not everyone can ascend to the rank of forge master. One must possess an extraordinary and powerful soul force, as well as a physique capable of cultivating both earth and fire attributes. Consequently, the number of forge masters is considerably fewer than that of true martial practitioners, and those with remarkable skills in forging hold a far superior status in society compared to their martial counterparts. Moreover, the Gongsun family, which stands behind Gong's son Xing Tian, is the most formidable forging lineage in the entire Great Shang. It is said that this family possesses an even more formidable background, one that the royal family regards with trepidation. Weapons come in various tiers. The most commonplace are mortal-grade weapons, which any ordinary blacksmith can forge and bear no special function. Next come treasured items, crafted by true forge masters, capable of channeling true qi and enveloping it, allowing the weapon to become an extension of the true qi's offensive capabilities, thereby enhancing its potency. Above treasured items are spiritual weapons, which are truly extraordinary. They can significantly amplify the power of true qi and can even be controlled and wielded with soul force. The materials used to forge such weapons are exceedingly rare and precious, and a single spiritual weapon can be worth its weight in gold. Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he contemplated weapons. His favorite was the sword. The sword reigns supreme in close combat, a dominator among weapons. Furthermore, among the martial arts documented in the sacred canon of 10,000 demons, there exists a formidable sword technique. If Brother Gong's son is truly sincere, I would be grateful for a sword. However, may I provide the design and patterns for it? Xiang Chen smiled. A sword? Haha, naturally, there is no issue. Brother Gong's son shall forge a knife for you, the finest blade from the great merchants. At that time, I will send someone to collect the materials. You simply need to provide me with the design. Gongsun Xingtian laughed. Thank you, brother Gongsun, replied Xiang Chen with a cupped fist. Oh, no need for thanks. You are my sister's savior, and now we are brothers. Gongsun Xingtian chuckled, patting Xiang Chen on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Gongsun Linger was gently lifted by a maid, being moved to the recovery room. Well then, I shall go tend to my sister. We shall meet again. Do visit the Gongsun residence often. The doors are always open for you. Gongsun Xingtian stated. Very well, brother Gongsun, take care of Linger. Remember, the needle on her chest must not be removed. Xiang Chen reminded as Gongsun Xingtian headed to the recovery room at the medicine pavilion. Master, at that moment, the head of the Hua family bowed to Xiang Chen. It feels quite awkward. Hua Lao, you may simply call me Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen smiled wryly, finding it peculiar that a man in his 70s would refer to a 15-year-old boy as master. This cannot do. One must adhere to customs and propriety. If you are to teach me acupuncture, I must treat you with the respect due to a teacher, Hua's head remarked sternly. Very well, as you wish. Please fetch some paper and a pen. I shall write down the acupuncture techniques and the meridian diagrams for you. Xiang Chen, feeling resigned, acquiesced to the request. Good, someone. Quickly bring paper and pen. Hua's head hastily commanded. Xiang Chen spent the better part of half an hour inscribing the acupuncture techniques and meridian diagrams. The human meridians are truly extraordinary. They exist within the body, yet remain invisible to the naked eye. Some are as thick as blood vessels, while others are as slender as fine threads, clearly present within the body, yet unseen. The meridians are solely recognized by traditional Chinese medicine, while Western medicine, despite its advanced instruments, cannot detect them. It must be said, the treasures left by our ancestors indeed harbor the profound wisdom of ancient sages. As for the number of human meridians, they are as numerous as the stars in the cosmos. Upon receiving the Beidou steadying needle, Hua Lao was as excited as a child. Although he was a formidable martial artist, his heart lay in the healing arts. The joy of acquiring these techniques mirrored that of a warrior obtaining a powerful martial skill. After imparting the Beidou steadying needle to Hua's head, Xiang Chen decided not to linger with Zhao Mu and departed from the medical hall, having also procured the items necessary for his cultivation. However, just as he exited the door of the medical hall, he spotted the elderly man sweeping the grounds and hesitated slightly. Sir, have you been waiting for me long? Xiang Chen suddenly remarked with a gentle smile. Oh, how did the young one discover that? The old man lifted his head to regard Xiang Chen. This elder appeared exceedingly ordinary, standing at a height of 1.70 meters. In the past 2 months, as Xiang Chen's qi and blood flourished, he had grown from 1.65 meters to 1.73 meters, now taller than the elder. Clad in a plain gray robe and black cloth shoes, he seemed remarkably unremarkable. However, his left hand was shockingly disfigured, charred as if from fire, and withered like dry wood. Xiang Chen smiled lightly and said, upon entering, I immediately discerned the poison in your left hand. It is the venom of the abyssal flame demon spider. This toxin is exceedingly potent, turning an ordinary person to ash in an instant. Yet, your ability to contain it within your left arm illustrates your profound cultivation. Indeed, you are a true martial expert. While I was administering the antidote to Gongsun Ling, you lingered outside, suggesting that you, too, find yourself at a loss against this poison. Ha ha, what a meticulous young man you are. It seems the rumors are not to be trusted. The elder chuckled heartily and said, Young one, would you care to join me for a moment and enjoy a cup of tea? How could a junior refuse such a gracious invitation from an elder? Please, lead the way, Xiang Chen replied, gesturing with a flourish of his sleeves. The elder took the lead, with Xiang Chen and Zhao Mu following closely behind. Chapter 33. The venom of the demon spider. This elder resided within the confines of the Wan Yao Pavilion, a place of considerable expanse. Following the elder, they traversed a lengthy crimson corridor, passed through several junctions, and meandered through a tranquil bamboo grove. Beside the grove, a clear spring bubbled forth, forming a small pond with a diameter of over 10 meters, and a gentle stream flowed towards another destination. A serene and elegant courtyard stood quietly beside the pond, exuding an air of tranquility and charm. Pushing open the courtyard door, the garden was lush with flourishing flora. In the courtyard, there was a trellis adorned with grapevines, which, despite the winter season, bore clusters of purple grapes that resembled crystal, shrouded in a delicate mist. Please, young friend, have a seat. The elder gestured for Xiang Chen to sit at the stone table beneath the trellis, while he conjured a set of tea utensils with a flourish of his hand. "Please, take a seat, esteemed elder," Xiang Chen replied, settling across from the elder at the stone table, with Zhao Mu standing quietly behind him. The elder proceeded leisurely, igniting the charcoal stove, pouring the clear spring water into the teapot, arranging the tea set, and placing tea leaves into the 2 cups. "Heavenly mist spiritual tea," Xiang Chen exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the leaves that resembled white frost within the cups. This was a rare spirit tea, valued at thousands of gold per ounce, a luxury that ordinary folk could scarcely afford. His father possessed it, but it was only served when distinguished guests arrived. "Ah, young friend, you are knowledgeable about this tea. It is produced in the frigid region of Yuzhou, with tender leaves sprouting once every decade, and harvestable only once every 20 years, the elder replied with a calm smile. Meanwhile, the tea in the purple clay teapot had reached a boil. The elder poured tea into both cups, first rinsing the leaves before infusing them with boiling water a second time. Wisps of white mist rose from the cups. Intriguingly, this mist was cool to the touch, and a faint aroma of tea wafted through the courtyard, unable to be overshadowed by the surrounding floral scents. When my father was alive, I was fortunate enough to witness this tea, though I had never tasted it myself. It appears today, thanks to your generosity, I shall finally savor it. Xiang Chen remarked with a smile. Please, urged the elder. The two shared no further conversation, each lifting their cups to sip the tea. Xiang Chen breathed in the cool mist before tasting the tea, which initially brought a wave of warmth, followed by an unexpected chill. After a moment of bitterness, a uniquely exquisite sweetness lingered on his palate. As the tea flowed into his belly, a wave of warmth surged within him, causing every pore of his body to seemingly open up. The vital energy and blood within Xiang Chen roared and flowed, strengthening him considerably. What a fine tea. He slowly exhaled a breath of white vapor. Haha, indeed, it is excellent tea. Shortly, I shall gift the young lad half a pound, the old man chuckled. Half a pound must be worth several thousand gold coins. Such generosity is remarkable. I must express my gratitude, then. I presume your esteemed position in the Wan Yao Pavilion is quite exceptional, Xiang Chen remarked with a faint smile, calmly gazing at the old man, unperturbed by material wealth and accepting with equanimity. Hailing from a royal family, he naturally possessed an air of nobility and refinement that transcended the common folk. Just an ordinary old man sweeping the floor, the elder said, yet here stands a young lad from the royal household. Youthful, yet possessing medical skills that would leave even Master Huan awe. Truly accomplished at such a tender age. An ordinary old man sweeping the floor? I would hardly believe that. The price of this cup of tea could sustain an average family for a lifetime, Xiang Chen replied. Yet you are merely a discarded scion of the royal family. Let us not dwell on that. No merit, no reward, dear sir. Might I examine your hand? Xiang Chen inquired. The old man extended his left hand, revealing an arm that was as black as coal, shriveled and resembling a charred stick, somewhat alarming to behold. Indeed, the poison of the earth heart flame spider, Xiang Chen squinted, hesitant to touch it, for his own cultivation level meant that contact would spell certain death. Judging by the condition, you must have been poisoned for quite some time, sir. Indeed, I have suffered from this affliction for 12 long years, tormented daily by the venom of this demonic spider. I have sought out countless renowned doctors and alchemists, yet none could provide a remedy. They all claimed that only the 6 extremes cold scene herb could cure me, but such a top-tier medicinal herb is rare and elusive. Since you recognized it at a glance, do you possess a way to treat it? The elder asked. The 6 extremes cold scene herb can indeed dispel this poison. However, with the poison eradicated, your arm will be nearly useless, and the alternating heat and cold have all but destroyed your meridians. Furthermore, the root of this poison does not lie solely in your arm, Xiang Chen replied calmly. The old man gazed at Xiang Chen in astonishment before nodding. You have keen insight, young one. The poison originally settled near my heart, and in a desperate bid to survive, I forced it to manifest in my arm. Yet now, this poison has begun to corrode your internal organs. At this rate, even with your formidable cultivation, you will not withstand another decade, Xiang Chen observed, looking at the old man's arm. Indeed, without a remedy or the 6 extremes cold scene herb, I have little time left, the elder stated gravely. Before the specter of life and death, few could remain completely unperturbed. Young friend, can it be cured? The elder asked after another sip of tea. It can. Xiang Chen's resolute declaration caused the old man's hand to tremble in surprise as he gazed at Xiang Chen. He had merely posed the question with a sliver of hope, yet this youth spoke with unwavering certainty. Not only can it be treated, but your withered meridians can also be restored to normal levels. However, it will require some time. About a month, Xiang Chen stated. The elder nearly choked at this revelation, almost spitting tea all over Xiang Chen. He rose with excitement, gazing at Xiang Chen, and exclaimed, "Can this young one truly heal? I can commence the detoxification for the old gentleman right away, yet my needles are merely ordinary silver ones. To withstand the corrosive nature of the spider flame poison, I require needles forged from secret silver. I possess them." The old man's finger illuminated a golden crystal ring, and a set of dozens of shimmering secret silver needles materialized before Xiang Chen. Over the years, he had sought many renowned physicians and had prepared such needles himself. Indeed, they were secret silver needles. A glimmer of light sparkled in Xiang Chen's eyes. This set of needles was worth tens of thousands of gold coins, as secret silver is an exceedingly precious material for crafting. "Kind sir, may I request you to loosen your upper garment?" Xiang Chen said, not inquiring about a reward, but rather preparing to save the elderly man directly. The old man unfastened his garment, revealing that the poison had already spread across his shoulder and even into his left chest. "My young friend, if you can save me, I shall owe you an immense favor," the elder exclaimed, visibly moved. "First, please gather your vital essence," Xiang Chen instructed as he took out the secret silver needles. The old man promptly retracted the vital essence coursing through his meridians, a pained expression crossing his face. Without the protection of his vital essence, the areas afflicted by the poison emanated an astonishing heat, hot enough to cook an egg instantly. Chapter 34. Expelling the demon poison. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Chen's expression turned grave as he delicately grasped the secret silver needles and inserted them near the old man's heart. He began with the North Star stabilizing needle to safeguard the elder's heart meridian. He dared not let the spider flame poison touch him, otherwise his cultivation would be unable to withstand it, potentially reducing him to mere dust. Subsequently, one by one, the secret silver needles were inserted into the old man's arm in the poisoned areas. Soon, most of the dozens of needles were embedded in the elder's arm. At that moment, the crimson mist coiling around his arm began to dissipate, and droplets of dark red poisonous blood flowed forth, dripping onto the ground. With a hissing sound, white smoke billowed up from the ground, which was pockmarked with corrosive holes, evidence of the poison's ferocity. Thus, it has been expelled. The elder gazed in astonishment at the droplets of poisonous blood oozing from his arm, a look of surprise dawning on his face. He could distinctly feel that as the toxin was expelled from his arm, the pain was alleviating, and the searing agony was diminishing. Incredible! The acupuncture skills of this young friend are truly astonishing. I cannot fathom what kind of divine physician or master could have nurtured such a disciple, the elder remarked, suppressing his inner excitement and admiration. Xiang Chen smiled faintly. If he were to disclose that his mentor was a plump, gray-haired pig, he wondered what the elder would think. His technique was derived from the detoxification needle method in the sacred text of reversal, specifically designed to combat fiery toxins. This method can only expel the majority of the toxins from your body, sufficient to preserve your life, but it cannot cure you entirely. For that, you will need medicine. However, I can treat your ailment without the need for the 6 extremes celestial essence. Shortly, I shall provide a prescription. All the medicinal ingredients should be available at the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion. With my medicine, a month will suffice for a complete cure. You can cure it without the 6 extremes celestial essence. Upon hearing this, the elderly man was overwhelmed with excitement, gazing incredulously at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen nodded in affirmation. "Ha ha, I have truly encountered a benefactor, a remarkable individual. Young friend, should you manage to cure this poison afflicting me, you shall become my lifelong confidant. I owe you an immense debt of gratitude. Whatever you desire, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it," the elderly man joyfully proclaimed. "Ah, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Chen Feng." Xiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly, as the name struck a familiar chord, reminiscent of something he had heard before. However, he could not recall where. He replied, "Senior Chen, you flatter me. This is but a trifling task for me. Your previous invitation to enjoy the celestial mist spirit tea has already more than sufficed as recompense. Your trifling effort, however, is a life-saving grace for me," the elder chuckled. From now on, do not refer to me as senior or elder. Simply call me Brother Chen, haha. Without hesitation, Xiang Chen responded, very well, Brother Chen. He smiled, pleased to have formed a connection with such a formidable ally. At that moment, the ground had already expelled a considerable amount of poisonous blood, corroding the earth beneath. Xiang Chen remarked, there is no need to remove these needles for the time being. Brother, I shall prepare a prescription for you. Follow the ingredients and proportions I provide. Brew the medicine accordingly, and within a month, the poison shall be eradicated, and your withered meridians will return to their normal state. As he spoke, he began inscribing the prescription onto paper. Just when I thought my life was destined to be claimed by this poison, I did not expect to encounter a turning point in you, young brother. The heavens do not abandon me. Chen Feng, the elder sighed. Haha, perhaps this is fate. Xiang Chen replied with a smile. Indeed, haha, fate, the elder echoed. At that moment, the elderly man felt the burning pain in his arm and throughout his body begin to dissipate, replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief. Xiang Chen then presented the prescription to the elder, who accepted it with great reverence. Young brother, you have not mentioned what you desire. I am at a loss as to what would be fitting to offer you. Please accept this token. The elder produced a golden token engraved with the words 10,000 medicines and adorned with mysterious symbols. What is this? Xiang Chen inquired, puzzled. Haha, in the future, when you visit the 10,000 medicines pavilion, use this to purchase items, and you shall receive discounts. As for its other functions, you will discover them in due time. Elder Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Brother's kindness is greatly appreciated. I shall not refuse. Xiang Chen accepted the elder's gift without hesitation, recognizing that he had indeed saved a life. Brother Chen, I must return to prepare medicine for Gongsun Linger. I shall not linger here. You may treat your poison according to the prescription. Should any complications arise, you can find me at the Xia family, Xiang Chen stated. Understood, young brother, travel safely. The elder did not insist on his stay. Oh, wait a moment, young brother, you must take this. The elder suddenly recalled something, halting Xiang Chen, and from the grapevine, he plucked several large clusters of grapes, placing them in a basket for Xiang Chen to take. These grapes are imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. They are certainly extraordinary. The grapes you consume will greatly benefit your future endeavors. Once you finish, do come back here to pick some, the old man chuckled. Very well. Xiang Chen did not refuse, carrying a basket of grapes as he departed from the elder's dwelling. The elder gazed at Xiang Chen's retreating figure, twirling his half-foot-long white beard, a broad smile gracing his face. Qing Feng, the elder suddenly called out. In a flash, a lithe figure clad in green appeared before the elder, standing respectfully. After issuing a few instructions, the dark-clad figure vanished without a trace. The Xiang family, their fate is not yet exhausted. This is truly the Qilin child of the Xiang family, the elder murmured to himself, as Xiang Chen left the elder's residence. He and Zhao Mu also exited the Wan Yao pavilion. Young master, what is the origin of that elder? Zhao Mu inquired with curiosity. Xiang Chen toyed with the token in his hand, responding, I do not know, but his cultivation is exceptionally high. Perhaps on par with my father's. On par with the prince. Zhao Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, after all, to withstand the poison of the earth heart demon flame spider for 12 years requires an immense level of cultivation, Xiang Chen remarked as he stowed away the token. You are truly formidable. To counter such a potent poison that even the strongest struggle against, you possess remarkable skill, Zhao Mu replied with a smile. Xiang Chen offered a faint smile in return, acknowledging that he relied on the teachings he had inherited. Upon returning to the Xia family, Xiang Chen entered amidst the scornful gazes of the guards, making his way back to his courtyard to prepare medicine for Gongsun Linger. The brewing method for Gongsun Linger's medicine was intricate, so he personally undertook the task to avoid any mistakes. In the afternoon, Gongsun Xingtian sent someone to collect the medicine, and Xiang Chen provided him with the design schematics for the weapons he required. Once these matters were resolved, Xiang Chen turned his attention to preparing the Tiger Demon Body Refining Liquid. Chapter 35. Tiger Demon Body Refining. In the backyard, a roaring furnace was lit, and in a boiling iron pot, Xiang Chen continuously added carefully measured medicinal herbs. Young master, the powdered bones of the demon tiger have arrived, Zhao Mu announced as he brought forth a basin of the powder. Xiang Chen, still lacking the strength to grind the tiger bones into powder, found it manageable for Zhao Mu, who was at the innate stage. Very well, add it in, Xiang Chen instructed. Zhao Mu poured the powdered bones into the bubbling cauldron, causing the liquid within to churn once more. Xiang Chen stirred vigorously with a large wooden stick. After simmering for nearly half an hour, the concoction transformed into a viscous green liquid, appearing somewhat unappetizing and bubbling incessantly. Zhao Mu carefully transported it to Xiang Chen's room. Xiang Chen loosened his robes, revealing a robust physique with clearly defined muscles, prominent pectorals, and six-pack abs, clad only in a pair of shorts. Man, he watched from the side, her cheeks slightly flushed. Xiang Chen gazed at the boiling pot with a resolute expression, took a deep breath, and leaped directly into the half-meter deep cauldron. A pained gasp escaped his lips as he bit down, his face contorted in agony. The boiling concoction, reaching temperatures exceeding 100 degrees Celsius, posed an immense challenge even for a warrior of the body refinement realm, whose resistance to high temperatures surpasses that of an ordinary person, yet still endured excruciating agony. The sensation of being doused with scalding water is a feeling only those who have experienced it can truly comprehend. Xiang Chen's skin quickly turned a fiery red, forming large blisters as a testament to his suffering. Seeing this, the young lady man, he felt a pang of sympathy. Nevertheless, Xiang Chen bore this astonishing pain and commenced his training in the sacred text of the myriad demons, his pores absorbing the medicinal essence, while the blood and qi within him surged tumultuously. Zhao Mu, witnessing this scene, revealed a look of admiration. To endure such torment required extraordinary willpower. It was time for me to devote myself to training as well. Zhao Mu exited Xiang Chen's chamber and retreated to his own room, where a cast iron pot simmered with a potent elixir, specifically tailored for innate realm warriors, even more formidable than Xiang Chen's. This was prepared by Xiang Chen for him. Xiang Chen sat cross-legged in the bubbling cauldron of the medicinal liquid, gritting his teeth to withstand the pain as he absorbed the elixir's potency. The boundless agony eroded his willpower. Within him, 1,000 thoughts of surrender urged him to escape. Yet, upon closing his eyes, he was enveloped by the soft echo of Rauer's voice. "Brother, promise me you will become the strongest man in the world, and never let anyone bully you again." With his eyes shut, memories of Ming Shu, Hong Xiu, and the tragic sight of severed heads flooded his mind. How absurd it was that I would entertain the notion of giving up. In this life, I had endured enough of weakness. Xiang Chen tore apart all feelings of despair and focused intently on absorbing the medicinal essence. Waves of pain akin to being gnawed by ants coursed through his body, accompanied by a prickling sensation in his bones. Suddenly, a cry of anguish pierced his ears. Xiang Chen opened his eyes to behold a delicate figure, radiant as jade. Facing him, gritting her teeth as she too endured this torment, tears streaming down her face. Blood trickled from his nose as he voiced his concern. "Man, what are you doing here?" "Young master, I wish to train alongside you, to share in your suffering. I do not want to be bullied anymore. I too wish to protect you." Man, he stammered through her tears, her words barely coherent. Xiang Chen's heart trembled as he gazed into her pained yet resolute eyes, reminiscent of his own past. "Foolish girl, this will transform you into a monster," he replied with a bitter smile. "I wish to grow stronger, to protect you. What if I become a monster?" Man, he quivered, despite her physical prowess being only at the 6th level of the body refinement realm, her endurance far inferior to Xiang Chen's. "Very well, from now on, you shall train with me," Xiang Chen conceded, closing his eyes once more, deliberately avoiding the alluring figure before him. Man, he smiled, and, gritting her teeth, engaged in the cultivation techniques Xiang Chen imparted. This arduous training persisted for 2 full days until the pot's contents were entirely absorbed by the pair. With a resounding roar, the blood and qi within Xiang Chen surged like a torrential river, heralding the birth of a formidable inner strength within the 8th spirit vein. Xiang Chen opened his eyes, exhaling a cloud of white vapor, only to find himself once again captivated by Man-He's exquisite form. He felt an inner tranquility, sensing the immense power coursing through his veins, having reached the 8th level of physical mastery. Moreover, the true extent of his strength remained unknown. He clenched his fist, distinctly aware that his hand had become more solid, his flesh more resilient. "How formidable is my punch now?" he mused silently. His gaze fell upon Manha, who, devoid of the medicinal liquid's concealment, revealed her exquisite form as an 18-year-old maiden before him. What a sin, he thought with a faint smile. Young master, Manha, having concluded her cultivation, shyly looked towards him. The master possesses absolute authority over his maidservants, who are typically regarded as companions for the night. Manha had been meticulously chosen by his uncle. She possessed innate talent for cultivation and was strikingly beautiful. Yet, he had never entertained any thoughts about her. Manha, please put on your clothes. Our training is complete, he said, closing his eyes in embarrassment. Does the young master not like me? Am I unsatisfactory? Manha bit her rosy lip, gazing at him softly. There exists an unspoken rule among maidservants. Only those who are admitted to the master's chambers are regarded as true confidants. This is no mere conjecture. Historically, maidservants of noble youths have been privy to their master's significant matters, serving as intimate allies. Such maidservants are nurtured alongside their young masters, forging deep emotional bonds that render betrayal unlikely. For instance, Hongxiu had been his devoted maid since childhood, which is why he felt profound sorrow at her demise. That's not true. How could I be dissatisfied with you? You have taken excellent care of me these past 2 months, he quickly replied. Then why does the young master not favor me? Is it because you find me less beautiful than Miss Xiang Chen? Manha said, her voice tinged with grievance. That cannot be compared. You are you, and she is she. Manha, you are quite lovely as well, he replied with a wry smile. Then why? After more than 2 months, do you still not favor me? Manha stepped closer, nearly pressing against him. He instinctively retreated, but as fate would have it, the pot tipped. And with a startled cry, Manha fell atop him. In Chapter 36, the Summer Family's Banquet, within the room. The pot lay to one side as he found himself lying on the ground, Manha's delicate form resting upon him. The two were in close proximity, and he stared at her, his face flushing crimson. He had never encountered such an experience. Young master, Manha gazed at him with eyes brimming with emotion. Her voice sultry and captivating. She leaned in, her luscious lips seeking his. No, this is not right, he exclaimed, quickly turning his head, his breath becoming uneven. Manha, I am still young. Please wait until I come of age. Witnessing the typically commanding and astute young master reveal such bashfulness, Manha couldn't help but chuckle softly. Very well. Then I shall wait until you come of age, she replied. Could you please get off me first? He said, his face aflame. Manha stood up and donned her garments, saying, Allow me to assist you in getting dressed, young master. No need. I can dress myself, Xiang Chen awkwardly replied. All right then. Man, he giggled, choosing not to tease him further as she exited the room and closed the door behind her. Xiang Chen donned his attire, offering a self-deprecating smile. What a useless fool I am, letting such an opportunity slip away. How could I teach you? At that moment, a soft grunt resonated from the rooftop. Who is it? Xiang Chen's expression shifted as he looked up. Perched on the beam was a small black and white pig, swaying its trotters with a look of disappointment directed at him. It's Bagu, Xiang Chen exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the little pig. Bagu, what brings you here? Are you truly that dim-witted? Why didn't you seize the moment earlier when she practically delivered herself to you? The pig leapt down, tapping Xiang Chen on the head with the trotters. Xiang Chen winced, clutching his head as Bagu remarked, I anticipated witnessing your first intimate encounter, but alas, I was hoping to provide you with some tactical guidance. You lecherous creature. I'm still underage. Xiang Chen retorted, speechless. Is that merely an excuse? Bagu scoffed. You're just too inhibited. I'm still young, Xiang Chen insisted stubbornly. Alas, it seems I must liberate your thoughts more often, Bagu sighed. By the way, where have you been for the past 2 months? Naturally. I was off in pursuit of beauty, Bagu replied. Which poor sow have you been troubling? Xiang Chen chuckled. Get lost. Bagu raised the trotters and gave Xiang Chen another tap, causing a lump to form on his head. Back to the main topic. Didn't you want to see Ro'er? Bagu stated nonchalantly. Where's Ro'er? Xiang Chen asked, his excitement palpable. Ro'er resides in your heart. Bagu pointed at Xiang Chen's chest. Bagu, stop joking. I miss Ro'er terribly, Xiang Chen lamented. Haha, I'm not jesting. Focus on your training. After you reach the 9th level of physical realm, come find me in the Demon Fog Mountains, and I shall help you unlock your divine abode, as well as reunite you with Ro'er. With a hearty laugh, Bagu vanished, not a trace left behind. The 9th level of physical realm. Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. Bagu, wait for me. I shall not be deceived, he declared, though Ba Ji's presence had already dissipated. Ro'er, no matter what, I must see you again, Xiang Chen murmured, his gaze resolute. The 9th level of physical realm is not far off. In the days that followed, Xiang Chen diligently practiced the dragon elephant fist, cultivating his inner strength, and at night, He immersed himself in the sacred scriptures of revival. He refined the tiger demon body refining liquid 3 more times, ensuring some was prepared for man he as well, who progressed rapidly, breaking through to the 8th level of the physical realm. One day, after absorbing the effects of the 4th batch of tiger demon body refining liquid, Xiang Chen expelled layers of thick, slimy impurities from his body, black and foul-smelling. Rising, he gazed at his skin, which now bore a bronzed hue, exuding a peculiar metallic quality. Clenching his fist, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. At long last, I have fully absorbed the formidable power of this tiger demon body refining liquid. Now, even in this human form, my physical resilience rivals that of beasts dwelling within the divine concealment realm, I suppose. Xiang Chen murmured to himself, brimming with excitement, his eyes aglow. A whiff of his own scent provoked a wave of nausea, reminiscent of emerging from a latrine, and his stomach growled hungrily. Manha, please prepare a barrel of hot water and some meals, Xiang Chen called out. Certainly, young master, came the reply. Half an hour later, Xiang Chen had completed his bath and joined Manha and Zhao Mu for dinner. Zhao Mu had made significant strides in his cultivation. After consuming a bunch of crystal grapes gifted by Elder Chen, along with the body refining liquid prepared by Xiang Chen, his prowess surged to the 3rd level of the innate realm, attaining the minor celestial stage. As for Manha, her cultivation had reached the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Naturally, being young, her progress leaves room for even greater achievements in the future. By the way, young master, it is said that the day after tomorrow marks the 190th birthday of old Madame Xia. Will you be attending? Zhao Mu suddenly inquired. Old Madame Xia. Xiang Chen squinted, for she was the most senior elder of the Xia family, and also the grandmother of Xia Qingqing. Theoretically, she was the grandmother of his future son-in-law as well. Of course I shall go. As a junior, it is only fitting that I present a token of my respect. Xiang Chen declared. What gift should we prepare? Zhao Mu asked. I have my own plans, Xiang Chen replied with a mysterious smile. On the following day, the Xia family bustled with activity, adorned with vibrant decorations, as if celebrating the new year. Everyone was aware that the next day would mark the 190th birthday of the esteemed old Madame Xia, the most senior elder of the family. In the martial world, if an innate realm expert can live beyond 120 years, then a Yuan-Yang realm expert might reach up to 200 years of life. Thus, the 190-year-old old Madame Xia had become a venerable figure within the Dashang Empire. This day was not solely for the Xia family. Even allied noble families, lords, and members of the royal family would send representatives to extend their congratulations, prompting the Xia family to treat this occasion with utmost seriousness. On the day of the birthday celebration, the streets were alive with activity, as many precious steeds were tied in rows outside the Xia family estate, and luxurious carriages were in abundance. Numerous prominent figures from the Dashang Empire, military, political, and commercial elites, entered the Xia residence, showcasing the family's esteemed position within the empire. Inside the grand hall of the Xia family, tables were laden with lavish feasts, featuring delicacies worth 100 gold pieces, as renowned guests continuously arrived to take their seats. At the head of the celebration, an elderly lady donned in a red birthday robe, her hair as white as snow, and a benevolent expression, was engaged in conversation with her younger companions. And at that moment, Chapter 37, Xiang Chen attends the celebration. This seemingly ordinary lady, appearing to be in her 70s or 80s, was none other than the most senior elder of the Xia family, old Madame Xia. In truth, her age was nearing an astonishing 200 years. Mother, may you be blessed with the fortune of the Eastern Sea and longevity of the Southern Mountain. This is a calming jade bracelet from Chunhui for you. Wear it, and it will soothe your spirit, ensuring you enjoy peaceful nights of restful sleep. At that moment, a graceful woman clad in yellow, seemingly in her 30s, smiled as she presented a brocade box, which contained a beautiful white jade bracelet. Chunhui, your thoughtfulness is much appreciated. The affairs of the Xia family over the years have greatly benefited from your assistance, remarked the matriarch, who then instructed a nearby maid to accept the bracelet. This elegant lady was none other than Zhao Chunhui, the mother of Xia Qingqing. Grandmother, I brought back some Qinglian cakes from the academy, made with superior lotus seeds. Consuming them can enhance longevity, Xia Qingqing said, holding a red box containing exquisite pastries. My dear Qingqing, let me see you. You've grown so big and beautiful. The matriarch beamed upon seeing Xia Qingqing, affectionately taking her hand and seating her beside herself. "Tell me, dear, how have you fared at the academy in Huangzhou?" she inquired. "I am well, thank you for your concern, grandmother," Xiang Chen replied. Her smile a rare glimpse, barely visible. "Hee, mother, you may not be aware, but Tingcheng has secured third place in the annual competition at Huangzhou Academy and has even caught the attention of the academy's dean, who has taken her as a disciple," Zhao Chunhui said, her pride evident in her eyes. The other noblewomen of the Xia family looked at Xia Tingcheng with a mix of envy and admiration. "Has there been any improvement with your condition?" the matriarch suddenly inquired with concern. Upon hearing this, Xia Tingcheng's smile faded as she slowly shook her head. "Alas," the matriarch sighed, "you have suffered greatly. At an age meant for blooming beauty, you are compelled to wear this mask." It seemed there were deeper troubles surrounding Xia Tingcheng. "By the way, Tingcheng, I have heard that the crown prince of the Great Xiang is pursuing you. Have you accepted?" Another noblewoman in blue, Xia Tingcheng's second aunt, asked with a smile. "You truly have a knack for stirring the pot." How could Tingcheng agree? What if he learns the truth later? How would she face that? Another noblewoman interjected coldly, her words laced with bitterness. "Oh right, I almost forgot. Tingcheng is still bound by an engagement to that second son of the Xiang family." The second aunt remarked, as if suddenly enlightened, with a hint of mockery in her gaze. Zhao Chunhui's expression darkened slightly as she retorted, "That boy is hardly worthy of our Tingcheng." Internally, she harbored deep resentment towards Xiang Chen, a downcast and useless second son, unworthy of her daughter. The matriarch furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you speaking of the second son of the Xiang family, Xiang Chen?" "Indeed, mother, that's the one. He poisoned his elder brother and was expelled from the Xiang family. Now he has fallen so low as to seek refuge with us. Tell me, what merit does such a disgraceful and treacherous man possess to be worthy of our Tingcheng?" Zhao Chunhui said through clenched teeth, filled with loathing for Xiang Chen for hindering her daughter's future. "I have also heard whispers regarding that young lad. It is said that he lacks the capacity for cultivation. Given the current peculiar circumstances surrounding the Xiang family, he is indeed unworthy of my family's exquisite Tingcheng. However, that was a marriage pact agreed upon by her grandfather when he was still alive, and many are aware of this matter. The Xia family cannot openly breach such an agreement." The matriarch of the Xia family, gently stroking the dragon-headed cane, spoke softly. "Indeed, to breach the contract would tarnish our Xia family's reputation. It would be akin to kicking someone when they are down or taking advantage of a favorable wind." The other two noble women chimed in, for they did not wish to see the exceptional Xia Tingcheng wed to the crown prince. Presently, they felt perpetually overshadowed by Zhao Chunhui. "What does this concern you?" Zhao Chunhui retorted, displeased. "We are also members of the Xia family and naturally must consider the family's reputation." The second aunt replied with a wry smile. "Grandmother, I am wholly devoted to my martial arts cultivation and the future of our family. I have no desire to marry," Xia Tingcheng stated calmly. You are still young. Such matters are far too premature for you to ponder," the matriarch chuckled, choosing not to dwell on the subject any longer. "Xia Mingjiang, may you live as long as the eastern sea and enjoy longevity akin to the southern mountain. Xia Mingyu, may you have a lifespan that reaches the heavens." Xia Yuyu wished for her grandmother's enduring health. At that moment, the younger generation of the Xia family continued to kneel and pay their respects, presenting the best gifts they could offer. The matriarch gazed at the continuous stream of her descendants bowing before her, her face aglow with joy. The strength of a family's future is determined by the prosperity of its youth. Within the spacious hall, no fewer than 400 members of the main Xia lineage gathered in exuberant celebration. Xiang Heng arrived with his wife, Xia He, and Xia Shuer to pay their respects. The matriarch conversed with Xiang Heng for quite some time, as Xia He is her own daughter. Just then, a figure entered from outside the hall. "Oh, it's Xiang Chen. Is it permissible for him to be here? He is the infamous second son of the Xiang family, renowned for his lack of worth." At that moment, attention turned to the young man, and whispers erupted among the guests, drawing many gazes toward him. The youth, clad in a black inner robe and draped in a white fur coat, possessed a charming appearance with defined brows and starry eyes. His long hair was tied back, cascading to his shoulders, perfectly concealing his unusually shaped ears. He was adorned with a blue belt and donned white boots, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Reminiscent of a refined gentleman. Though merely 15, he emanated a kingly composure, his countenance adorned with a subtle smile. It must be said, His aura captivated some of the Xia young ladies. Wow, that is Xiang Chen. He doesn't seem as inept as they say. He appears quite graceful and dignified. Some young women murmured. Humph, gilded on the outside but rotten within, merely a decorative pillow, a good-for-nothing living off our Xia family's bounty. Such a person is unworthy of Miss Xiang Chen. Many male disciples of the Xia family scoffed, their voices hushed yet audible to all present. Xiang Chen, Xiao Mingjiang, Xiao Nan. And others wore grim expressions, their gazes toward Xiang Chen filled with malice. The young man seems utterly oblivious to the decorum expected here. The grand elder, Xia Fenghu, frowned, clearly displeased by Xiang Chen's arrival. Amidst the mocking and derisive gazes of many, Xiang Chen approached the esteemed matriarch, Grand Lady Xia, carrying a basket. A series of splendid performances awaits you tomorrow. Those possessing devil fruits should bestow them upon the Azura, securing a guaranteed spot in the top 10. For those languishing outside the top 10, gratitude is owed to Jiang Chun and Shun Wen for their unlocking. You two are the liberators of the myriad demons, destined to be together forever. Chapter 38. Poisoning the Grand Lady Xiang Chen. Chunwei, Xiang Chun has arrived. Aunt Zhao and several other matriarchs cast derisive glances towards Zhao Chunwei, whose expression mirrored her displeasure. What an inconsiderate fellow, coming here without understanding the occasion. Does he even deserve to be here? Zhao Chunwei inwardly scolded. Xiang Chen, do you truly believe you have the right to be in this place? Xia Mingjiang remarked scornfully. Indeed, I am Xiang Chen. Beside Xia Mingjiang stood an exceptionally beautiful woman with an alluring figure, Xia Mingyu, the elder sister of Xia Mingjiang. Grand Lady Xia regarded the young man with surprise at his poised demeanor. Xiang Wang's second son, Xiang Chen, pays his respects to the Grand Lady. Wishing you blessings as abundant as the East Sea and longevity akin to the southern mountains' timeless pines. Xiang Chen bowed respectfully, clasping his hands in salute. This eloquent expression drew many gazes. What a splendid greeting. Blessings as abundant as the East Sea and longevity akin to the southern mountains' timeless pines, with just a few added words. This age-old birthday wish gains a renewed significance, elevating its essence to a higher realm. Grand Lady Xia had heard countless birthday wishes, yet this particular phrasing struck her as novel and intriguing. Mother, look, this Xiang Chen truly embodies the grace of Xiang Wang in his heyday, remarked Xia He, Xiang Heng's wife and Xiang Chen's third aunt, in support of him. Quite well said. No need for formalities, replied Grand Lady Xia with a gentle smile. Humph, can he truly be compared to Xiang Wang? A father-s hero, a son-s fool, Zhao Chunhui whispered derisively, clearly disapproving of Xiang Chen. Xia He furrowed her brow. However, being her sister-in-law, she felt it unwise to voice her thoughts. Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? Xiang Heng responded coldly. Doesn't everyone already know? Is he truly comparable to the Xiang Wang of yore? Zhao Chunhui sneered. Uncle, I indeed cannot compare to my father in his youth. Xiang Chen replied with a gentle smile, remaining unperturbed. At least you possess self-awareness, Zhao Chunhui retorted with a cold scoff. Meanwhile, Xia Qingchen gazed at Xiang Chen, her expression somewhat conflicted, yet she slightly turned away, choosing not to look at him any longer. Grand Lady, this is a modest token of my respect for you. A basket of fresh grapes, Xiang Chen announced, presenting the basket filled with a cluster of purple grapes. Upon this gesture, many faces reflected a peculiar mixture of astonishment and incredulity. You didn't choose to present something overly extravagant, yet you offer but a single cluster of grapes? Truly, Chunhui, your son-in-law is quite generous, one aunt mocked with a laugh. Indeed, a mere cluster of grapes. Are we, the Xia family, unable to afford grapes? Another aunt chimed in, chuckling. Grand Lady Xia's expression was equally strange, a single cluster of grapes. Among the younger generation, it seems that Xiang Chen has brought the most inexpensive and ordinary gift. How does it feel to be somewhat embarrassing? If you are so impoverished, it would be better not to give anything at all. A mere bunch of grapes, what does that signify? Grapes, Xiang Chen, how destitute you must be to present the matriarch with just a handful of grapes. Xia Mingjiang mocked with a hearty laugh. Indeed, Xiang Chen, how could you even muster the courage to present such a token? Do you believe our matriarch cannot afford grapes? Or are you attempting to humiliate the Xia family? Xianan also sneered coldly. Xiang Chen, you are truly absurd. How could you present such a gift? Zhao Chunhui scolded sharply, abruptly knocking over the basket in Xiang Chen's hands, causing the grapes to scatter. Is a gift not merely a reflection of one's goodwill? Must it be measured by its value? Xiang Chen maintained a calm demeanor as he gazed at his future mother-in-law, who had never taken a liking to him since childhood for reasons unknown. Humph, do you dare call that a gift? Are we to be viewed as beggars, bringing shame upon our matriarch? Zhao Chunhui spoke coldly, pointing at Xiang Chen. Get out. You, a good-for-nothing who relies on others, have no right to attend the matriarch's birthday celebration. Zhao Chunhui, you have gone too far. Uncle Xiang Hung stood up abruptly from a distant seat, speaking with icy resolve. Mother, Xiang Chen surely meant no disrespect, Xia Qingqing interjected, unable to refrain from defending Xiang Chen. At that moment, a magnificent dog with sleek black fur and striking tiger stripes approached to pick up one of the fallen grapes. After consuming it, the dog let out a pained yelp and curled up on the ground, twitching incessantly. Xiaohu, the matriarch exclaimed in alarm. That dog was a rare beast, possessing the strength to tear a tiger apart, named Xiaohu, and was raised by her. This is bad. The grapes are poisoned. I just witnessed Xiaohu consuming a grape and reacting this way. Those grapes must surely be toxic. Poisoned. Xiang Chen, you vile creature, attempting to poison the matriarch. You wretched beast, who poisoned your own brother at the Xiang family, now seeks to harm the matriarch as well. Someone, quickly apprehend Xiang Chen. A chorus of young members from the Xia family cried out, their elders stirred, faces turning grim, and icy glares fixated on Xiang Chen, all emanating coldness. Outrageous, Xiang Chen. You dare to poison the matriarch, you wretched creature, who has harmed your own brother. Zhao Chunhui shouted in fury. At that moment, the matriarch's expression was equally grim. Someone, seize Xiang Chen. Xia Fenghu commanded coldly, and a group of Xia family disciples surged towards Xiang Chen. Stop. This is a misunderstanding. There must be some mistake. Xiang Heng shouted, immediately positioning himself in front of Xiang Chen to explain. Among this group, Xiang Chen himself appeared remarkably calm. Xiang Heng, are you still protecting him at this juncture? This wretched creature is no good. He harmed his own brother and now seeks to harm the matriarch. Zhao Chunhui roared. Indeed. Uncle Xiang Heng, you are not a member of the Xia family and show no concern for the matriarch. We care. Xia Mingjiang and the younger generation sneered, wishing nothing more than for Xiang Chen's demise. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Xiang Chen erupted into laughter, his voice brimming with mockery and derision. You little wretch. What are you laughing at? Zhao Chunhui exclaimed in fury. Do you still have the audacity to laugh? I cannot fathom how such a prominent family as the Xia clan has no one with discerning eyes. Xiang Chen scoffed, bending down to pick up a grape. In a cold tone, he remarked, do you still see Xiaohu? Is it dead? At that moment, Xiaohu, who had been convulsing, let out a roar, and an intense surge of spiritual energy erupted from within it. This energy, though akin to demonic aura, was merely the refined essence of a tamed beast. Remarkably, this surge propelled Xiaohu from the second to the third level of the divine concealment realm. The spirit of the Xiaohu was revitalized, its aura palpably stronger. Entirely unlike that of a poisoned creature, it appeared that Xiaohu had undergone an evolution. What is happening? How did Xiaohu evolve so suddenly without succumbing to poison? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixed upon the creature. This is it. I remember now. At that moment, a stout middle-aged man picked up a grape and exclaimed in surprise, this is a purple jade grape. It is a spiritual fruit worth its weight in gold in the wild north. This is truly a spiritual fruit. What? Chapter 39 mentions picking it up. Spiritual fruit? Xia Fu, you cannot be mistaken. This grape is a spiritual fruit, a purple jade grape? Zhao Chunhui gasped in disbelief. Xia Fu, a commercial prodigy of the Xia family, though lacking in cultivation prowess and talent, possessed remarkable business acumen and extensive experience from his travels, holding a respectable position within the Xia clan. Indeed, spiritual essences and medicinal herbs are categorized by rank, including the precious and spiritual grades, each with 9 tiers, the first being the least and the 9th the most esteemed. Above treasures lie spiritual entities. Without a doubt, the fragrance, the color. This is the purple jade grape, which is worth a fortune in the wild north, and even more in the grand market. It enhances the cultivation of those in the divine concealment and innate realms. I have seen it before but failed to recognize it at first glance. This bunch must contain 20 to 30 grapes, worth several tens of thousands of gold coins. The rarity of such spiritual fruits is astounding. They are primarily monopolized by the royal families of the 9 provinces and the most ancient, prestigious clans. Xia Fu exclaimed, I have only seen one before and have never tasted it. I never expected to see an entire bunch today, worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Those present were struck with astonishment, their gazes greedily fixed upon the scattered grapes. Quick, gather them, the matriarch urged, and at that moment, Xiao devoured another grape, causing her heart to ache. Ah, yes, yes. Instantly, everyone present hurriedly bent down to collect the grapes, a scene rife with irony. Some even attempted to discreetly hide a grape, eager to savor its flavor. Chinner, Xiang Heng gazed at Xiang Chen in astonishment. How could Chinner possess such precious purple jade grapes? Did he purchase them with the gold coins given to him? If so, that would be extravagantly lavish. Xiang Heng felt a pang of regret. Those 100,000 gold coins were the culmination of many years of savings, meant to provide a foundation for Xiang Chen. Bestowing such an extravagant gift upon the matriarch seemed excessive. In truth, Xiang Heng had misunderstood Xiang Chen. The purple jade grapes had been obtained from Elder Chen, and there were still several bunches at home, as these fruits do not spoil easily. Zhao Mu consumed a bunch, and his cultivation level surged dramatically from the first to the third minor celestial realm. How could this be? This young man possesses such wealth? Xia Mingjiang, Xia Nan, and Xia Mingyu were astonished as they turned their gazes towards Xiang Chen. The gift from Xiang Chen, a single grape, could overshadow their offerings effortlessly. Yet, he presented an entire cluster of purple jade grapes. Meanwhile, Zhao Chunhui felt a burning sensation on her face, as if Xiang Chen had dealt her a stinging slap. Had she been blind to the value of spiritual fruits? Had she foolishly ridiculed the gifts of others? The calming jade bracelet she had gifted was worth merely 2 pieces, or 2 grapes. This little wretch must have received funds from Xiang Heng to purchase such a lavish gift. Zhao Chunhui seethed inwardly as many cast mocking glances her way, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. How infuriating! Did he deliberately leave things unclear to humiliate me? Zhao Chunhui thought bitterly. Xiang Chen regarded the onlookers with an air of derision, though his expression remained unchanged. He had previously been accused of poisoning, yet he stood resolute, calm, and collected. Having faced the guillotine, what was there to fear from the present spectacle? Grandmother, I retrieved the grapes, Xia Fu said, presenting the overturned basket to the elderly matriarch with a smile. The matriarch beamed in return, having never tasted the rare purple jade grapes from the northern wilderness. Her gaze towards the young man softened, for it is said that one should not blame those who are overly polite. Xiang Chen's offering was indeed the most precious of the gathering. Xiang Chen, we misunderstood you earlier. Please do not be upset. After all, we are in this remote corner of the southern wilderness, where few have encountered purple jade grapes, the matriarch said kindly. You flatter me, elder. How could a junior dare to be angry? It is merely some individuals who need to sharpen their vision and not look down on others with contempt. Xiang Chen replied with a smile, his words subtly directed at Xia Mingjiang and the others, leaving many in attendance feeling embarrassed. Zhao Chunhui clenched her silver teeth and snorted disdainfully, a swollen face to pretend to be fat. Xia Qingchen cast a surprised glance at the young man, who coincidentally met her gaze. He offered a gentle smile before turning away, a hint of disappointment evident in his expression, which left Xia Qingchen feeling uneasy. Now that all of our Xia family members are gathered, let us sit together and enjoy a meal, the matriarch announced. Chen'er, come here. Xiang Heng beckoned Xiang Chen to join him. Brother Chen, come here for a hug. Shuer ran over, and Xiang Chen lifted her into his arms, planting a kiss on her forehead. Chen'er, sit here. Xiaohe offered a seat to Xiang Chen. Thank you. Third aunt, you are becoming increasingly youthful and beautiful, Xiang Chen remarked with a smile. Hee, this child truly knows how to flatter, Xiaohe chuckled lightly. There were indeed sincere individuals within the Xia family who cared for Xiang Chen, such as this third aunt. Furthermore, third uncle and third aunt genuinely loved each other. Otherwise, third uncle would not have come to the Xia family as a son-in-law merely due to an old man's wager. The human heart displays a myriad of emotions. For every individual that harbors malice towards you, there exists another who embodies kindness and beauty. The warmth and chill of human sentiment are akin to the act of drinking water. One knows their own heart best. It is sufficient to remain composed and unperturbed. Chen'er, did you use the money I gave you to buy gifts for the matriarch? Xian Heng quietly reproached. There was no need to purchase such extravagant gifts. That money was meticulously saved by your third uncle for your cultivation, added San Yang, Xiaohe. Feeling the warmth of their concern, Xiang Chen smiled and replied, Third uncle. San Yang, the grapes were actually a gift from an old friend. I hardly spent anything. Do not worry. I still have plenty of the money you gave me. Feel free to check. He presented his gold card. Gifted by someone. Who would bestow such a precious offering? They both exclaimed in astonishment. Haha, I have none left, but I shall send you a bunch shortly, so that Schwerer can savor them. They are indeed quite delightful. Yes, yes. Those grapes look utterly delectable. Schwerer clapped her hands in delight. Should you wish to indulge, Brother Chen will often assist you in acquiring them. Xiang Chen affectionately ruffled Schwerer's hair. There is no need for that. Those grapes will benefit your future cultivation. Store them properly in the cold storage. And once your cultivation reaches the divine level, you may partake of them. Xian Heng waved his hand, having given Xiang Chen a substantial sum without expecting anything in return, always prioritizing the well-being of his junior. Third uncle, I assure you, I have ample funds. I desire the freedom to access it whenever I wish, Xiang Chen chuckled, recalling the numerous grapevines, which surely yielded dozens of bunches. At the longevity banquet, the Xia family was also discussing various matters concerning their clan. Suddenly, someone declared, although our Xia family is large and prosperous, we do not harbor idleness. The speaker was none other than Zhao Chunhui, the matriarch and principal wife of Xia Yunlong, who also managed some of the family's financial affairs. Upon her words, many cast knowing glances at Xiang Chen, as her statement seemed to carry a pointed implication. Our direct lineage numbers 3,000, with nearly 10,000 from the collateral lines and countless servants. The daily expenses are monumental. Each family member must contribute their share, Zhao Chunhui stated with a calm demeanor. Those under 20 need not be mentioned, as they represent the future of our clan, focusing solely on the cultivation of martial arts. Those over 20, however, must serve the family, take on responsibilities, or enlist in the military to bolster the standing of our Xia family in the great business world. Am I incorrect in this assertion? Indeed, every disciple of the Xia family should have their own responsibilities and missions, striving for the family's prosperity. Only then can our Xia family endure through the ages, echoed the assembled members, in agreement. The matriarch speaks wisely. The disciples and kin of the Xia family ought to bear their responsibilities, they all concurred. Zhao Chunhui deliberately glanced at Xiang Chen before continuing. Thus, I will not permit the existence of those within the Xia family who occupy resources without contributing to the clan, those who merely consume and waste. Such individuals are parasites, scoundrels, and akin to rat droppings. Her remarks drew a wave of sardonic gazes towards Xiang Chen, as Zhao Chunhui's words were clearly directed at him. Xiang Heng appeared to have realized whom Zhao Chunhui was alluding to, his expression darkening slightly. Elder sister-in-law, if you have something to say, please be forthright. There is no need for veiled insinuations. Why are you so agitated, Xiang Heng? I have not mentioned you, Zhao Chunhui retorted coldly. Her gaze now fixed directly on Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, how long have you been residing with the Xia family? Upon her inquiry, all eyes turned to Xiang Chen. A little over 2 months, he replied calmly. 2 months, very well. During this time, you have consumed and enjoyed the resources of the Xia family, receiving training akin to that of a legitimate disciple. Have you made even the slightest contribution to the Xia family? Zhao Chunhui questioned. None, Xiang Chen admitted, frowning. Your acknowledgement suffices, Zhao Chunhui sneered. Now that you dwell within the Xia household, you ought to contribute. One cannot simply partake in the bounty without giving back. You may feel at ease, yet it is likely that the Xia disciples harbor discontent. Elder sister-in-law, that is enough. Xiang Heng slammed his hand on the table and rose in anger. Why engage in a battle of wits with a child? If you believe Xiang Chen is squandering the resources of the Xia family, then deduct his expenses directly from my monthly allowance. Xiang Heng, be silent. Zhao Chunhui snapped. Do not forget your current status. You are merely a servant of the Xia family. Your monthly allowance has already been revoked. What you receive now is solely out of respect for Xiahe. Xiang Heng's face turned ashen with rage. Servant. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he stood abruptly, addressing Zhao Chunhui. Auntie, what do you mean? How could my third uncle be a servant? Do not attempt to draw close to me. You should refer to me as the First Lady, Zhao Chunhui replied coldly. With a mocking smile, she continued, you are likely unaware, but your third uncle has signed a lifelong servitude contract to ensure your stay within the Xia family. What? Xiang Chen's countenance shifted, and he turned to Xiang Heng. Third uncle. A deep sense of discomfort washed over him, realizing the sacrifice his third uncle had made for him to remain in the Xia household. Zhao Chunhui. Xiang Heng thundered. What purpose do you have in speaking these words to a child? I kindly ask you to show me some respect and take your seat. Elder sister-in-law. What is it that you truly intend? Xia inquired, her voice tinged with anger. I merely wish to convey that the Xia family does not sustain idleness. Xiang Chen, if you wish to enjoy the comforts of the Xia household, you must earn your keep. There is a small shop in Jinsha City that I plan to assign to you for management, Zhao Chunwei stated blandly, indicating her intention to subtly expel Xiang Chen from the Xia family. I disagree. This contradicts our initial agreement. Xiang Heng exclaimed in fury. Humph. The agreement merely stipulated that he not be expelled from the Xia family. That locale is still part of the Xia territory, which does not constitute expulsion. Moreover, granting him a shop is already a generous offer for a worthless individual, Zhao Chunwei scoffed. At least he would be assured of his sustenance, a privilege not afforded to some direct disciples. If he departs from here, will the Xiang Wangfu spare him? You are clearly attempting to jeopardize his life. Xiang Heng retorted coldly. Mother, this indeed violates Uncle Xiang's original agreement, and I too dissent. It would tarnish the reputation of the Xia family, Xia Qingqing interjected. Qingqing, you are mistaken. My actions are intended to prevent him from using this marriage contract to entangle you and jeopardize your future, Zhao Chunwei replied softly. No one can influence me, Xia Qingqing stated coldly. Xiang Chen, if you are a man of true character, you should go. Zhao Chunwei provoked Xiang Chen. With an indifferent expression, Xiang Chen replied, I shall not go. On what grounds do you refuse? Do you wish to continue enjoying free meals and drinks? Have you forgotten what it means to be a man? Zhao Chunwei taunted. Listen to me. Xiang Chen rose, his demeanor icy. I refuse to go because I do not wish to betray the efforts my uncle has invested in me. I am not particularly attached to your Xia family. I choose not to go because I, Xiang Chen, possess greater worth. The Xia family has a medical hall, does it not? I am skilled in medicine, and I shall preside over the medical hall, treating and healing the members of your family. This is how I intend to repay the expenses incurred during my stay with you. Ha, Xiang Chen, are you jesting? You, a practitioner of medicine? Xia Mingjiang mocked with laughter. With me overseeing the medical hall, who do you think you are? A woman, Xia Mingyu sneered. She was a renowned pharmacist of the Xia family. Indeed, Xiang Chen, what medical expertise do you possess, and who is your master? Zhao Chunwei asked derisively. I have no master. I taught myself from medical texts, Xiang Chen replied calmly. Ha, you taught yourself? How audacious. I suppose you can only treat minor ailments. The Xia family erupted in laughter. Xiang Chen, what level of pharmacist are you? Xia Mingyu inquired with a scornful tone. In the Great Xiang, pharmacists are classified into levels: junior, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. I, Xia Mingyu, at the age of 21, am already an intermediate pharmacist. In no more than 5 years, I shall ascend to the level of advanced pharmacist. My master is the illustrious top-tier pharmacist, Hua Shini, the head of Wanyao Pavilion. What do you think you are? Aspiring to oversee the medical hall of the Xia family? Xia Mingyu was strikingly beautiful, with an impressive figure and a short, sharp hairstyle. Yet her words were laced with bitterness. The master you speak of is Hua Fang, is he not? He is my disciple. Chapter 41, Teacher. Facing Xia Mingyu's aggressive demeanor, Xiang Chen spoke with a calm composure. The declaration left everyone momentarily stunned before erupting into fits of laughter. Ha, did I hear that correctly? This fellow claims that the renowned Hua Pavilion master is his disciple? How shameless. Who granted him the audacity to boast such nonsense? Hua Laosher is his disciple? The master of Wanyao Pavilion is my brother, ha? This fellow dares to boast without considering the audience. The second young master of the Xiang family turns out to be a grandiose braggart. Such a waste of space, and yet he dares to make such claims. His shamelessness knows no bounds. Laughter echoed throughout the hall of the Xia family, with no one believing Xiang Chen's words. Chunwei, your son-in-law is quite the character. Claiming that Mr. Hua is his disciple, Anti-Air also mocked. This wretched child is truly embarrassing me. He must be expelled from the Xia family. Zhao Chunwei seethed with indignation. Xiang Heng's expression grew peculiar. Indeed, Xiang Chen had boasted excessively. He had heard of Hua Fang's reputation as the top-tier pharmacist of the Great Xiang, said to be capable of saving lives with a mere breath. Xia Mingyu erupted into uncontrollable laughter, pointing at Xiang Chen and exclaimed, Can you not exhibit even a shred of dignity? My master, who has devoted decades to the art of medicine, is renowned as one of the 3 great healers of the Daishang dynasty and a master pharmacist. You, of all people, are unworthy even to carry his shoes, let alone claim to be his teacher. What do you think you are? She continued, Recently, my master received guidance from a great sage, and has begun to learn the legendary Beidou calming needle technique. Undoubtedly, he will ascend to the pinnacle of Deshang's medical arts and will eventually pass this knowledge on to me. I am truly bewildered as to what prompted you to utter such words. Xiang Chen, with an icy demeanor, responded. The Beidou calming needle is a technique I imparted to him. Enough, Xiang Chen. Can you fabricate any more absurdities? Someone, expel him at once. Such shamelessness is not fit to linger in my Xia family. Zhao Chunhui snapped in fury. Xiang Chen retorted coldly, Zhao Chunhui, during the rainy days each month, your legs experience sharp pains, and at times, it becomes difficult for you to walk. Am I mistaken? He addressed her without formality, calling her by name. Zhao Chunhui's expression shifted. How did he know this? She replied icily, it seems you are quite well informed. Indeed, my rheumatism is no secret within the Xia family. Many are aware of it. Xiang Chen smirked. If I am not mistaken, it stems from your childhood spent in damp, cold places, compounded by a sting from a shadow scorpion that went untreated. The venom has since seeped into your bones, leaving you with this affliction. At this revelation, Zhao Chunhui's demeanor changed completely. This was information known only to her father and the pharmacist who treated her. How did Xiang Chen come to know? And you, Xiao Mingyu? He continued, casting a mocking glance at her. If I am not mistaken, your monthly cycle has been absent this month, and not just this month, last month too. It failed to arrive. Xiao Mingyu's face flushed crimson, a mix of shock and anger overtaking her. How could he possibly know? Xiang Chen pressed on, observing your complexion. It seems you lost your virginity 3 months ago, leading to a significant hemorrhage, correct? Xiao Mingyu, instantly like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, roared. You're talking nonsense. Mingyu has lost her virginity? Is that true? How could it be? Mingyu is my goddess. Regardless of whether Xiang Chen's claims were believed, many disciples cast astonished glances at Xiao Mingyu. Consumed by embarrassment and fury, she fixed a murderous glare on Xiang Chen, wishing she could tear him apart. You possess a predominantly yang constitution, which should not engage in the Xia family's yin-cold cultivation techniques. This clash has led to your current predicament. Because of this, your young admirer likely hesitates to approach you, as the clash of energies would exact a heavy toll. Xiang Chen taunted further. You lie? I will tear your mouth off. Xiao Mingyu, humiliated and enraged, could not bear having such matters publicly disclosed. She charged at Xiang Chen, who remained unmoved, as his third uncle stepped in front of him, sternly commanding, step back. Get out of my way. Xiao Mingyu shouted. With a resounding slap, Xiang Heng struck Xiao Mingyu across the face, causing her to scream in pain and retreat. Xiang Heng, what have you done? Xiao Mingyu's father fumed. Xia Yi, control your daughter, Xiang Heng replied coldly, unleashing a formidable aura of energy. Xiao Mingyu's father, consumed by fury, could only endure, for he was no match for Xiang Heng. Do you now believe in my medical skills? Xiang Chen remarked with indifference. Xiang Chen, Xiao Mingyu shouted. Your skills are limited to merely observing qi and checking pulse. What significance do they hold? My teacher will arrive shortly and expose your deceit, leaving you utterly humiliated. Just then, a commanding voice resonated from outside. An elderly man clad in a white robe entered the hall. Master Hua. The atmosphere shifted as many from the Xia family stood to pay their respects, bowing in reverence. The newcomer was Hua Fong, the nation's foremost apothecary. Ah, esteemed matriarch. My apologies for my tardiness in wishing you well, Hua Fong said with a jovial smile. The previously composed matriarch, Xia, rose with a grin. I did not expect my old bones would draw the esteemed Mr. Hua here. Please, take a seat. The teacher has arrived, Xiao Mingyu exclaimed with delight. As if she had found her anchor. She then coldly addressed Xiang Chen. Your boasting is about to reach its peak. Let us see how my teacher deals with you. Hastily, she approached Hua Fong, clinging to his arm, and sweetly called him teacher. My dear Mingyu, what has happened to your face? Hua Fong inquired, noticing the slap mark on her cheek. Teacher, a vile wretch dared to insult you, claiming you as his disciple. I could not tolerate it and confronted him, only to be struck in return. You must avenge me, teacher. Xiao Mingyu replied, her voice filled with indignation. Who dares to be so audacious as to claim to be my disciple? The master of the Hua family frowned. It was him. Xiao Mingyu pointed fiercely at Xiang Chen. The onlookers were eager to witness the unfolding drama, anticipating Xiang Chen's impending downfall. Indeed, it was I, Xiang Chen replied calmly. Hua Fong, have I misrepresented anything? At that moment, his audacity left everyone in awe. Teacher, Hua Fong exclaimed in surprise, hurrying over with joy. What brings you here? He even bowed respectfully to Xiang Chen, acknowledging him as a student. The crowd was left dumbfounded, witnessing an elderly master bowing to a mere youth, calling him teacher. Xia Mingyu stood in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. You've forgotten. I now reside with the Xia family, Xiang Chen said with a gentle smile. Oh, I recall now. You mentioned you were living with the Xia family. I must admit my oversight. The North Star calming needle you taught me is indeed powerful. Just the other day, I saved a patient on the brink of death from a heart blockage, Hua Fong replied, admiration evident in his gaze. Teacher, what is happening here? How could you refer to this little scoundrel as teacher? Xia Mingyu incredulously inquired. The little scoundrel, Master Hua, immediately darkened his expression and raised his hand to deliver a sharp slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the hall, leaving Xia Mingyu dazed and staring in disbelief at Hua Lao, her own teacher. Impudence. He is my teacher, which makes him your grandmaster. If you call him a little scoundrel, what does that make me? Master Hua exclaimed angrily. How can this be possible? He is truly your teacher. Xia Mingyu felt as if struck by lightning, astonished as she gazed at Xiang Chen, covering her face that had been slapped twice, nearly on the verge of tears. What? Xiang Chen is indeed Master Hua, the esteemed head of the Hua family's teacher? How can this be? The head of the Hua family is a top-tier pharmacist in the great merchant realm. This cannot be true, can it? Does Xiang Chen truly possess such extraordinary medical skills? The crowd erupted in disbelief. Having received direct confirmation from Master Hua, they regarded Xiang Chen with newfound respect, as if they were meeting him for the first time. Xia Qingqing also looked at Xiang Chen in astonishment. She had always been attached to him as a child, yet she had no idea when he had begun to study medicine. Is this little scoundrel truly a master of medicine? Zhao Chunwei also found it hard to believe. Teacher, what is going on? Master Hua inquired with a furrowed brow. It's nothing. Some people claim I am merely enjoying the resources of the Xia family without merit. I stated that I serve at the Xia family's medical hall, but they refused to believe it, Xiang Chen replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Master Hua laughed, saying, with a pharmacist of your caliber, it is laughable to think that merely serving at the Xia family medical hall could be considered a waste of resources. If you wish to leave the Xia family, come to my Wanyao medical hall. I would be honored to learn more about your acupuncture techniques and medical knowledge. The moment this was announced, the members of the Xia family were once again in an uproar. Was Xiang Chen's medical skill truly so formidable that it garnered the admiration and respect of the esteemed Master Hua? No, I do not wish to betray the dedication my uncle has invested in me. Xiang Chen shook his head. At that moment, Master Hua addressed the matriarch, saying, Matriarch, is there any issue with my master serving at the Xia family medical hall? If you disagree, I shall take him to my Wanyao medical hall. Matriarch Xia gazed deeply at Xiang Chen, as if seeing this youth for the first time. The fact that he could present the rare purple jade grape and had earned the esteem of a top-tier pharmacist like Master Hua made her reconsider the so-called wasteful second young master of the Xiang family. Observing the depth of the boy's dark golden eyes, she felt a sense of inscrutability, despite her more than 100 years of life experience. I did not expect Xiao Chen to possess such profound medical skills. With Mr. Hua's endorsement, there is naturally no issue. Chunwei, from now on, Xiang Chen shall be the chief pharmacist at our Xia family medical hall, overseeing operations and giving orders, Matriarch Xia declared. Yes, Matriarch. Zhao Chunwei cast a resentful glance at Xiang Chen, knowing she could not voice any objections with the matriarch's decree. A flicker of buried joy also appeared in Xia Qingqing's eyes. As a healer, virtue comes first. My North Star heart needle can save lives, but it can also bring harm. I do not wish to pass it on to those lacking in virtue. Xiang Chen pointed at Xia Mingyu. Xia Mingyu's complexion was pale. Indeed, the North Star calming needle truly belonged to him. Elder Huan nodded, furrowing his brow, and said, This girl is rather impetuous. Xia Mingyu, you are no longer my disciple. Only when you have satisfied my teacher will I accept you as my pupil. The teacher's words caused Xia Mingyu's countenance to change dramatically, and she fell to the ground in shock, expelled from her master's tutelage. With resentment, she glared at Xiang Chen and shouted, Xiang Chen, this matter is far from over. Xia Mingyu wept as she rose from the ground and fled the grand hall, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. Sister, Xia Mingjiang called out with concern, then cast a resentful glance at Xiang Chen. Mr. Hua, please take your seat, the matriarch urged. Indeed, teacher, please. Elder Hua responded respectfully to Xiang Chen. At that moment, many began to regard Xiang Chen with renewed eyes. Would he be in charge of the apothecary hall from now on? Wouldn't that mean they would have to turn to him when injured or ill? Such a thought weighed heavily on those who had always opposed him. Haha, Chenner, I didn't expect you had such a skill. That was truly exhilarating. Xiang Hung laughed heartily, feeling a sense of comfort. The thought that Xiang Chen possessed medical skills that even Elder Hua would admire was beyond his wildest imagination. Is Brother Chen a healer? How impressive. From now on, if Schwerer falls ill, we needn't seek help elsewhere. Schwerer chimed in with admiration. My teacher is not only skilled in medicine. If he possessed my cultivation, he could practically bring the dead back to life. Elder Hua remarked with a smile. Chenner has made great strides. Xia Sanyang expressed her satisfaction. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen smiled as he sipped his drink, remaining unflappable. The princess of the Lin family has arrived. A voice boomed from outside. The crowd instantly straightened, their demeanor becoming more respectful as they turned to look. Xiang Chen, who had been conversing with Elder Hua, felt his expression harden at the sound, the smile fading into a shadow of anger, his eyes burning with fury as he gazed at the figures entering the grand hall. 3 individuals approached. At the forefront was a regal woman clad in a golden phoenix-tailed gown, exuding grace and elegance. Beside her was an exceptionally beautiful young woman, accompanied by an 18-year-old boy. Lin Lian, Qin Rong, Xiang Ke. Xiang Chen trembled involuntarily, his heart roaring with fury. These 3 were his most venomous foes. Lin Lian, the Lin matriarch who sought to end his life, the murderer of Hong Xiu and Ming Shu, and Qin Rong, his treacherous half-sister who had betrayed his mother for personal gain, along with Xiang Ke, his elder brother who had slandered him and tarnished his name. Lin Lian, Qin Rong, Xiang Ke, these were the very enemies he yearned to vanquish, now standing before him. Chapter 43. Brothers arrive. Young master, this old servant can no longer serve you. I must take my leave. Lin Lian, I shall haunt you even in death. The old servant lamented. Young master, I do not wish to die. Hong Xiu wishes to continue serving you. At that moment, Xiang Chen seemed to hear Ming Shu's anguished roar at the moment of his beheading. He seemed to hear Hong Xiu's desperate cries. He envisioned the horrifying scene of their severed heads. An overwhelming wave of murderous intent and hatred surged within him, nearly clouding his youthful mind. His eyes began to turn blood red. Lin Lian, Qin Rong, Xiang Ke. A low growl emanated from Xiang Chen's throat, his body trembling with an almost uncontrollable urge to charge forth and commit acts of violence. Chenner, Xiang Heng's stern voice reverberated in his mind, jolting him back to reality. He firmly grasped the young man's quaking shoulders, fully aware of the hatred brewing within him. Calm yourself, Xiang Heng bellowed. In that moment, sharp claws began to sprout from Xiang Chen's fingers as his breath came in rapid bursts. Third uncle, I cannot remain calm. He gritted through his teeth. Were it not for Xiang Heng's restraining grip, he would likely have succumbed to the urge to kill. Master. The owner of the Hua Pavilion had also noticed Xiang Chen's abnormal state, his expression one of astonishment. The Princess Lin had personally come, indeed a source of great honor for the Xia family. Xia Fenghu rose and clasped his fists, smiling. You flatter me, esteemed elder. Today marks the grand birthday of the matriarch of the Xia family. How could Lin Lian not attend? Princess Lin replied with a gentle smile. Haha, Princess Lin. Your presence truly honors this old body. The matriarch of the Xia family chuckled. You are too kind, matriarch. You are my elder. And I recall that you once held me as a child. Lin Lian responded, performing a gesture of respect and presenting a gift. Wishing the matriarch blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity comparable to the South Mountain. Xiang Ke, Qin Rong also followed suit in paying their respects. No need for formalities, no need for formalities. You must be the eldest son of the Xiang family, Xiang Ke. Indeed a remarkable young hero, the matriarch smiled. Thank you for your kind words, matriarch, Xiang Ke replied with a slight bow. And this must be the renowned young alchemist of the Xiang family, Qin Rong. The matriarch turned her gaze towards Qin Rong. With a sweet smile, Qin Rong remarked, I am honored that the matriarch knows my name. Haha. At merely 20 years of age, having achieved the rank of a third-grade alchemist, your talent is well known throughout the capital, the matriarch of Xia observed with a gentle smile. Qin Rong managed to evade the factional strife within the Xiang family, and instead caught the attention of the princess due to her exceptional alchemical skills. Princess Lin, young Master Xiang, and Miss Qin, please take your seats, Zhao Chunhui said dismissively, seemingly lacking warmth towards the Xiang family. The three took their places at the table, while Princess Lin's gaze turned to Xiang Chen, who met her gaze with an icy stare. "Ah, is that not my younger brother?" A light laugh emerged, and Xiang Ke stepped closer, smirking at Xiang Chen. "I am not your younger brother," Xiang Chen replied coldly. "You see, younger brother, therein lies your mistake. We are still brothers, despite your earlier attempts on my life. Blood ties are not easily severed," Xiang Ke laughed. "Haha, you think I attempted to harm you?" Xiang Chen laughed harshly, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Xiang Ke, do you truly believe you can feign innocence regarding that incident? It was clearly your plot to eliminate me and drive me from the Xiang family. Do you dare swear on your mother's name, on your very life, that your words hold any truth?" Xiang Ke's expression darkened, taken aback by the transformation in Xiang Chen. His tongue now bore a sharpness previously unseen. Upon hearing these words, the Xia family turned their attention to the two brothers. Qin Rong sighed softly and remarked, "Xiang Chen, it seems you have yet to repent. The events I witnessed with my own eyes, can you still deny them?" "Silence, you wretched creature," Xiang Chen exclaimed with an icy glare. "My mother nurtured you for over a decade, providing substantial financial support for your cultivation and alchemy, only to be repaid with your treacherous betrayal. Do you dare to speak before me with such audacity? Close your foul mouth, lest I be compelled to end your life." Qin Rong's face darkened with fury, left speechless by Xiang Chen's harsh words. "What a sharp tongue you possess, distorting the truth and reversing right and wrong. Xiang Chen, you remain unrepentant and stagnant. Yet your verbal skills have certainly flourished," Lady Lin remarked coolly. "Ha ha ha, a beautiful visage concealing an ugly soul, distorting the truth and reversing right and wrong. Lin Lian, are you speaking of yourself? Are you not aware of your own worth?" Xiang Chen retorted with a hearty laugh, boldly confronting her. His audacity garnered the attention of several onlookers. "Impudent! How dare you speak of your mother in such a manner?" Xiang Ke admonished coldly. "She is not my mother, nor does she deserve that title. What mother would wish harm upon her own son? I have but one mother, Su Qing." Xiang Chen shouted defiantly. "How dare you? Ignorant wretch! I shall teach you a lesson." Lady Lin commanded, her guards poised to act. "Who dares?" Xiang Heng and Elder Hua rose simultaneously, both exuding a formidable aura of the Yuanyang realm. "Xiang San, you are no longer a member of the Xiang family. Do you presume to meddle in our affairs?" Lady Lin chastised. "And you, Mr. Hua, what is your intention?" "Humph, though I am no longer a member of the Xiang family, I remain his uncle. Should anyone dare to harm my nephew, I shall tear them apart," Xiang Heng declared coldly, his presence as a 7th-tier Yuanyang realm expert unmistakable. "He is my teacher, and I will not allow anyone to touch him," Elder Hua stated with an air of indifference. Lin Lian's expression darkened, ready to respond, but at that moment, a resounding, hearty laughter echoed from outside. "Brother, well said. It feels good to curse at those shameless harlots. The Xiaohou family, Xiaohou Wu, comes on behalf of my father to extend birthday wishes to the matriarch of the Xia family." A robust young man clad in armor, exuding a masculine aura, entered the hall of the Xia family, accompanied by 2 military attendants. "Young Master Xiaohou Wu of the Xiaohou royal residence has arrived." "Monkey!" Xiang Chen exclaimed joyfully, recognizing his closest ally, Xiaohou Wu. "Dog, my brother has arrived. Speak your mind freely. Today, I come on behalf of my father, representing the Xiaohou royal residence. I shall protect you. Whoever dares to lay a hand on you will be declaring war against the Xiaohou royal residence." Xiaohou Wu declared with authority, disregarding Lady Lin's darkened expression. Advancing forward, the sound of his armor clinking, he bowed to the matriarch. "Matriarch, my father is occupied with pressing military matters and cannot attend, so he has sent me to convey his birthday wishes." "Ah, Lord Xiaohou still remembers me. It is truly an honor. Young Master Xiaohou, your gallant demeanor is evident, displaying the qualities of a great general, truly befitting the son of the iron-blooded Xiaohou king," the matriarch praised. Let those in favor of the pairing of dog and monkey raise their hands. Chapter 44. A Bond of Understanding. Ha! You flatter me, matriarch. This is but a token of goodwill from the Xiaohou royal residence. Xiaohou Wu chuckled heartily, presenting a gift that was graciously accepted by the Xia family. "Young Master Xiaohou, please take a seat," Zhao Chunhui invited with a smile. He is Xiaohou Wu, truly embodying the essence of a soldier, remarkably handsome, a true representation of my ideal man. Are you out of your mind? He is merely 16, and you, a woman in her 20s, are casting your gaze upon him? You're the one who has sold. I shall remain forever 18. So he is indeed Xiahou Wu? It is said that he possesses extraordinary strength from a young age, demonstrating the power to tear a fierce tiger apart without any training. By the age of 13, he had already stepped onto the battlefield alongside Prince Xiahou, and by 16, he had slain over 100 foes, rising to the rank of a captain through his own might, destined to be a great star of the Shang dynasty. The arrival of Xiahou Wu sparked a flurry of discussions among the younger disciples of the Xia family, their gazes toward him tinged with reverence. Many of the Xia family disciples had never set foot on the battlefield nor taken a life, while this youth had already distinguished himself with significant military achievements. Given his lineage, no one doubted that he would inherit his father's noble title in the future. Dog, I've arrived a moment too late. You haven't been bullied. Have you? Xiahou Wu settled beside Xiang Chen. No, monkey, I wrote you a letter. Why haven't you responded in these past 2 months? Thank you for last time. Xiang Chen inquired with a smile, warmth flooding his heart as he looked at his dearest brother. Xiahou Wu, a year his senior, had always treated him like a cherished sibling. Let us not even mention it. After I intervened last time to assist you, my father grounded me for 2 months. Just recently, I was released from confinement and came to find you. Xiahou Wu exclaimed. You sly fellow, how could you keep such a secret from me? I've heard you've mastered martial arts. It's exhilarating to know you broke Wang Ying's hand. What a relief. Xiahou Wu, whom were you disparaging with your sarcastic remarks earlier? Hasn't King Xiahou taught you proper manners? Xiang Kei's expression darkened, and Lady Lin's countenance was equally displeased. Oh, isn't this Xiang Kei? Long time no see. Quebec haha, what disparaging remarks. Did I say anything about you? Why do you jump in to defend yourself? Xiahou Wu retorted, mocking him by directly using the nickname he had given. Whom are you accusing of lacking virtue? Xiang Kei, incensed, slammed his hand on the table and stood up, pointing at Xiahou Wu. Who lacks virtue? Don't you have any self-awareness? You've even betrayed your own brother. Besides the word heh, what more can I say about someone like you, who is less than human? To call you morally deficient would be an understatement. You're hardly better than a pig or a dog. Xiahou Wu crossed his arms, leaning back with a casual demeanor, casting a sidelong glance at Xiang Kei, exuding an air of dominance, leaving no room for respect. Xiahou Wu, do you dare to challenge me to a duel? Xiang Kei bellowed in rage. Am I afraid of you? Xiahou Wu sprang to his feet, radiating an aura of fierce determination, his voice cold and resolute. The surrounding disciples of the Xia family dared not interject, gazing at the confrontation unfolding between the two. It was evident that Xiahou Wu intended to defend his brother's honor. This little scoundrel, what merit or virtue does he possess to befriend Xiahou Wu? Xiaonan, Xia Mingjiang, and others felt a surge of jealousy. In their youthful fervor, each desired a brother with whom they could share both triumphs and trials. Today is the grand celebration for the matriarch of the Xia family. Do not stoop to quarreling with such an impudent brute and risk losing face. Let him seek attention for himself. Princess Lin, with a demeanor of indifference, remarked that although she harbored a disdain for Xiahou Wu, she was too astute to openly confront a junior in such a setting. Brute? Xiang Chen scoffed, replying, It is indeed such so-called brutes who have forged the peace we enjoy in this vast realm of the great Shang. It is countless individuals like them who safeguard our borders and ensure our safety. Are you asserting, Princess Lin, that all soldiers are mere brutes? With this statement, Xiang Chen invoked Xiahou Wu's status as a soldier, effectively placing Princess Lin in opposition to all military personnel. Princess Lin's expression darkened, and she coldly retorted, I was merely referring to a select few. Soldiers dedicate themselves to protecting the nation, but, of course, there are always a few rotten apples among them. Soldiers protect the nation, indeed. Allow me to offer you a counterverse. Poisonous women disrupt governance and bring calamity to the people. Xiang Chen laughed, taunting her. Soldiers safeguard the nation, while poisonous women disrupt governance. What a splendid couplet. Brother, what a fine poem. Someone, jot this down for me. I shall present it to Princess Lin as a token of my youthful respect. Xiahou Wu, upon hearing this, expressed his admiration. Such disgraceful behavior. The two brothers exchanged knowing glances, clinking their cups in unison. Having spent considerable time with Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu had also picked up some modern banter. Princess Lin, furious, felt her face flush with anger at being so brazenly mocked and insulted by two juniors, especially with so many witnesses present, which made her lose face. Meanwhile, The matriarch of the Xia family and the others merely observed the unfolding drama without intervening in the feud. This is intolerable. If we were at the Xiang household, I would not hesitate to break their legs. Xiang Ke exclaimed angrily. Young master, why bother engaging in a war of words with them? Qin Rong interjected coolly. They won't be able to prance around for long. I hear someone of significance is arriving shortly. At her words, Xiang Ke's face revealed a cold smile as he turned a mocking gaze towards Xiang Chen. You little brat. Let us see how you continue your antics once that individual arrives. By the way, monkey, you've yet to awaken your divine spirit, Haven to you? After the banquet. Don't rush off. I'll assist you in awakening it. Xiang Chen clinked cups with Xiahou Wu, taking a sip before saying, What? You can help me awaken my divine spirit? Xiahou Wu asked with excitement. Keep your voice down. We mustn't let others overhear, Xiang Chen warned, giving him a nudge under the table. You've got to be kidding me. Awakening the divine spirit is something one must achieve on their own. How could anyone assist? Xiahou Wu whispered skeptically. Indeed, others cannot, but I can. Your brother has stumbled upon some extraordinary opportunities and possesses unique abilities. Just stay back after the banquet, and I shall help you awaken it, Xiang Chen replied with a boastful grin. Look at you, so smug. What fortune have you found? Did you leap off a cliff and discover a hidden skill? Or did you receive assistance from the white-bearded elder in one of those ridiculous stories? Xiahou Wu inquired curiously. The Buddha says, it cannot be spoken of, it cannot be spoken of, Xiang Chen chuckled, feigning mystery. At that moment, a loud proclamation rang out, capturing everyone's attention. His Highness, the Crown Prince of the Great Xiang, has arrived. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Chapter 45, My beautiful city, the Crown Prince has arrived. The Crown Prince. Our esteemed Crown Prince of the Great Xiang. Quickly rise. The presence of the Crown Prince signifies the elevated status of our Xia family in the court, as he has come to celebrate the matriarch's birthday. Within the grand hall, a wave of astonishment swept through, as nearly everyone stood up, craning their necks to catch a glimpse. Ha ha, Tianai has arrived late. I hope the matriarch does not hold it against me. A clear, resonant laughter echoed from outside the hall. A group of 8 entered. Leading the way was a striking figure, striding with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. This young man, in his 20s, adorned in a pale golden brocade robe with a flowing white mink fur cloak, a dragon-patterned jade belt cinched at his waist, and golden-soled shoes on his feet, exuded an aura of opulence. Upon closer inspection, he was undeniably handsome, with rosy lips and white teeth, fair skin, expressive eyebrows, and bright, starry eyes. His presence was captivating, and one could not help but wonder, is he truly the Crown Prince? The most talented youth of the Great Xiang, the eldest son of the current emperor, His Highness. Tianai. Such a powerful aura emanated from him that I felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority in his presence. The hall buzzed with excitement, as countless unmarried young women from the Xia family gazed at him with fervent admiration. The strongest lineage, hailed for its unparalleled genius. Tianai. The prodigy of the young generation in the Great Xiang. The multitude of accolades surrounding him rendered many young talents of the Great Xiang unable to lift their heads in his presence. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Many rose to pay their respects. Ha, so many familiar faces. Princess Lin, Xiahou Wu, young Master Xiang Ke, and Mr. Hua. It is delightful to see you all. Tianai greeted them with a smile. Humph, the first and second ancestors have arrived, Xiahou Wu scoffed quietly. The Crown Prince's visit to the Xia family truly brings glory to our house. The elders of the Xia family dared not be presumptuous and promptly rose to welcome him. The Crown Prince retained his remarkable charisma. Zhao Chunhui also smiled warmly, glancing instinctively at Xiang Quebec Humph. Compared to the Crown Prince, Xiang Chen appears as insignificant as a common insect. Zhao Chunhui thought coldly, believing only someone of the Crown Prince's caliber was worthy of her daughter. Xiang Chen remained composed. He had encountered the Crown Prince before, but had no significant interaction, only knowing that this individual was not one to be trifled with, having suppressed his own brothers vying for the throne. Nevertheless, one could not deny that his visage and demeanor were indeed those of a true dragon among men, not merely cultivated by any ordinary family. Tianai wishes the matriarch prosperity as vast as the eastern sea and longevity as boundless as the heavens, Tianai said, slightly bowing in respect. The Crown Prince flatters me. Please, rise. It has been many years since I last saw you, and I never expected you to have blossomed into such an extraordinary figure. Radiating with an aura of nobility, Matriarch Xia replied, personally assisting Yin Tianai to his feet. The matriarch is too kind. Upon hearing of your centenarian birthday, Tianai hastily prepared a humble gift to convey my congratulations. I did not anticipate encountering so many familiar faces. I hope you will excuse my tardiness, Yin Tianai remarked with elegance. How could I dare? The matriarch responded. Bring forth the congratulatory gift. Yin Tianai commanded with a smile. A valiant guard stepped forward, presenting a jade box. Upon opening it, a rich spiritual energy and fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Many turned their gaze to the jade box, within which lay a crystal-clear ginseng, shimmering with radiant light. Spiritual ginseng. It is indeed a rare and precious spirit herb, possessing the potency of a third-grade spirit medicine, surpassing even the value of the exquisite purple jade grape. Many connoisseurs gasped in astonishment. Yin Tianai chuckled. This is a 600-year-old third-grade spirit ginseng, capable of extending one's lifespan and nourishing vitality. Please accept it, esteemed matriarch. The matriarch, her face beaming with joy, replied. Such a lavish gift from the crown prince is truly overwhelming. I shall graciously accept it. Delighted within, she contemplated that with this spiritual treasure, she might yet struggle to extend her remaining years beyond the 200 mark. For someone nearing the end of their days, nothing could be more precious than the prospect of enjoying the riches of life for a few more years. Aunt Chunwei, Tianai has also prepared a gift for you. He continued, directing attention to a pair of intricately carved jade earrings that promised to nourish the skin and prolong life. Yin Tianai smiled as he gestured for a box containing the exquisite green jade earrings. And here's my gift as well. The crown prince is truly thoughtful and far more generous than some others, Zhao Chunhui said, her surprise evident as she accepted the earrings. Jade of this quality is worth its weight in gold. The other matriarchs looked on with a mixture of envy and admiration. Zhao Chunhui cast a glance at Xiang Chen, feeling that the crown prince was 1,000 times better than the man who only brought her distress. Qingqing, it is a pleasure to see you again. The crown prince's gaze softened, his eyes filled with affection as he beheld the masked yet stunningly beautiful young woman. Your beauty remains unmatched. And I have prepared a gift for you, he said, revealing a red box that contained a magnificent ring. The ring, with its band carved from jade, featured a golden gemstone the size of a pinky finger, emanating a faint aura of spatial power. The golden void jade ring, Xiaofu exclaimed. Legend has it that it takes 1,000 taels of silver to refine just a smidgen of golden void jade. It is said that its inner space can accommodate a small house, far surpassing the value of silver void jade, which is already exceedingly rare. The crowd gasped in awe. Their eyes filled with envy as they beheld the ring. This golden void jade ring is a hard-won treasure, and today, I present it to you. The crown prince spoke tenderly, retrieving the ring. Your kindness towards our family is unmatched, crown prince. Qingqing, why are you dawdling? Hurry, accept it, and thank his highness. Zhao Chunhui said, her smile radiant. The act of gifting a ring carried significant meaning. Xia Qingqing instinctively glanced at Xiang Chen, who appeared absorbed in his drink, and a pang of pain flickered in her heart. Such a precious gift is too extravagant. I cannot accept it without having earned it, she said, stepping back with a shake of her head. Qingqing, what are you saying? This is the crown prince's sincere gesture. It would be impolite to refuse. Zhao Chunwei urged. Indeed. Qingqing, please accept my heartfelt gift, the crown prince insisted, stepping closer to take her hand and place the ring upon her finger. Your generosity is overwhelming. And on behalf of my family, I express our gratitude to the crown prince. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared nearby, a youth, seemingly in his early 20s. Swiftly approached and seized the hand of the crown prince, who was attempting to grasp that of Xia Qingqing. The crown prince's gaze instantly shifted, landing upon this fair and youthful boy. Thank you for the unsealing of the passage. The fan community has been established, and the Wan Yao divine dynasty welcomes all brothers and sisters to join, the boy exclaimed. Chapter 46. You are unworthy. The crown prince, caught by the wrist, felt a slight flicker of annoyance but chose to smile, asking, And who might this young gentleman be? Your Highness, it seems you are a man of many distractions. Have you forgotten? This is my worthless brother, who tried to poison me, Xiang Chen. Such a person is hardly worthy of your consideration, Xiang Ke interjected mockingly. Oh, so it is the second young master Xiang, the crown prince remarked, suddenly recalling Xiang Chen's notoriety. Xiang Chen, what are you doing? You must not be disrespectful to the crown prince. Remove your filthy hands from his, Zhao Chunhui admonished sternly. I, a mere insignificant figure, indeed hold no weight in the crown princess' eyes. However, I must express my gratitude on behalf of my family Qingcheng for this gift, Xiang Chen smiled. And in the process, he discreetly slipped a ring from the crown prince's other hand. The crown prince's expression darkened slightly, and his guards, poised to retaliate, were halted by a wave of his hand. Qingcheng, behold this exquisite ring. It is both beautiful and practical. We should accept it while we can. Come, let me place it on your finger, Xiang Chen said, stepping closer and holding Xia Qingcheng's delicate hand, as translucent as jade. Though a hint of shyness flickered in Xia Qingcheng's eyes, she did not resist as Xiang Chen adorned her thumb with the ring. The crown prince observed this scene, his countenance growing more somber. Xiang Chen, astonished, gazed at Xia Qingcheng and sensed an unusual pulse emanating from her, his eyes widening in surprise. Xiang Chen, release your hands at once. You must not touch my Qingcheng. Zhao Chunhui shouted furiously, exasperated by this disruption. Xiang Chen cast one last lingering glance at Xia Qingcheng before withdrawing his hand, returning to his usual demeanor, and said, "What a lovely ring. Thank you, Crown Prince." Huh. It is a gift for Qingcheng, and does not require thanks from young Master Xiang. The Crown Prince replied coolly, a hint of frost in his laughter. Xiang Chen smiled faintly and returned to his seat. Brother, that was brilliant. You have a knack for turning gifts into your own, Xiao Wu praised Xiang Chen, impressed by his quick wit. What had originally been a gift from the Crown Prince now felt as though it belonged to him, due to his clever meddling. Xiang Chen remained silent, sipping his drink as he gazed at Xia Qingcheng, a frown creasing his brow with a hint of sorrow. Yin and Yang are at odds. How could this be? He murmured softly, almost to himself, regarding Xia Qingcheng. Aunt Chunwei, I have come for 2 reasons, to celebrate grandmother's birthday and to discuss an important matter I hope you will agree to, the Crown Prince stated, glancing at Xia Qingcheng before addressing Zhao Chunwei. Your Highness, you are too kind. Please, speak freely. Do not hold Xiang Chen's earlier rudeness against him. Zhao Chunwei replied with a smile. The Crown Prince gazed at Xia Qingcheng and expressed, from the very first day I laid eyes upon you, my heart has been captivated by your every smile and frown. Thus, I wish to propose to you, hoping you will accept. For I desire to take you as my legitimate wife. What? To marry Miss Xia Qingcheng as the primary consort. The Crown Prince's intention to wed her drew the attention of all present to Xia Qingcheng. Numerous women from the Xia family cast envious and jealous glances, while many others looked mockingly at Xiang Chen, as it was rumored that he held a marriage contract with Miss Qingcheng. Xia Qingcheng's expression shifted subtly. Zhao Chunhui was momentarily stunned. Then her face illuminated with delight as she exclaimed, Crown Prince, is your declaration sincere? You wish to marry our Qingcheng as your primary consort? The concept of a primary consort carries immense significance. Should the Crown Prince ascend to the throne, Xia Qingcheng would be the queen, second to none in the Great Shang. Many elders of the Xia family beamed with excitement, for if this union were to materialize, the Xia family would become a family of royal connections. Only Xia Fenghu, the elder of the Xia family, furrowed his brow, discerning the underlying motives. The Crown Prince sought to tether the Xia family to his ambitions, hoping they would assist him in claiming the title of Crown Prince. Indeed, my words are true. A gentleman's word is as unbreakable as a 4-horse chariot. I speak with sincerity, the Crown Prince chuckled. I oppose. I oppose. Just as Zhao Chunwei was about to agree, 2 voices of dissent rang out. All eyes turned to the speakers, Xia Qingcheng and Xiang Chen. They exchanged a glance, and Zhao Chunhui, upon seeing them, frowned and exclaimed angrily, Xiang Chen, what right do you have to speak? Xiang Chen rose abruptly, his voice cold. Why should I not? Do not forget, I hold a marriage contract with Qingcheng. He then directed his gaze towards the Crown Prince, stating indifferently, Crown Prince, what is your intention? As a distinguished royal, do you aspire to seize another's fiancée? Regardless of Xia Qingcheng's feelings towards him, the existence of their engagement compelled Xiang Chen to stand firm and voice his stance as a man. You and Qingcheng have an engagement? The Crown Prince's brows knitted together, questioning coldly. Indeed, Xiang Chen replied calmly. This matter is well known, as it was explicitly granted by the elder of the Xia family. Many from both the Xiang and Xia families are aware of it. Xia Hou stepped forward in support of his brother. Crown Prince, surely you would not engage in such an act of snatching another's fiancée? Xiahou Wu inquired sharply. That was merely a moment of folly on the elder's part. I am Qingqing's true match. I do not recognize that engagement. Xiang Chen, do you not reflect upon your own worthiness? Are you truly deserving of my Qingqing? Zhao Chunwei retorted angrily, determined to prevent her favored son-in-law from being undermined by that mere contract. Madam, your words are rather harsh. Hua Lao interjected, unable to contain himself. My disciple was a prodigy in his youth. How could he be unworthy? Indeed, how could my brother, Xiahou Wu, be unworthy? He added coldly. Are you attempting to tarnish the Xia family's reputation with your deceit? Xiang Heng remarked icily. I, Zhao Chunwei, felt my face flush with anger, and then I exclaimed, my daughter is mine. If I say he is unworthy, then he is unworthy. At that moment, the crown prince spoke. As he began to speak, all present instinctively fell silent. He gazed at Xiang Chen and coldly remarked, it is vital for one to possess self-awareness. I hope you comprehend this truth. Qingsheng is destined to be a celestial phoenix, and you, a mere mortal, how long can you endure? I have heard that you cannot cultivate, and given your current tarnished reputation, how can you possibly be worthy of Qingsheng? I shall offer you 100,000 gold coins. Depart from the Xia family and from Qingsheng, and live a comfortable life as a wealthy mortal. Furthermore, I assure you of your safety for all your days. The crown prince looked at Xiang Chen with a mixture of pride, indifference, and authority. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy illuminated the room as 10 chests of gold coins emerged from his golden ring, instantly filling the hall with a dazzling brilliance that captured the greedy gazes of many. Chapter 47. Confronting the Crown Prince. 100,000 gold coins. My heavens! I have never witnessed such a sum before. This amount, converted into resources, would be ample for me to ascend from the third realm of divine concealment to a level beyond the innate realm. That wretched boy is truly fortunate. A mere engagement can exchange for such a fortune. The 10 chests overflowing with resplendent gold were indeed captivating, and the disciples of the Xia family could hardly believe their eyes, having never seen so much wealth. Yet for the crown prince, this was trivial. As a royal, he had not only his own salary, but also the support of numerous families and enterprises. However, for an ordinary true martial practitioner, this was an immense fortune. Xiang Chen, why do you not hastily accept the crown prince's offer? You are indeed lucky to be associated with our Qingqing, Zhao Chunwei said sharply, her eyes glimmering with envy at the sight of such wealth. Xiang Heng's expression darkened as he worriedly regarded Xiang Chen. This was not merely a fortune, but a profound humiliation. Xiang Chen smiled as he approached the pile of gold, letting a handful slip through his fingers back into the chest. He looked at the crown prince and scoffed, Your Highness, do you believe that everything can be measured by wealth, status, or your so-called talent? Is that how you resolve matters? Indeed, in this world, there seems to be nothing that cannot be addressed with money or power. If money fails, I will wield authority. The crown prince spoke with an air of arrogance and detachment. To hell with your money, Xiang Chen retorted, suddenly furious. He kicked over the chest of coins, and with a resounding clatter, 1,000 gold coins spilled across the floor, their sound crisp and clear. The assembly was stunned, gazing in disbelief at the enraged Xiang Chen and the scattered gold, with some unable to resist the urge to collect the coins. After all, it was money. I tell you once again, I do not agree. Xia Qingqing is not an object to be bought with money. I will not leave her. The only one who can make me depart is her own choice. If you possess the ability to persuade Qingqing to accompany you, I, Xiang Chen, will not take a single coin from you, and will withdraw from her world immediately. Crown Prince, I assure you, there are many things in this world that money cannot resolve. Wealth cannot purchase my integrity, nor can it bend my spine. The youth suddenly resembled an enraged lion, fiercely defending his dignity as a man, each word resonating with strength. Indeed, I may not measure up to you at present, yet I, Xiang Chen, am still young. It is better to bully the elderly than to demean the impoverished youth. Do you consider yourself a lofty dragon? Is everything you possess a result of your own endeavors? You were merely born into an imperial family, cradled in privilege, your innate advantages surpassing those of others. Even so, how can you presume that I will always remain beneath you? Should the day come when I surpass you in strength, wealth, and power, standing proudly before you, tossing 1,000,000 gold coins your way, would you then sell your beloved Chen? Upon finishing his declaration, he raised his head and locked eyes with the crown prince, his gaze fierce and resolute, emanating an astonishing aura. The assembly fell silent, astonished by the youth, as if they were meeting him for the first time. His resounding and audacious inquiries echoed throughout the hall. "Well said, brother," exclaimed Xiahou Wu, his voice ringing with excitement. Xiang Heng gazed at Xiang Chen, his heart racing, stirred by the fervor of those words. A son of the Xiang family should indeed act thus. Xia Qingqing regarded Xiang Chen with slightly reddened eyes, her heart aching as a tumult of emotions surged within her. Although I do not harbor fondness for Xiang Chen, his words resonate with an exhilarating vigor. What a splendid testament to integrity that cannot be bought with money, that refuses to bend under pressure. The gaze of several impassioned youths from the Xia family shifted towards Xiang Chen, imbued with newfound respect that had previously been absent. Foolish boy, is this not a direct affront to wealth? Alas, he is still too young. How dare he confront the crown prince without reflection? Can he truly aspire to marry Our Lady? Many others secretly scoffed and derided him. Outrageous. From behind the crown prince, two formidable warriors of the innate realm unleashed a wave of innate energy directed at Xiang Chen. The impact sent Xiang Chen reeling, his blood surging, nearly causing him to spew forth blood. Yet, he braced himself against the force, refusing to retreat. "How dare you?" Hua Lao and Xiang Heng shouted in unison, their innate energy erupting and dispersing the two warriors' assault, causing them to cough up blood in shock. "Do not engage." The crown prince commanded his guards. He then turned his cold gaze upon Xiang Chen, stating, "You are but a youth. In due time, you shall comprehend the folly of your arrogance. In the face of absolute strength, status, and power, you must confront reality. Life is lived in the present. Your laughable future cannot eclipse me. Even if I grant you a century, the question remains, will you even survive that long?" His words carried a double meaning, laced with a hint of menace. "A century? No, grant me 5 years, and I swear I shall have you beneath my heel," Xiang Chen retorted, meeting his arrogance with equal fervor. Having faced life and death, he had already undergone a transformation. Before such power, he stood unafraid. "Ha ha ha, 5 years to surpass the crown prince? Xiang Chen, you certainly possess a sense of humor. Do you comprehend what realm the crown prince occupies? He is already a minor celestial-level warrior of the innate realm. With a mere hand, he could crush you." Xiang Ke scoffed, dripping with disdain. "Silence, Xiang Ke. It's truly a shame that you share the same surname. My brother may falter, but I shall take his place." Xiahou Wu bellowed at Xiang Quebec. "You will never surpass me," the crown prince sneered, having never encountered such ungratefulness. "Is that so? Just watch. Within 5 years, I, Xiang Chen, will stand at the gates of the great Shang Palace, personally hanging you from the flagpole on the city wall. If I fail, I shall leap from the royal city to my demise," Xiang Chen retorted coldly, wagering his life. "Arrogant child. Very well, I await that day, though it is unlikely. One must face reality. To put it simply, if you can produce 100,000 gold coins, I, Tianai, will without hesitation acknowledge your promising future and depart from the Xia family." The crown prince scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Xiang Chen. "Do you truly possess such wealth? One must consider the present." Xiang Chen's expression darkened at his words. He had once possessed such funds, but after investing in cultivation resources and purchasing true energy pills for Xiaomu, he found himself with only 50 or 60,000 left. A pauper, speaking so defiantly. A toad yawning, boasting beyond its means. Yet, in reality, you cannot produce a single coin, Zhao Chunhui whispered mockingly, thrusting Xiang Chen into an awkward predicament. "Huh, you cannot produce it? Your laughable future, your integrity, your principles are utterly worthless," the crown prince, Tianai, taunted, his usual composure giving way to indignation. Determined to humiliate Xiang Chen thoroughly. "Xiahi, how much do we have left?" Xiang Heng, rising in anger, inquired of his wife. He wished to assist Xiang Chen in gathering 100,000 gold coins, unwilling to let go of this dignity. Xiahi replied bitterly, "Last time, you gave 10,000 gold coins to Chener. Our family's savings now amount to less than 20,000. Teacher, I have no money, but I shall fetch it for you." Huafeng offered, resolved to aid Xiang Chen. He genuinely esteemed Xiang Chen, his little master, and the value of the North Star calming needle he taught him transcended monetary worth. "Luer, how much do I have left?" Xia Tingqing quietly asked her maid. "Miss, we too lack 100,000, the maid replied with a wry smile. "Xiang Chen, my second brother, are you not impressive? How is it that you cannot even muster 100,000 gold coins? Would you like me to lend you some?" Xiang Ke jeered. "Come, if you crawl through my legs, I would not hesitate to lend you the sum." "Ha ha, to hell with you." My brother needs not your charity. I shall go to the Xiaohou royal manor to retrieve 100,000 gold coins. Xiaohou Wu shouted angrily, determined that his brother would not lose face before the crown prince. Must you only beg from others? Did you not claim you would rely on your own resources and strength? The crown prince coldly addressed Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, one must possess self-awareness. Forget your laughable future. Life is lived in the present, where reality counts. What do you have? I, as a prince, can mobilize vast resources to aid Tingqing's cultivation and enhance her potential. And you? A fallen heir? A worthless outcast driven from his home? What do you have that can compare to me? 100,000 gold coins, to me, is utterly inconsequential. The crown prince's derisive remarks completely overshadowed Xiang Chen. Wealth, power, influence, background, and strength. He possessed all these attributes, surpassing Xiang Chen in every aspect. With a sullen expression, Xiang Chen coldly remarked, I do not require assistance from others. I am indeed not at the level of the chief steward of the 10,000 medicine pavilion. However, before he could finish speaking, a loud voice resonated from outside. The 10,000 medicine pavilion. The most enigmatic force in the Great Shang, one of the most formidable conglomerates, the 10,000 medicine pavilion. Haha, our esteemed matriarch's influence is truly vast. Even the 10,000 medicine pavilion has come, exclaimed the Xia family, astonished. As countless gazes shifted away from the confrontation between Xiang Chen and the crown prince. The chief steward has actually arrived, Hua Lao remarked in astonishment. The chief steward is a person of immense stature, second only to the emperor, revered by thousands. Then, a woman clad in a cerulean dress, strikingly beautiful, entered slowly, accompanied by a retinue carrying a large chest. It was the chief steward of the 10,000 medicine pavilion, Qing Feng. Is she truly the chief steward of the 10,000 medicine pavilion? What a stunning woman. Many were captivated by her presence. She appeared to be in her 30s. With skin like jade and a captivating visage, her willow-shaped brows and phoenix-like eyes enchanting all. Had it not been for the mature aura surrounding her, she might have easily been mistaken for a youthful maiden in her 20s. The chief steward of the 10,000 medicine pavilion. At that moment, the matriarch of the Xia family rose, her expression becoming notably solemn. The 10,000 medicine pavilion, a formidable entity that existed even before the establishment of the Great Shang, was said to have lent money to the royal family at the dawn of the dynasty. This influence extended beyond the Great Shang, encompassing the entirety of the human race across the 9 provinces. Qing Feng has come to offer birthday wishes, wishing matriarch Xia longevity as boundless as the eastern sea and life as enduring as the southern mountains. Qing Feng smiled gently at the matriarch above, even foregoing the customary salutation. You flatter me, truly. I never anticipated that the chief steward of the 10,000 medicine pavilion would personally grace my birthday celebration. What an honor it is. Matriarch Xia replied with a smile. Your esteemed self is also considered the grandmother of our second master. It is only fitting for our young master to come and extend his regards. Chief Steward Qing Feng responded with a smile. However, her words left Matriarch Xia and some members of the Xia family bewildered. Second master? Who is your second master? Bring forth the congratulatory gift, instructed Chief Steward Qing Feng. A man approached, carrying a large chest. Upon opening it, a radiant light burst forth, suffusing the air with spiritual energy, particularly of the water element. Before the crowd appeared a stunning purple jade coral, over a foot tall, emanating rich spiritual energy. This is the South Sea purple jade coral. My heavens! This is a lower-grade spiritual jade coral, exclaimed Xia Fu, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This lower-grade spiritual jade coral is so large, it must be worth a fortune. A coral of this size from the North Sea would easily be valued at 200,000 gold coins. What wealth the 10,000 medicine pavilion possesses. The entire assembly gasped in astonishment, each voice echoing their admiration for the pavilion's financial might. The members of the Xia family, including the venerable matriarch, were taken aback. The gift was exceedingly lavish. Thank you ever so much, Chief Steward Qing Feng, but is this gift not rather excessive? The matriarch exclaimed, hesitating to accept it. After all, the Xia family had little connection with the Wanyao Pavilion. Though Elder Hua was associated with the pavilion, his relationship with Xiang Chen was the primary link. The bond between Elder Hua and the Xia family did not warrant such an extravagant gift. This modest token is but a trifle. Chief Steward Qing Feng replied with a gentle smile, as if it were insignificant. Ah, Chief Steward Qing Feng, what a pleasant surprise to see you again, the Crown Prince, with an air of grace, approached with a warm smile. "Oh, Crown Prince, I did not anticipate your presence here." Chief Steward Qingfeng responded cheerfully. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Senior Qingfeng. I extend my humble welcome," Yin Tianai remarked, exuding elegance, coupled with a touch of respect. "I am here solely because our second master is present," Chief Steward Qingfeng stated, glancing towards a figure. "Second master? Who might that be?" the Crown Prince inquired, taken aback. At that moment, Chief Steward Qingfeng walked towards Xiang Chen, who turned to face her, immediately enveloped by a fragrant aura, her graceful form captivating all. "Qingfeng pays her respects to the second master," she said, performing a slow bow that left everyone in a state of shock. The chief steward, who had not even bowed to the matriarch, was now showing respect to Xiang Chen, addressing him as second master. Xiang Chen, equally astonished, gazed blankly at this woman he had never encountered before. "Chief steward?" Elder Hua looked on in disbelief. The Crown Prince's smile froze in an instant. Chapter 49, The Golden Mountain. The chief steward of Wanyao Pavilion, a figure of considerable authority, was bowing to a boy perceived as a failure by others. A mere scion of a fallen family, calling him second master. What on earth was happening? Everyone was rendered speechless. The matriarch's expression mirrored disbelief as she witnessed Chief Steward Qingfeng, who had not bowed to her, paying homage to Xiang Chen. What is going on? That young man, Chief Steward Qingfeng, Zhao Chunhui was equally dumbfounded, wide-eyed at the scene before him, feeling somewhat dazed. Xia Qingchun wore an expression of astonishment. Everyone present, including Xiang Heng and Xia Fenghu, was astounded. Even Xiang Chen found himself momentarily bewildered. Regaining his composure, he hurried to assist Chief Steward Qingfeng, saying, "Senior, what is this?" "You may simply call me Qingfeng, second master," she replied with a gentle smile. "I, second master? What does this mean?" Xiang Chen asked, his face a mask of confusion. Goodness, could this rascal have charmed this esteemed lady? Xiahou Wu thought mischievously to himself. "Chief Steward, what is the meaning of this? How has my teacher become your second master?" Elder Hua questioned, equally astonished. With a serene smile, Qingfeng explained. "You are the brother of my master, thus you are naturally my second master as well. The Golden Duke's medicine order is in your possession, is it not?" "The Golden Duke's medicine order?" Xiang Chen still appeared perplexed, but suddenly, he seemed to recall something and retrieved a golden token from his pocket. "Is this it?" he inquired. "Indeed, that is the item. It has been sent to you by our master," Chief Steward Qingfeng affirmed with a smile. "Could it be that your master is Brother Qingfeng?" Xiang Chen inquired in astonishment. "Indeed, it is so. As you are recognized as the brother of our master, we naturally address you as second master." Qingfeng, the chief steward, replied with a smile. Xiang Chen was taken aback, realizing that Qingfeng must possess an extraordinary background, for he was indeed the chief steward of the Wanyao Pavilion. Thus, the conclusion was all too evident: the master of the Wanyao Pavilion. Wealthy individuals certainly know how to indulge. Who would have thought that Brother Chen would be sweeping the floors at the Wanyao Pavilion? Is it customary for remarkable figures throughout history to adopt such a humble facade? Xiang Chen mused with a wry smile. "Master, are you truly a brother of our pavilion's master?" Hua Lao exclaimed in surprise. "Well, one could say so. We share a bond that transcends age." Xiang Chen replied awkwardly with a smile. Yin Tianya's expression darkened. Why was it that someone as esteemed as the chief steward of Qingfeng showed such deference to Xiang Chen? Why refer to him as second master? Was there some part of Xiang Chen's background that he was unaware of? Was he not merely the fallen young master of the Xiang family? The Crown Prince was filled with questions. "Mother, what on earth is happening? Why is this little wretch connected to the chief steward of the Wanyao Pavilion? And why is he treated with such respect?" Xiang Ke gritted his teeth and questioned his mother, Princess Lin. Princess Lin's expression was grim as she gazed at the two, her mind swirling with confusion, utterly oblivious to the situation at hand. One thing was clear: Xiang Chun had a connection to the Wanyao Pavilion, the esteemed establishment that spanned the vastness of the Great Shang. "By the way, how is Brother Chen's affliction?" Xiang Chen inquired. At the mention of this matter, the chief steward Qingfeng's gaze toward Xiang Chun grew more genuine, filled with gratitude and respect. "Second master, your medical prowess is astonishing. Our master's condition has improved significantly, with his virus nearly eradicated and his meridians beginning to recover. He is on the road to recovery." "That is good to hear," Xiang Chen said, feeling a slight sense of relief. "However, what is the meaning of all this gold scattered about?" Qing Feng, the chief steward, frowned as he regarded the pile of coins on the ground. Steward, you see, just moments ago, the crown prince used his authority to coerce our master into producing 100,000 gold coins, which our master was unable to provide at the time. Hua Lao briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng's brows furrowed, her demeanor turning icy as she fixed her gaze upon the crown prince. Crown prince, is that the truth? Qing Feng, did I not just ask you? She retorted sharply, causing the crown prince's previously confident smile to falter. Yin Tianai remained silent. Qing Feng, the chief steward, scoffed, saying, Is 100,000 gold coins a substantial amount? Is it deserving of such humiliation? 100,000 gold coins hardly warrants such contempt. Then, with a flick of her finger, the golden ring on her hand radiated beams of light. One chest after another soared into the air, suspended by her innate energy, and opened mid-flight. With a resounding cascade, a torrent of golden coins poured forth from the countless chests, flooding the center of the grand hall and rapidly forming a veritable mountain of gold. The brilliance of wealth illuminated the entire hall, casting a golden glow upon the faces of all present, leaving them in awe and disbelief at the spectacle before them. Before the assembly, a magnificent mountain of gold appeared, shimmering and glistening with an abundance of coins, astonishing everyone present. Good heavens! How much wealth is this? Exclaimed a young member of the Xia family, his legs trembling as he gulped, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Is it hundreds of thousands? Or perhaps millions? The entire crowd was left in a state of shock, many formidable members of the Xia family momentarily breathless, having never encountered such vast riches. Truly, this was the epitome of opulence. The chief steward, Qing Feng, spoke with an air of indifference. Second master, there are 3 million gold coins here, at your disposal. Should that prove insufficient, I also possess a card for the Zhuzhou currency. With a delicate gesture, she revealed a golden jade card, yet she added playfully, however, should this amount be withdrawn, I fear it might significantly deplete the national treasury of the great merchant kingdom, leading to economic turmoil. I wonder if the crown prince can bear such a cost? Addressing the crown prince, she quipped, Tell me, does this modest sum suffice for our second master? Her words were directed at the crown prince, whose face was marred by the reflection of countless coins, revealing a look of discontent. The crown prince's expression darkened, yet he managed to force a smile, responding, Elder Qing Feng, you jest. I merely intended to share a light-hearted moment with brother Xiang Chen. Haha. My wealth pales in comparison to the illustrious Wan Yao Pavilion. The 100,000 is but a gift for brother Xiang Chen. Truly, the royal scion exhibited remarkable composure, skillfully maintaining a facade of grace. Ah, so it is a gift for our second master. Thank you, Crown Prince, Qing Feng replied with a smile, providing him an avenue to retreat. Elder Qing Feng, Elder Xia, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Yin Tianai bowed respectfully to both, feeling it was best not to linger, having already lost considerable face that day. He cast a lingering glance at Xiang Chen, his eyes betraying a serpentine glint before he turned and departed with his entourage. The crown prince, Zhao Chunhui, opened his mouth as if to retain him, but the sight of the towering heap of gold silenced him. His gaze shifted to Xiang Chen, his heart a tumult of astonishment. Why does this seemingly insignificant boy have such advantageous support? Chapter 50. The spirit of youth in that moment. The air was thick with anticipation as all eyes turned fervently towards the youth, their gazes ignited with a mix of desire, envy, and admiration. Such wealth, was it truly at Xiang Chen's beck and call? The members of the Xia family regarded him as if he were a deity of fortune. If one could cultivate a favorable relationship with him, would financial woes ever plague them again? Impossible. How could this be? Xiang Ke, feeling slightly lightheaded, collapsed into a chair, his eyes fixated on Xiang Chen, brimming with jealousy. Why? Why does this wretched upstart have access to such immense resources? As the sole heir of the Xiang family, he himself could not wield such vast fortunes. Why? Xiang Ke's eyes burned with resentment, his heart consumed by bitterness. All this wealth, was it really his? Even Xia Hou was taken aback by the staggering mountain of gold. What extraordinary stroke of luck had this young wretch encountered? This needed investigation. He would uncover the truth upon returning. The Princess Lin's heart roared with a fierce anger. After the initial shock, Xiang Chen took a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, Sister Qing Feng, please collect this money quickly, lest it blind the eyes of certain individuals. The chief steward, Qing Feng, chuckled and replied, since this money has been presented, It is only fitting to accept it. You have saved your master's life, and now you are also a cherished friend of his. Accept this sum to support your future cultivation. Although Xiang Chen felt a surge of gratitude at her words, he resolutely declined the money, saying, Brother Chen's goodwill is appreciated, and I do acknowledge him as my elder brother. However, our meeting was merely a twist of fate. His illness was destined to bring me to him, and I never sought any reward for my assistance. Moreover, despite my youth, I possess my own integrity. I will not accept this money. If I need funds, I shall earn them through my own abilities. A man must establish himself in the world without relying on the kindness of others. Please, Sister Qingfeng, take back this money. I am capable of supporting myself. Goodness! What foolishness! To turn down such a substantial amount of money, sighed one onlooker. Ah, youth! What integrity can outweigh such wealth? It was commendable that he remained unbowed by monetary temptations. In the face of self-interest, this young man upheld his principles, proving himself a person of deep sentiment and moral fortitude. The reactions in the room varied. Some scorned Xiang Chen as a fool, while others admired him. Qingfeng's gaze toward him held an increasing sense of genuine admiration. After years in the business world, she had encountered countless individuals driven solely by profit, families torn apart, brothers turned against each other, and lives lost for the sake of gain. Yet here was Xiang Chen, a mere boy in his teens, unyielding even in the face of 100,000 gold coins. Such a person possessed a formidable inner code and a moral compass worthy of deep friendship. At that moment, she fully acknowledged this young brother of her master, not merely out of gratitude, but due to his character. In this world, fleeting gains may bring temporary acclaim, yet it is one's intrinsic qualities that truly determine lasting success and the ability to forge meaningful connections. Of course, circumstances vary for each individual. In the struggle for survival, one may sometimes be compelled to act without mercy, and one cannot apply the same moral standards across diverse groups and situations. Very well, I shall accept this money. If you ever wish to use it, simply ask your sister. Whatever you need shall be provided. However, since this 100,000 was gifted by the Crown Prince, you cannot refuse it, can you? Qingfeng smiled. Indeed, I would gladly accept it if it causes the Crown Prince a bit of vexation. Xiang Chen laughed heartily. Recognizing that this sum was his to claim, he would take it as compensation for the humiliation the Crown Prince had previously inflicted upon him. Qingfeng accepted the mountain of gold, and Xiang Chen received the 100,000 coins. Now, no member of the Xia family dared to mock Xiang Chen, nor did anyone dare to confront him. Even Zhao Chunhui fell silent, though undoubtedly feeling deeply troubled within. Meanwhile, Xiang Ke glared at Xiang Chen, unable to utter a word. The venerable Lady Xia gazed deeply into Xiang Chen's eyes, lost in thought, letting out a soft sigh. Was this indeed the fallen heir of the Xiang family? He appeared to be a potential prodigy. Today, it was a spectacle to witness so many faces being slapped, truly exhilarating. Come on, my friend, Xiahou Wu exclaimed with a loud laugh, raising his cup in salute to Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen offered a faint smile and replied, as the saying goes in the realm of pretense, 30 years west of the river, 30 years east, do not underestimate the youth in poverty. The young possess blood and dreams. One must never judge a person by their appearance. Haha, what a slap to the face. The two brothers clinked their cups and shared a hearty laugh. How infuriating, being so arrogant, as if the noble ones are numerous. Yet you are but a useless wretch. Xiang Ke coldly muttered. Xiang Ke, what are you babbling about? Is your face not yet sore enough? Xiahou Wu sneered as he set down his wine cup. Some people are ultimately useless. No matter how many nobles surround them, they remain as ineffectual as mud that cannot support a wall. One must first forge their own strength. How long can others assist them? Xiang Ke rose, scoffing. Oh, look at you, speaking as if you are so formidable. Just how tough are you? Come, let my fist test your mettle. Or shall we engage in a duel, where losing means no tears for broken limbs? Xiahou Wu taunted, propping his legs up and revealing his silver belt, from which he produced a black battle spear, thrusting it into the ground with a resounding thud. A vulgar man, Xiang Ke retorted with a cold snort, turning to Xiang Chen and mockingly stating, Dear brother, this is the extent of your abilities. You can only rely on others to make a name for you, while you cower in the shadows, a coward, a weakling. Enough of your insults. Dare to belittle my brother one more time, you wretch. Come out and face me. Xiahou Wu roared in fury, rising and pointing his spear at Xiang Ke, truly daring him to insult him further. Xiahou Wu, show some respect. Lady Lin finally erupted in anger, unleashing a formidable presence that forced Xiahou Wu to retreat repeatedly. Protect the young general. The soldiers behind Xiahou Wu bellowed angrily, drawing their swords to shield him, the atmosphere thick with tension, poised for conflict. Esteemed guests, it is the matriarch's birthday. I implore you to show some decorum. At that moment, the usually calm elder Xiaofenghu stood, exuding a terrifying aura that enveloped the entire assembly, pressing down on everyone and causing discomfort in their hearts. The elder of the Xia family had stepped in to assert his authority. Chapter 51. The Xiang family challenged Xiaofenghu, a figure second only to the family head. Xia Yunlong possessed an unmatched true martial cultivation, undoubtedly among the best in the Great Xiang Kingdom. This overwhelming presence surged forth, enveloping the venue, unleashing waves of energy that stirred up fierce winds, causing the garments of all present to billow. In the face of absolute strength, all forces and powers must bow low. It is might and the strong that form the foundation of a family's enduring legacy. Ultimately, this is a world that reveres strength. The disciples of the Xia family looked up to their elder with admiration. When truly incensed, he was the fiercest lion in the arena. Qingfeng remained unmoved by the palpable tension, while the others were visibly taken aback. Both Zhou and Princess Lin were compelled to fall into a hushed silence. Esteemed guests, I, Xiaofenghu, warmly welcome you to the Xia residence to celebrate the birthday of our matriarch. However, let it be clear that this is a festive occasion, not a venue for settling personal grievances. Should you wish to address matters of discord, I implore you to step outside. I, Xiaofenghu, will not intervene. Nevertheless, I hope everyone can grant the Xia family the courtesy of enjoying a splendid banquet together. Xiaofenghu stepped into the center of the gathering. Casting a measured glance towards Xiang Chen, Princess Lin, and Xiang Quebec elder Xia speaks with conviction. We are indeed here to celebrate, Princess Lin said with a faint smile. Turning to Xiang Quebec please take a seat. With a disdainful huff, Xiang Ke shot a cold glance at Xiao Wu and Xiang Chen, yet complied and settled down. Indeed, it is merely that some have loose tongues, prompting a few words to be exchanged. I hope Elder Xia will not take offense, Xiahou chuckled, retracting his spear of contention. Xiang Chen, do sit down and partake in the meal, Xiaofenghu urged, his tone unexpectedly softened. Xiang Chen offered a respectful nod and took his seat, refraining from further comment. It was the earlier display of Xiang Chen's resolve that had compelled Xiaofenghu to extend him a modicum of courtesy. Had it been the Xiang Chen of yore, he would have been deemed inconsequential, a mere powerless, talentless wretch. Yet, the connections that Xiang Chen now possessed necessitated a slight shift in Xiaofenghu's demeanor. The assembly gradually settled down to enjoy the feast, though whispers regarding Xiang Chen and the recent events still circulated among the guests. Occasional glances were cast in Xiang Chen's direction, filled with curiosity and intrigue. Since this is the matriarch's birthday celebration, how could we not include some entertaining performances? Suddenly, Xiang Ke interjected with a mischievous grin. What sort of entertainment do you have in mind, Xiang Ke? What mischief are you plotting now? Xiahou inquired with a sarcastic tone. I have brought along a few young disciples from the Xiang family, each at the 9th level of physical cultivation and at the 1st and 2nd levels of divine concealment. Why not engage in a friendly exhibition of martial prowess today? It would certainly add a touch of merriment to our gathering. Xiang Ke clapped his hands, and 3 young males from the Xiang family, aged between 16 and 18, entered the room. Xiang Ming, Xiang Mu, and Xiang Jin. Xiang Chen recognized a few of them, but his gaze turned icy as it fell upon the youth from the Xiang family, particularly Xiang Jin, who was around 16 or 17 years old. A surge of murderous intent erupted within him. Xiang Jin, the son of Xiang Quan, he thought, recalling the execution platform where his father had met his demise at Xiang Chen's hands. Xiang Jin had previously been a follower of Xiang Chen, possessing considerable talent. However, after Xiang Quan allied himself with Princess Lin, Xiang Jin had chosen to side with Xiang Ke, his prospects now tainted by betrayal. Xiang Jin's gaze toward Xiang Chen was equally frigid as he coldly remarked, "Second young master, it has been a long time." He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Xiang Chen, wishing nothing more than to rend him asunder. So you remember me, you sycophantic cur, Xiang Chen retorted, showing no mercy. A wise man knows when to yield. I merely made a choice that was right for me, Xiang Jin replied icily. Well said. What future is there with a worthless individual? Xiang Ke laughed heartily. Indeed, he is a dog that licks yet remains ungrateful. Before your father passed, I proclaimed that I would shatter the wealth and glory acquired through your betrayal. I assure you, I will keep my word, Xiang Chen replied coldly. Humph, I await your arrival. Coincidentally, I am also eager to avenge my father, Xiang Jin scoffed. Enough. Xiang Jin, why waste breath on a worthless fool? Xiang Ke said impatiently. He turned to the disciples of the Xia family, smiling faintly. Does the Xia family dare to send forth 3 individuals of the same realm as these 3 from my Xiang family to spar? Let this be an amusement for the matriarch's birthday feast. His words were a blatant provocation. Indeed, it was a challenge. The Xia family's sheltering of Xiang Chen had greatly displeased the Princess Lin, who sought to humiliate the Xia family in return. Humph, why would we not dare? This provocation stirred the Xia family's descendants, many of whom could no longer remain seated, rising up with fervor. I, Xiaowen, at the 9th level of the physical realm, am here to learn from the Xiang family disciples, declared a robust teenager from the Xia family. I, Xiang Ming, at the 9th level of the physical realm, have come to engage, followed Xiang Ming, stepping forward with a cold demeanor. As the two stood at the center of the grand hall, a mist of white vapor emanated from them, a manifestation of their formidable vitality and internal energy at this level. Come forth, Xiang Ming sneered, beckoning Xiaowen with a flick of his finger. Bang! Xiaowen roared, unleashing his internal energy as he lunged at Xiang Ming like a leopard on the hunt. Eagle claw technique. With a swift motion, Xiaowen transformed one hand into a claw, striking with ferocity, his fingers darkening to a bluish-black hue. Capable of rending rock, his might palpable. Indeed, Xiaowen has mastered the eagle claw technique. Several elders from the Xia family chuckled at the sight. Xiang Ming retreated nimbly, evading the claw strike, while Xiaowen continued his relentless assault, each claw tearing through the air with a whistling sound. Huh! After dodging several strikes, Xiang Ming felt a claw graze his arm, leaving a trail of blood. The next claw aimed directly at Xiang Ming's throat. Yet Xiang Ming suddenly let out a cold laugh, and then, with a powerful punch, he unleashed his internal force. Crack! His arm emitted a series of sharp sounds, exploding with 12 resounding echoes, a tremendous force bursting forth. Thundering 12 echoes. Perfected thundering fist. Xiang Chen was slightly taken aback. Boom! The punch collided with Xiaowen's claw, a sharp crack resonating as Xiaowen let out a pained scream, his hand shattered. The force of Xiang Ming's internal energy crashing into him. Uffed! Xiaowen spat blood, sent flying 7 or 8 meters, defeated. I concede. The eagle claw technique is nothing extraordinary, Xiang Ming remarked, retracting his fist, casting a disdainful glance at Xiaowen, his contempt evident. Chapter 52. Come, kill me. The thundering fist, the most formidable martial skill of the Xiang family's yellow tier techniques, when perfected, unleashed a punch strength doubled through the 12 overlapping forces. Yet surprisingly, it had been flawlessly mastered by Xiang Ming. Indeed, although Xiaowen's eagle claw technique was cultivated commendably, it was no wonder he fell short against such an overwhelming martial art. It was said that mastering the Tongbi fist was an excruciating endeavor, with one's arm bones enduring the agony akin to shattering. It was clear that Ming was truly capable of enduring such pain. The disciples of the Xia family gasped in astonishment, casting surprised glances at Xiang Ming. Having defeated one opponent, Xiang Ming displayed a hint of arrogance, sneering. Who will be next? The young disciples of the Xia family exchanged glances, many turning their attention to Xia Nan, the strongest among the disciples of the Xia family. However, Xia Nan's expression was grim. Having previously suffered a broken wrist at the hands of Xiang Chen, he had yet to fully recover. At this moment, stepping forward would likely spell disaster for him. What's this? So many of you, yet none dare to step up for a fight? Xiang Ming taunted. Xiaonan, go. Indeed, Xiaonan, we cannot allow him to look down upon our family. Xiaonan, go, teach him a lesson. Spurred by such provocation, a flurry of young Xia disciples urged Xia Nan to confront Xiang Ming. Though troubled, Xiaonan found himself thrust into a precarious position. At this moment, he had no choice but to rise to the challenge. I, Xiaonan of the Xia family, come to seek your guidance in martial arts. Xiaonan declared coldly as he stepped forward. I have heard of your name, Xiaonan. It is said that you have perfected the eagle claw technique within the Xia family's physical realm. Let us see whether your perfected eagle claw is mightier or if my Tongbi fist prevails, Xiang Ming retorted with a mocking smile, beckoning him with a finger in blatant provocation. Do not be too pleased with yourself. I shall shatter your fists with my hands, Xiaonan replied coldly. his hands transforming into claws, resembling a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. His fingertips, tempered by internal energy, turned a deep shade of black iron. With a resounding thud, Xiang Nan propelled himself forward, unleashing his internal energy as he lunged at Xiang Ming, his claw aimed directly at his throat, moving with astonishing speed and ferocity. Xiang Ming bellowed, channeling his internal energy through his fists, striking at Xiang Nan's claw with tremendous force. In the ensuing clash, Xiang Nan transformed his claw into a gripping hold on Xiang Ming's arm, seizing his wrist. Subsequently, his other claw tore downward, targeting Xiang Ming's lower abdomen with lethal intent. Reacting with remarkable agility, Xiang Ming thrust his knee upward, forcefully striking against Xiang Nan's claw, sending it crashing away. With a swift motion, he freed himself from Xiang Nan's grip and executed a spinning kick aimed at Xiang Nan's head. Xiang Nan crossed his arms to block the kick. But with a thunderous impact, the force of Xiang Ming's attack forced him to retreat 2 steps. Pain surged through his previously injured wrist, causing his face to contort in agony and involuntarily twitch. Noticing this, Xiang Ming smirked and charged forward, delivering a barrage of powerful punches aimed squarely at Xiang Nan's left wrist. Xiang Nan struggled to defend himself, falling into a disadvantageous position. After a series of exchanges, Xiang Ming landed a decisive blow on Xiang Nan's left wrist. A cry of anguish escaped Xiang Nan's lips as he recoiled, cradling his injured wrist, while Xiang Ming roared, unleashing a punch that echoed with 12 sharp cracks as the Tongbi fist struck Xiang Nan once more. With a resounding crash, the force of the punch sent Xiang Nan reeling backward, blood escaping his lips as he was propelled several meters away, clutching his wrist in pain. Xiang Nan had also been defeated. This was unfathomable. How could it be that he was incapacitated by a single blow to his wrist? Was not the eagle claw technique renowned for its formidable training of wrist strength? How astonishing! Is this individual truly that formidable? Exclaimed the members of the Xia family, taken aback by Xiang Nan's swift defeat. Xiang Nan's wrist bore an injury, which had been exploited by his opponent. An elder from the Xia family frowned, having discerned the injury. With a scornful expression, Xiang Ke seemed to mock either the vanquished or the Xia family itself. Humph. The strongest physical prodigy of the Xia family is nothing remarkable after all. Xiang Ming spat derisively, further ridiculing the situation. The Wang Fei of Lin observed with satisfaction, not chastising Xiang Ming for his arrogance and impotence. Her visit was not merely to express discontent over the Xia family's sheltering of Xiang Chen. She also aimed to humiliate the Xia family, a once ally of the Xiang family, and incite tension or even hostility for deeper political motives. Who else will step forward? Xiang Ming directed his gaze toward the remaining disciples of the Xia family, who were still in the realm of physical cultivation. The expressions of these disciples were grim, yet none dared to engage in battle. With Xiang Nan's defeat, who among the Xia could possibly contend with Xiang Chen? Hiss! Xiang Chen, you are now one of us in the Xia family. Do you possess the capability to confront Xiang Ming? Xiang Nan, cradling his injured wrist, cast a resentful glare at Xiang Chen. His injuries were inflicted by Xiang Chen, and he hoped to provoke him into action, wishing to see him get hurt in return. Xiang Chen, isn't he a useless individual? Can he even fight? The disciples of the Xia family gazed at Xiang Chen in astonishment. Why should I heed your words? Xiang Chen replied with a cold sneer, feeling little allegiance to the Xia family and deeming it unnecessary to defend their honor. Coward! You are still a member of the Xia family. Xiang Nan taunted. Ha ha ha. Xiang Nan, are you referring to him? Our family's waste of a young master? He has never been able to harm even a chicken, yet you believe he can defeat Xiang Ming? Surely, the Xia family cannot be devoid of capable individuals. Xiang Jin laughed mockingly, directing blatant insults towards Xiang Chen. Unable to harm a chicken, is that so? However, at that moment, Xiang Chen stepped forward with a chilling smile and declared, Xiang Jin, are you so certain? Do you dare to face me in battle? With me? Huh. Are you seeking death? I am at the first level of the divine concealment realm, capable of easily eliminating a waste like you, a mere mortal, Xiang Jin derided. Indeed. Xiang Chen, your reputation as a waste is known throughout the Xiang family. I could end you with a single punch, Xiang Ming sneered, showing no courtesy to Xiang Chen. Being a part of the Xiang Ke faction, is that so? Then I shall accept this challenge on behalf of the Xia family. For I wish to witness how you intend to deliver that fatal blow, the youth retorted coldly, stepping forward to remove his fur coat and tossing it to Xiahou Wu. Dog, crush him for being disrespectful to the young master. Such a person does not deserve to exist in my Xiahou family. I shall feed him to the battle beasts, Xiahou Wu coldly stated. Having already learned of Xiang Chen's martial prowess, the youth, donned in a white robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing indifferently at Xiang Ming, and said, "Come then, strike me down with your punch." Xiang Ming was slightly taken aback. This individual truly dared to approach his own demise? Nevertheless, at Xiang Kei's nod, Xiang Ming sneered, "Since you so eagerly seek death, I shall oblige. Prepare to face my fist." With a resounding thud, Xiang Ming dashed forward, unleashing a powerful punch from his waist, channeling an astonishing force of over 2,000 pounds. The fierce wind generated by his strike rushed directly towards Xiang Chen's face. If Xiang Chen were truly devoid of any martial arts prowess, this punch could have easily shattered his skull. Chapter 53, A Punch That Shatters. "What are you doing? You startled me." A young girl from the Xia family suddenly screamed, causing a boy beside her to jump in fright. If Xiang Chen has no martial skills, he will surely be killed. I can't bear to watch. Quickly shield me. Don't let any blood splatter on me. The girl, covering her eyes, exclaimed. At least you are a cultivator. Can't you act a bit more dignified? The boy, somewhat speechless, remarked, yet positioned himself in front of the girl, fixating on Xiang Ming's oncoming punch aimed at Xiang Chen. Will Xiang Chen be struck down with a single blow? This scene is rather thrilling. Die, you disgrace of the Xiang family. Xiang Ming shouted coldly, his punch akin to a cannonball, ruthlessly aimed at Xiang Chen's head. However, the blood-soaked scene he envisioned never materialized. Bang! The punch, accompanied by a forceful gust, caused the boy's white robe to ripple in the wind. Yet, as the punch was about to connect, a fair hand intercepted it effortlessly. With a subtle motion, swift as lightning, the punch was caught. The figure stood firm, not retreating an inch. The moment seemed to freeze in time. How is this possible? Xiang Ming stared incredulously at Xiang Chen, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is this truly your punch? It's pitifully weak. It wouldn't even harm me. The young man exhaled lightly, speaking nonchalantly. Then, he twisted his hand. Crack! Xiang Ming let out a wretched scream as his wrist was forcefully twisted by Xiang Chen. Retreating in horror, he glanced at Xiang Chen, bewildered by the unexpected strength and explosive power exhibited in that twist. You little beast, you know martial arts? Xiang Ming asked in a mix of anger and disbelief. How can this be? Xiang Chen knows martial arts? He actually snapped Xiang Ming's wrist. What on earth is happening? Wasn't he rumored to be useless? The members of the Xia family gasped in surprise, their astonished gazes fixed on the impeccably white-robed youth. It appeared that the news of Xiang Chen defeating Xia Nen had not spread widely, as few were aware. Is Xiang Chen dead? The blindfolded girl inquired. And no, he broke Xiang Ming's wrist, the boy responded, astonished. This little beast truly knows martial arts. Xiang Kei's countenance darkened. Having been deceived by Xiang Chen for so many years, Xiang Chen knows martial arts? The elders of the Xia family were equally astonished, staring at the youth. Come on. Continue. Kill me with a punch. That last strike was far too weak. Were you swatting a mosquito? Xiang Chen mocked. You're seeking death. You may know martial arts, but I will still kill you. Xiang Ming roared in agony and fury, launching another punch. This time, he unleashed his left arm, producing a series of 12 crisp cracks as his punch power surged. The universal arm punch. A perfected technique. Oomph. Let me show you my true strength. Xiang Chen sneered. Then, with a cold grunt, unleashed a ferocious punch. The dragon elephant fist, a savage blow that could topple mountains. With a resounding roar, his fist unleashed the ancient cry of a dragon elephant. It transformed as if into the leg of an elephant, causing his arm to swell with power. A torrent of roaring inner strength erupting forth. Boom. As their fists collided, it was akin to two colossal hammers striking together, producing a thunderous sound and a gale of force that swept through the air. Subsequently, a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed. Thud, thud, thud. A piercing scream escaped Xiang Ming's lips as his arm, engaged in the confrontation, shattered entirely. His fist disintegrated, the bones turning to fragments. His left arm was obliterated, drenched in blood. The sheer force sent him flying over 10 meters, crashing to the ground as he clutched his severed arm, wailing in agony. My arm! Oh, my arm! His cries reverberated through the stunned silence, leaving the onlookers in shock as they gazed incredulously at Xiang Chen. One punch had obliterated his opponent's arm. What sheer dominance and terrifying power did this strike possess? How could this be possible? Xiang Chen was paralyzed with disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Was this truly the same worthless young master? The disciples of the Xiao family, versed in physical prowess, stood agape, marveling at the overwhelming might of that single punch. It seemed the rumors were unfounded. This young man was indeed capable of cultivation. Had Xiang Wang deliberately concealed Xiang Chen's abilities to prevent others from perceiving him as a threat? What a cunning strategist he was. Xia Lao Jun observed the spectacle quietly, a glimmer of delight flickering across her face. Although she had already suspected Xiang Chen's martial prowess, the notion that this young scoundrel could not cultivate was certainly a ploy orchestrated by his mother, Su Qing. Lin Lian's expression darkened as the realization dawned upon her. Your punch cannot extinguish my life, Xiang Chen sneered, his white robe stained with blood, a stark and vivid contrast. The remnants of his opponent's shattered arm lay scattered, and with the assistance of the Xiao family's healer, the blood flow was staunched, leaving them astonished at the severity of Xiang Ming's injuries, bones reduced to a pulverized state. Was such terrifying explosive power truly the result of inner strength? Xiang Chen himself had reached the 8th level of physical cultivation, and with the fearsome power of the dragon elephant inner strength combined with his mastery of the tiger demon body refinement, his explosive force had surpassed the combined might of 3 tigers, exceeding the limits of ordinary martial artists at his level. Huh, magnificent. Xiahou Wu laughed heartily. Now, do I have the qualifications to challenge you, Xiang Chen? Xiang Chen's gaze turned icy as it settled on Xiang Chen, who stood at the threshold of the divine concealment realm. You truly possess martial skills? What is your cultivation level? Xiang Chen demanded angrily. Consider me at the 9th level of physical cultivation. Rest assured, I have not yet cultivated true energy, Xiang Chen replied nonchalantly. So, do you dare to face me in battle? Preposterous. I, a true martial practitioner of the divine concealment realm, fear a mere ant at the physical cultivation level? It is common knowledge that without stepping into the divine concealment realm and cultivating true energy, one cannot be deemed a true martial practitioner. To challenge me is to court death, Xiang Chen scoffed. Xiang Chen, dispose of him. He is no longer the young master of the Xiang family. Xiang Ke directly stated, such a beast capable of poisoning his own brother. I shall not hold it against you if he is slain. Indeed, young master. Just watch how I eliminate this waste. Xiang Chen sneered as he stepped into the arena, clad in a black robe, coldly gazing at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, even if you possess martial prowess, what of it? You are merely at the body refinement stage. Today, I shall demonstrate the vast chasm between the body refinement and the divine concealment stages. Do you have any final words, you worthless young master? Xiang Chen mocked. Xiang Chen replied nonchalantly, before I killed your father, I told him that I would shatter the future he obtained through betrayal for his son, for you. Today, the time has come to fulfill that promise. Thank you, Yu Egguan, for the support. More thrilling developments await. Stay tuned for the next chapter. Chapter 54. Crossing borders in battle, he turned towards the matriarch and clasped his fists, saying, Matriarch, I fear that in the upcoming events, I may offend you. Oh, how so? The matriarch inquired with interest. At the banquet, there will be an additional corpse that will clash with the joyous atmosphere of your longevity feast. Do you not think that I shall offend you, my elder? Xiang Chen smiled lightly, yet his words exuded a formidable killing intent and confidence. This fellow truly intends to shake the divine concealment stage with mere body refinement? How could that be possible? He even dares to kill his opponent? Incredible. I must remember this. Such arrogance. I do not believe that someone at the body refinement stage can truly contend with a true martial practitioner of the divine concealment stage. The onlookers were astonished. Xiang Chen seemed intent on killing Xiang Chen. Such arrogance and ignorance, Xiang Chen remarked coldly. Ha! As long as you have the ability, go ahead and kill. I have traversed the martial world for over a century, with countless lives on my hands and having seen many battlefields. I am hardly one to shy away from death. Offense permitted. Matriarch Xia chuckled, allowing it, eager to witness what surprises this youth might bring. Today, the princess consort of Lin has orchestrated this scene deliberately to embarrass the Xia family. After so many years, how could she be oblivious? If Xiang Chen can indeed diminish the Xiang family's prestige, she would welcome it. That lad is ready for confrontation. Xiang Chen smiled faintly, maintaining decorum as he turned to Xiang Chen. Come, it is time to settle with you, you treacherous dog. Xiang Chen spoke coldly, producing a vial of pills from his hand, revealing 10 qi blood pills, which he consumed entirely. Let us see who will kill whom. The day of vengeance is today. Xiang Chen, do you have any last words? Xiang Jin said icily, his true energy surging forth, enveloping his body in a mist of golden energy. Inner strength, known as internal force, cannot penetrate to kill. However, true energy differs. A true martial practitioner at the divine concealment stage can strike with true energy from a distance of 10 feet. You prattle on too much. Perhaps you should consider your own final words, Xiang Chen replied coldly. The day of revenge is today. Xiang Chen, prepare to meet your end. Xiang Jin shouted, then erupted with a surge of overwhelming true energy, transforming into a swift arrow aimed directly at his foe. He raised his palm, channeling the true energy within him, which radiated a golden glow from his hand. With a fierce motion, he struck towards Xiang Chen, unleashing a powerful force. Xiang Chen swiftly retreated, agilely moving back 5 or 6 meters. The impact of the strike reverberated as it collided with the marble floor, causing cracks to spiderweb across the tiles. The explosive force of the first layer of the divine concealment realm surpassed 3 tigers' strength. Kill. Xiang Jin unleashed successive strikes, gathering his true energy into palm techniques aimed at Xiang Chen, the force generating a fierce gust of wind. The members of the Xia family watched intently. Could Xiang Chen, with his physical realm, truly slay a martial artist of the divine concealment realm? His confidence instilled a sense of anticipation in everyone's hearts. Xiang Hung observed gravely, beads of sweat forming in his palms. Should Xiang Chen find himself in peril, he would disregard all decorum to intervene. Xiang Chen deftly evaded the palm strikes, displaying remarkable agility. In truth, he had not trained in any evasive techniques. Rather, his sensory perception and reflexes were naturally superior to those of ordinary individuals. Perhaps a consequence of his unique bloodline. Is dodging all you can do? Useless, Xiang Jin bellowed, shattering a tile where Xiang Chen had stood moments before. Xiang Chen remained silent, but as he dodged, he suddenly sprang forward, unleashing the power of the dragon and elephant, surging over a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Vicious elephant slams the stone. A punch erupted towards Xiang Jin's head, a strike powerful enough to obliterate the skull of a divine concealment realm opponent. However, Xiang Jin was quick to respond, channeling his true energy to meet Xiang Chen's fist. With a thunderous clash, the punch and palm collided, sending shockwaves through the air. The force of that formidable punch left Xiang Jin's palm numb, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Yet, shielded by his true energy, he was not incapacitated like Xiang Ming had been. Xiang Chen was also pushed back 2 steps, but he immediately charged forward again, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches at Xiang Jin. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of their strikes echoed as they exchanged blows, the 2 figures weaving in and out within the great hall. What immense internal power! It can actually resist the explosive force of true energy. An elder from the Xia family exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this lad's internal power cannot possibly exceed 3 tigers' strength, another remarked, equally surprised. Shattering gold palm. Useless wretch die. Xiang Jin shouted in fury, his anger boiling. How could this man possess such formidable internal strength? With a blinding flash of golden light, he concentrated a faint palm imprint and struck towards Xiang Chen's head. This was a yellow-grade advanced martial art, the shattering gold palm, perfected to the point where it could crush gold or even obliterate a ferocious bull. Vicious elephant treads the post. Xiang Chen retorted coldly, stepping back before launching himself forward, his body leaping as one leg swelled in size. Channeling the dragon and elephant's internal power into his left leg, he delivered a devastating kick aimed at Xiang Jin's palm. The might of this leg strike far surpassed that of his previous punch, the strength of the legs. The meridians was inherently greater than that of the arms. Indeed, one does not say that an arm cannot outmatch a thigh without reason. Thud! With a resounding impact, 1 foot landed upon the palm of Xiang Jin, unleashing 2 waves of energy that erupted violently. Xiang Jin staggered back, his arms tingling with numbness, while Xiang Chen was also propelled through the air by the force of the blow, executing a backflip and landing gracefully, his internal energy subtly surging within him. Though others presumed him to possess the 9th level of the body refinement realm, in truth, he was only endowed with the 8th level of internal strength. However, at that moment, a powerful surge of blood energy and internal force was wildly blossoming within him. What are you doing, Xiang Jin? After all this time, you still can't eliminate this worthless wretch. Xiang Ke shouted angrily. How formidable! He can truly contend with Xiang Jin, who stands at the God-hidden realm. For such an extended duration, the disciples of the Xia family gasped in astonishment, their previous disdain evaporating. Xiang Jin's expression twisted as he declared, that was merely a warm-up. Now, it is time to take your life. With that, he drew a sword from his back. With a humming sound, the blade sang. A brilliant white light emanating from a snow-white longsword, imbued with an aura of sword energy. The aura surrounding Xiang Jin grew increasingly fierce and terrifying. A treasured sword. A low-grade artifact. The atmosphere thickened with gravity as everyone watched intently. The presence of a weapon fundamentally altered the nature of the confrontation. The stakes of life and death were now palpable. Kill. Chapter 55. Do you regret it? Even the strongest adult can be felled by a child wielding a mere knife. This underscores the critical importance of weaponry. It is an extension of the true martial artist's body, often regarded as the second life of a warrior. Kill. Xiang Jin surged forward with a burst of speed, his sword striking like a tempest towards Xiang Chen. This strike, enveloped in golden true energy, coalesced into a razor-sharp sword energy, exceedingly fierce. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, demonstrating its incredible velocity as it aimed directly at Xiang Chen's head. Xiang Chen hastily retreated, narrowly evading by positioning himself before a sturdy stone pillar. With a thunderous crash, the sword embedded itself into the pillar, creating a deep gouge. Had it pierced flesh, the damage would have been catastrophic. Flash. Subsequently, Xiang Jin unleashed a wave of sword energy, resonating with a hum as a pale golden sword chi shot forth, transforming into a luminous arc aimed at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen bent backward, the sword chi grazing his cheek and severing several strands of hair. You little beast, perish! Xiang Jin bellowed, advancing with a lethal strike, his sword imbued with true energy, capable of cleaving even granite into fragments. Be careful! Xiahou Wu shouted urgently. Xiang Heng readied himself to intervene at any moment. Yet, with a roar, Xiang Chen summoned a pair of sharp black claws, each half a foot long, sprouting from his fingertips. The claws interlocked in defense against the sword. With a resounding clash, sparks flew as the sword struck Xiang Chen's claws, failing to pierce through. His claws were as formidable as divine weaponry. Kill! 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 Xiang Jin shouted furiously, wielding his sword with relentless strikes, slashes, thrusts, and sweeps. Xiang Chen countered with his claws, producing a symphony of clashing metal sounds as the sword and claws continually collided. What kind of claw technique is this? How can it grant such lethal talents? What astonishing claw skills! The ability to withstand a sword strike is something even the eagle claw technique cannot achieve. Who, or what, exactly is this Xiang Chen? How could a human possess such formidable claws? Is it a unique martial art? The disciples of the Xia family engaged in spirited discussions as the two fighters clashed. Suddenly, Xiang Jin unleashed a swift sword strike, the blade's energy slicing through the air and striking Xiang Chen in the chest. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as his white robe was ripped open, blood oozing from a shallow wound, merely breaking the skin. Xiang Chen staggered back, feeling a sharp sting in his chest and silently acknowledging the close call. Had it not been for his rigorous training in the tiger demon body refinement technique, which had significantly enhanced his physical strength, that sword strike could have easily shattered his sternum, causing severe bleeding. Brother! Xiahou Wu sprang to his feet, concern etched across his face upon witnessing Xiang Chen's injury. Ha ha ha, you little beast. This is the disparity between physical prowess and a true martial artist. Prepare to meet your end. Xiang Jin laughed heartily, exhilarated, and with a fierce shout, he brought his sword down with immense force. Xiang Chen wielded his claws in a desperate defense, yet within him, a reservoir of potent blood energy and inner strength was accumulating, poised for eruption. 3 cuts of broken gold. At that moment, Xiang Jin roared, channeling a surge of true energy into his sword. The blade shimmered with golden light, its energy swirling ominously. As he swung, 3 fierce waves of sword energy ruthlessly cleaved toward Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen evaded, but when escape proved impossible, he tore at the sword energy with his claws. A thunderous explosion erupted as the energy shattered, rending his white robe and leaving crimson trails across his flesh. Kill! Xiang Jin's sword descended with a sudden ferocity, unleashing all of his true energy. Xiang Chen braced himself with his claws. Yet the force of the blow pressed him backward until he collided with the wall. The sword, infused with deadly energy, relentlessly advanced upon Xiang Chen's head. Die! Xiang Jin bellowed, unleashing his full power. Suddenly, a torrent of energy surged within Xiang Chen. The sound of his blood and qi erupting filled the air. A thick white mist enveloped him, coalescing into the form of an ancient dragon elephant. Within him, the ninth spiritual vein erupted with immense inner strength. A breakthrough, Xiang Chen ascended to the ninth level of physical refinement. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a mightier force, sending Xiang Jin staggering backward, astonishment flashing across his face. Now it is my domain. Kill! Xiang Chen growled, and in that instant, some mysterious power within him was ignited, causing his form to swell and rise to over 2 meters in height. His claws transformed from mere inches into blades a foot long. Clang, clang, clang. His dual claws struck out, the overwhelming force driving Xiang Jin back, fear evident in his eyes. What is happening? How has Xiang Chen grown so much larger? The Xia family disciples gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Look at the dense energy swirling around him. How powerful! Xiang Jin found himself suppressed. At that moment, blood splattered forth as Xiang Jin let out a piercing scream. His arm was torn apart by Xiang Chen's claws, flesh turned outward, shredded down to the bone. Die! Xiang Chen roared, transforming one claw into a fist and striking with force. Bang! The punch collided with the resisting blade. Overwhelming internal energy and physical strength sent Xiang Jin staggering backward, barely able to maintain his footing. Kill! Xiang Chen bellowed, his claw descending mercilessly, seizing the opponent's sword, twisting it with ferocity. The treasured blade was flung away with a resonant hum, and then Xiang Chen's claws raked downwards, tearing into Xiang Jin's body. The sound of blood gushing echoed as Xiang Jin emitted agonizing cries. From his face to his chest, flesh was utterly ripped apart, one eye gouged out in the onslaught. I warned you. I would shatter the future you and your father exchanged for treachery, and today is that day. Betrayers, with hearts of wolves and lungs of dogs, kill! Xiang Chen roared, his claws relentlessly tearing as blood and flesh flew, painting a gruesome scene. Ah! Xiang Jin's cries pierced the air. Many young women were horrified, blood and gore splattering everywhere. Ah! Xia Nan was equally terrified by Xiang Chen's murderous intent. Was this truly the same Xiang Chen who had sought trouble on multiple occasions? Xiang Chen, cease this! Xiang Ke shouted in fury. In that instant, the scene peaked as Xiang Chen's claws plunged into Xiang Jin's chest, piercing his heart. The uninjured eye of Xiang Jin widened in terror. His heart was shattered. He coughed out blood, and as Xiang Chen withdrew his claws, a chilling gaze emanated from his golden pupils. Thud! Xiang Jin collapsed weakly before him, his head pressed against the ground, body convulsing, blood pouring forth. Do you regret it? The betrayal? Xiang Chen asked coldly. I am unwilling. Xiang Jin choked on his blood before his body fell limp, devoid of life. Chapter 56. Kindness after Xiang Jin's death. Golden mist billowed from his corpse, the dissipating true energy. At this moment, the arena was silent. All eyes fixed on the bloodied youth, sensing the formidable killing intent radiating from him. The young men of the Xia family, who had once targeted Xiang Chen, were now rendered speechless, their gazes filled with newfound awe and fear. He truly killed Xiang Jin. How could a practitioner of the body refinement realm slay a true martial artist of the divine concealment realm? This is inconceivable. Xiang Chen possesses such strength? The young men of the Xia family murmured in astonishment. In this instant, Xia Nan and his peers, who had opposed Xiang Chen, looked at him with trepidation. A chill crept down Xia Nan's spine, cold sweat breaking out upon his brow. Ha, splendid! Xiang Hung clapped his hands in laughter, his eyes brimming with satisfaction, as if he were witnessing his elder brother in his youth, overpowering the prodigies of the great Shang. What a show! Certain faces must be burning with embarrassment right now. Laughed Xia Ho Wu, his words unrestrained and mocking as he glanced at the visibly distressed Xiang Quebec. Xiang Ke gazed at Xiang Chen, his expression dark and cold, filled with murderous intent, wishing he could personally eliminate Xiang Chen. Lady Lin, too, wore an equally grim visage. The summer breeze swirled around Xia Fenghu as he gazed at the youth before him, his eyes profoundly deep. Is the name of the waste, Xiang Chen, a deliberate ruse to mislead others? He mused inwardly. The matriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Laotai, scrutinized Xiang Chen with her squinting, aged eyes, lost in her own thoughts. Xiang Chen reigned in his inner strength, his once bulging muscles returning to a more modest form, appearing smaller than before. His white robe, now tattered and windswept, stripped him of the refined demeanor he once possessed, stained with blood that lent an air of ruthless ferocity. "Brother, proceed," commanded Xiahou Wu as he flung Xiang Chen's fur coat at him. Xiang Chen donned it, casting a cold glance at Xiang Ke, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. "Eldest brother, your men seem rather lacking," Xiang Chen remarked with a nonchalant tone. "Second brother, do not be too pleased. Slaying a mere Xiang Jin is nothing of consequence. Such a character is easily dispatched," Xiang Ke retorted icily. "Indeed, yet one day, when my strength surpasses yours, I shall seek you out for a lesson. I hope that when that time comes, you shall be the one lying on the ground, granting you a long slumber," Xiang Chen sneered. "With your current abilities, such a possibility is utterly remote," Xiang Ke shot back. The two brothers confronting each other with an intensity akin to sworn enemies, the air thick with murderous intent. "Bring the body away and cleanse the blood from the ground," Xia Fenghu ordered indifferently. Two individuals approached to remove Xiang Jin's corpse, their expressions filled with horror as they glanced at the mangled remains. Xiang Chen picked up a sword from the ground, a low-grade treasure worth a few hundred gold coins, yet intended as a gift for Manha. Their earlier skirmish had been nothing short of a classic battle among the younger generation, thrilling indeed. "Lady Lin, do we continue?" Xia Fenghu inquired coolly. Lady Lin's expression steadied as she turned her gaze toward the now fearful Xiang Mu, replying with a faint smile, "No need. The Xia family's disciples are truly formidable. However, though Xiang Chen is a disgrace expelled from our residence, his prowess is undeniable." Her words carried a rather intriguing implication. Did it suggest that the Xia family had no one of merit, needing to rely on a castaway to elevate their own? Xia Fenghu, perceptive to her insinuation, replied, "Precisely. Does it not add to the intrigue? The outcast, labeled as a waste by the Xiang royal manor, has surpassed the young elite of the Xiang lineage." A cold smile graced Lady Lin's lips as she chose not to elaborate further. She cast a glance at Xiang Chen, her voice frosty. "A dog fostered by another shall not bark for long." Rising, she addressed the matriarch. "Matriarch, we have exchanged gifts and shared wine. We shall not linger further. Farewell." "Accompany Lady Lin," Xiao Laotai responded with a gentle smile. At that moment, Xiang Chen interjected, "A treacherous wretch shall not endure for long." Lady Lin paused, a surge of lethal intent emanating from her, a formidable energy enveloping her, yet she ultimately restrained herself, snorting disdainfully as she departed. "Second brother, our game has only just begun," Xiang Ke chuckled coldly. "Return home and wallow in filth. This is a place for dining, unfit for you," Xiahou Wu derided. Standing beside Xiang Chen, "You," Xiang Ke let out a cold snort and turned to leave. "Such formidable internal strength. It seems that this humble second young master, am not as simple as I appear. Either my constitution is extraordinary, or my cultivation method is unique." Chief Steward Qingfeng also began to reassess Xiang Chen. "Are your injuries of no concern?" asked Xiahou Wu, directing his gaze towards Xiang Chen. "It's nothing. See, I am already recovering," Xiang Chen replied. The sword wounds on his chest had surprisingly begun to scab over, healing as if he had been resting for several days. Such an astonishing ability to recover. Xiahou Wu couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy towards Xiang Chen's remarkable healing prowess. This fellow, although weak in his youth, had an uncanny ability to endure. Injuries that would take others 10 days to heal seemed to vanish for him in just 2 or 3 days. Xiang Chen glanced at his third uncle, and their eyes met, sharing a knowing smile. "Third uncle, I will find a way to ensure that the Xia family relinquishes your contract," Xiang Chen silently vowed. He could endure humiliation from the Xia family as long as it did not cross his bottom line. For this was a hard-won effort by his third uncle on his behalf. "Xiao Chen, are your injuries truly of no concern?" At this moment, the matriarch of the Xia family unexpectedly expressed her concern. "It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, matriarch. I feel quite embarrassed to have taken a life at your longevity banquet," Xiang Chen responded with a faint smile. "Haha, it's not as though killing is something to be shunned. Unexpectedly, your martial talent is quite high. Today, you have brought honor to our Xia family. From this day forth, I grant you access to the areas of our library that are reserved for direct descendants, allowing you to study our martial arts freely. provided you do not disseminate it. The matriarch smiled warmly. Matriarch, some elders of the Xia family may find this inappropriate. After all, Xiang Chen is ultimately an outsider. How can he be allowed access to the Xia family's martial arts library? Haha, thank you, matriarch. Chener, don't just stand there. Quickly express your gratitude to the matriarch. Xiang Hung exclaimed with delight, recognizing this as a very positive signal. The matriarch had accepted Xiang Chen. Thank you, matriarch. Xiang Chen also slightly bowed in gratitude. Second young master, although our Wanyao Pavilion is a business, we also possess a collection of martial arts that is not inferior to that of the Xia family. Do visit us often, Chief Steward Qingfeng conveyed to Xiang Chen telepathically. This battle had significantly impacted Xiang Chen, altering many perceptions. Chapter 57. The life wisdom of the matriarch on the streets outside the Xia family. The eldest prince, Yin Jingye, had distanced himself from the Xia family and entered a horse-drawn carriage pulled by a dragon steed. His expression was dark as he reflected on the events of the day, never having anticipated that he would be so thoroughly humiliated by a fallen noble, a mere boy from the Xiang family. Your Highness, are you still troubled by what just transpired? A stunningly beautiful maid in red seated beside him softly inquired. Indeed, today a mere nobody has truly caught me off guard. Xiang Chen, an obscure waste, how could he possibly have such a significant connection with the Wanyao Pavilion? Yin Tianai mused, playing with 2 jade walnuts in his hands, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation as he recalled everything he knew about Xiang Chen. However, apart from knowing that Xiang Wang has a naturally gifted son, Xiang Chen, who is unable to cultivate, he is unaware of further details regarding Xiang Chen. The maid suggested, I could send someone to investigate this matter thoroughly, Your Highness. Should I arrange for someone to deal with him? How dare he insult you so brazenly today? Huh, no need, Yin Tianai replied, pulling the maid closer and gently caressing her under her garments. Lu Luo, send someone to uncover everything about this young man during this period. I wish to know the changes he has undergone. Killing is often the last resort for those who are cornered. As for me, I prefer to toy with my prey slowly, Yin Tianai remarked coldly. The banquet continued until around 8 in the evening before concluding. Afterward, most of the guests had departed from the Xia family, leaving only Xiahou Wu, who accompanied Xiang Chen to his residence. The most surprising aspect of the banquet was undoubtedly Xiang Chen. Countless attendees were still discussing the events of the day. From the purple jade grapes gifted by Xiang Chen, to his astonishing medical skills, which even led Hua Lao to regard him as a master, as well as his mysterious ties to the Wanyao Pavilion, where the chief steward honored him as second master and bestowed upon him a mountain of gold, even striking a blow to the crown prince Yin Tianai. Furthermore, Xiang Chen had even slain Xiang Jin, who was at the divine concealment realm, despite being merely at the body refinement stage. At this banquet, the focus should have been on the matriarch of the Xia family, yet it was Xiang Chen who emerged as the most captivating figure, eclipsing all the disciples of the Xia family. As guests departed, they continued to debate Xiang Chen and the day's events. Undoubtedly, after this banquet, Xiang Chen would become a pivotal figure within the Xia family, as no young disciple would dare to provoke him recklessly after witnessing his formidable display against Xiang Jin, which had already instilled fear in many of the Xia family disciples. Many had yet to experience the brutal realities of life and death in the martial world. Having never taken a life, once nearly all had departed, the matriarch of the Xia family remained seated in her designated position. Below her, Xia Fenghu had not yet left. Fenghu, assist me in taking a stroll, the matriarch said, rising with the support of her cane. Yes, mother, take your time, Xia Fenghu responded, coming forward to support her. The mother and son made their way towards the grandest rear garden of the Xia estate, which spanned several acres and was remarkably picturesque. What are your thoughts on today's events? The matriarch inquired softly. Are you referring to Xiang Chen? That young man has indeed surprised me greatly, Xia Fenghu replied, a glimmer of sharpness evident in his eyes. The matriarch smiled faintly and remarked, indeed, he was expected to be a downtrodden and mediocre youth. Yet he has continuously delivered unexpected delights, mastering medical skills that even Hua Fong is willing to acknowledge as a teacher, and possessing an enigmatic relationship with the Wanyao Pavilion. His cultivation level is not merely as rumored, a mere waste. He has defied the odds by slaying those at the divine concealment realm. This young man is certainly not simple. There seems to be far too many secrets concealed within him that we are yet to uncover. The elderly matriarch of the Xia family instructed. Investigate thoroughly the events that transpired after he was expelled by the Xiang family. Ascertain whom he has associated with, the origins of his medical expertise, and the genesis of his connection with the Wan Medicine Pavilion. Yes, my son will arrange for these matters to be addressed. Today, mother. Your consent for him to enter the Xia family's martial arts repository indicates a genuine intention to embrace this young man. Yet, he ultimately bears the surname Xiang. Xia Fenghu furrowed his brow as he replied. What significance does that hold? He has already taken residence in the Xia household, the matriarch remarked, her gaze drifting towards the cold, luminous moon in the sky, her thoughts distant. My years are few, and the future of the Xia family will rely upon your shoulders. Beyond you, we require formidable external allies to ensure our enduring prosperity. If this Xiang Chen truly is a prodigious talent, nurturing him within our family could yield great benefits. With Xiang Hong constrained under our influence, we need not worry about his future contributions to our house. He may even come to be grateful towards us. Different individuals, varied experiences, and distinct visions of the future, the duration of matters also varies. It is the matriarch who possesses the clearest perception of the Xia family's path. Furthermore, the Xiang king has not yet fully collapsed. He remains alive, merely imprisoned. Why? Because at the border, he has personally cultivated an army of 400,000 to guard our frontiers. Should he perish, there would be no one to restrain that formidable force, leading to inevitable chaos. In the future, the inheritance of that power will belong either to Xiang Ke or to Xiang Chen. With the backing of the Wan Medicine Pavilion, does he not have the opportunity to seize this strength? Should he harness it for our benefit, the Xia family could thrive for another century, perhaps even rise to become the foremost family beneath the imperial throne. Even if we were to take a hypothetical step back and he fails to control that power, our family would incur no loss. One must not merely take each step as it comes. One must contemplate 100 steps ahead to avoid plunging into an abyss of irretrievable ruin. The matriarch mused under the moonlight, continuing her walk. Indeed, I have learned much, and it appears I must encourage a shift in the family's attitude towards him, Xia Fenghu remarked. Do not be overly deliberate. Affection should not be bestowed excessively. People have a tendency to become accustomed to receiving too much. Should you withhold it one day, they may harbor resentment. Remember, with certain individuals, small favors can win hearts, whereas grand gestures may lead to deep enmity. Moderation is key. What of Yunlong? Is there hope for his breakthrough? The matriarch suddenly inquired about her eldest son. My elder brother has failed twice in his attempts and is now endeavoring for a third time, Xia Fenghu sighed. Alas, the cultivation of the Yuan Yang is easier than achieving the Pu. Even if he succeeds, it must not be publicized. The Xiang king serves as a stark reminder. Even the sharpest sword must be sheathed to conceal its brilliance. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted, and the nation's treasures must remain hidden. Revealing one's hand invites disaster. The matriarch's words were a distillation of her century of wisdom and insight into human affairs. To have an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. As shadows danced beneath the trees and the moonlight cast a cool glow, the matriarch sighed, her silhouette alongside Xia Fenghu stretching across the tranquil path. However, some individuals could not remain still. Chapter 58. Lin Lian's Deceit at the Great Shang Imperial Palace. In the heart of the grand capital of the Shang dynasty, there stood an imposing palace complex. Its crimson walls soared to a height of 100 meters, instilling a profound sense of intimidation and awe in all who stood beneath them. Within the palace grounds, a multitude of palatial structures adorned the landscape, each distinctly arranged. To the left lay the barracks of 100,000 elite guards, tasked with safeguarding the imperial city, while to the right resided countless princes, concubines, and skilled individuals from the inner court. At the very center stood the majestic palace of the Shang emperor. Suddenly, the crisp sound of hooves echoed as a gilded chariot, drawn by 4 magnificent dragon steeds, swiftly approached the towering palace gates. The occupant of the chariot presented a token, and the gatekeeper, intimidated, dared not question further, allowing passage without delay. As the chariot entered the depths of the palace, strong sentinels stood vigilant along the corridor, flanked by palace walls. The chariot continued its journey directly towards the imposing golden palace at the center. Shortly thereafter, a woman of exquisite elegance and grace descended from the chariot and entered the palace. Moments later, she appeared within a private chamber. Inside, a commanding middle-aged man, adorned in a pale golden robe, exuded an air of authority as he wielded a brush upon a canvas, skillfully depicting landscapes of grandeur. The beautiful woman stood silently before him, admiring his artistry, her gaze revealing hints of affection, for he was known to abhor distractions while immersed in his craft. "Lianer, you have arrived," the man said, setting down his brush with a gentle smile. The woman then stepped forward, embracing him from behind, whispering, "I have missed you dearly." He patted her delicate hand and remarked, "Please, sit. You seem troubled. Is there something weighing heavily on your mind?" This enchanting woman was none other than Princess Lin Lian. Taking a seat upon the elegant chaise near the tea table, she confessed, "Indeed, there is nothing I can conceal from you. Pray tell, what has caused my Lianer such distress?" Igniting her ire. The man smiled lightly, his golden-hued eyes seeming to penetrate the very depths of one's soul. "Today, I was bullied by some younger generation. Are you aware?" Lin Lian leaned closer, resting her head upon his shoulder. "Which young wretch dares to vex you?" His brows furrowed with concern. The reckless son of Duke Xiahou Wu, and the spawn of Xiang Wang and Su Qing'er, Xiang Chen. Lin Lian's face contorted with resentment. "Ah, those two rascals. I know Xiahou Wu. His father's temperament indeed breeds a troublesome spirit. As for Xiang Chen, was he not already dispatched by your hand? How is it he yet breathes?" Clearly, he had paid little heed to the fate of such an insignificant figure, remaining unaware of the latest developments. He escaped back then, but now he has sought refuge with the Xia family. Today he surprised me greatly. Lin Lian recounted the events of the recent birthday feast for the matriarch of the Xia family, and upon hearing her tale, the man's brows knitted in contemplation. A mere 15-year-old lad possesses medical skills comparable to a national master physician, supported by the esteemed Yao Pavilion. He is expected to be worthless, yet he also practices martial arts. How intriguing. This young man seems to harbor numerous undisclosed secrets. Is this the clandestine arrangement of my foster brother, Xiang Wang? The man chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing slightly. "It is highly likely, which is why I have come to inform you. This boy can no longer be allowed to remain. However, as he is sheltered within the Xia family, it would be unwise to act openly against him, which vexes me." The Lin princess retorted with a playful pout. "The Xia family is home to a cunning old fox. Does she not discern the current circumstances? How dare she shelter Xiang Chen?" The man replied, "This is also one of the reasons for my irritation. Indeed, the royal family cannot intervene further in this matter, lest we become the subject of external gossip. In this regard, you must rely on yourself." The man spoke solemnly, aware that in his position, public opinion was a matter of utmost concern. "I understand. They did not come here merely to trouble you. Such trivialities should not cause you distress. Moreover, I fear that your eldest son will not allow Xiang Chen to survive this day. I simply wanted to see you." The Lin princess gazed at him with affectionate eyes. "Huh." The man laughed heartily, and upon hearing this, he scooped up the Lin princess in a princess carry, stating, "Then you shall not leave tonight." Residing within the palace, embodying the emperor's aura, this man is none other than the current emperor of the Deshang, Emperine. Some schemes were buried over a decade ago. In this world, which is more terrifying, the grotesque demons who kill mercilessly, or those who lurk nearby, ready to harm you and drain your worth for their own gain? In the Xiang Wang manor, within a desolate courtyard barred to outsiders, a woman clad in simple attire, yet unable to conceal her exquisite beauty, was washing a large basin of clothes. Many of these garments belonged to women. She gently tucked a few strands of her graying hair behind her ear and gazed at the pale moon above, her beautiful eyes concealing endless longing and sorrow. "Chenner, are you well? Have you faced any injustices at the Xia family?" The woman murmured. This woman is none other than Xiang Chen's mother, Su Qing. Bang! At that moment, the door was kicked open, and a plump, unattractive woman with a sallow complexion entered, tossing a basin of clothes and coldly remarking, "Second madam. These clothes belonging to the first madam must be washed clean by tomorrow, understand?" "Understood," Su Qing replied indifferently, saying no more as she took the basin and continued washing under the moonlight, her once delicate hands now calloused. The ugly woman sneered. "I never imagined I would one day command a princess. Second madam, how does it feel to serve as a servant?" Su Qing smiled faintly. "Some individuals, even if born in the mire, can live with dignity, while others, no matter how beautiful their facade, cannot conceal their inner stench. Do you dare say I am foul?" The ugly woman seethed. "Did I say that?" "You acknowledged it yourself," Su Qing replied coolly. "Vile creature, you still do not comprehend your current predicament," the ugly woman fumed. And in a fit of rage, she struck out at Su Qing. Su Qing grasped her wrist with astonishing strength, causing the ugly woman to cry out in pain as her arm was twisted. Even if I find myself in chains, I remain a consort. You lack the qualifications to strike me. Get out. Su Qing declared coldly, exuding a formidable aura. The ugly woman, clearly intimidated, hurriedly fled through the door. Once she departed, Su Qing's complexion suddenly paled, and she was seized by a violent coughing fit, her hand covering her mouth as she coughed up dark crimson blood. Chapter 59. The spirit of Xiahou within the confines of the Xia family. In the residence of Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chen found themselves in the latter's chamber. What are you doing? Picking up soap? Xiang Chen remarked nonchalantly. Monkey, take off your clothes. What do you intend to do? Xiahou Wu retorted, feigning indignation as he crossed his arms. What else? I'm here to help you awaken your spirit. You fool, Xiang Chen replied with annoyance. Can you truly assist me in awakening my spirit? Xiahou Wu asked, astonished. When have I ever deceived you? Come on. Remember how you tricked me into sneaking a peek at my aunt while she was bathing? It was your idea, and when we were caught, I bore the brunt of it. My father gave me a good beating, hanging me from the beam and using a military belt to whip me, Xiahou Wu recounted, reminiscing about the past. Nonetheless, he proceeded to remove his armor and shirt, revealing a muscular torso. His bronzed skin and well-defined pectorals exuded strength, with broad shoulders and prominent abdominal muscles that painted a picture of a sculpted physique, enhanced by a few scars that added to his masculine allure. Nonsense. Weren't you curious about the differences between men and women? I had no choice but to let you see for yourself. As they say, theory alone is shallow, experience is essential, Xiang Chen stated with utmost seriousness. I believe you, you wretched dog. Do you still want to undress? Xiahou Wu scoffed. Not necessary. I have no desire to see your, endowment, Xiang Chen chuckled. Enough with the jokes, let us get on with it. Lie down. I will use acupuncture to stimulate your spirit. And remember, while I'm using the needles, you must channel your true energy into your spirit, circulating it throughout your meridians. Xiang Chen instructed earnestly. Xiahou Wu reclined on the bed as Xiang Chen retrieved a set of silver needles, teasingly commenting on Xiahou Wu's abs, such alluring abs. Are we picking up soap, handsome? Get lost, that's disgusting. Hurry up, I don't like men touching me. Xiahou Wu shuddered at the thought. Focus, Xiang Chen commanded. Xiahou Wu quickly began to channel his true energy, a gentle golden glow enveloping his body, shrouded in a mist of gold, radiating immense power. Although Xiahou Wu was only a year younger than Xiang Chen, years of cultivation, combined with his innate talent and the abundant resources of the Xiahou royal household, had elevated his prowess to the 5th level of the spirit concealment realm. At his age, among the younger generation of the Great Xiang, Xiahou Wu was undeniably a prodigious talent. Xiang Chen retrieved a collection of silver needles, varying in length, and proceeded to stimulate the skin at the location of Xiahou Wu's dantian, piercing numerous special meridians and acupoints. Xiahou Wu lay there without a single furrow in his brow, observing as his brother administered the needles. This act exemplified an absolute trust between brothers. After all, the dantian houses the divine reservoir, and any misstep could result in catastrophic consequences, rendering one's cultivation utterly wasted. As each silver needle was inserted, Xiahou Wu felt an increasing warmth emanating from his divine reservoir. The latent abilities within his body surged into this sacred space. To his astonishment, his dantian and abdomen began to swell gradually. The monkey is reacting, Xiahou Wu exclaimed in surprise. Silence. I am aware. Do not lose focus, Xiang Chen replied sternly, continuing his work with the needles. This particular technique, known as the Divine Soul Awakening Needle, is specifically designed to awaken a person's spiritual essence while maximizing the potential of their innate abilities. The value of this technique is immeasurable, and Xiang Chen would not easily pass it on to others. Hey, my stomach is getting larger because of you. It's quite uncomfortable, Xiahou Wu remarked, gazing in astonishment at his swollen abdomen. Xiang Chen's expression darkened. The notion of his actions causing such swelling was absurd. Suddenly, a voice from outside exclaimed in shock. It was Man He, who had just overheard the conversation. Young master, I never imagined you to be this kind of person, she exclaimed. Man He, do not misunderstand. I am merely treating Xiahou Wu. Xiang Chen hastily clarified. Bah, I do not believe you. I heard everything. I am so heartbroken. My charm is apparently not enough to win over a man, she lamented, her disappointment palpable as she walked away. Man He, Xiang Chen called out. feeling a pang of regret. Please let me explain. It's all a misunderstanding. He turned to Xiahou Wu, who was laughing heartily, and smacked him on the head. You rascal. I told you to keep quiet, and now you've put me in a position to explain. Ha ha ha. You better take responsibility for me from now on. Xiahou Wu teased, his laughter echoing. Enough. I am using this, Xiang Chen declared, brandishing a silver needle that was as thick as a finger and a foot long, which silenced Xiahou Wu immediately. Despite the playful banter, Xiang Chen remained meticulous in his technique. Xiahou Wu's abdomen had swelled to the size of a ball, brimming with an astonishing energy. Yet, he endured the pain, which was becoming increasingly intense, as if something were about to be born from within him. Remarkably, he stifled any cries of agony, showcasing his formidable willpower. With a final thrust, Xiang Chen pierced the needle into Xiahou Wu's navel. Boom! A powerful energy erupted from within Xiahou Wu, surging forth from his dantian and crashing against the ceiling. Rumble! A blinding beam of golden light shot up through the roof, creating a vast opening as it ascended into the starry sky, penetrating deep into the cosmos. Such a remarkable phenomenon. Xiang Chen gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. What is that? Some young couples, still awake and enjoying their rendezvous in the nearby grove, looked up in awe at the radiant beam piercing the night sky. Is someone setting off fireworks? Today is the old matriarch's birthday, after all. The woman nestled against the man gazed toward the radiant golden light, exclaiming in astonishment. Suddenly, within the golden glow, a colossal shadow of a beast emerged, towering to dozens of feet high. It bore a resemblance to both a gorilla and a monkey, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Yet, it vanished in an instant. Coughing, Xiang Chen sat up in his disheveled room, debris from the ceiling having fallen upon Xiahou Wu. Look, it's a monkey. Wow. It truly is a monkey, Xiang Chen exclaimed, bursting into laughter. To his astonishment, a golden little monkey's silhouette appeared behind Xiahou Wu, its eyes sparkling with a sense of intelligence. Is this my divine soul? Xiahou Wu gasped, staring incredulously at the diminutive golden monkey. How can my divine soul look so foolish? This doesn't align with my essence at all. Dog, you did this on purpose. Change it for me. Chapter 60. Compulsory Apprenticeship. Xiahou Wu grasped Xiang Chen by the neck, demanding a new divine soul. How embarrassing to summon a monkey in battle. Get lost. Do you think divine souls are like cabbages, easily exchanged? This is your innate divine soul, and pay attention to its level, Xiang Chen retorted, shaking off Xiahou Wu's grip. Xiahou Wu gazed at his divine soul, locking eyes with the floating little monkey, both staring at each other. What level is this golden one? He inquired in amazement. Divine souls are indeed categorized by levels. The lowest is the red divine soul, known as the Xian level divine soul, while the next tier, the orange divine soul, is called the Ling level divine soul, signifying a strong innate talent, merit worthy of the title genius. Above that lies the legendary Tian level divine soul, whose possessors are regarded as unparalleled prodigies. These divine souls wield extraordinary power, and the Tian level divine soul is blue in color. As for the golden divine soul, Xiahou Wu had never encountered one before. Xiang Chen's expression grew solemn, and just then, a voice echoed, "This is the Sheng level divine soul. I never expected such a wretched place could harbor a Sheng level soul." Who? Xiahou Wu bellowed, scanning the surroundings. The voice did not belong to Xiang Chen. A small black and white pig appeared on the beam above, observing the two with keen interest. "Beige," Xiang Chen exclaimed joyfully, recognizing the creature. Beige leaped down, standing upright on its hind legs, scrutinizing Xiahou Wu's divine soul, its eyes reflecting shock. "I can't believe this kid awakened a Sheng-level soul," Beige exclaimed. Wow. A pig is talking." Xiahou Wu gasped, his face transforming in disbelief as he stared at the little pig. "Who are you calling a pig? You are the pig. Your whole family is pigs," Beige retorted angrily, striking Xiahou Wu's head with its trotters, leaving him yelping in pain as lumps formed on his head. "Monster!" Xiahou Wu bellowed in anger, a spear materializing in his hand, which he then thrust towards Ba Ge. "Halt!" Ba Ge calmly responded, a peculiar ripple of spatial energy surging forth, ensnaring Xiahou Wu as if he were trapped in a quagmire, rendering him immobile. He raised the spear high, gazing incredulously at the diminutive pig. "Monkey, fear not. This is my mother's pet pig, Ba Ge. It possesses the ability to speak," Xiang Chen hastily clarified. "Curse you. I have repeatedly stated that I am not a pig," Ba Ge huffed, His snout contorted in irritation as he delivered a kick to Xiang Chen. I understand now. You are a pig demon. Goodness, this pig has transformed into a demon. Xiahou Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Enough, I cannot elucidate matters with you, Bagu retorted. Turning his gaze towards Xiahou Wu's divine spirit, his piggy eyes filled with contemplation. To encounter your sacred spirit here is indeed unexpected. Is this fate? Bagu muttered to himself. Bagu, why are you so elusive? Do you recognize this monkey's divine spirit? Xiang Chen inquired. Needless to say, I have traversed the vastness of the cosmos, encountering myriad wonders. Naturally, I am familiar with this sacred spirit, Bagu replied with a scoff. Fixing his gaze on Xiahou Wu. Boy, if you wish to avoid hardship, it would be wise to remain silent. At that moment, Xiahou Wu felt the strange force dissipate, restoring his ability to move. He regarded Bagu with trepidation. This pig was exceedingly peculiar. Since you know Bagu, what is the nature of this monkey's divine spirit? And what exactly is a sacred spirit? Xiang Chen questioned. It is, of course, the monkey. But not an ordinary one, Bagu stated, circling the suspended golden monkey. This sacred spirit is known as the heavenly dual sacred ape. As for the details, there is no need for you to know at this juncture. Suffice it to say, it is quite formidable. Ordinarily, such a sacred spirit should not manifest in this trivial realm. Could it be that it was brought by the ancient cauldron? It is a possibility. Bagu continued his soliloquy. Heavenly dual sacred ape? The two exchanged glances, both filled with bewilderment. The name indeed had a commanding ring to it. Xiahou Wu grasped his divine spirit, pinching the monkey's face. Can you actually touch it? Xiang Chen observed in astonishment. Divine spirits are ethereal. This one, however, is tangible. He too poked the monkey's belly and confirmed its corporeality. Of course, is a sacred spirit comparable to those worthless divine spirits? Bagu shot Xiang Chen an exasperated glance. By the way, Bagu, how does a sacred spirit compare to the legendary heavenly spirit? Xiahou Wu asked. Call me Bagu, the pig retorted, giving Xiahou Wu another kick in annoyance. Heavenly spirits are utterly insignificant. Before a sacred spirit, you cannot fathom the true power of your own. Is it truly that remarkable? I am still young and inexperienced. Do not deceive me. Xiahou Wu exclaimed in shock. This talent must not be squandered. Boy, do you aspire to reach the pinnacle of life? Do you wish to marry a celestial maiden to warm your bed? Do you yearn to conquer the starry seas and carve out a realm of your own? Bagu suddenly asked with a mischievous glint in his eye. What are you planning? Xiahou Wu inquired warily. I merely wish to know your desires, Bagu pressed. What is a celestial maiden? Xiahou Wu asked. The most beautiful woman in the world. Oh, then I do wish for that. Indeed, commendable. You are worthy of instruction. Kneel down, spoke the elder with a calm demeanor. Wait, kneel for what? Xiahou Wu retorted angrily, realizing the implication. Are you trying to take advantage of me? By heavens, if I command you to kneel, then kneel you shall, the elder replied, a hint of amusement in his tone, as an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped Xiahou Wu. With a loud thud, he found himself on his knees, compelled to bow thrice before the elder. How dare you, you foul swine? Do you wish for death? Bang! Do you believe I could summon my father to end your life during the new year? Xiahou Wu shouted in fury, yet he was still forced to bow 3 times. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. I shall impart to you the unparalleled sacred arts, guide you in winning the hearts of women across the realm, and lead you to an extraordinary life, the elder proclaimed with satisfaction. Get lost. I refuse to acknowledge a pig as my master. Xiahou Wu seethed. Humph. You are unaware of the fortune that has befallen you. Since you lack awareness, I shall enlighten you, the elder scoffed. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from his eyes, surging into Xiahou Wu's mind. With a piercing scream, Xiahou Wu was overwhelmed by a torrent of astonishing visions, leaving him in awe. After a considerable time, the shock faded from his gaze, and he looked at the elder with trepidation. How about it? Am I not worth your allegiance? The elder inquired coolly. Is that truly you? Xiahou Wu asked, astonished. What do you think? The elder replied with a cold smirk. Taking a deep breath, Xiahou Wu knelt once more, saying, Master, I bow to you again. Chapter 61. The Divine Soul Talent Monkey. What did you witness? Xiang Chen asked, perplexed by the sudden shift in Xiahou Wu's demeanor after his encounter with the elder. It was overwhelming, beyond description. Xiahou Wu responded as he rose. By heavens, what a vague answer. However, the elder is indeed formidable. Had it not been for him, I would have met my end on the executioner's block. Aligning yourself with the elder is a wise choice, despite his porcine appearance. He is a pig of extraordinary capability, Xiang Chen remarked. I have repeatedly stated that I am not a pig. The elder bellowed, irritated. Fine, you are not a pig. You are Tuan Tuan, Xiang Chen chuckled. What is Tuan Tuan? The elder inquired, puzzled. A delightful creature. By the way, elder, what martial art do you intend to impart to the monkey? Xiang Chen asked. Naturally. It will be the most suitable cultivation method for his innate talents, a technique to conquer heavens and earth, obliterating immortals and deities alike. The Battle Sage Scripture. The elder grinned broadly. The Battle Sage Scripture? Both Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chen looked bewildered, when suddenly, the elder struck Xiahou Wu's head forcefully with a hoof. Ah! Xiahou Wu cried out in agony, as a vast reservoir of memories flooded his consciousness. After what felt like an eternity, he finally emerged from the painful reverie. Thank you, Master, Xiahou Wu exclaimed, astonished by the inheritance he had just received, and bowed respectfully once more to the elder. Such a direct method of imparting memories into another's mind was something he had never encountered before. You're welcome, young one. From now on, diligently pursue your training and follow Xiang Chen. Your brother will traverse this realm, venturing into the vast expanse of the universe, so as not to let your talents in this technique go to waste, remarked Ba Gu as he playfully tapped his pig-like nose. By the way, every divine spirit possesses unique abilities. Monkey, hasten to discover what powers your spirit holds, Xiang Chen inquired with anticipation. Oh, how does one utilize this? Xiahou Wu gazed at his divine spirit, a golden little monkey. You simply concentrate, and it will be absorbed into your body, revealing its capabilities, Ba Gu instructed. Xiahou Wu closed his eyes, communicating with his divine spirit. Suddenly, the little monkey transformed into a golden light that surged into his being, and a glimmer of gold erupted from his eyes. Then, with a resounding boom, he expanded into a towering figure, reaching a height of 3 meters, radiating an aura of formidable battle energy. Wow! Xiang Chen was taken aback. You can grow larger? Xiahou Wu exclaimed, this is incredible. My spirit allows me to alter my size. After enlarging, I feel my strength, vitality, and power have increased immensely. Now I could confidently crush a celestial realm opponent with a single slap. This is merely a transformation technique of true divine, physical manifestation, Ba Gu remarked nonchalantly. Can you shrink as well? Xiang Chen queried. It seems so. Watch. Xiahou Wu replied, and in an instant, he shrank back to his normal size, and then even smaller, until he was merely the size of a thumb. This is delightful, Xiahou Wu laughed, looking up at the giant Xiang Chen, while he himself had become no larger than a thumb. How fascinating, Xiang Chen bent down, observing the tiny Xiahou Wu, and playfully grasped him in his palm. Will your strength diminish upon shrinking? Xiang Chen inquired, puzzled. Not at all. I still feel capable of defeating you with a single punch. Care for a test? Xiahou Wu replied with a mischievous grin. Get lost. Xiang Chen flicked his finger, sending Xiahou Wu flying, though he quickly reverted to his normal size mid-air and landed gracefully. By the way, you impudent lad, you have now reached the 9th level of physical refinement, and it's time to open your divine abode. However, you must do so elsewhere. Do you recall what I mentioned previously? Ba Gu settled into a chair, adopting an air of authority as he spoke to Xiang Chen. You asked me to go to the Misty Mountains and mentioned I would see raw air there, Xiang Chen replied. Precisely. Your divine abode must be open there. Moreover, if you wish to see raw air, that is where you must go. And you, Xiahou, will accompany us. I intend to design distinct training regimens for both of you. Ba Gu stated. Special training? Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu exchanged glances. Xiahou Wu added, Master, I still need to return to the royal residence and to the army. Return to the army? First, you must accompany your master to train. Your current strength and combat abilities are woefully inadequate, a disgrace to me, Ba Gu chided. Fine. I shall return tomorrow to inform my father and request an extended leave, Xiahou Wu resignedly agreed. Remember, I shall await both of you at the Misty Mountains. Upon the magpie's utterance, it leaped gracefully onto the roof beam and then vanished into the starry sky. Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu tidied the shards of tiles scattered across the bed, leaving the gaping hole in the roof to be repaired the following day. Xiahou Wu succumbed to slumber almost instantly, his snores resonating like thunder. Xiang Chen, lying beside him with his arms crossed behind his head, gazed up at the ceiling. Through the large hole, the brilliance of the stars outside was visible, and he found himself unable to sleep, filled with excitement at the prospect of soon reuniting with Rower. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He gently shifted Xiahou Wu's leg off himself, rose, and sought out a long black hooded robe from the wardrobe. After donning the robe and wrapping his face in a cloth, he cast a glance at the slumbering Xiahou Wu, opened the door, and stepped out. Exiting his courtyard, he found that it was already deep into the night, past midnight. The Xia family residence was enveloped in profound silence, though many areas were brightly lit. There were also patrolling guards with lanterns, a small group traversing the premises, and the occasional sound of dogs barking echoed in the distance. Xiang Chen swiftly navigated along a tranquil forest path, deftly avoiding the patrols, and soon arrived at a residential area. He approached an exquisitely serene courtyard, slightly larger than his own abode and significantly more pleasant. The entrance was closed, and the walls towered over 10 meters high. Xiang Chen gazed at a large tree outside the wall, and with the agility of a monkey, he climbed up the tree to a height of 7 or 8 meters. With a swift push off the branch, he leapt onto the tall courtyard wall. Inside the courtyard, it was desolate, adorned only with a few flowers, plants, and some furniture. Alongside several small rooms, Xiang Chen gracefully descended into the yard, rolling upon landing to muffle any sound. Among the rooms, only one remained illuminated. The others were shrouded in darkness. Cautiously and quietly, he approached the lit room. Whose residence is this? Why has Xiang Chen come here? Thanks to the chubby, affectionate A Fei, the rare gentleness, and the brother who helped unseal the character Zhuangxiu, I find myself in need of assistance in literacy. Chapter 62. Twin Sacred Spirits. Xiang Chen arrived at the threshold of the illuminated room, stealthily approaching the open window. Just as he intended to sneak a glance inside, a low growl resonated beneath him, followed by a flash of white light charging toward him. With quick reflexes, he dodged to the side, revealing a small cat with white fur, the size of a puppy, glaring at him with bared fangs and a bushy white tail raised high, emitting a series of deep growls. Moreover, this feline exuded a formidable spiritual energy. Snow Spirit Cat. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed. This was a highly valuable trained spirit beast, and when properly nurtured, it could evolve into a formidable creature at the Yuanyang realm. Just this one Snow Spirit Cat was worth several tens of thousands of gold coins. With a fierce growl, the Snow Spirit Cat lunged at Xiang Chen, claws poised like daggers. Xiang Chen raised his hand, unleashing 3 streaks of silver light that swiftly pierced the creature's head. With a soft whimper, the Snow Spirit Cat succumbed to unconsciousness, plummeting from midair. Xiang Chen swiftly caught it and set it aside. The voyeuristic figure continued to peer into the room, which was enveloped in silence, revealing nothing. There was another door leading to an inner chamber. Suddenly, a suppressed cry of anguish pierced the stillness, a woman's voice. Alarmed, Xiang Chen's expression shifted. Realizing the severity of the situation, he disregarded all else and leapt through the window into the room. This was evidently a woman's chamber, infused with a subtle fragrance of lavender. Pushing open the stone door to the inner room, he beheld a woman curled up in a corner of the stone bed, trembling in distress. She wore a gown of pure white and a half-mask, her entire demeanor radiating torment as she huddled in the shadows. A chilling aura emanated from her, enveloping the stone-walled chamber, which felt like an icy cave, coated in a thin layer of frost. The sudden wave of cold sent a shiver through Xiang Chen as he entered. "Qing Cheng," he exclaimed, rushing towards her. This was indeed Xia Qing Cheng's room, and the woman before him was she. Earlier, during the birthday banquet, when he had adorned her with a golden ring, he had sensed an unusual pulse within her, prompting his unease that led him to visit her that night. Suddenly, a surge of crimson light erupted from within Xia Qing Cheng, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that ignited the air with faint red flames, raising the temperature dramatically. The frost in the chamber melted instantly, and the wave of heat struck Xiang Chen, forcing him back as he felt an astonishing burn on his skin, nearly setting his robes ablaze. Xia Qing Cheng emitted another muffled cry of agony. Her gown instantly reduced to ashes, revealing her exquisite, jade-like form before him. Then, 2 bizarre streams of red and blue light spiraled around her as she writhed in pain. With a shriek, 2 luminous forms burst forth from her, producing a resonant sound. They were 2 small birds, each about 3 feet in size, one entirely snow white with a head resembling a swallow, adorned with beautiful feathers and long, elegant tail feathers, exuding an aura of terrifying cold. The other was enveloped in crimson flames, crowned with a red crest, resembling the legendary fire phoenix, both stunningly beautiful. The two extraordinary creatures clashed, their energies colliding in the stone chamber. Xiang Chen lay on the bed, her face etched with anguish. Twin soul spirits. Xiang Chen marveled at this revelation, realizing that Xiang Chen possessed not one, but two soul spirits, a rarity among those who bore such powers. Cursed fate, he mused, recognizing that the conflict stemmed from the incompatible nature of the ice and fire energies. With a grim expression, he steeled himself against the intertwining forces of cold and heat. Producing a series of silver needles, he swiftly approached Xiang Chen and plunged 3 of them into her forehead, targeting her spiritual center. 6 needles pierced the exquisite and smooth abdomen of Xiang Chen, penetrating so deeply that blood gushed from Xiang Chen's nose. As the 9 needles entered her body, the power within her meridians sealed her divine essence, and immediately, 2 opposing spirits were confined within Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen hastily draped a snow-white robe over her, concealing her enchanting figure from view. Wiping the blood from his nose, he gazed at Xiang Chen, who appeared to have lost consciousness, her expression of pain vanishing. His eyes were filled with concern. What kind of spirit resided within Xiang Chen? Why could they not coexist? Xiang Chen exclaimed, "Fire Phoenix, Ice Phoenix, natural enemies. They are indeed incompatible." At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Xiang Chen, startling him. He spun around to find the 8 brothers standing at the door, hooves crossed. "Goodness, 8 brother, you startled me. Could you please refrain from appearing out of nowhere like that?" "It's quite frightening," Xiang Chen retorted, his voice laced with irritation. The 8 brothers stepped inside, squinting at Xiang Chen. What exactly is happening here? How could sacred spirits continuously manifest in this place? Is it due to the anomalies brought by the ancient cauldron? 8 brother, is Qing Qing's spirit also what you refer to as a sacred spirit? Xiang Chen inquired in astonishment. Indeed, the 8 brother replied, narrowing his eyes. Moreover, these 2 sacred spirits are inherently antagonistic. To possess either one is a tremendous fortune, but to harbor both within a single individual is a calamity, not a blessing. How so? Xiang Chen questioned, furrowing his brow. You have studied my return to heaven scriptures. You should comprehend the profound implications of such elemental discord within a human body. In her case, it is even more severe. I fear, as her power grows, this young lady may not live beyond 30, the 8 brothers stated gravely. What? Not live past 30? Xiang Chen's heart raced with panic. He turned to Xiang Chen, his heart aching. He harbored feelings for her, a sentiment that had blossomed since childhood, knowing she was destined to be his future wife. Their bond had deepened over the years, even though they had been separated for 4 years. 8 brother, you possess extraordinary abilities. You taught me the return to heaven scriptures. Surely, you must have a way to save Qing Qing? Xiang Chen implored urgently. In my former self, this condition would have seemed trivial. However, now I find myself powerless. Yet, there is not no way. The first method is to find the coldest, most shaded place to lie down during this winter, preferably with some incense. What purpose does that serve? Xiang Chen asked. It is to prevent the body from decaying and emitting a foul odor too quickly after death, the 8 brother jested. Curse you. Can you speak plainly and seriously? Xiang Chen retorted, kicking at the 8 brother, only to find him as unyielding as iron, causing pain to shoot through his foot. Just a joke, no need for such anger. Now, to speak seriously. The first step is to seek a technique that can harmonize these 2 opposing powers. I know where such a technique exists, but acquiring it is currently impractical. The elder spoke earnestly. The second aspect is that once you cultivate the sacred text of all demons to the second stage, you will be able to refine and absorb the power of the fire phoenix spirit within her through the method of dual cultivation. The sacred text can harness the essence of all demon spirits. In the future, you will be able to aid her, but for now, you cannot. What is the method of dual cultivation? The naive young man, Xiao Dan, inquired with curiosity. Hee, the elder smirked mischievously. This method of dual cultivation is the most pleasurable path of cultivation, young lad. Would you care to try? Xiang Chen's face flushed, and he awkwardly replied, Are you serious? Have I ever deceived you? The elder retorted. However, at this moment, it is impossible for you. If you dare to engage in dual cultivation with her now, her power could incinerate you to ashes, and you would not be able to withstand it. You can only attempt it once your cultivation of the sacred text reaches the second stage. The elder's gaze lingered suggestively on a certain part of Xiang Chen. Feeling a chill beneath him, Xiang Chen's expression turned uneasy as he asked, "So, does this mean there is no hope right now?" "Indeed, there is no hope. You can only assist her when she experiences a flare-up by employing the needle technique from the divine seal to suppress her power. Of course, you can also teach her this technique so that she may alleviate her suffering in the future. However, this does not cure the root issue. To do so, you must discover the first method I mentioned and later engage in dual cultivation with her." The elder shook his head. Xiang Chen gazed at Xia Qingcheng with a heart full of concern. At that moment, Xia Qingcheng let out a soft grunt, stirring awake. "Young man, if you wish to save her, you must cultivate diligently," the elder advised, leaving behind 2 jade pendants, one white and one red, stating, "These contain methods suitable for her spirit cultivation." With that, the elder vanished from sight. Xia Qingcheng opened her eyes, glancing at the figure cloaked in black robes and a mask. "Who are you?" she asked coolly, rising without fear. As she stood, her outer robe slipped, revealing her delicate form. Her expression changed in shock, and she hastily covered herself, exclaiming, "Turn around. Little girl, I mean no harm. Do not worry, I just saved you." Xiang Chen rasped, attempting to sound like an elder. "Turn around," Xia Qingcheng reiterated coldly. With no other choice, Xiang Chen complied and turned his back to her. Quickly, Xia Qingcheng retrieved a new outfit from her golden space ring and dressed herself. Subsequently, a cold long sword was poised at Xiang Chen's neck. "Turn around," she commanded frostily. Xiang Chen complied, facing her, the icy blade still against his throat. "Remove your mask," she ordered again, her voice as frigid as the steel at his neck. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and with a flick of his fingers, he discreetly pierced 3 silver needles into a vein on his thigh, stimulating his blood flow to alter his facial appearance forcefully. "I said, remove your mask," Xia Qingcheng barked. Reluctantly, Xiang Chen removed the mask, revealing a face marred with blood blisters and slight swelling, a ghastly sight indeed. Xia Qingcheng's brows furrowed in dismay as she asked, "Who are you? After saving me, is this how you treat me?" Xiang Chen queried, having used the needle technique to provoke his veins and forcefully change his facial structure. "Why are you here? Answer me, or I shall kill you." Xia Qingcheng's voice was frigid, the sharp edge of her sword pressed against her own neck. Xiang Chen's mind raced, and he replied, "Very well. A little fellow asked me to come and see you. During the day, he noticed something amiss and requested my presence." Xia Qingcheng furrowed her brow, contemplating, and then her gaze fell upon the silver needle she had just extracted from her palm. Her beautiful eyes brightened as she inquired, "Is it Brother Chen?" The way she addressed him sent a pang through Xiang Chen's heart, almost bringing tears to his eyes. He had not heard that name in 4 long years. "Indeed, it is I," Xiang Chen nodded. "May I lower the sword now?" Xia Qingcheng finally sheathed her blade, and Xiang Chen readjusted his mask. "Could it be that you are Brother Chen's medical mentor? Did you teach him his skills?" Xia Qingcheng asked. "Yes, indeed, I am his teacher," Xiang Chen replied in a hoarse voice. Now it makes sense why Brother Chen possesses such medical knowledge. There truly is a master behind him. "May I inquire your esteemed name, senior?" Xia Qingcheng offered a slight bow. "I am the old man Chen Feng." "Ah, so it is Senior Chen Feng. I assume you witnessed everything that transpired," Xia Qingcheng remarked. "Indeed, you possess a dual soul, harboring 2 opposing energies," Xiang Chen acknowledged, then asked, "My dear girl, when did you begin experiencing this condition?" Sitting upon the stone bed, Xia Qingcheng replied, "For years ago, I awakened these 2 souls, rapidly advancing in my cultivation. Yet each month I endure the torment of ice and fire, a suffering so profound that it defies description. I have sought countless renowned doctors, but none have been able to heal me, and they all say I may not live long, at most until the age of 30. As she uttered these words, Xia Qingcheng remained remarkably calm. A 15-year-old girl discussing her mortality with such serenity was striking. Xiang Chen felt a sharp pain in his heart as he gazed at the fiery essence around her neck, his gift to her, realizing she had never parted with it. "That cannot be. There must be a way," Xiang Chen reassured her. It is futile. Even my teacher, a remarkably powerful figure, cannot cure my ailment." Xia Qingcheng replied with self-deprecating laughter. "Does he know?" Xiang Chen asked again. "Brother Chen? Naturally, he does not. Senior, you must not inform him. He is too kind-hearted and would surely worry for me," Xia Qingcheng insisted. "Is this also why you distanced yourself from him?" Xiang Chen managed to suppress the tears welling in his eyes as he questioned her. "Yes, I cannot remain close to Brother Chen, knowing my time is limited. Some feelings are better severed early. I cannot bear to imagine the pain he would endure due to my passing. The young girl sighed, curling her knees against her chest on the stone bed. In that moment, the icy facade and strength she had maintained shattered, revealing vulnerability and helplessness in her gaze. Brother Chun is the kindest, gentlest person in this world. As a child, I adored playing with him, and I always knew I would marry him when I grew up. I dreamed of being his wife. However, due to this illness, I am now forced to part ways with him. The young girl buried her head, her emotions on the verge of collapse, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Drop by drop, crystalline tears fell upon the stone bed. Xiang Chen's body trembled slightly as he bit down hard on his lip, his eyes glistening with moisture, engulfed in a tumult of sorrow, joy, and profound anguish. It dawned on him that Changcheng's heart had never truly left him. She had been compelled to part ways due to his illness. How much pain did she conceal within her heart, knowing she could not remain with the one she cherished? When calamity befell Xiang Chen, Xia Changcheng immediately joined Xiang Heng in charging towards the Wang family, determined to rescue him. When Xia Mingjiang attacked Xiang Chen, it was the young girl who first stepped forward, driving him away. Although she uttered callous words, it was a deliberate provocation meant to spur Xiang Chen into forgetting her. Oh, Xiang Chen, how foolish you are. Why did you not recognize all of this sooner? Clenching his fists, his sharply pointed nails digging into his palms. He was overwhelmed with guilt and distress. My dear girl, rest assured, I shall find a way to save you, to bring you and your Chun Gu together. Hold on a hope, do not forsake yourself. There is always a way out. Xiang Chen's voice trembled as he spoke hoarsely, suppressing his emotions. Thank you, Senior, for comforting me. But I am acutely aware of my own illness. Please, do not disclose anything to Chun Gu today. It would be best for him to leave and forget me. Some burdens are better borne alone than shared. Xia Changcheng wiped her tears and said, Foolish girl, Xiang Chen replied. Very well, I shall keep your secret. But I will certainly devise a way to heal you. Do not give up. Thank you, Senior. I am glad that Chun Gu has such a wonderful mentor like you. Xia Changcheng smiled sweetly, a smile he had not seen in many years. Can you remove your mask and smile at me once more? Xiang Chen inquired. I fear I might frighten you. Xia Changcheng replied hesitantly. Not at all. I merely wish to behold the face and smile that have haunted that foolish boy's dreams for years. Ultimately, Xia Changcheng decided to unveil half of her mask. Xiang Chen's pupils dilated as he gazed upon her visage, his heart aching even more. He finally comprehended the reason behind her need for such a disguise. Did I frighten you, Senior? Xia Changcheng quipped, donning her mask again. How could I ever be worthy of Chun Ji's kindness and affection? No, do not speak thus. You are beautiful. The beauty of your spirit transcends all superficialities, Xiang Chen replied, his resolve hardening within him, vowing to diligently study medicine to one day cure Changcheng. By the way, my dear girl, these 2 spirit jades are for you. Within them lie the most suitable techniques for your cultivation. Delve into them with your true energy, and you shall understand. Furthermore, I will teach you a set of acupuncture techniques. When your affliction manifests each month, you can treat yourself in front of a mirror, or I can assist you. This will help temporarily alleviate your suffering. Xiang Chen presented the inheritance spirit jades given by Ba Gu to Xia Changcheng. Thank you, Senior. On behalf of Chun Gu, I express my gratitude, and I beseech you to take good care of him in the future. Xia Qingqing knelt down and bowed respectfully. Please rise. Rest assured, I shall take good care of him and ensure your safety. Remember this. Harbor hope and embrace the warmth of the sun. For the heavens do not completely forsake humanity. Xiang Chen hurriedly helped Xia Qingqing to her feet. He lingered there for an entire night, imparting his knowledge of acupuncture, meticulously illustrating the meridian chart, and teaching her how to apply these techniques on herself. As dawn broke the following day, casting a pale light across the sky, Xiang Chen finally departed from Xia Qingqing's courtyard. Walking outside, he removed his black cloak, gazing at the golden sun slowly rising on the horizon, the morning breeze brushing against the young man's face. His expression was resolute, filled with boundless hope and fervor. If fate is truly so unjust, I, Xiang Chen, shall fight to the bitter end. I will no longer allow you to take everything I cherish away from me. Xiang Chen clenched his fists, his gaze fixed firmly upon the ascending sun, his determination unwavering. Taking a deep breath of the crisp morning air, he sprinted toward the rising sun, his silhouette elongating before vanishing along the forest path. Shortly thereafter, Xiang Chen returned to his chamber at his residence, where Xiahou Wu was still sleeping soundly. "Rise and shine, you sloth," Xiang Chen exclaimed, delivering a swift kick that sent Xiahou Wu tumbling out of bed. "What a true brother," Xiahou Wu groaned, rubbing his sore backside. "What the hell? Early in the morning. Are you out of your mind?" he complained. "Enough of that. Get up for breakfast. Then return home to ask your father for leave, and join me in the misty mountain range to find Brother Ba," Xiang Chen retorted. Though he was weary from a sleepless night, his spirit remained high. Xiahou Wu yawned and replied, "All right, I almost forgot. I'm starving. Let us eat, and then I'll head home to request leave." After enjoying a meal at Xiang Chen's place, Xiahou Wu departed, with Xiang Chen reminding him to bring along 2 dragon steeds. Not long after, a series of knocks echoed from outside Xiang Chen's courtyard. Manha hurried to open the door, revealing 6 individuals, 5 men and 1 woman. The leading man, a striking youth clad in a robe adorned with flame patterns, was accompanied by an adorable girl of about 7 or 8 years, her hair styled in playful pigtails. "May I ask who you are?" Manha inquired, puzzled. "We seek Brother Xiang Chen. Does he reside here?" the young man asked with a warm smile. "Indeed, my young master resides here." "Ah, Brother Gongsun." Just then, Xiang Chen emerged, smiling at the newcomers. "Haha, Brother Xiang Chen." Both the young man and the girl exclaimed as they rushed toward him. The visitors were none other than Gongsun Xingtian and his sister, Gongsun Ling the little girl whom Xiang Chen had rescued. "Is Ling all better?" Xiang Chen asked, lifting the girl who leapt into his arms. "Yes, I must thank Brother Xiang Chen for saving my life. I brought you some delicious treats." Gongsun Ling beamed, holding up a food box. "Haha, Brother Xiang Chen, thank you. Ling injuries have completely healed. Even the family's apothecary marveled at your medical skills." With no lingering effects whatsoever, Gongsun Xingtian expressed his gratitude. "Haha, that's wonderful. Please, come in, Brother Gongsun Ling." "Manha, prepare some tea." Xiang Chen greeted, "Brother, your sword has been forged. Is the sword truly complete?" Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with surprise as he inquired. "Of course. To forge this blade, I enlisted the finest blacksmiths from my family. When this sword is unveiled, it shall astonish all. Brother, behold, bring it forth." Gongsun Xingtian exclaimed, clapping his hands. 2 robust guards approached, carrying a long chest, which they placed on the ground with a thud. The chest measured approximately 2 meters in length. The master's sword, the onlookers, including Man-He, gathered around, their anticipation directed towards the chest. Upon opening it, a gleaming iron long box lay within, releasing an overwhelming aura of sharpness that rendered the air around it almost palpable. Inside the long box rested a blade nearly 1 meter 80 in length, vibrating with energy. The sword's body was as lustrous as polished jade, straight and sleek, measuring 1 meter 6 for the blade and 1 foot for the hilt. The tip of the blade curved slightly, adorned with a keen edge, remarkably sharp, and 2 palms wide. Intricate dark red dragon motifs spiraled along the blade, while the spine was 2 fingers thick, etched with mysterious symbols crafted from unique materials, embedded deep within. The handguard resembled a dragon's fang, and the hilt featured raised scales akin to those of a dragon, allowing for both single and double-handed grips with an anti-slip design. The entire sword was enveloped in wisps of black and red mist, exuding a hint of mystique. "What an imposing, magnificent blade!" Zhao Mu exclaimed in astonishment. Gazing at the sword, Xiang Chen too was entranced, unable to tear his gaze away, his face radiating delight. "A splendid sword," he murmured, caressing the blade with admiration. "No man is indifferent to swords. This sword has been crafted precisely according to your design and the runes you provided. The materials used are the finest celestial iron obtained by my family, which took a decade of refinement with the highest temperatures of the Earth's core to soften. I faced considerable dissent within the family regarding the use of this celestial iron, yet I quelled their objections. After a month of effort, with over 100 blacksmiths and my relentless dedication, we finally forged this blade. Upon its completion, it emitted a fearsome sword aura that even claimed the life of a blacksmith. Strangely, it appears to absorb the essence and vitality of its wielder. Such is its overwhelming and sinister nature. I remain perplexed by the runes you provided." Gongsun Shengtian marveled, gazing at the sword. "This is the finest weapon I have forged in years, rivaling the quality of spirit-grade divine weapons. However, my abilities are limited. I can create a spirit weapon but cannot imbue it with spiritual essence. That will require your nurturing in the future." "Thank you, Brother Gong's son, Xiang Chen replied earnestly. No need for thanks. You saved my sister's life. Forging a sword for you is but a small gesture. Gong's son Xiang Tian smiled. Xiang Chen gazed upon the blade. A weapon he had meticulously designed according to the illustrations found within the sacred text of all demons, complemented by the divine weapon schematics of his cultivation technique. This magnificent blade was dubbed the primordial demon sword. The runes and intricate patterns etched upon it were all meticulously documented. By the way, what do you intend to name this sword? Asked Gong's son Xiang Tian. The name? Let us call it the Dragon's Threshold Demon Blade. Xiang Chen replied with a smile. This blade shall serve to commemorate our ascent to the purple threshold. The Dragon's Threshold, where dragons emerge from the heavens. An exquisite name indeed. Gong's son Xiang Tian expressed his approval. Now, my brother, do give this sword a try, Gong's son Xiang Tian urged. With a nod, Xiang Chen bent down to grasp the sword, but his countenance changed slightly. He summoned tremendous strength, unleashing thousands of pounds of force, and only then was he able to lift the blade, albeit with great effort. How heavy! He exclaimed in astonishment. Gong's son Xiang Tian chuckled. I forgot to mention, this sword's material alone weighs 1,200 pounds. After engraving the runes you provided, its weight has inexplicably soared to 1,800 pounds. However, I inscribed the featherlight rune upon it. Upon infusing it with true energy, it will reduce its weight by more than half. Alas, without true energy, wielding such a heavy sword for battle will be quite the challenge. Xiang Chen sighed in resignation. Although he could unleash a formidable strength exceeding 3,000 pounds, it was insufficient for the agile maneuvering of a blade weighing over 1,000 pounds. It was akin to a normal adult possessing a strength of 100 or 200 pounds, yet struggling to wield a 20-pound sword effectively. He planted the sword upright on the ground. With a swift thrust, the nearly straight blade, with its sharply angled tip, pierced through the granite floor tiles, embedding itself into the earth. So sharp, Xiang Chen marveled. The sharpness of this dragon's threshold blade is unparalleled, likely due to the unique runes you provided, Gong's son Xiang Tian noted. My brother, a man nurtures his sword, and a sword cultivates its wielder. If you truly desire a weapon that feels like an extension of yourself, one that may even resonate with your spirit in the future, do not stow this blade away in the silver space jade belt. Instead, keep it close, day and night. Under your care, it will become a part of you, and, in time, may even attune to your thoughts. It is said that the most formidable warriors sustain their weapons with their own soul energy. I believe this sword will one day gain renown across the world. While a craftsman can forge excellent weapons, only through personal nurturing can one truly find the weapon that suits them, Gong's son Xiang Tian advised. Thank you, brother Gong's son, for your guidance. Xiang Chen nodded appreciatively. Gong's son Xiang Tian then presented Xiang Chen with a special belt, featuring a slot designed to securely hold the sword. Once fastened, it allowed for easy carrying of the blade. By the way, in due time, my family will host a weapon exhibition. I would like to borrow this sword for the event, as it is crafted from the finest materials our family has to offer. If we do not showcase it, I fear the elders of the family will have much to say, Gong's son Xiang Tian remarked. Of course, just inform me when the time comes, and I shall gladly lend you the sword, Xiang Chen replied with a smile. Subsequently, Xiang Chen prepared a sumptuous feast for Gong's son Xiang Tian and his sister, who dined heartily. Gong's son Xiang Tian even presented Xiang Chen with a manual of sword techniques, known as the dominant blade technique. This precious tome detailed the art of transforming one's true energy into the essence of the blade and contained several advanced techniques of the Xian level, making it exceedingly valuable. Even within the grand realm of the Deshang, this gesture clearly demonstrated Gong's son Xiang Tian's genuine gratitude. After the siblings departed, Xiang Chen was finally ready to awaken the mystical Dragon K Demon Blade, revealing its true enchantment. In the room, only Xiang Chen remained, alongside the imposing Dragon K Demon Blade embedded within. The Taichu Demon Blade, a vessel of the world's quintessence, devours the life force of all beings. When perfected, it can cleave the sun, moon, and stars, and open the gateways to myriad realms. At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Eighth brother, are you a ghost? Must you always appear without a greeting? It feels as though you are everywhere, even lurking when I am indisposed. Xiang Chen remarked, exasperated. Indeed, a small pig had perched itself upon the beam, and eighth brother had reappeared. How should I speak? Do you think I wish to observe you? This realm is but a tiny speck, all within my sight. Eighth brother huffed arrogantly. likely having been covertly watching Xiang Chen all along. Go to hell. If you dare spy while I am engaged in serious matters with my wife, I will gouge out your pig's eyes, Xiang Chen retorted, their familiarity rendering him fearless. Despite Eighth Brother's formidable powers. Haha, I must keep watch. I am your tactical advisor after all. Are you familiar with the 18 styles of awe? Eighth Brother leapt down with a mischievous grin. Get lost. But since you're here, serve as my protector. I must first nurture the blade to make it my true weapon. Xiang Chen instructed. Be cautious, young one. The Taichu Demon Blade is the most wicked and powerful blade in existence. Although it is currently at the lowest tier. Do not risk your life for it. Eighth Brother warned, frowning. That is precisely why I need your protection. Should any misfortune arise. You can go to Yama and retrieve me. Xiang Chen raised an eyebrow, simultaneously loosening his garments and approaching the Taichu Demon Blade. With determination, he forcefully drew the blade. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, the demonic sword resting heavily upon his knees, causing discomfort. Then, astonishingly, he inserted 7 silver needles into his heart region. Beta heart stabilizing needles. He proclaimed, safeguarding his heart's pulse. What purpose does this serve? Xiang Chen retrieved a dagger, gazing intently at the colossal dragon K upon his knees. His eyes filled with resolute intensity. Taichu Demon Blade, come forth. I wish to witness your true malevolence, he murmured, before plunging the dagger into his own chest. With a splatter, blood gushed forth, and Xiang Chen gritted his teeth, emitting a pained hiss. He did not pierce his heart, but struck his heart's pulse instead. Withdrawing the dagger, a stream of crimson surged forth, flowing entirely towards the Taichu Demon Blade. Recognize your master, nurture the blade. It was imperative that the blade consume the blood of its master, forging the initial bond between blade and wielder. Blood flowed over the surface of the demonic blade, and subsequently, the blade emanated a series of eerie dark red glimmers, with the swirling blade aura intensifying. The vital essence from Xiang Chen silently seeped into the blade, vanishing without a trace. What followed was even more terrifying. A dark red blade aura surged upward, invading Xiang Chen's wound. His heart's blood flowed continuously toward the dragon K demonic blade, creating a scene that was both bizarre and horrifying. Truly, the master was merciless, domineering, and wicked. Xiang Chen let out a cold laugh, his complexion slightly pale. He then swallowed several chi blood pills, channeling his energy to refine and frantically replenish his own vitality. Come on, Dragon K demonic blade. Let us see how much you can absorb, he scoffed, watching as strands of his heart's blood were drawn away. His refining ability and recovery capacity were remarkable. While his blood was continuously siphoned, he was simultaneously manufacturing more. Soon, at least a liter of blood had been consumed. A regular person losing that much blood, particularly heart's blood, would likely have perished. Xiang Chen's complexion grew increasingly pallid, yet the absorption by the Dragon K had not ceased. Shortly thereafter, another liter was drained, and the warmth of his body diminished, becoming cold to the touch. No matter how strong his regenerative abilities were, they paled in comparison to the blade's voracious appetite. Damn it, this isn't a feeding blade. It's a suicidal offering to the blade, Xiang Chen cursed, his lips devoid of color. Isn't that perverse entity residing within you? Bagu remarked calmly, but now, only the cauldron remains. After yet another liter was consumed, Xiang Chen felt dizzy, his vision filled with golden stars. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, resisting the impending faintness and persisting. Just as his spirit and body were on the verge of collapse, the Dragon K demonic blade finally ceased its bloodletting, the blade aura dissipating into a faint dark red mist. The blade buzzed ominously, vibrating in a most peculiar manner. Within the Dragon K demonic blade, a faint trace of soul energy was born from the absorption of Xiang Chen's heart's blood. Heart's blood, containing the essence of a person's spirit, is also referred to as vital blood. At long last, success was achieved. Xiang Chen's vision blurred, and he could no longer maintain his stance, collapsing backward onto the ground. Utterly drained and on the brink of unconsciousness, the Dragon K demonic blade, upon Xiang Chen's fall, retracted its sharpness and aura, settling into silence. Bagu observed this scene, waving his hoof, causing the enormous heavy blade resting on Xiang Chen's leg to levitate, lifting Xiang Chen himself into the air and laying him on the bed. Bagu rubbed his belly, extracting a dark, clay-like orb to offer to Xiang Chen. What is this? It's revolting. I won't eat it, Xiang Chen weakly protested. If you consume this, All your lost heart's blood will be replenished. Otherwise, your cultivation will falter, Ba Gu insisted, forcibly prying open Xiang Chen's mouth to feed him. A wave of dry heaving surged through Xiang Chen, yet within him flowed an astonishing energy that revitalized his vitality and blood, even instantaneously healing his wounds. All right, the demon blade has been nurtured. Young man, make haste to the demon mist mountains. Do you not wish to see your roar again? Brother Ba remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, I long for it, dreaming of it even, Xiang Chen exclaimed, springing up and feeling invigorated. If I wish to see her, I must head to the demon mist mountains at once. I shall await you there. With that, Brother Ba leaped up, vanished through the window, and disappeared from sight. Brother Ba, extend your legs and give me a few more pills. I shall keep them for emergencies. Xiang Chen called out. Dream on. Those were merely the residual energies exuding from my body. Next time, I shall feed you boogers instead, came the retort. Wait until you can overpower the heavens before you speak such bravado. With that, Brother Ba vanished, and Xiang Chen retrieved the dragon-quelling demon blade from the ground, laboriously sheathing it in the slot on his back, its weight making each step arduous. At that moment, the sound of hoofbeats echoed from outside. Dog, I have returned, boomed the voice of Xiahou Wu even before he entered. Outside the courtyard, Xiahou Wu led 2 magnificent dragon steeds to Xiang Chen's residence. Did you secure permission from your father? Xiang Chen inquired as he stepped outside. Yes, I have. I also brought the steeds. Hee. These 2 are the finest from our military camp, chasing wind and lightning, Xiahou Wu replied with a grin. Indeed, these 2 dragon steeds were remarkably majestic, towering and robust compared to ordinary ones. Wow, dog, where did you procure such a massive blade? It exudes an imposing aura. Xiahou Wu noticed the enormous dragon-quelling demon blade strapped to Xiang Chen's back and approached to grasp it. Don't touch that, Xiang Chen called out urgently. But Xiahou Wu had already grasped the blade. Xiahou Wu cried out in pain as a surge of blade energy emanated from the dragon-quelling demon blade, cutting into his palm and causing blood to flow freely. What kind of blade is this? Its edge is so sharp that even a touch draws blood. Xiahou Wu exclaimed in astonishment. I warned you not to touch it. This blade is called dragon-quelling. It recognizes its master, Xiang Chen replied with a sidelong glance. Recognizes its master? How fantastical. Do you think this is a spirit artifact? Well, the steeds are here, and I have also brought ample provisions. We can set off to the demon mist mountains now. Xiahou Wu wiped the blood from his hand, and Xiang Chen hastily bandaged it. Young master, allow me to accompany you. The demon mist mountains are fraught with peril, teeming with demonic beasts and ferocious creatures, Zhao Mu interjected as he approached. No need. This journey to the demon mist mountains is solely for cultivation. Uncle Mu, please take care of things at home. We will only explore the outskirts of the mountains, not venture deep within, Xiang Chen smiled. In that case, young master, do exercise caution. Zhao Mu could only comply with Xiang Chen's command. Rest assured, I have brought along 2 military-grade weapons. Any ordinary demonic beast that crosses our path will meet its demise, Xiahou Wu declared with a grin. What military-grade weapons? Xiang Chen asked, intrigued. Just wait and see. Xiahou Wu produced a magnificent crossbow, inscribed with intricate runes that shimmered with an ethereal light. A treasure indeed, exclaimed Xiang Chen, his eyes alight with excitement. This is a military-grade weapon, forbidden for civilian circulation, and even wealth cannot guarantee its acquisition. Indeed, this device can penetrate the protective auras of innate realm warriors, boasting formidable power. I managed to procure 2. This one is for you, my friend. It comes with a quiver containing 30 enchanted arrows. Xiahou Wu tossed the exquisite crossbow to Xiang Chen. As Xiang Chen caught it, he marveled at its astonishing might, akin to the sniper rifles of a past life. However, its production cost was equally astonishing. The crafting methods remained a closely guarded secret, reserved for the most elite crossbowmen of the Dashang dynasty. Xiang Chen had experienced its prowess during his time at the Xiangwang residence, and it was no surprise that Xiahou Wu, with his esteemed background, could acquire such a treasure. Thank you, Xiang Chen replied, securing the crossbow at his waist. He still lacked the innate energy to utilize the silver void jade belt, which required him to possess true qi. He had always relied on Zhao Mu to assist him with procuring supplies. Let us depart before nightfall to reach the demon mist mountains, Xiang Chen declared. Struggling slightly, he hoisted the long K demon blade onto his back and mounted the dragon steed. a creature capable of carrying immense weight and charging at speeds of 2,000 to 3,000 pounds without difficulty. The two mounted their steeds, ready to set forth. "Be careful, young master," Zhao Mu cautioned. "We await your safe return," added Manhe. "Rest assured, I shall return unscathed," Xiang Chen assured them, waving farewell. With a firm squeeze of the steed's flanks, the dragon steed let out a resounding neigh. Its front hooves raised high as Xiang Chen grasped the reins. The steed galloped forth, its powerful legs pounding the ground, surging out of the Xia family estate. Once beyond the gates of the Xia residence, they raced down the streets towards the northern city gate. The dragon steed's speed was indeed remarkable, reaching over 200 kilometers per hour, a pace even innate realm warriors would struggle to match. After all, it was a beast of extraordinary lineage, not to be compared with ordinary horses. The Demon Mist Mountains lay over 400 kilometers from the capital of Deshang, and even at the dragon steed's fastest pace, it would take more than 2 hours to arrive. The expanse of the Demon Mist Mountains was vast, encompassing 100,000 wild hills and forests, a realm forbidden to humans. Deep within the mountains resided powerful demons. The mountains were also rich in resources, precious herbs, ores, and even spirit medicines were plentiful, attracting countless adventurers seeking treasure. Yet, each year, many martial practitioners met their demise within the treacherous terrain of the Demon Mist Mountains. As the two galloped away, exchanging playful banter, they sped along the main road after exiting the city gates. It was winter, and the landscape was blanketed in white, with travelers bustling about the thoroughfare. Alongside numerous merchant caravans, fields of spiritual rice and winter wheat stretched along either side, interspersed with rustic homes. After traveling over 100 kilometers, the signs of civilization began to dwindle, with only the occasional village dotting the landscape. After galloping over 300 kilometers, the horizon revealed an endless expanse of desolate woods and the majestic, towering mountains shrouded in a mysterious mist. The infamous Yao Wu mountain range was now visible. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at a settlement known as Lanjai, the last outpost before the Yao Wu mountain range, situated merely several dozen miles away from it. Beyond this point, human habitation ceased to exist. Dismounting in front of Lanjai, Xiahou Wu remarked, "This is the final settlement, named Lanjai. Let us rest the horses here and find an inn for our steed to recuperate. The mountainous path is unsuitable for it. We shall proceed on foot into the mountains tomorrow." Xiahou Wu, accustomed to the rigors of military life, was more experienced than Xiang Chen. "Indeed, after carrying such a hefty sword for so long, I too am weary. A night's rest before we venture into the mountains seems prudent, especially as dusk approaches." Xiang Chen had no objections, and they slowly rode into Lanjai. The architectural style of the settlement was predominantly rugged stone brick constructions, though not particularly aesthetically pleasing. Their fortitude was commendable, exuding a wilderness aura. The settlement bustled with activity, as many clad in leather armor moved about, and taverns and inns dotted the streets. "Be cautious here," Dogzi, Xiahou Wu advised. Though Lanjai is modest in size, it is quite notorious. The locals are fierce. Nearly everyone practices martial arts, and it attracts a multitude of adventurers, mercenaries, and even fugitives from great merchants, encompassing all manner of individuals. "Have you been here before?" Xiang Chen inquired with curiosity. "I have not, but I have heard seasoned veterans speak of this place. Murder and robbery are alarmingly commonplace here," Xiahou Wu replied. At that moment, chaos erupted in the streets. "Stop, you flower thief, halt!" On the stone street, a commotion ensued as a group of burly men brandishing swords pursued a man wearing a green mask. "Get out of my way, move aside," the masked man bellowed, shoving through the crowd, inciting a chorus of curses. His speed was astonishing. With each stride, his true energy coalesced into a shadowy silhouette beneath his feet, propelling him over 10 meters with each leap, occasionally using the air itself to spring further distances, showcasing remarkable agility. The 7 or 8 burly pursuers, all formidable martial artists of the Jinwu realm, found themselves outmatched and left behind. "Huh, to catch me, you need at least 10 years of training in agility." The masked man sneered. "Stop that flower thief. Someone help us intercept him." The pursuers shouted, but the surrounding crowd turned a blind eye. Who would dare intervene and play the role of a hero? "I am a member of the Jingong thief clan. Who dares to apprehend me?" The masked man yelled as he dashed towards Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. When he reached them, he leaped gracefully, aiming to evade onto the rooftop by springing off Xiahou Wu's steed. "Flower thief, As Xiahou Wu heard the words, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. He then stepped onto the stirrups of his dragon steed, leaping into the air to grasp one of the masked man's legs. "Get down here," he bellowed, unleashing astonishing strength with a single arm, dragging the masked man down to the ground with a resounding crash. The masked man let out a cry of surprise, taken aback that a mere youth would dare to strike him. He fell hard, resulting in a pained scream. "You little beast, how dare you throw me?" The masked man roared, glaring furiously at Xiahou Wu. Upholding his principles and possessing the demeanor of a soldier, Xiahou Wu could not abide such a scoundrel. "Stop!" At that moment, 7 or 8 burly men were hastening toward them from behind. "I will remember you, brat. I will settle the score later." The masked man spat as he rose, preparing to flee once more. "Flee, you little thief. Now that you've encountered Xiahou, where do you think you can escape to?" Xiahou Wu sneered, his hand grasping a formidable spear, measuring a yard in length with a blade 4 feet wide. Rising to his feet, he brandished the spear, positioning himself to block the masked man's path. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow but refrained from speaking. It was in Xiahou Wu's nature to confront situations like this. "You seek death." The man was incensed. Not only had this youth dared to throw him, but now he obstructed his escape. Drawing a long sword from his back, he enveloped it in his true energy, unleashing a furious shout as he launched himself forward, aiming a lethal strike at Xiahou Wu's throat. The attack was swift and vicious, intent on taking Xiahou Wu's life. Xiahou Wu smirked, countering with a thrust of his spear. The speed of his attack was equally astonishing, and when the masked man was still 2 meters away, the spear met the sword with a forceful collision, causing a powerful burst of true energy. The masked man was sent staggering back, his arm numbed by the impact as he gazed at Xiahou Wu in disbelief. 5th level of the divine concealment realm. He marveled at the young boy, who appeared no older than 15 or 16, yet matched the cultivation level of a man in his 30s. The masked man, at the 6th level of the divine concealment realm, was astonished that the youth's strength surpassed his own. "Little thief, surrender at once," Xiahou Wu declared with a sneer. "If you thwart my plans, I shall make you pay dearly." The masked man shouted in rage, launching another strike with his sword, which transformed into a streak of azure light. Xiahou Wu shattered the sword's energy with a swing of his spear, the spear's brilliance aimed at the opponent. The masked man stepped forward, executing a swift maneuver that allowed him to twist mid-air and evade, before leaping to the side to slash at Xiahou Wu's head. The attack was exceedingly cunning, employing a method of movement Xiahou Wu had never witnessed before, twisting mid-air with such agility. Just then, several nearly invisible silver needles shot forth, targeting the masked man's thigh at critical acupoints, unleashing an unbearable pain that rendered his lower body momentarily rigid. Unbeknownst to him, another youth, Xiang Chen, had made his move. Xiahou Wu narrowly evaded the sword's energy, then retaliated with a furious thrust of his spear, aiming for the masked man's thigh. Thud! Ah! The man let out a wretched scream as his rigid leg was struck by a spear wielded by Xiahou Wu, nearly severing it in two. He fell to the ground with a resounding thud, clutching his leg in agony. At that moment, the 8 burly men rushed forward, astonished by the scene before them. One of them clasped his fists in gratitude towards Xiahou Wu. Subsequently, they unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches upon the masked man, who cried out in torment. Ultimately, they retrieved a luminous pearl worth over 1,000 gold coins from the masked man's possession. "My brother, thank you for your timely assistance," expressed the leader of the burly men gratefully. "No need for thanks. Scoundrels like him deserve to be dealt with by all," Xiahou Wu declared, waving his hand dismissively. After a flurry of thanks, the men departed with the luminous pearl in hand. Meanwhile, the injured man, bruised and battered, staggered to his feet, casting a venomous glare at Xiahou Wu. "Thief, should I ever catch you stealing again, I will end your life," Xiahou Wu replied with a cold smirk. "Let us go," Xiang Chen said nonchalantly as the two mounted their steed and continued on their journey. "Those wretches, I will not let you escape." The masked man seethed inwardly, watching as the two entered an inn. They tethered their steed to the hitching post at the inn's entrance and entered the establishment. In the hall, 8 tables were occupied by patrons enjoying their drinks, leaving only 1 table vacant. "Waiter, bring us a fine double room, 20 pounds of braised beef, a plate of fried peanuts, and a jug of your best wine," Xiang Chen commanded, exuding a sense of chivalry as he approached the lone empty table. In a previous life, he had yearned for the freedom of wandering the world with a sword, and now he was experiencing the liberating spirit of a wanderer. Please wait a moment, the waiter replied before heading to the kitchen to place the order. Dog, what do you think our master summoned us to the Misty Mountain Range for? Xiahou Wu inquired after taking a sip of hot tea. He mentioned that if I wished to see Rower, I must heed his call, Xiang Chen replied. How could Rower possibly be in the Misty Mountain Range? Xiahou Wu pondered, perplexed. Hey, have you heard? Something significant has occurred in the Misty Mountain Range recently. What happened? A mercenary group of 30 ventured into the Misty Mountain Range a few days ago, and guess what? Except for the vice captain, the entire group was annihilated. It is said that a demon of the Yuanyang realm has appeared on the outskirts of the Misty Mountain Range, and the number of ferocious beasts in the vicinity has surged. At the adjacent table, several adventurers were engaged in conversation, and Xiang Chen listened intently, his furry, pointed ears twitching beneath his hair. However, the ensuing discussion left him utterly astonished. Chapter 69, Blood and Iron. It is said that a pig demon, which once occupied an area of hundreds of miles in the South Mountain, engaged in battle with a newly arrived tiger demon yesterday. The pig demon king was slain, and the offspring of hundreds of pig demons were wiped out by the beasts accompanying the tiger demon. What? Is that true? The pig demon was a creature of the Yuanyang realm, and it was slaughtered. Absolutely true. This was witnessed by the vice captain of that mercenary group, who also perished there. As they continued their discussion, Xiang Chen felt a pang in his heart. The pig demon king. Could it be that this was referring to Ba Go? Did you hear that, dog? Xiahou Wu's expression shifted slightly. That pig demon king, could it be our master? It shouldn't he be, right? Beige possesses immense powers. How could he be slain? Perhaps it is another pig demon. Xiang Chen, too, was uncertain. He could only hope that nothing had befallen his master. Xiahou Wu's mood darkened a bit. At that moment, 4 figures strode in from the biting wind and snow, clad in leather armor, exuding a rugged aura. Innkeeper, bring us the finest wine and dishes. Serve us your signature meals, bellowed a burly man with a bushy beard. Oh, esteemed gentlemen, I regret to inform you that all our tables are currently occupied, the innkeeper said awkwardly with a forced smile. What are the guest rooms? We require one. Have the food and drink sent to our room, the bearded man pressed. I truly apologize, but the last room has just been booked by these 2 young gentlemen. The innkeeper replied, his discomfort evident. Yet we came here specifically for your renowned dishes. The burly man growled, his brow furrowing. Perhaps you could visit another establishment and return tomorrow for drinks? The innkeeper suggested with a smile. The burly man surveyed the room, his gaze finally landing on Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. A cold smile crept across his face. There will soon be a seat available, he remarked, approaching the duo. He tossed 2 gold coins onto their table and coldly commanded, You 2 youngsters, take these coins and leave. We require your spot. Xiang Chen frowned, while Xiahou Wu picked up the coins, sneering, I'll give you 10 gold coins to scram. With that, he waved his hand, and 10 gold coins materialized, clattering to the ground. The sight of the silver sky jade belt around Xiahou Wu's waist sparked a flash of greed in the eyes of the onlookers. This storage treasure was worth nearly 10,000 gold coins. How could such a precious item be in the possession of a mere youth? Brother, Wee stumbled upon a little fat sheep with deep pockets, smirked a man with a black mole on his face. That is Hunyo. He is a wanted criminal in the great merchant nation. Another person recognized the burly man. Indeed, it is Hunyo. These 2 youngsters are in for trouble. Someone at the adjacent table whispered. Hunyo's gaze lingered greedily on the jade belt at Xiahou Wu's waist. He was no saint himself, having committed robbery and murder in the great merchant nation before fleeing to the Lanzi. Kid, show me your belt, Hunyo sneered. Xiahou Wu retorted with a laugh. What? Are you really going to rob me in broad daylight? Ha! You must not know this place. Lanzi is beyond the reach of the law. Here, robbery is nothing. Hand it over. It's unsafe for a little brat like you to carry something so valuable. I'll keep it safe for you. Hunyo laughed, drawing his knife. You bastard. Xiahou Wu seethed, ready to strike. But at that moment, Xiang Chen restrained him with a gesture and smiled. Gentlemen, if you desire the silver sky jade belt, I have one as well. He pointed to the jade belt at his own waist. Oh, indeed. These 2 youngsters are quite wealthy, someone remarked. They must be sons of affluent families. How foolish to flaunt their riches in a place like Lanzi. Without mentioning the 4 brothers Hunyo, the other patrons were equally astonished by the wealth of Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. The eyes of the Hunyo brothers gleamed with greed. Regardless of whether there were more valuable treasures concealed within the silver and jade belts, The worth of these 2 jade belts alone was considerable. The possibility of the 2 being scions of prominent families did not cross their minds. Once robbed, who could trace them? This was not a modern world rife with surveillance cameras. Quickly produce them. Allow me to safeguard such items for you. Carrying these around will only bring you misfortune, Hunyo said with a greedy grin as the 4 surrounded the 2 brothers. The innkeeper, witnessing this scene, wisely chose to withdraw, leaving the matter to them. As long as you gentlemen are satisfied, it is acceptable, but please do not harm my brothers, Xiang Chen pleaded. Naturally, we abide by the rules. Money for safety. Hunyo laughed heartily. Very well, I shall retrieve them for you. As Xiang Chen reached for his waist, he instead pulled out a pouch filled with powder, scattering it towards the 4. Suddenly, a cloud of red powder enveloped their faces, invading their eyes. Ah! They cried in unison, coughing and rubbing their stinging eyes, sneezing uncontrollably. Attack! Xiang Chen roared, drawing the massive and sharp Longke demon blade from his back, swinging it with all his might towards the bearded man. The blade sliced through the air with a thunderous sound, its weight exceeding 1,000 pounds, generating a cutting force of no less than 6,000 pounds. You little bastard! Deceitful! The bearded man bellowed, wincing as he tried to discern the attack, hastily raising his blade to defend himself. Clang! The horrifying sound of metal clashing echoed as the Longke demon blade struck the opponent's weapon, releasing an astonishing display of sharpness. To his shock, the bearded man's blade was cleaved in 2, and the Longke demon blade continued its downward arc. With a sickening thud, blood sprayed as the blade sliced through the bearded man's left shoulder, severing his ear, shoulder, and half of his body in one brutal motion. Spilling blood and bodily fluids across the floor, a torrent of energy released. Kill! Xiahou Wu lunged forward, thrusting his spear with incredible force, piercing the skull of one assailant. Killing him instantly. Without pause, he delivered a devastating punch, infused with energy, to another, sending him crashing backward, his chest collapsing, blood spewing forth. He was not expected to survive. The final assailant, filled with terror, staggered backward, finally managing to open his eyes, horrified by the scene before him. Their leader, a formidable figure at the 8th level of the divine concealment realm, had been cleaved in 2 by a mere boy. 2 of his brothers had also been slain. The scent of blood filled the inn, and the patrons who had gathered to watch the spectacle were now left in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the 2 young men. The once boisterous and fell silent in an instant, all eyes fixated on these 2 youths, incredulous, shocked, ruthless, and even despicable. The 2 seemingly frail youths unexpectedly transformed into ruthless, cold-blooded Azuras in an instant, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. These 2 boys, how merciless they are. At the 5th level of the divine concealment realm, look, that youth's true energy exhibits the prowess of the 5th level of the divine concealment realm. Hunyo has encountered an immovable barrier. What is the origin of these 2 youths? The crowd, seasoned in the ways of slaughter, murmured in shock, unperturbed by the bloodshed that unfolded before them. Big brother, 2 brothers. A survivor cried out in anguish. His eyes filled with terror and fury as he regarded Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. These bastards dared to ambush us. Let them accompany my big brother and 2 brothers to the afterlife. With a roar, he unsheathed his waist knife, unleashing the true energy of the 5th level of the divine concealment realm, striking at Xiang Chen. Xiahou Wu sneered, brandishing his battle spear to intercept the blow aimed at Xiang Chen, then counterattacked. His martial prowess was astounding, honed through relentless training in the military. His true energy robust and formidable, capable of holding his own against even those at the 6th level of the divine concealment realm. Within mere 4 exchanges, the man fell victim to a spear thrust that pierced his chest, his wide eyes filled with blood as he gazed at Xiahou Wu, succumbing to death at his hands. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen's gaze fell upon his Dragon K demon blade, marveling at its sharpness. As even a practitioner at the 8th level of the divine concealment realm could be felled by a single unexpected strike. This clearly highlighted the significance of such a weapon in battle. Yet, had the opponent been prepared for a fair fight, Xiang Chen had little hope of emerging victorious. Strangely, the Dragon K demon blade, embedded in the body of the bearded giant, emitted eerie dark red blade energy, absorbing the life essence and soul power from the corpse. The body transformed ominously into a desiccated husk. Indeed, it was a demonic blade, a weapon of slaughter. Xiang Chen exerted effort to withdraw the blade, slinging it across his back, Foolish creatures, daring to rob us. Xiahou Wu spat dismissively. The innkeeper was astonished, his gaze shifting from the lifeless body to the two youths with a newfound sense of trepidation. Xiang Chen approached the corpses, searching through them. What are you doing? Xiahou Wu inquired. Collecting spoils of war. You simpleton, Xiang Chen replied as he rummaged through the remains. What could these beggars possibly possess? Xiahou Wu scoffed. Even the smallest fly is still meat. After searching 3 bodies, Xiang Chen unearthed a modest sum of 100 gold coins. However, within the bearded giant's skin, he discovered a package containing a ginseng. A low-grade treasure ginseng, not bad, worth a few hundred gold coins. Xiang Chen grinned, stowing it away. Young man, call 2 of your associates to assist these 2 gentlemen in disposing of the bodies, tossing them into the gutter to feed the dogs. Spoke a calm voice from the counter, where a shopkeeper in green attire regarded the 2 youths with a mixture of surprise and composure, revealing an apparent familiarity with the brutality of the martial world. The waiter beckoned for the body to be taken away, while at that moment, a platter of braised beef was brought forth. Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, and Feng Qingyun enjoyed the meat and sipped their wine, displaying none of the signs of having just endured a fierce battle, as if nothing had transpired. Such ruthless characters. One must wonder whose youth harbors such fierceness. At such a tender age, capable of taking a life without a flicker of hesitation and possessing such formidable strength, their background must be significant. Indeed, in this world of martial arts, one should never underestimate the young. Even that Hunyo, an old hand in the game, has stumbled into a pitfall. The gazes of the onlookers were tinged with a hint of reverence as they observed the 2. You, Dogsy, wield a truly sharp blade. It cleaved through that man's sword with ease. What a pity you are a novice. Otherwise, I would have relished a few days of sparring, Xiahou Wu remarked enviously, glancing at Xiang Chen's sword. When we return, gather some fine materials, and I shall have Gongsun Shengtian forge a splendid weapon for you. Ah, that would be splendid. Gongsun Shengtian's craftsmanship is top tier in the business, with many queuing to request his weapons, replied Dogsy. As they conversed, the blood that had stained the ground was meticulously cleaned by the attendants. Just then, a man approached from a distant table. He had a slightly dark complexion, with bushy eyebrows and large eyes, possessing a robust physique and appearing to be in his 30s. Greetings, young gentlemen, I am Li Lian. I noticed your exceptional skills earlier and came to seek your acquaintance. I hope you bear no ill will, the man said politely, clasping his fists. What brings you here? Li brother? Xiang Chen inquired directly, sensing that the visit was not without purpose. Li Lian chuckled awkwardly. We are members of an adventure team. Those 4 over there are my companions. He gestured towards his table of 4. I noticed you 2 have booked a room for one day. Are you planning to head into the misty demon mountains tomorrow? Indeed, what's it to you? Xiahou Wu responded candidly. Well, we 2 are venturing into the misty demon mountains tomorrow and would like to invite you both to join our adventure team. You appear to be from prominent families, seeking experience in the wild. We are quite familiar with the surrounding area. If we band together, we can ensure each other's safety. Any treasures we find can be claimed individually, of course. What do you think? Li Lian was extending an invitation for the 2 to join him. A sense of caution arose in Xiang Chen's heart. Entering the mountains with strangers was hardly a prudent choice. One must harbor no ill intent, but remain vigilant against others. What do you think, Dogsy? Xiahou Wu queried, turning to Xiang Chen. We shall venture into the mountains alone. We appreciate your kindness. Li brother, Xiang Chen replied firmly. Oh, you doubt us, don't you? No worries. Ask around. Our adventure team has a solid reputation and is trustworthy. I merely saw your commendable prowess and wish to make a few friends for mutual support in the mountains. Li Lian laughed. Good sirs. If this is your first visit and you are unfamiliar with the terrain, joining Li Lian and his team would be a wise choice. He is indeed very trustworthy and a legitimate mercenary of the guild. He would never harm his comrades, lest he faces retribution from the mercenary world. Chimed in a jovial drinker from the crowd. In the rugged terrain of the mountains, where familiarity is scarce, it may be prudent for us to accompany them for a while. Should we encounter the master, we can part ways with them, suggested Xiahou Wu in a hushed tone. Xiang Chen's gaze fell upon the triangular emblem of a formal mercenary displayed on the chest of his companion, and he spoke. Since Brother Li has extended such a warm invitation, it would be ungracious for us to decline. My brother and I shall join you on this journey. However, let it be clear that once we enter the mountains, we shall choose our own destination. Indeed, that is only natural. Our collective venture into the mountains is primarily to safeguard ourselves against bandits who prey upon mercenaries and adventurers. After we enter, should you choose to part ways, you are free to do as you wish, Li Lian replied with a grin. Very well, I shall rely on your guidance along the way, Xiang Chen said. By the way, may I inquire about your names? Li Lian asked. He is called Monkey, and I am Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen replied without hesitation. Haha. You may also refer to him as Dog, Xiao Wu chuckled. Monkey brother, Chen brother, allow me to introduce my companions, Zhao Meng, Qian Zhong, Sun Fong, and Lu Er. Li Lian continued, presenting his comrades. Soon after, he invited his companions to join the table, and they shared drinks with Xiang Chen and Xiao Wu, generously covering the expenses for the food and drink. Following the revelry, the two returned to their room to rest. Their accommodations featured a spacious room with a large bed suitable for two. Xiao Wu, unperturbed by the lack of cleanliness, collapsed onto the bed without bathing, while Xiang Chen, after refreshing himself, placed the dragon-quelling demon blade, sheathed, on the bedside. He did not succumb to sleep immediately, but instead consumed several qi blood pills to refine his inner strength. Having reached the 9th level of the physical realm, he was on the verge of unblocking the Ren and Du meridians to ascend into the divine concealment realm and unlock the divine cavity. Yet, due to his innate spiritual vein, he would not need to go through this process. With sufficient inner strength, he could directly unlock the divine cavity in his dantian and step into the divine concealment realm. A few rooms away, Li Lian and his group were gathered together. I never expected we would manage to bring 2 unsuspecting lambs into the mountains, remarked the mercenary named Zhao Meng with a derisive chuckle. Indeed, those 2 lads are clearly not from ordinary backgrounds. Just look at their attire. 2 silver and jade belts. Forget the wealth within. The mere value of those belts could afford us a lavish lifestyle for years, Lu Er sneered. What piques my interest is that blade. The boy's weapon that cleaved through the Hunyou is likely of superior quality. The Hunyou's own blade is already a low-grade treasure, yet he severed it with a single strike. That lad's blade might well be a mid-tier treasure of the 5th or 6th grade, or even a high-grade treasure. Li Lian mused, narrowing his eyes. A high-grade treasure. That must be worth tens of thousands of gold coins. The others exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with avarice. This heist, once executed, could provide us with ample resources for both indulgence and cultivation for many years. Tomorrow, once we delve deeper into the mountains, we shall make our move. We must keep this under wraps to avoid tarnishing our reputation, Li Lian stated. Understood, the 4 replied in unison. The world is fraught with peril, possessing great wealth. One should refrain from placing trust in strangers who approach with undue eagerness. Kindness is inherent to human nature, yet so too is greed. When the harsh realities of survival extinguish the goodness within, what remains is a ruthless and avaricious spirit, driven by self-interest. In Xiang Chen's room, Xiao Wu, still in a state of drowsiness, murmured, Dogsy, are you still meditating? You should rest. We venture into the mountains tomorrow. Xiang Chen, seated in a meditative posture, inquired, Monkey, do you truly believe in those individuals? Li Lian and his companions? What of it? They are legitimate mercenaries, bound by laws and mercenary codes, Xiao Wu responded. Xiang Chen chuckled softly. In such places, one ought not to place faith in such constructs. Li Lian and his group exhibit excessive enthusiasm towards us. While I do not wish to malign their goodwill, we must remain vigilant. Life is singular. Once extinguished, it cannot be regained. Tomorrow, maintain heightened alertness. We cannot place complete trust in them. All right, I understand. If you're not sleeping, I shall retire first. Xiao Wu yawned, wrapped himself in a blanket, and soon fell into a deep slumber, his snores resonating like thunder. Xiang Chen closed his eyes, concentrating on his cultivation. As the night deepened, the cold wind howled outside. November had arrived, bringing with it a biting chill, and the cold moon hung high in the sky. At the rear of the inn, 4 figures gazed up at a room on the 3rd floor. Are you certain? Those 2 rascals are staying there? One of them inquired. This individual, lean of stature, possessed keen eyes akin to those of an eagle, clad in dark attire suited for stealth. Confirmed, that is indeed the room. The brat who injured Zhou Tu and a young boy are residing there, replied another man, also dressed in dark clothing and masked. Big brother, we must eliminate that brat. I wish to sever his legs. A man in black, with his thigh wrapped in bandages, growled menacingly. This man was none other than the thief who had been wounded by Xiao Wu. Rest assured, Anyone who dares to disrupt the operations of our Jinghong Thieves Guild shall meet their end. Let us proceed, the cold-voiced man decreed. The Jinghong Thieves Guild is renowned within a radius of hundreds of miles, led by Yin Hong, a master of unparalleled skill, capable of moving unseen and unheard. His subordinates are equally adept in lightness of foot and agility. On the third floor, standing over 10 meters high, the two black-clad figures propelled themselves with a surge of true energy, transforming into shadows as they soared 7 to 8 meters into the air. With a second leap, the air reverberated with the sound of a swallow's call. Utilizing the momentum, they ascended several more meters, landing deftly on the windowsill, gripping it with one hand. What exquisite lightness of foot! One exclaimed as he produced a sharp bamboo tube from his garment. Piercing the oiled paper window, the bamboo tube was inserted, releasing billows of blue smoke that swirled and spread throughout the room. After a minute of waiting and enveloped in the smoke, the two began to saw at the window bars with a metal saw. The howling winds masked the sound of their work, and soon they had created a sizable opening through which they could stealthily enter the room, resembling nimble cats as they slipped inside. In the dimly lit room, two individuals lay on the bed. Xiahou Wu was deep in slumber, while the practitioner, Xiang Chen, also succumbed to the embrace of sleep. One person sneered, casting a glance at Xiahou Wu, remarking, "That kid must be the one who injured Zhou Tuesday." With a sense of purpose, the two intruders drew long knives from their backs and approached the sleeping figures. The second individual, coldly, uttered, "These two youngsters will find themselves as mere corpses in the underworld. At least they shall know no pain." With a swift motion, the glint of blades illuminated the air as one aimed for Xiang Chen's throat while the other targeted Xiahou Wu's head, sealing their fates in an instant. However, just as the blades descended, both Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu opened their eyes simultaneously, a cold smile gracing Xiang Chen's lips. Suddenly, two sharp sounds pierced the silence as projectiles erupted from beneath the covers. Like streaks of light, two bolts, inscribed with runes, shot forth with astonishing speed, their penetrating force formidable. Blood splattered as the assailants were struck. One was pierced through the forehead, and the other through the mouth. Both gazing in horror at the two youths on the bed, each wielding a military crossbow. With a dull thud, their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground, eyes wide open, forever staring into oblivion. How could this be? Were they not under the influence of the trance-inducing fragrance? Were they not meant to remain in slumber? These thoughts lingered in their fading consciousness. "Damn it, they sought to ambush us," Xiahou Wu exclaimed, rising to spit disdainfully. "You saved us this time, but your ears are remarkably acute. Even with the noise outside, you heard their approach." Xiahou Wu, still shaken, playfully pinched Xiang Chen's fluffy, pointed ear. Xiang Chen brushed off his hand, stating, "These two are likely part of the same gang as the thief you injured earlier." The sound of their agile movements just now was identical to that of the assailant you confronted. His ears were exceptionally keen, far surpassing those of ordinary folk, as were his senses of smell and sight. After all, he had undergone a transformation into something beyond the ordinary, which all had witnessed. "Do you think this is retaliation from the thief's accomplices?" Xiahou Wu inquired, astonished. "It is highly probable. They may well have additional allies," Xiang Chen replied, glancing toward the window. Indeed, two shadowy figures lingered below. "Ah, just as I suspected, there are still two more down there," Xiang Chen remarked with a chilling smile. "What shall we do?" Xiahou Wu asked. "Let us strip these two of their garments," Xiang Chen said, revealing a wolfish grin. The wolf, cunning and ruthless, exhibits unwavering loyalty to its loved ones and companions. Below, Zhou Tu questioned, "Elder brother, why have Yin San and Yin Si not yet descended?" Yin Hong furrowed his brow, replying, "Could it be that something unfortunate has befallen them? It seems improbable that two mere youngsters could pose any unexpected challenges." "Ah, they have emerged, haha, and they are carrying two corpses. They have succeeded." At this moment, Zhou Tu chuckled. In the darkness, two figures clad in night attire descended from the sky, each bearing a lifeless body. Thud, thud. The corpses fell to the ground, and Zhou Tu limped over, laughing as he remarked, "These two little rascals have finally met their demise. Indeed, they have perished. You shall accompany them to the grave." One of the figures suddenly sneered, drawing a dagger that lunged toward Zhou Tu's heart. Caught off guard, Zhou Tu was struck fiercely in the chest by the unexpected thrust. With a sickening sound, the blade scraped against bone as it pierced his heart. In disbelief, Zhou Tu widened his eyes, staring at his companion. "Kill!" Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiahou Wu roared in fury, brandishing a spear that he aimed viciously at Yin Hong. His spear, 3 feet long, possessed the piercing capability of a lance and the cleaving force of a sword. This is a feint. Yin Hong's expression changed dramatically as a surge of formidable energy erupted beneath him, propelling him backward to evade the attack, retreating over 10 meters. Thud! The spot where he had just stood was cleaved by Xiahou Wu's spear, sending shards of stone flying. Kill! Failing to strike, Xiahou Wu swung his spear again, advancing with determination as he aimed another fierce blow at Yin Hong. How dare you attempt to ambush me, a practitioner of the 5th layer of divine concealment? You shall pay for my brother's life. Yin Hong seethed with rage, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that rippled outward, scattering the snowflakes beneath him. Kill! Drawing his sword from his back, he unleashed a burst of energy that coalesced into a shadowy figure, emitting the sound of a soaring swallow. In an instant, he darted forward, his sword poised to strike Xiahou Wu, deftly avoiding the trajectory of the spear. Xiahou Wu's expression shifted as he realized the speed of Yin Hong's attack was astonishing. He executed a roll to evade. Die! As Yin Hong's thrust missed, he transformed the motion into a sweeping slash aimed at Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu raised his spear to defend. With a clang, sparks erupted as the blade met the shaft of the spear. However, the overwhelming energy from Yin Hong's sword drove downwards, forcing Xiahou Wu's arm to bend slightly. Unable to withstand the pressure, as the blade threatened to cleave toward his head. 9th layer of divine concealment. Xiahou Wu's expression turned grave, realizing his opponent's cultivation was 4 levels above his own, approaching the realm of innate mastery. Kill! Yin Hong shouted fiercely, relentlessly bringing his sword down upon Xiahou Wu, who struggled to maintain distance while defending, aware that his spear was ill-suited for close combat. Die! Suddenly, Yin Hong closed the distance, his sword cutting into Xiahou Wu's chest. Blood erupting as Xiahou Wu was forced back, a gaping wound tearing at his flesh. Yin Hong evaded the spear's assault, targeting Xiahou Wu's head with lethal intent. Roar! At that moment, Xiahou Wu unleashed a roar, a blinding golden light erupting from his form, his stature swelling as a golden monkey shadow materialized behind him. He transformed into a towering giant over 3 meters high, and with a single, powerful punch, he struck at the incoming sword. Boom! The collision of fist strength and sword energy unleashed a torrent of airwaves, with the sword tip halted merely half a foot from the fist, repelled by the explosive force emanating from it. Divine Spirit. Yin Hong gazed in astonishment at the ethereal silhouette manifesting behind Xiahou Wu. Was it not a manifestation of the Divine Spirit? This young man was indeed a prodigy awakened to such power. Suddenly, a vicious blade aura sliced through the air from behind. Xiang Chen wielded the Dragon K demon blade with both hands, delivering a powerful strike that resonated through the atmosphere. Yin Hong bellowed in fury, unleashing his true energy to forcefully repel Xiahou Wu, and then swiftly turned to parry Xiang Chen's strike with his sword, retreating in the process. Clang! The Dragon K demon blade met his sword with a ferocious blow, severing it cleanly in two. The blade's tip grazed Yin Hong's retreating form, inflicting a grievous wound that sliced through flesh and bone. Ah! Yin Hong screamed in agony, staggering backward in disbelief as he looked at his shattered sword and felt the searing pain of his nearly eviscerated chest. How could such a blade possess such sharpness? Damn it, to be bested by these 2 youngsters today. Enraged and wounded, with his sword broken, a sense of retreat began to take hold. With a powerful step, he unleashed his true energy to condense the Yin shadow, soaring into the night sky to a height of over 10 meters, preparing to escape. Astonishingly, at that altitude, he summoned forth another surge of true energy, forming another Yin shadow, propelling himself even higher. With a backward kick, he shot away at a height exceeding 20 meters, as nimble as a swallow. What extraordinary lightness of foot! Xiahou Wu stood agape in astonishment. Chapter 73. The 7 Steps of the Stunning Swallow U2. Though the mountains may shift, the waters will flow, I shall avenge my brother. Yin Hong's chilling voice echoed in the midnight air. Witnessing the spectacle, he leveraged the air 4 times, gliding effortlessly like a great bird, covering a distance of over 100 meters as he fled into the darkness, his figure nearly invisible against the night. This agility rendered many innate realm experts envious. Curse it, he has escaped. Xiahou Wu scoffed coldly. Can he truly flee? Xiang Chen smirked coldly as his dark golden eyes emitted an eerie glow, allowing him to see clearly over hundreds of meters in the night. In that moment, his dark golden pupils focused intently, resembling a wolf fixating on its prey. He raised his military crossbow, aiming at Yin Hong's retreating silhouette. With his soft, furry ears discerning the wind's direction and intensity, he noted the southeast wind blowing at a force of 4. The arrow path would deviate by 1 centimeter, requiring an elevation adjustment of 3 centimeters. Muttering to himself, Xiang Chen observed Yin Hong, who had already fled nearly 200 meters. Suddenly, a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The military crossbow, capable of rapid fire, released 3 talisman arrows in succession. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 talisman arrows illuminated the night with their ethereal trails, slicing through the air over 100 meters in an instant. As Yin Hong fled, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back, his hairs standing on end. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 talisman arrows struck him fiercely in the back, the rear, and his left hind leg, burrowing deeply into his flesh. Ah! With a piercing scream, Yin Hong lunged forward several meters, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The intense agony coursing through his body filled his eyes with terror. By heavens! How could you even hit me? Dog, you are remarkable. Your archery surpasses that of professional crossbowmen in the army. No, they could not achieve such precision even in the darkness. Xiahou Wu exclaimed in shock. Hitting an enemy from a distance of 200 meters in the dead of night. What does that signify? Certainly, he could not accomplish such a feat. Hey, I remember when I was in the Xiangwang mansion, I too was an enthusiast of weaponry, having studied crossbows extensively. Come, let's deal with this rascal. Xiang Chen grinned with pride, brandishing his precious crossbow as he charged toward Yin Hong. Xiahou Wu followed closely behind, outpacing Xiang Chen, who bore a heavy blade, and quickly caught up to Yin Hong. Though Yin Hong was not yet dead, he coughed up blood, desperately crawling forward and leaving a long trail of crimson upon the snow. His back, buttocks, and hind legs were pierced by Xiang Chen's bolts. Curse it, you brat. Flee while you can. The mountain may not turn, but the water will, and you have run straight to my feet. Xiahou Wu sneered, placing a foot upon Yin Hong's back. Please, do not kill me. I have treasures. I will give you all my riches. Yin Hong pleaded in terror, his voice laced with pain. How much money could this filthy thief possess? Xiahou Wu scoffed. Suddenly, Yin Hong raised an object to hurl it at Xiahou Wu. Watch out! Xiang Chen shouted, plunging his dragon blade into Yin Hong's back. With a sickening squelch, the blade pierced through, eliciting a wail from Yin Hong. The object he intended to throw fell from his grasp as he was impaled, his eyes widening in death, life slipping away. The blood within him was drawn into the blade's energy, consuming his very essence, leaving him a mere husk. As Xiang Chen withdrew his knife, he noticed the dragon blade had become even more formidable, its weight slightly increased. He looked at the object that had fallen from Yin Hong's hand, a small, thumb-sized dart shimmering faintly with a blue hue, poisonous. This blade is truly sinister, capable of absorbing blood, Xiahou Wu remarked, astonished to see the corpse transformed into a desiccated shell. No wonder it is called a demon blade. It devours life and quenches its thirst with blood. As Xiang Chen searched Yin Hong's body for valuables, he was pleasantly surprised by the bounty he uncovered. This fellow possessed a silver space belt, indicating he had some wealth. He tossed it to Xiahou Wu, who struggled to open it. Xiahou Wu infused the belt with his energy, and then a torrent of items cascaded forth from its inner space. Among them were a multitude of golden coins, over 10,000, and several small silver cards of unknown value, along with various garments, masks, and even cosmetics belonging to women, as well as 2 small leather-bound notebooks. Who would have guessed this fellow had a bit of substance? Xiahou Wu exclaimed in amazement. A thief, of course, cannot be too impoverished, and it seems this man was a leader among them. Xiang Chen, picking up one of the leather notebooks, was captivated by the text inscribed within. The 7 steps of the surprising swan, an advanced technique of the profound rank. He gasped in astonishment. An advanced technique of the profound rank. Let me see. Hearing this, Xiahou Wu was filled with delight as he took the item from Xiang Chen's hands to examine it. Indeed, it was a top-tier lightness skill of the Xin rank. Ha, brother, we have struck gold. I never imagined this scoundrel possessed such a remarkable martial art. Xiahou Wu exclaimed with joy. The Xin rank martial arts were exceedingly rare, and to find a top-tier lightness technique on a mere thief was quite remarkable. Unbeknownst to them, Yin Hong hailed from a renowned family of thieves, the Yin clan, whose reputation in the realm of thievery across the vast Shang dynasty was built upon this very skill. It appeared that this fellow had used the 7 steps of the amazing swan to flee earlier. What a treasure! Let us keep it for our training. Xiang Chen laughed heartily and resumed his search through the remaining items. Before long, he stumbled upon another animal skin scroll. Upon opening it, he was slightly taken aback. It was a manual specifically for thievery, titled Stealing Heaven, containing numerous specialized techniques for theft, lock-picking skills, and even some recipes for narcotics. In this day and age, even thieves require specialized skills and martial arts, Xiang Chen mused, tucking the item away as well. The brothers divided the coins equally between them. What shall we do with the bodies? Xiahou Wu inquired. When a person dies, their grievances dissipate into nothingness. Hence, we must bury them. Go fetch the other 3 corpses and dig a hole for their burial, Xiang Chen replied. The brothers then carried the 4 bodies to a nearby snow-laden forest, excavating a deep hole to inter them together. Xiang Chen allowed the Dragon K demon blade to absorb a good amount of blood and essence. Though the blade itself weighed over 100 pounds, they ensured the bodies were not left to rot in the wilderness or become prey for dogs before returning to the inn. The martial world can be more perilous than the battlefield. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I might have fallen victim to those little thieves today, Xiahou Wu remarked as he cleansed the blood from his body and lay down, finding it difficult to sleep. The treachery lies not within the martial world, but within hearts governed by greed and desire. Enough of this lamentation. I shall sleep now. You keep watch. We ascend the mountain tomorrow. Be mindful, for such encounters may merely be the beginning. A cold glimmer flickered in Xiang Chen's profound gaze as he recalled the support from his fans. Thank you to my brothers in the fan circle for the crowdfunding. The unsealing shall occur soon. What does that mean? Xiahou Wu asked. You will find out tomorrow. There are those who see us as prey. 2 potentially wealthy youngsters in this den of wolves are akin to 2 morsels of meat. Now I shall sleep. Wait until I am soundly asleep before you doze off. Your snoring is as loud as a pig's. No, do not sleep yet. Keep watch, Xiang Chen declared, burying himself beneath the covers, fatigued from the day's events. Curse it. I detest when you speak in such vague terms, Xiahou Wu grumbled as he rose, donned his garments, and grasped his spear, standing tall like a warrior at his brother's side, exuding a soldier's formidable presence. Outside, the cold wind howled like a blade, while inside, dreams wove softly around them. The howling northern winds rustled the great trees, and soon the young man slipped into slumber. On the following day, as the crimson sun rose, golden rays illuminated the peaks of the Demon Mist Mountains, piercing through the mist and revealing a breathtaking sheen reflected off the white snow. As the rhythmic sound of knocking echoed from outside, a voice called out, Xiang Chen, Brother Xiahou Wu, rise and shine. It's time for us to depart. The voice belonged to Li Lang. Inside the room, Xiang Chen had already awakened and was engaged in his cultivation, while Xiahou Wu, still lost in slumber, remained undisturbed. Understood, Xiang Chen replied, recalling the fierce winds of the previous night, which had masked the sounds of battle beyond their walls. Monkey, wake up, Xiang Chen exclaimed, pulling back the covers. The sudden chill jolted Xiahou Wu awake, who shivered in his oversized shorts. It's dawn, he mumbled, still half asleep. It's nearly noon, wouldn't you say? After tidying up and washing, the 2 emerged from their room. In the grand hall below, Li Lang and the others were already dining, beckoning Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu to join them. Once they settled their room charges, they shared breakfast with Li Lang and the group before preparing to venture towards the misty monster mountains. As for Long Ju, it would remain in the inn's stables for the time being. The group set off on foot, making their way toward the mountain range shrouded in swirling mists. As they traversed the snowy landscape, the weight of the long K demon blade slung across Xiang Chen's back slowed his pace, prompting the others to deliberately reduce their speed as well. Brother Xiang, it seems that blade you carry is rather heavy and may hinder your speed. Would you like me to assist you? Li Lang offered kindly. No, thank you, brotherly. This is part of my training, Xiang Chen replied with a smile, politely declining the offer. Xiang, I think you should let brotherly carry it for you. That sword looks quite heavy. You wouldn't want to exhaust yourself and slow us down, Zhao Meng chimed in. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow and replied, It's not that I don't want to, but this blade has a mind of its own. It doesn't take kindly to others. Impossible. I find that hard to believe, Zhao Meng laughed. Try it and see. Xiang Chen replied with a cryptic smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng reached for the sword. However, as soon as he grasped the hilt, he yelped in pain. A surge of potent blade aura cut into his palm, leaving it bloodied and mangled, with a deep gash exposing flesh and bone beneath. Zhao Meng recoiled, astonished, and gazed at Xiang Chen's blade in disbelief. What a powerful aura! This sword is truly peculiar. It really does recognize its master. The expressions of the others shifted as they witnessed the scene unfold. Li Lang's eyes gleamed with intrigue. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary weapon. What is the story behind this sword? Zhao Meng cried out in agony. I warned you. My blade recognizes its master, Xiang Chen said with a chuckle, as he retrieved a bandage to tend to Zhao Meng's wound. This is indeed a remarkable sword, Brother Xiang. It must be quite valuable, Li Lang remarked, almost in awe. Indeed, it's not inexpensive, Xiang Chen replied with a grin, offering no further explanation as he finished bandaging Zhao Meng's hand. If you find my brother's pace too slow, feel free to go ahead, Xiahou Wu suggested. Not at all. We are companions. How could we abandon each other? Let us go at a leisurely pace. We can enter the mountains before nightfall, Li Lang assured them with a friendly and accommodating demeanor. A group of individuals gradually distanced themselves from the inhabited area of Lan Village, venturing into the mountainous paths flanked by dense thickets. Numerous diverging trails led towards the boundless, mist-shrouded Yaowu mountain range. They had indeed entered the forested expanse, occasionally hearing the distant howls of monkeys and the roars of tigers resonating between the mountains. This stretch of terrain required utmost caution, as nefarious brigands often lay in wait to ambush those traversing in and out of the mountains. Li Lang issued a warning, prompting the group to remain vigilant, hastening towards the towering peaks. Xiang Chen, too, gripped the concealed crossbow at his waist beneath his fur coat, while Xiahou Wu held his spear firmly, keeping pace beside him. The journey stretched over 20 miles, yet they encountered no bandits, passing through unscathed. Before them lay an expansive, ancient forest, trees towering skyward, some reaching dozens of meters high, with rugged hills cloaked in swirling mists. They were on the brink of the Yaowu mountain range. Xiang Chen paused, inhaling deeply. Indeed, we are at the periphery. Venturing further could bring us face to face with ferocious beasts or malevolent creatures, he remarked. Brother Xiang, we know of a forest abundant with valuable herbs such as ginseng, earth spirits, and Xiahou Wu. Why not join us? Li Lang suggested with a smile, urging them to accompany him. Yes. It is perilous for just the two of you. The area is rife with malevolent entities. Together, we could withstand even innate monsters, Sun Zhong chimed in. No, thank you for your kindness, but our purpose here is to hone our martial skills. We must part ways, Xiang Chen replied firmly. Li Lang sighed. Since you two are so resolute, we shall not press further. Take care, young brothers. Take care, brotherly, Xiang Chen nodded. The two parties bid farewell and turned to part ways. However, the moment they did, Li Lang's expression turned icy, signaling his companions with a glance. The 5 men exchanged sharp, predatory looks, each drawing their weapons. Kill, Li Lang mouthed. In an instant, the 5 turned, drawing their blades towards Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. The glint of their swords flashed ominously. Yet, at that very moment, Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chen inexplicably spun around, aiming their military crossbows at the 5 assailants. Not good, Li Lang shouted, a chill coursing through him as he sensed the approach of death. With a swift motion, the crossbows unleashed a volley of bolts, each capable of firing 10 arrows, and 7 or 8 projectiles flew forth, striking down the distance in mere moments. The sound of bolts piercing flesh echoed through the air, the formidable arrows penetrating effortlessly through the bodies of the 5, pinning them to the trees behind. Zhao Meng was struck directly in the face by a bolt, resulting in instant decapitation. Lu Er met a most tragic fate, as a crossbow bolt pierced his neck, causing his eyes to widen in shock. The blade he held fell from his grasp, while his hands instinctively clutched the gaping wound, blood oozing forth as he slowly crumpled to the ground, convulsing. Sun Zhong was struck by 2 bolts to his chest, penetrating his heart and lungs, resulting in agonized screams as he collapsed. Another individual suffered equally, a bolt piercing his forehead, causing his skull to explode in an instant, leading to a swift demise. Li Lang was grievously injured, a bolt penetrating his lower abdomen, severing his spine from the rear and leaving him paralyzed on the ground, wailing in despair. How could this be? The treasures of the army's crossbows. Who are you truly? Li Lian lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen and trembling, casting a terrified gaze upon Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu, who wielded the precious crossbow. By heaven, I never anticipated that mercenaries could harbor such despicable intentions against us for our possessions. Xiahou Wu replied with icy disdain. Xiang Chen's expression remained impassive as he remarked, "What a pity, you have taken the very step I most dreaded witnessing. How did you discover our intentions?" Li Lian exclaimed in terror, blood pooling around him. "Your eagerness is overwhelming. Having no prior acquaintance, your warmth towards us is excessive. The valuables we possess are quite conspicuous, compelling me to be on guard." Xiang Chen replied indifferently. It is hard to fathom that this is merely a 15-year-old boy. Following the events involving the Xiang family, Xiang Chen's perception of human nature underwent a profound transformation. How surprising, how utterly unexpected it is that after 7 or 8 years as mercenaries, we would fall to the hands of mere boys. How bitter this is, Li Lian said with a wry smile, feeling the last flickers of life ebbing away. It is you who have allowed greed to cloud your judgment and your heart, Xiang Chen stated calmly. The world of Jianghu is thus. It is either I devise ways to seize your wealth, or you harm me in your quest for superiority. We have no choice. Grant me a swift end, Li Lian lamented. Xiang Chen advanced. The dragon-quelling demon blade plunged into his heart. The blade ravenously siphoned his blood and vitality. The dark red aura swirling forth to devour the life essence, blood, and souls of the others. Alas, Xiahou Wu sighed, reflecting on how just this morning they had dined together, never foreseeing such an ending. Is human nature truly this greedy and malevolent? Can trust between people be so utterly absent? During my time in the military, trust among comrades on the battlefield was absolute. One dared to entrust their back to a brother. As the dragon-quelling demon blade consumed the life force, Xiang Chen gazed at the 5 corpses and stated, "Monkey, this world is a filthy one. No one can live entirely free of dirt. They are unlike you and me. They exist at the very bottom of this harsh reality, devoid of stable income or the nurturing support of a prominent family. To ascend, they must climb step by step, treading upon the corpses of their competitors, stripping away their interests to rise. No one is born treacherous or malicious. It is the survival laws of this distorted and brutal world that shape them. Sometimes, it is neither they nor we who are at fault, but rather the immutable laws of survival in this world." As Xiang Chen spoke, he was also rummaging through the bodies of a few individuals in search of benefits. Xiahou Wu plopped down onto the snow-covered ground and said, "Dog, will you one day turn against me for the sake of so-called survival and interests?" He gazed intently at Xiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's movement slowed as he turned to face Xiahou Wu, scooping up a handful of snow and forming it into a ball, which he then hurled forcefully at Xiahou Wu's face, laughing and scolding. "What the hell are you thinking?" Then, his expression turned serious as he declared, "Monkey, you are my brother, my best brother. No matter what we encounter or what happens, you will always be my brother. I, Xiang Chen, will entrust my life to you. Remember, even in death, I will not let you perish." Xiang Chen spoke with utmost sincerity. Xiahou Wu looked at Xiang Chen and then chuckled. "You too. I, Xiahou Wu, will gladly exchange my life for yours, my best brother." The two suddenly shared a hearty laugh, rising to embrace one another amidst the howling winds and treacherous cold of the world. Their youthful hearts forever ablaze with warmth for each other, a true bond of life and death. "All right, enough of this sentimentality. You're giving me goosebumps. From now on, be a bit wiser. Not everyone is as trustworthy as a comrade in arms," Xiang Chen admonished as he pushed Xiahou Wu away. "Moreover, even within the military, you cannot trust others unreservedly. Some people you can see but not perceive. I got it, damn it. I'm a year older than you. Why do you treat me like a father lecturing his son? Your reasoning is so sound that I find myself at a loss for words." My son is quite obedient. You now understand your father's prowess, don't you? Get lost, you old fool." Amidst their playful banter, the two set about collecting the bodies and casually dug a pit to bury them beneath the snow. "By the way, where do we go from here? We've arrived at the Misty Mountain Range, yet we have yet to see Master. Could it be that the slain pig demon king is our master?" Xiahou Wu expressed his concern. "That shouldn't be the case. Although Ba Gu is lecherous and lewd, I believe he is reliable and possesses great abilities," Xiang Chen replied, furrowing his brow. "I curse you for being lewd." At that moment, A large, grayish pig's backside descended from the sky, and Xiang Chen looked up only to have a hefty pig posterior land squarely on his face. Outside the Lanjai, a large group of individuals rode majestically into the settlement. This contingent numbered over 100, exuding a fierce aura, with one individual bearing a grand flag emblazoned with a coiled black python. Each member sported a black python badge upon their chest. It was the Black Python Mercenary Corps. What brings the Black Python Mercenary Corps here? Look, is that the leader? Black Python. The Black Python Mercenary Corps is the most formidable mercenary group within 100 miles. Many adventurers and mercenaries in Lanjai gazed at this imposing force with a mix of awe and trepidation, hastily retreating to make way. At the forefront of this mercenary group, a stocky middle-aged man mounted on a black-scaled dragon steed led the procession, clad in a tiger-striped fur coat, exuding a fierce presence, his eyes emanating a cold, serpentine gaze. Come here, find me an inn, and make sure to locate that brat. Chapter 76. I am a transgender being. Instantly, a throng of people dispersed, many clutching a portrait of a young boy, rushing into various inns and hotels to inquire. Others seized passers-by, adventurers, and mercenaries to ask, "Have you seen this lad?" "No, I haven't seen him," replied those questioned, some displaying trepidation as they gazed at the image. The portrait depicted a youth of around 15 or 16, distinguished by delicate features, slightly pointed ears adorned with fine hair, marking him as extraordinary. Who else could this boy be but Xiang Chen? Why were the members of the Black Python mercenary group searching for him? On the periphery of the Demon Fog Mountains, amidst the snow, bang! Ah! A shriek erupted as Xiang Chen found himself pinned face down in the snow by the rear end of a large, white pig. Xiahou Wu stood dumbfounded, watching a hefty black and white pig, over a meter in size, sitting on Xiang Chen's face. "Master!" Xiahou Wu exclaimed in shock. "Get off me, you foul creature!" Xiang Chen struggled. "You little brat, you called me lewd and perverse. I just finished using the restroom and thought your face would suffice for a wipe," the pig snickered, wiggling its backside. "I'm sorry, big brother," Xiang Chen wailed. Finally, the pig relented and moved aside. As Xiang Chen rose, he gagged, scrubbing his face with snow while cursing, "You filthy pig. One day, I shall roast you." "Master, you weren't killed by the Tiger Demon King?" Xiahou Wu expressed concern for Xiang Chen for 3 seconds, then exclaimed in surprise, "What Tiger Demon King could possibly slay me? You two arrived far too late." Xiang Chen retorted. The pig stood upright, bearing its trotters. Once Xiang Chen cleaned his face, he regarded the pig with a somewhat somber expression and said, "Big brother, do you believe that if you continue to play like this, I shall plant a dragon-esque blade in the ground, leaving your rear end bursting with blossoms? Haha. Who told you to speak ill of me, you little rascal? How does it feel to wipe your backside?" The pig chuckled mischievously. "Get lost. One day, I shall make you into lard and sausage." "Ha ha ha, you're far from that. How has this journey been for you?" the pig inquired, observing the two. "Walking a tightrope on a cliff is exhilarating. But enough of that. Where's my rower?" Xiang Chen scoffed, his main concern being to reunite with rower. "Why the rush? Once you unlock the divine vault, you'll need to exert your own efforts to meet rower," the pig replied nonchalantly. "I brought you 2 dimwits here primarily to hone your skills. Disciple, come here." The pig beckoned Xiahou Wu with a trot. "Master, what is it?" Xiahou Wu approached curiously. The pig stated, "I have a task for you. Within 3 months, you must elevate your cultivation by 2 levels and master the combat saint method I imparted to you. During this period, you must act alone, relying on your own wisdom and strength to survive in the Demon Fog Mountains. If you fall to your demise at the hands of others or are slain by demon beasts, do not expect me to rescue you. True strength is forged through personal trials." Xiahou Wu's expression shifted. "What? Master, are you joking? 2 levels in 3 months? Not even with elixirs could that be achieved so swiftly. If I say it can be done, then it shall be done. Enough of your chatter, go." The magpie lifted its hoof and kicked Xiahou Wu squarely on the rear, enveloping him in an overwhelming force. "Ah!" Xiahou Wu let out a piercing scream, his form transforming into a streak of luminous light, vanishing into the vast expanse of mountains. "Monkey!" Xiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, his voice echoing through the hills. "What are you shouting for?" "It's your turn now," the magpie replied nonchalantly. "How dare you strike me?" Xiang Chen's countenance changed, and he hastily retreated, instinctively shielding his posterior. "Listen well, young one. You must awaken your divine abode within 3 months and cultivate your power to the lesser celestial realm. Should any misfortune befall you, I shall not intervene. You have yet to master the foundational cultivation of the Sage of 10,000 Beasts. You must devour blood essence to grow stronger. I have prepared a gift for you. Once you awaken your divine abode, I shall instruct you on how to meet Rower. With a flick of its hoof, a tempestuous wind surged around Xiang Chen. He screamed, swept away into the dense forest of mountains, his curses trailing behind him. To be a demon, one must possess the demeanor of a demon, the magpie chuckled before disappearing from sight. In the wild forest, towering coniferous trees stood tall. A magnificent tiger, over 10 feet in length, was voraciously tearing into a wild boar it had just hunted. Suddenly, a shriek resonated from the sky as a figure crashed through the branches, propelled by a forceful energy, landing not far from the tiger with a resounding thud. The tiger, startled, leapt back several paces, emitting a low growl. Cough, you wretched pig, my mother must have endured endless misfortunes raising you. Xiang Chen spat out the snow he had accidentally ingested, rising from the sizable crater he had created in the snow. Just then, a fierce wind rushed toward him, ruffling his long hair and carrying a foul stench. Taken aback, Xiang Chen turned to see a tiger over 10 feet long, standing taller than a man. Its black and yellow striped fur swirling with tendrils of dark, demonic energy. Its eyes glinted with ferocity. Holy hell, a demon tiger! Xiang Chen stumbled backward, swiftly drawing the heavy dragon blade strapped to his back, warily eyeing the beast. This was a demon tiger in the first tier of the divine abode realm, having cultivated true demonic energy. The striped demon tiger growled, revealing its dagger-like fangs, inching closer to Xiang Chen, hungry for a meal. Delicious human. It sensed the pulsating vitality of the youth, deeming him a worthy prey. Xiang Chen's gaze hardened. He understood the meaning conveyed in the tiger's growls, comprehending the beast's language. In truth, I haven't bathed in 3 days. I'm hardly appetizing. I advise against consuming me. We are both demons. You are a tiger demon, and I am a human demon. There is no need for us to harm one another. Xiang Chen chuckled, emitting a series of low growls that mirrored the tiger's frequency. The demon tiger paused, astonished that this human could speak its language and understand its words. Human demon? Does such a creature exist? Kill, devour. The demon tiger let out a ferocious roar, exhaling a gust of rancid wind. It then propelled itself forward with its powerful hind legs, its massive body, weighing hundreds of pounds, lunging astonishingly toward Xiang Chen. Unfazed, Xiang Chen rolled to the side, discarding the dragon-quenching demon blade. His current prowess hindered his ability to wield the weapon deftly, rendering it unnecessary. With a thunderous impact, the demon tiger's broad paw, brimming with terrifying explosive force and demonic energy, struck the ground where Xiang Chen had stood, creating a 1-meter-deep crater in the snow, sending flakes flying. The force was astounding, far surpassing that of an individual at the first level of the divine concealment realm. It is well known that innate demons possess strength far superior to that of human beings, especially when they are ferocious beasts transformed into demons. Of course, a grasshopper, should it become a demon, could still be easily crushed by a human foot. However, such disparities would shift dramatically following a change in size. As Xiang Chen evaded, 3 silver needles materialized in his hand, swiftly shooting towards the demon tiger's eyes. Yet, the tiger instinctively turned its head, and the needles merely struck its face, inflicting no real harm. With a deafening roar that reverberated through the mountains for several kilometers, startling the birds into flight, the demon tiger revealed its menacing teeth, its cold, slitted eyes fixated on Xiang Chen. Then, with a powerful thrust, it opened its massive paw, extending claws half a foot long towards Xiang Chen in a lethal swipe. The tiger's heart extraction was a common technique among tigers. Xiang Chen, agile and swift, leapt atop the demon tiger's back, evading the attack, while simultaneously letting out a roar of his own. Sharp claws sprouted from his fingertips, and as he vaulted over the beast, he raked across its back. The resilient hide of the tiger was torn, leaving gashes from which blood flowed, though not fatal. The sight of blood sent the demon tiger into a furious rage, its eyes turning crimson. You are a demon, and I am a demon as well. Let us see which of us is stronger. With that, Xiang Chen shed his fur coat, unleashing the tempestuous power of the dragon-elephant inner force within him. His bones cracked audibly as his physique swelled, growing to an imposing height of 2 meters, muscles rippling, and arms thickening to the girth of a human thigh. With a fierce gaze and canine teeth bared like wolf fangs, he crouched, preparing to face the demon tiger. The tiger, initially taken aback by Xiang Chen's transformation, quickly succumbed to fury and charged once more with a roar, its massive paws surging with formidable demonic energy, unleashing a fierce wind in its wake. Dragon Elephant Fist. Rampaging Elephant Smash. Xiang Chen bellowed, channeling his inner power into a single, devastating punch. His body and waist merging into a cohesive force as he struck towards the tiger's paw. The collision was explosive, sending a shockwave that disturbed the surrounding snow and caused trees to sway ominously, snow cascading from their limbs. This punch successfully countered the tiger's powerful strike. But the beast immediately lunged for Xiang Chen's neck with its gaping maw. Xiang Chen executed a backward roll to evade the bite, then leaped upwards, soaring 7 to 8 meters into the air, grasping onto the trunk of a tree as thick as a man could embrace. The demon tiger roared, leaping with agility, its forepaws clawing at the bark of the great tree like curved hooks. Tigers are indeed capable of climbing trees, often quicker than a human, provided the trunk is sufficiently robust. Thus, encountering a fierce tiger in the wild renders climbing a tree rather futile. This beast can also swim, making diving an ineffective escape. At such times, one must remain calm, maintaining a positive mindset, and face the situation with a smile. Gratitude is essential. Thank your parents for bringing you into this world, and appreciate the challenges and misfortunes. With a well-adjusted mentality, one would not harbor resentment when met with a tiger's fatal strike. Xiang Chen continued to ascend, the demon tiger following closely, the tree trembling under the weight it was not meant to bear. Suddenly, after climbing over 10 meters, Xiang Chen paused. The demon tiger, its claws swirling with malevolent energy, lunged forward, mouth agape, aiming to seize Xiang Chen. Little kitty, you've fallen into my trap. Xiang Chen scoffed, leaping down from above, channeling his inner power into a ferocious descent. With a powerful stomp, he unleashed all his strength, augmented by the force of his fall. His foot landed squarely on the tiger's snout, eliciting a piercing wail from the beast, tears streaming down its face as it tumbled downwards. Xiang Chen plummeted, landing on his feet, and with a mighty kick, sent the tiger careening from its 10-meter perch, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud that created a crater in the snow. In that moment, Xiang Chen drew a dagger from his waist and leapt from the tree, plunging the blade into the head of the fallen tiger. The dagger, of exquisite quality, pierced deep, eliciting a mournful whimper from the creature, its limbs twitching as blood gushed forth, splattering Xiang Chen's face. His expression remained icy as he twisted the dagger, extinguishing the life of the demon tiger. Alas, why must it come to this? I had no desire to kill you, he sighed, withdrawing the dagger with a note of regret. Yet, sighing seemed pointless. The realm of demons was far more brutal, where subjugation, enslavement, consumption, and evolution reigned supreme. It was a world governed by the law of the jungle. Either you devour it, or it devours you. The strong prevailed, and power was revered above all. At that moment, a voice echoed, belonging to the parrot. Perched upon a sturdy branch, it deftly grasped a roasted, succulent thigh with its claw, feasting. Where's the monkey? Xiang Chen inquired. Sitting upon the carcass of the demon tiger. He is honing his skills. That little tiger was your gift of evolution. Consume its essence while it's fresh, devour its flesh, and push your training to the divine realm, the parrot mumbled between bites. What? You want me to eat it raw? At least let me roast it first. Xiang Chen retorted, exasperated. You know nothing. The demon's energy and essence dissipate quickly. If you roast it, the potency diminishes by half. The parrot tossed a bone that struck Xiang Chen on the head, sneering, otherwise, do you think demons prefer live prey for no reason? Then how can you eat it roasted? Xiang Chen challenged, unconvinced. Hey, I indulge my culinary desires. Can you compare? The parrot chuckled mischievously. The parrot remarked, perhaps I am not human, but you are indeed a beast. Of course, humans are the essence of all beings, imbued with more vigor. If you could overcome your psychological barriers, feasting on humans would be even better. Oh no, I shall instead indulge in this little tiger. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen shuddered. Consuming humans was beyond his depravity. He drew a knife and severed the tiger's throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. To his astonishment, as he began to devour, the demon's blood possessed a hint of sweetness, a flavor he did not find repulsive. A bitter smile crept upon Xiang Chen's lips. It seemed he truly was not human, for this taste resembled that of milk tea. As the demon's blood filled his belly, his body absorbed it, transforming it into surges of vitality that nourished him and continuously generated inner strength. His appetite was astonishing. After draining the blood of the demon tiger, he proceeded to tear into its hide, slicing chunks of flesh to consume raw. The taste proved remarkably delightful, prompting him to hasten his pace. Indeed, his current state could only be described as gluttonous, rather than merely having a meal. After half an hour of voracious eating, nearly the entire weight of the several hundred-pound demon tiger, save for its innards, bones, and hide, had been devoured by Xiang Chen. Having consumed over 100 pounds of demon tiger meat, he felt as though his stomach might burst. A surge of demonic energy and blood coursed within him, leaving him exceedingly uncomfortable. Quickly, practice the dragon elephant fist to refine this demonic and sanguine energy and break through to unlock the divine repository. Chapter 78. Do not love me. It leads to no good being so stuffed. I can't even digest properly. Xiang Chen sat on the ground, cradling his swollen belly as he gasped for air, having never eaten so much before. Now he was aware of his capacity, astonishingly. He could consume over 100 pounds of flesh and blood, an inconceivable feat for a being of human descent at his level. However, given his transformed physique, such consumption felt almost normal. The parrot advised, cultivation is the best means of digestion. If you do not cultivate the essence of blood and energy, all that demonic energy will go to waste. Very well, then I shall cultivate, Xiang Chen replied, rising to practice the dragon elephant fist, activating the techniques from the sacred treatise of myriad demons. His internal vitality surged like a torrent, resonating within him. Rampant elephant slamming the stone. Rampant elephant treading the stake. Great elephant charging. With each technique, coupled with the flow of his vital energy, the flesh he had consumed transformed into dark red energy, rapidly refined to nourish his inner power. His inner strength escalated fervently as the energy contained within the demon's flesh was absorbed and surged into him. A mist of vapor enveloped Xiang Chen, who, in the frigid winter, resembled a great furnace, melting away the blood and flesh he had devoured. After 2 hours of cultivation, the distension in his stomach had subsided, and he found within him an immense surge of inner strength, significantly more potent than before. Consuming a demon tiger proved more effective than ingesting a vial of blood essence. Xiang Chen's speed in practicing his punches quickened, each strike becoming increasingly powerful, his strength escalating at an astonishing rate. Unbeknownst to Xiang Chen, during the span of 2 hours of cultivation, he had grown noticeably taller and more robust, increasing from a standard height of 173 centimeters to 175, an astonishing transformation surpassing the effects of growth hormones. Within him, the inner energy surged forth, resonating with a primal roar reminiscent of an ancient giant elephant or the furious cry of a divine dragon. This potent energy was channeled into his Run and Du meridians, coalescing into a formidable torrent that surged toward his dantian. Open, divine abode, Xiang Chen bellowed, unleashing a fierce punch with a mighty roar. In that fleeting moment, his punch transcended his body, manifesting as a towering white elephant that violently struck a small tree 3 meters away, as thick as a thigh. With a resounding crash, the tree exploded, shattering into fragments, its trunk obliterated for a length of 3 to 4 meters, while the stump beneath became encrusted with a layer of moonlit frost. Simultaneously, a powerful stream of energy erupted from his lower back, releasing a thunderous sound that sent the surrounding snow flying. Within his dantian, a mysterious space no larger than a palm was suddenly unlocked. This enigmatic realm was shrouded in darkness, seemingly infinite, yet illuminated by a small orb of light the size of a head. If a formidable being were to perceive this with their mental prowess, they would be astounded. For while most individuals only access a fist-sized space upon awakening their divine abode, Xiang Chen's was several times larger. Amidst this space, wisps of moonlit energy mist coiled around him. His true energy had awakened, and he had officially entered the realm of the divine abode. Xiang Chen's complexion flushed, overwhelmed by a euphoric sensation coursing through his body, akin to being reborn. Perhaps it was the exhilarating release that had invigorated him. True energy, divine abode. I have stepped into the realm of the divine abode. I am now a true martial cultivator. Ha ha ha. Brother, I have succeeded. He reveled in the energy within him, releasing a joyful howl and bursts of hearty laughter. He was ecstatic, having entered the realm of the divine abode, possessing true energy. marking his genuine initiation into the martial way. However, his brother sneered dismissively, rejoicing over such triviality. Young one, your extraordinary journey has merely commenced. The divine abode? How laughable. It is but the most rudimentary stage of cultivation. What significance does a true martial cultivator hold? No, you fail to comprehend. This sensation, the exhilaration of gaining strength through my own efforts, is unparalleled. Such a feeling cannot be rivaled by any external boon you might offer. Through my own diligence, I can seize my own future, empower myself to protect my family, brothers, and friends. My destiny will be filled with endless possibilities. My life is now in my hands, no longer dictated by fate. Xiang Chen, brimming with enthusiasm, roared with excitement. At that moment, an enormous snowball, over 10 feet in diameter, suddenly plummeted from the sky. Ah! Xiang Chen shrieked, buried beneath the snow. Bago, holding a large snowball, scoffed. A single bolt of lightning could strike you dead right now. Your fate is yours to command, not the heavens. Have you begun to challenge the heavens before even starting? Wake up, young man. Xiang Chen crawled out of the snow. Yet he could not suppress a hearty laugh, lying on the ground as his eyes gradually glimmered with warmth. Mother, father, Uncle Hong, Hong Xiao Roer. Do you see this? Do you know? Chen Er, little Chen, has truly become a genuine, true martial cultivator. Father, hold on. I will surely come to rescue you from the heavenly prison. Xiang Chen murmured to himself. At this moment, no one could fathom his feelings. Only he understood the profound significance of this transformation. He burst into laughter thrice, wiped his eyes, and turned to Ba Gu, rushing over to embrace his figure. Ugh, pig body. What are you doing, you crazy kid? Ba Gu was momentarily taken aback by Xiang Chen's unexpected embrace. Ba Gu, thank you, I love you. Xiang Chen whispered gratefully by Ba Ji's ear, acknowledging that this change, this story, all began with this pig. The tale of the common folk unable to afford meat also began with a pig. You rascal! A warm current surged through Ba Ji's heart. Though he retorted with playful scorn, love your grandpa if you wish, but get away from me. I have no interest in your little backside. We are not suited for each other. Don't entertain such thoughts. It leads nowhere. With a forceful shove, he sent Xiang Chen tumbling back into the snow, landing face first. Curse your grandpa. Can't I have a moment of sentimentality? Xiang Chen grumbled as he extricated his head from the snow. Just then, Ba Gu approached, planting a leg firmly upon Xiang Chen's body, then yanking at his clothes. No, stop! Xiang Chen cried. What are you trying to do? Chapter 79. The divine spirit of ergo Xiang Chen's clothes were torn, revealing his well-defined abdominal muscles and a robust chest. What are you doing, Ba Gu? Please. You said you weren't interested. Xiang Chen's voice rose in a lament reminiscent of a damsel in distress. Acting as if it were real, your divine spirit hasn't awakened. Let me help you with that, Ba Gu declared, a pig's hoof striking Xiang Chen's head. Resigned, Xiang Chen lay upon the cold snow. Ba Gu produced a needle, as thick as a baby's finger. Why use such a thick needle on me? Xiang Chen's face paled. You are not human. Do you not have an inkling of how thick your meridians are? A finer needle won't suffice, Ba Gu quipped, his words lacking finesse. All right, just be gentle. Ah! Xiang Chen screamed as Ba Ji's silver needle pierced his skin. In the blink of an eye, Ba Ji's hands became a blur, and Xiang Chen's abdomen was soon covered with thick silver needles, his technique far more adept than Xiang Chen's own. This divine spirit needle technique was the very method Xiang Chen had once employed to awaken the divine abode of Xiahou Wu. Subsequently, Xiang Chen sensed a peculiar force gathering and surging within his divine abode. A wave of energy struck, causing his abdomen to swell uncomfortably. Thunderous roars echoed around him, and he was astonished to observe invisible, intangible forces flooding into his body and divine sanctuary. An agonizing, tumultuous pain erupted from within, akin to a violent upheaval, causing him to grit his teeth and contort his face in distress. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light burst forth from within Xiang Chen, soaring hundreds of feet into the heavens, dazzling and striking against the vast cosmos. A chilling howl reverberated through the air, followed by the resounding roar of a colossal shadow in the ancient forest. This apparition, towering over 100 feet, bore the majestic form of a wolf, its coat a luminous moonlit white, with razor-sharp claws and elongated fangs protruding ominously. A prominent crescent moon adorned its forehead, and its dark golden eyes seemed to pierce through the celestial expanse. It howled towards the sky, its roar resonating through the realms, deafening and audible for hundreds of miles. In the depths of the ancient forest, countless wolves and spectral beasts trembled in response to the howl, collapsing to the ground in fervent excitement. In an instant, the vast jungle echoed with the cacophony of 1,000 wolves, their howls sweeping across the land. What was transpiring? The multitude of howls suggested a potential wolf tide. Adventurers, herbalists, and mercenaries in the outer regions of the misty fog mountains listened in disbelief to the howls reverberating from all directions. In the distant heavens, the moon, known as the Tyene star, shuddered, as if being drawn by a mysterious force. The Lord of the Moon, the respected ghost of shadows, the moon-eating, celestial wolf. The elder brother gazed at the roaring shadow with a burgeoning smile. Xiang Chen, too, was astonished by the magnitude of the awakening of his divine spirit. It was no wonder that the elder brother had brought him to the misty fog mountains. Otherwise, such a commotion would surely have stirred unrest within the human cities. However, the spectacle was not yet complete. Another beam of golden light erupted from within Xiang Chen. Thunder rumbled as the heavens began to roar, unleashing torrents of lightning. A cracking sound, akin to shattering glass, echoed through the skies, revealing fissures that spread like a spider's web across the firmament. The elder brother's expression shifted, his eyes fixated on the fractured sky and the tumultuous energy therein. Amidst the chaos, a golden light coalesced, and from the rift in the heavens, a remarkable energy took form, materializing into a diminutive silhouette, a fish. This fish, with a disproportionately large head and a small body, stretched an astonishing 1,000 feet, casting a silvery sheen across the sky, yet radiating an ethereal purple-golden aura. Its dorsal fin bore prominent spikes, while its tail was as grand as its body, exquisitely beautiful, resembling a delicate fan, with fins as wide as wings. Unbelievably, he had awakened this divine spirit, a legendary entity indeed. The magpie gazed at the colossal fish, his expression filled with exhilaration, his entire body trembling with excitement. The usually composed magpie was, astonishingly, overtaken by fervor. What could possibly cause such a reaction? Xiang Chen also beheld the gigantic fish. Was he not also a dual soul being? At that moment, golden light converged and two souls vanished from sight. Beside Xiang Chen appeared a small, moon-white spirit resembling a puppy, radiating a golden aura, along with a tiny silver fish, no larger than a palm, emanating a purple-golden glow. Indeed, it was that spirit. The magpie looked at the little fish with overwhelming excitement and enthusiasm. Howling, the moon-white puppy-like spirit unexpectedly growled at Xiang Chen, then approached to nuzzle his hand, seemingly yearning for his affection, exuding a sense of sentience. Wait, what on earth is happening, little brother? The magpie exclaimed in disbelief. You've awakened a dog for me. This was disastrous. The monkey awakened a monkey, and now I've actually awakened a dog and a fish. Heaven above. Does the awakening of spirits really align with one's nickname? Had I known, I would have changed my name to something grandiose like Long Ao Tian or Feng Sang Qiong, and you would have bestowed upon me a dragon or a phoenix. Yet instead, I've received a dog. This is utterly absurd. Xiang Chen shouted in exasperation, gazing at the moon-white puppy that sought his caress, his heart writhing as if tens of thousands of alpacas were stampeding through his mind. By the heavens, I curse you, you fish. The magpie, infuriated, placed a hoof on Xiang Chen's head and retorted, this is a wolf. It is a sacred spirit, the moon-eating celestial wolf, the most formidable bloodline among celestial wolves. The master of the lunar essence, capable of devouring the moon and controlling ghostly spirits. The magpie, agitated, stomped on Xiang Chen's head, exclaiming in frustration. Such a powerful sacred spirit had been reduced to a mere dog in Xiang Chen's words. The moon-eating celestial wolf? Does it rival the monkey's prowess? Xiang Chen queried, cradling his head. Well, in terms of combat ability, it may be slightly superior, but in terms of supernatural capabilities, yours is more formidable. After all, aside from its fighting prowess, it has little to offer, while yours possesses the ability to consume lunar energy and even nurture little ghostly companions. How delightful. The magpie suddenly wore a lecherous grin as he contemplated this. You can even raise ghosts? Xiang Chen was taken aback. Is it true that ghosts exist in this world? Of course. The ghost realm is one of the 6 realms of existence, a part of the great cosmic pathways. Where there are beings, there will also be ghosts. The magpie replied, delivering a swift kick to him. Could it be that there truly are ghosts in this world? After having slain so many, They won't come back as ghosts to haunt me, will they? Xiang Chen asked, his face pale with fear. And what about this fish? Chapter 80. A heavenly talent. The magpie glanced at Xiang Chen with a mocking expression. You weren't afraid to kill them while they were alive. So why fear them transforming into ghosts after death? Moreover, not everyone can become a ghost. Ordinary souls, upon death, dissipate too quickly due to their fragile spiritual energy, leaving no chance to become ghosts. Of course, there are exceptions. Those with deep obsessions or grievances, if they die in places thick with deathly energy, may see their souls transform into ghosts. Furthermore, powerful martial practitioners whose souls remain intact upon death and who possess ghostly doctrines can also become ghost cultivators. Aspiring to be a ghost is not as simple as it seems, the magpie stated with indifference. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen unexpectedly recalled something that plunged him into a deep melancholy. Doesn't that imply, uncle, that after Hong Xiu's demise, she cannot even become a ghost? Ba Gu remained silent. Xiang Chen then turned his gaze towards the small silver fish swirling around him in the void, radiating waves of purple and gold luminescence. What of this fish? Surely it is not an ordinary one, he inquired. Indeed, it is far from ordinary. This fish possesses a lineage greater than that of the moon-eating celestial wolf, Ba Gu replied with a chuckle. As for its origins, I shall keep that a secret for now. You may discover its powers once you absorb it into your being. Ba Gu enjoyed maintaining an air of mystery. How dare you keep me in suspense? What shall I call it henceforth? Xiang Chen caressed the small creature, which resembled a pup, and curiously asked about its name. Call it whatever you wish, dumb fish, big-head fish, or whatever else strikes your fancy, Ba Gu replied carelessly. Then I shall name it Big-Head Fish. For look at the size of its head, Xiang Chen said, poking the big-head silver fish. To his surprise, the fish bit down on his finger and vanished into Xiang Chen's body. With a mere thought, the spirit of the moon-eating celestial wolf also disappeared and materialized within his divine abode. The wolf and fish swam within the confines of this sacred space. And to Xiang Chen's astonishment, the big-head fish chased after the spirit of the moon-eating celestial wolf, nipping at it, causing the wolf to flee in panic. Experience the innate gifts bestowed by the spirit of the moon-eating celestial wolf, Ba Gu suggested. Very well, I shall give it a try, Xiang Chen responded as he summoned a strand of moon-white true energy from within, directing it into the spirit of the wolf. The wolf let out a fierce roar, and soon the spirit melded into Xiang Chen's being. In an instant, a radiant light burst forth from his eyes, and his physique expanded dramatically. From his palms sprouted claws akin to steel blades, and his inner energy surged with formidable strength. What astonished him most was the remarkable enhancement of his vision. He could now perceive dust in the air invisible to the naked eye, along with scintillating particles of unique energy. The trees that met his gaze appeared translucent, allowing him to see through their trunks and everything within a radius of several kilometers with astonishing clarity. X-ray vision, he mused, glancing at Ba Gu, who still appeared opaque to him. However, when he turned his attention to a nearby stone, he could discern its internal structure. Ba Gu, my eyes. Can I truly see through objects? Xiang Chen exclaimed in disbelief. That is known as the moon-gazing eye, an innate ocular technique of the moon-eating celestial wolf. It not only penetrates ordinary matter but also reveals the essence of souls, the energies of heaven and earth, and the unseen forces of yin and yang, Ba Gu remarked. Unperturbed, he then added with a mischievous grin, these eyes will prove quite advantageous. With this technique, you will see beauty in its entirety before you. Enough, you lecherous man. Do you think I am that sort of person? Xiang Chen's face flushed, and he cleared his throat. Return and use this ocular technique to examine Qing Cheng's condition thoroughly. Indeed, merely to observe her health, he thought innocently, though a hint of mischief lingered in his mind. Returning to examine Qing Cheng's health? Young man, are you not simply eager to behold her form? Ba Gu teased, a gleam of amusement in his eyes. Xiang Chen's face flushed with surprise as he exclaimed, How do you know what I'm thinking? The response came with an air of superiority. Humph, with your meager skills, your faint soul fluctuations are perceptible to me, allowing me to discern your thoughts. Furthermore, there exists a divine ability known as mind reading. It can perceive the hearts of men. Calling me lewd? How naively innocent you are. The proud voice belonged to Ba Gu, who snorted disdainfully. With a mischievous smile, Xiang Chen retorted, Ba Gu, can you guess what I'm thinking now? Internally, he muttered a string of expletives directed at Ba Gu. You little rascal, how dare you insult me? Ba Gu fumed. slapping a pig's trotter towards Xiang Chen, who had wisely prepared to dodge the attack. Huh, Ba Gu, if you dare to pry into my thoughts again, I shall ensure I greet your family members in my mind every day, Xiang Chen threatened. How dare you? Come here and test your luck against my extraordinary talents. Ba Gu replied angrily. Xiang Chen ceased his jesting and drew his vital energy from the heavenly wolf spirit, channeling it into the silver fish spirit. Suddenly, Xiang Chen felt the world before him shift dramatically. It transformed into a myriad of parallel mirrors, with countless beams of light intertwining to form the fabric of reality. He was taken aback and took a step forward. In an instant, a loud crash echoed, followed by a scream as he found himself 10 meters away, colliding with a large tree. Xiang Chen rubbed his head in disbelief, staring at the ground where he had just stood, while Ba Gu looked on with envy. Did I just step that far? Xiang Chen gasped, astonished. He attempted again, expending a substantial amount of vital energy as he stepped forward, entering the mirrored realm before him. In a flash, he appeared oddly 10 meters away once more. However, at that moment, a wave of emptiness washed over him as his vital energy was completely depleted, causing the peculiar world in his vision to vanish. You've grasped the extraordinary talent of this spirit, Ba Gu remarked enviously. Such a capability is rare in this world. You, my friend, have only just embarked on your cultivation journey and have already harnessed this power, albeit in a fragile state. Ba Gu, what just happened? What was that ability? Xiang Chen questioned in astonishment. Traversing parallel spaces, a distance of mere inches feels like an eternity. This is spatial ability, Ba Gu elucidated. Spatial ability. Crossing parallel spaces. So, I just traversed the distance between spaces? I teleported? Xiang Chen inquired, his excitement palpable. Ba Gu nodded in affirmation. You could say that. However, for such short distances, it serves little purpose. I could rupture the galaxy with a mere puff. Moreover, your current level of vital energy allows you to use it only twice. Goodness, does this mean I have shattered Einstein's theory that one must surpass the speed of light to traverse parallel spaces? Xiang Chen exclaimed in shock, realizing it contradicted everything he had learned in his previous life. Einstein? Who's that? Ba Gu asked, perplexed. Just a brilliant old man with a balding head. Xiang Chen replied with a chuckle. Ba Gu, this ability is incredibly useful. It holds great potential. He expressed his gratitude to the ever-charming, handsome, and debonair figure known as Lin Lian, as well as to Xiaohou, for unlocking the secrets within Chapter 81. Xiang Chen erupted into uncontrollable laughter, exhilarated by the newfound ability that evoked countless possibilities in his mind. In the heat of battle, employing this technique would undoubtedly catch opponents off guard, within a 10-meter radius. Who could escape unscathed? Young man, I discern your thoughts, yet I advise caution. Do not wield this formidable power in the presence of truly formidable foes, and refrain from revealing your divine soul's strength indiscriminately. There exist bizarre supernatural abilities capable of devouring one's divine talents, albeit rarely encountered. Nevertheless, your extraordinary prowess may attract the attention of ancient entities who would seek to dissect you for study, reminded the elder, Ba Gu. Understood, I shall exercise restraint. Xiang Chen nodded, recognizing that such a formidable gift should not be carelessly displayed. By the way, Ba Gu, now that my divine soul has awakened and my divine sanctuary is activated, may I finally meet Ro'er? Xiang Chen gazed at Ba Gu, longing for this encounter. To see Ro'er, you must first exert your own efforts. Channel your true energy and attune yourself to the contents of your divine sanctuary, Ba Gu instructed. Xiang Chen closed his eyes, striving to sense the treasures within his inner sanctuary. However, his true energy had been entirely depleted, leaving him unable to perceive anything. Seated in a meditative posture, he began to circulate the cultivation techniques from the sacred text of 10,000 beasts, invigorating his blood and energy. In that moment, the celestial wolf's divine soul released radiant beams of light. The ethereal essence of the lunar energy coalesced into shimmering points that entered his body with each breath, refining into delicate strands of moonlit energy. This was the lunar true qi, the energy cultivated in the first stage of the sacred text of 10,000 beasts. Known as lunar true qi, possessed a chilling attribute akin to ice, yet it was even more domineering. Once cultivated to a certain level, it could freeze the very essence of the soul, a terrifying force. As the moonlit true qi coursed through him, Xiang Chen's skin emanated a soft lunar glow, and to his astonishment, his hair began to transform. Once dark and lustrous, it gradually became translucent like frost, turning a beautiful moonlit white. The once handsome youth now bore an exotic and alluring beauty. With the emergence of true qi within his divine sanctuary, Xiang Chen discovered new insights about its internal conditions. Thanks to the presence of true qi, he could now sense and visualize his meridians and the spatial dimensions of his divine sanctuary. Within the sanctuary, aside from a silver fish pursuing the celestial wolf's divine soul, there was also a thumb-sized black cauldron. This cauldron, Xiang Chen gasped, recognizing it as the mysterious ancient vessel he had sensed in his previous consciousness exploration. Bagu, there is a cauldron within me, Xiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. I am aware. Channel your true qi into the cauldron and attempt to connect with it. Then, with your will, summon the cauldron forth from your body. Bagu responded calmly from his seat. Understood, Xiang Chen replied, channeling the lunar true qi into the cauldron. Buzz. As a result, the small cauldron unexpectedly absorbed the influx of lunar energy directed towards it. In that moment, Xiang Chen felt an inexplicable connection with the cauldron, allowing him to perceive its presence with clarity. Come forth. Xiang Chen focused all his will, commanding the cauldron to emerge. In response, a flash of light emanated. Buzz. A cauldron, the size of a fist, materialized before Xiang Chen, floating in midair, an extraordinary sight. Indeed, it could be summoned. It seemed this young lad possessed remarkable abilities. Beige observed the cauldron, his expression tinged with excitement. Xiang Chen gazed at the levitating cauldron, inspecting it in astonishment. He flicked it with his finger, producing a faint humming sound. This cauldron, diminutive and jet black, was crafted from an unknown material. Its surface was adorned with intricate, esoteric runes depicting the sun, birds, beasts, mountains, rivers, and the celestial bodies of day and night. As Xiang Chen held it in his hand, he felt no weight, an extraordinary sensation akin to air. No wonder it could float. He peered inside, only to find an abyss of darkness, with a faint glimmer resembling starlight. Grabbing his dagger, he prodded the interior. Yet the 1-foot-long dagger seemed to penetrate endlessly, as if the cauldron's depths were unfathomable. Beige, what kind of cauldron is this? Why is it within me? Xiang Chen inquired, astonished. You need not know just yet. Even if you did, it would be of no consequence. What matters is that this cauldron is extraordinary. I've been reduced to this state because of it, Beige replied, his gaze filled with resentment towards the small cauldron. What purpose does it serve? How is it related to Rower? Beige explained, this cauldron is nearly omnipotent. It can slay foes, refine treasures, concoct elixirs, and serve as a vessel for cultivation. However, given your current abilities, you may only utilize it for alchemy. Try infusing it with all your true energy. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen poured nearly all his recently cultivated lunar energy into the cauldron. Buzz. Remarkably, the small cauldron expanded, transforming from the size of a fist to that of a head, suspended within the cosmos. Now, try to move it, Beige urged. When Xiang Chen attempted to grasp the cauldron, he was astonished to find it utterly immovable, as if it weighed thousands of pounds. Summoning all his strength, he managed to shift it slightly in its suspended position. It's become incredibly heavy, Xiang Chen exclaimed. Heavy indeed. In the future, you can use it as a brick. Anyone who dares defy you will face its might, Beige quipped. However, that is not the crux of the matter. Your beloved is within the cauldron, and to rescue her, you must gather a vast amount of the soul, energy, and life essence from the demon tigers. Within this expanse, there are no fewer than several hundred demon tigers, along with a minor demon at the Yuanyang stage. If you manage to slay them all, you might just save your beloved sister. Beige's smile held an unusual quality. What does hunting so many demon tigers have to do with rescuing Rower? Can't I defeat other beasts? Xiang Chen questioned. Your beloved Rower has been transformed into an entirely different life formed by this broken cauldron. It can be considered her fortuitous destiny, certainly intertwined with the divine essence inherently concealed within her. In any case, proceed in this manner, and you shall eventually behold her. However, you may find it difficult to accept the being she has become. The elder turned and said, Youngster, I am departing. Do not presume that I will always be by your side. Your fate is not my concern. The path of the strong is fraught with tribulations, and you must navigate the perils of life and death on your own. If misfortune befalls you, I shall pay a visit to the King of Hell and ensure that in your next life, you are spared from the path of beasts. Enough of your morbid talk, Xiang Chen retorted, though the elder had already vanished from sight. Xiang Chen then gazed at the floating cauldron. "Rower, do not worry. I shall do whatever it takes to save you, no matter the cost. Do not mention a mere few hundred tiger demons. I would slay every creature in the world to rescue you," he murmured, stroking the cauldron, his eyes radiating warmth and resolve. "Why are we being targeted?" The myriad demons seemed to lament. With a thought, he drew the cauldron back into his body, where it reappeared within his spiritual abode, suspended in midair. Now reduced to the size of a thumb, Xiang Chen surveyed the tranquil forest and exhaled deeply. At that moment, a soft gurgling echoed from his stomach, a wave of intense hunger washing over him, causing his belly to ache. He had absorbed and refined all the tiger meat he had previously consumed to elevate his spiritual realm. A strand of true energy surged into his silver sky jade belt. And now, possessing true energy, he could finally utilize the belt independently, no longer reliant on the monkey or Zhao Mu for assistance. The space within the silver sky jade belt was modest, perhaps 3 to 4 cubic meters, but it was sufficient to accommodate many items. He retrieved a vial containing crimson elixirs, the chi blood pills, and consumed all 10 pills, which momentarily alleviated his hunger, though he still felt famished. Xiang Chen swallowed all the chi blood pills he had purchased, totaling 10 vials and 100 pills, all consumed to satiate his hunger. This sight would likely infuriate any martial cultivator at the spiritual realm, for these pills, worth thousands, were being used merely to fill his stomach. Once he had ingested the pills, the sensation of hunger finally dissipated, and he hastily refined the energy of the chi blood pills into his Taiyin true chi. To his astonishment, the silver fish was voraciously absorbing the energy from the chi blood pills at a terrifying rate, transforming it into strands of Taiyin true chi that swirled within Xiang Chen's body. Within mere minutes, his spiritual abode was brimming with Taiyin true chi. Unable to contain any more, while the potency of the pills continued to be refined and absorbed, releasing a vast amount of true energy that expanded Xiang Chen's spiritual abode. Goodness, could this be true? Xiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly directed the excess true energy from his spiritual abode into his spiritual veins. However, the potency of the 100 chi blood pills was overwhelming, and he had not anticipated that this little fish could assist him in such rapid refinement. A surge of true energy coursed through his body, flowing within the spiritual meridians, causing Xiang Chen to expand like a balloon. He was on the verge of exploding. "No, big head fish, cease this at once. You foul creature, you are going to kill me," Xiang Chen exclaimed. But the medicinal power had already been absorbed and refined by the silver fish, which continued to release the lunar true energy, while the moon-swallowing heavenly wolf assisted him in devouring an excess of it. "Damn it!" Xiang Chen roared in fury, hastily employing the dragon elephant fist to expel the overwhelming true energy within him. Shadows of the dragon elephant fist smashed into the surrounding trees. With resounding crashes, the thinner trees were shattered and broken under his onslaught. Having just broken through to the divine concealment realm, his foundation was unstable. Fearing that his divine concealment was not resilient enough and had not been nourished adequately by the true energy, he dared not use it to assault the second level of the realm, resorting instead to this method of release. "Curse that wretched fish, what a ridiculous divine spirit," Xiang Chen lamented, continuously venting his true energy. The fish's refining speed was utterly astonishing. He resolved never to use it casually for cultivation again. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the air as a more than 5-meter long, brilliantly patterned tiger charged forth, eyeing the tiger carcass on the ground. Then fixing its murderous gaze on Xiang Chen, brimming with rage and immense true energy. Upon seeing it, Xiang Chen's expression transformed into one of delight, and he bellowed in beastly tongue, "Indeed, I am the one who killed your mate, fierce tigress. Come for revenge. I crave the thrill of combat." The tigress, thoroughly enraged, unleashed her black, demonic aura at the second level of the divine concealment realm, pouncing directly at Xiang Chen. The demonic energy erupted from her, morphing into a massive black claw that struck towards him. Savage elephant slams the stone. Xiang Chen countered with a sweeping punch, akin to a divine elephant's trunk. Colliding with the claw, a shockwave erupted, stirring the surrounding snow. Savage elephant crumbles the mountain. Xiang Chen unleashed his lunar true energy, his entire being erupting with power. Like a charging elephant, he surged forward, tripling his speed toward the attacking tigress. With a tremendous impact, the tigress, larger than Xiang Chen, was sent flying 7 or 8 meters away, an immense force crashing into her body. She coughed up blood but rose again, roaring as she charged toward him. No need for lethal techniques. The battle raged on between man and beast in the forest. Xiang Chen bore several lacerations from the tigress's claws. After half an hour of fierce combat, with numerous trees felled, the tigress finally let out a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground, blood spurting from her mouth. Her internal organs had been shattered. "My goodness, sister, your stamina is astonishing. You are far stronger than your mate." "Indeed, female tigers are more formidable." Xiang Chen gasped heavily. Thoroughly exhausted after the prolonged struggle, yet the tumultuous true energy within him had finally subsided. At this moment, the mother demon tiger wept softly as she crawled towards the lifeless body of the male tiger. Once beside him, she lay quietly, awaiting the inevitable extinguishment of her own life force. Upon witnessing this poignant scene, Xiang Chen sighed. Who could claim that demon beasts are devoid of emotion? Even in death, they wish to depart together. There exists a bond, a sentiment among animals and demon beasts alike. Yet, beasts remain beasts, and demons remain demons, while some individuals, at times, are not truly human. Xiang Chen lamented, "I did not intend to slay your mate. Your husband compelled me to act. I had no choice, however. In order to save my dear rower, I must take action against you. I cannot allow you to escape unscathed, but I will strive to ease your suffering. I shall ensure that you are interred together." With that, Xiang Chen approached, wielding a dagger that he plunged into the heart of the demon tiger, rendering her lifeless. As he prepared to summon the little cauldron, his expression suddenly shifted. The true energy within him surged tumultuously. "This is bad. A breakthrough is imminent." His countenance darkened. He was uncertain whether his current level of cultivation could withstand the impending upheaval. Boom! Within the sanctum of his spirit, the true energy surged in all directions. And with a crack, the space expanded momentarily, the flowing essence of the Taiyin becoming more abundant and powerful. He had broken through to the second level of the spirit. Overwhelmed with astonishment and joy, Xiang Chen reveled in his newfound prowess. In a single day, he had not only established his spirit, but also advanced to the second level. What an extraordinary pace of cultivation. It felt as if he were riding a rocket. Chapter 83. Searching for Xiang Chen after his elation. Xiang Chen summoned the silver-headed fish and playfully kissed it, laughing heartily. "Oh, fish, you are my extraordinary artifact. From this moment forth, we shall defy the heavens and vanquish all demon, ghost, and divine entities together." Just moments ago, he had been unaware of the audacious remarks made about him. In high spirits, he turned his gaze back to the body of the mother demon tiger before summoning the little cauldron, which floated above the tiger's corpse. As Xiang Chen infused his true energy into the cauldron, it radiated a brilliant light, enveloping the tiger's remains. Within the carcass, a surge of vital blood essence transformed into a crimson vapor that flowed into the cauldron, alongside the soul power of the demon tiger, which was also absorbed. After the cauldron had assimilated the vital essence and soul energy from the tigeress body, Xiang Chen finally stowed it away, picking up his dagger to dissect the tiger's flesh and consume its meat. However, the energy within the meat, having been drained of its essence, was now faint. He could only extract the residual demonic energy contained within. In adherence to the admirable tradition of not wasting resources, Xiang Chen devoured every morsel of the tiger meat until he felt a profound sense of satisfaction and fullness. Subsequently, he dug a deep pit and buried the two tiger corpses together. After interring them, Xiang Chen retrieved his Dragon K demon blade, preparing to depart from this place. Given that this was the territory of the two tigers, it was likely devoid of other tiger demons. It is worth mentioning that after his significant advancement in cultivation, Xiang Chen's strength had grown considerably. He now possessed the might of 7 tigers, approximately 7,000 pounds. Thus, wielding the weighty Dragon K demon blade, which exceeded 1,000 pounds, felt significantly more manageable. After departing from this location, Xiang Chen felt the formidable power of the moon-eating heavenly wolf spirit awakening within him, significantly enhancing his senses of smell, hearing, and sight. He could detect various scents within a radius of several miles, allowing him to discern the presence of any demon tigers nearby. After wandering for over an hour, Xiang Chen finally picked up on the trail of a demon tiger. By analyzing the scent, he determined it to be a demon tiger of the minor celestial level, likely within the third realm. He promptly followed the scent in pursuit of the creature. Indeed, after 7 or 8 minutes, he arrived before an excavated cave, the air thick with the scent of demon tigers, indicating it was likely a tiger den. The young man brandished his blade and ventured into the tiger's lair alone. Meanwhile, on the main road leading into the Demon Mist Mountains, over 100 individuals marched purposefully toward their destination. A burly man surged ahead, emanating waves of innate true energy, moving with remarkable speed. Upon closer inspection, a menacing tattoo resembling a black python coiled around his neck, and his eyes glimmered with a cold, serpentine light. "Captain, do you truly believe that lad is within the Demon Mist Mountains?" inquired a slender man trailing closely beside him. Xiang Chen is said to possess merely the physique realm of cultivation. Does he really dare to enter the Demon Mist Mountains with such meager power? The innkeeper would not deceive me. Since they have come to Lanzhai, they must intend to enter the Demon Mist Mountains. Moreover, that young man is accompanied by Xiahou Wu, who, despite his youth, is reputed to be a fifth realm expert. It is unlikely they will encounter any trouble within a few thousand miles of the mountains, the burly man replied coldly, revealing his identity as Haima, the leader of the Black Python mercenary group. Hee, that lad's head is worth 100,000 gold coins. Killing him would make us wealthy, the thin man sneered. I have been expelled from the Xiang family and have little to lose, but we must not touch Xiahou Wu. I have no desire to be hunted down by the Xiahou royal family, Haima stated icily. I understand. We would not dare provoke him, Wang Ya, the slender man, responded. Soon, this formidable group reached the entrance of the Demon Mist Mountains. Stop, Haima commanded, raising his hand, causing the 160 to 70 individuals to halt. We shall camp here. Wang Ya, take 10 squads of brothers. Bring tracking hounds into the mountains to locate Xiang Chen. Upon encountering him, strike directly to kill, understood? Haima continued. I will remain here with the others to guard the entrance to Lanzhai and prevent that little beast from escaping. Understood, Captain, Wang Ya replied. Selecting 100 mercenaries, all true martial practitioners of the celestial realm, dividing them into 10 squads. Each squad was equipped with a powerful black hunting dog, 2 archers, and 8 true martial practitioners. Wang Ya produced a garment that belonged to Xiang Chen, recognizing its significance. The trained tracking dogs approached, sniffing the garment to memorize its scent. Into the mountains, Wang Ya exclaimed as 10 mercenary squads, comprising approximately 100 individuals accompanied by tracking dogs, surged into the vast mountain forest. Dispersing in various directions in search of their quarry, time seemed to stand still in the mountains, where the passage of days was imperceptible, and the practice of cultivation was a lengthy endeavor. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed, during which Xiang Chen had vanquished no fewer than 10 demon tigers. The thunderous roar of cascading water echoed from afar, where a small pool lay beneath a waterfall towering over 20 meters high. There, a snow-haired youth stood, clad only in shorts. Upon a set of sharpened plum blossom stakes positioned beneath the waterfall, he braced himself against the colossal force of the falling water, burdened by the weight of the Dragon K demon blade on his back, while wielding a massive wooden sword in his hands. He deftly maneuvered, gathering his vital energy beneath his feet. A swirl of lunar energy enveloped the wooden sword as he struck at the cascading water, yet he was unable to release any blade energy. Throughout these 10 days, he had discovered this waterfall and affixed the plum blossom stakes to practice the Jinghong body technique, which necessitated the use of sharp stakes that offered no opportunity for prolonged support. This was indeed a fundamental requirement of the Jinghong technique. Concurrently, he crafted this wooden sword to train in the Ba Dao Ju. The rationale was straightforward. The Dragon K demon blade was far too heavy for him to wield effectively. Furthermore, the first level of the Ba Dao Ju, the draw the blade to sever the flow, required the ability to cleave through the waterfall with a wooden sword, striking the rocks beyond to cultivate the formidable energy of the Ba Dao. Suddenly, Xiang Chen lost his footing and was swept off the precarious stake, plummeting more than 10 meters into the water below. Just before he submerged, he pressed his foot against the water's surface, channeling lunar energy through the surrounding meridians. With a resounding cry reminiscent of a swan, a white surge of true energy coalesced, unleashing a powerful repulsive force. Utilizing this newfound strength, he leapt once more, his right foot finding purchase in the air, and with another cry, he summoned a second shadow of the swan, propelling himself upwards over 10 meters to land on a nearby stake, free from the waterfall's tumult. Ah, Xiang Chen exclaimed, regaining control of his balance. If Yin Hong were to witness this spectacle, he would surely be astounded, his very spirit rising from the earth in disbelief. Could it be that this fellow, having practiced the Jinghong technique for only 10 days, had already achieved a significant breakthrough? At that moment, as if to seize the opportunity, Xiang Chen, while perched on the stake, swung the wooden sword, delivering a decisive strike. In an instant, the lunar energy surrounding the wooden sword erupted, manifesting as a faint black blade of light that cleaved through the air with overwhelming force. The waterfall was struck by this ethereal blade energy, exploding with a resounding boom as it sliced through the thick curtain of water, carving a fissure into the rock wall behind. However, the wooden sword could not withstand the force of the impact, shattering with a loud crack. The explosive force sent Xiang Chen tumbling from the plum blossom stake, plunging headfirst into the water with a resounding splash. The weight of the Dragon K demon blade dragged him down to the depths of the pool, 2 or 3 meters below the surface. Emerging from the water, Xiang Chen erupted into laughter. The Ba Dao Ju, I have finally mastered it. Climbing onto the shore, he gasped for breath. His spiritual strength was remarkably potent, and his comprehension was astonishing. Perhaps it was due to his practice of the heavenly revival scripture, which had rendered him intimately familiar with the human meridians, allowing him to swiftly grasp the nuances of the Jinghong body technique and the Ba Dao Ju, mastering the flow of true energy with remarkable speed. After emerging from the pool, Xiang Chen drew the Dragon K demon blade from his back. As the blade was unsheathed, it emanated a swirling, dark crimson aura that exuded an intimidating presence. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Chen infused the blade with his Taiyin True Qi. With a swift motion, a sharp, dark blade of energy cleaved towards the waterfall. With a thunderous crash, the waterfall split apart, and the resulting splashes were instantly frozen into icy shards by a chilling force. The blade's energy struck the rocks behind the waterfall, creating a fissure over 1 meter long and half a foot deep. The power of this strike surpassed that of a wooden sword by more than 10-fold. Goodness! Xiang Chen exclaimed with delight. If this were to strike a person, it could undoubtedly cleave them in two. Witnessing this spectacle, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Filled with joy, at last, he had made progress in mastering the dominant blade technique, reaching a novice level of proficiency. However, this single strike consumed 1/10 of his true qi, a considerable expenditure. Ahead lay the second stage, the training of the crumbling mountain. Xiang Chen mused. The second stage of the dominant blade technique was even more demanding, requiring one to shatter a small rocky hill with a wooden sword. Just then, a rumble of hunger echoed from his stomach, urging him to hunt the head tiger. Today, he had no intention of continuing his training. After donning his attire, he slung the Dragon K demon blade over his shoulder and ventured into the woods in search of the demon tiger. He wondered how that monkey was faring. It had been 10 days since he last saw the monkey, and he felt a flicker of nostalgia and concern. Little did he know, Xiahou Wu had been sent flying by a kick from the 8 brothers to an unknown location. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in a mountain range, a thunderous sound reverberated. Roar! The roar shook the forest as a 3-meter-tall giant ape, covered in silver fur, swung its fists, unleashing a formidable demonic aura while battling a robust young man. This was indeed a silverback demon ape at the 8th level of the divine concealment realm. With a resounding thud, the young man was struck by a punch, propelled 5 to 6 meters back, crashing into a large tree, his internal energy in turmoil. Come again, Xiahou Wu roared, unleashing a burst of golden true qi that erupted from him, delivering a punch akin to artillery fire towards the silverback demon ape. His energy at the 6th level of the divine concealment realm. The silverback demon ape's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this human endure such blows? Its punch could crush steel. Yet, this young man had withstood 7 or 8 of its punches and remained lively. His resilience was astonishing, surpassing even that of the beast itself. The silverback demon ape bellowed, gathering all its demonic energy into its fists, condensing its power. Resembling a small tank charging towards Xiahou Wu, the two engaged in a fierce battle, clashing relentlessly within the forest. As for Xiang Chen, he faced a formidable opponent. Before him stood a tiger beast, 2 meters tall, not including its tail, and measuring 5 to 6 meters in length. Its entire body covered in solid yellow fur devoid of patterns. Its upper jaw bore exceptionally sharp, elongated saber teeth, reminiscent of 2 gleaming swords protruding from its mouth. The saber-toothed demon tiger. Xiang Chen's gaze turned icy, his expression grave. This saber-toothed demon tiger emanated a demonic aura at the third level of the divine concealment realm. Moreover, the saber-toothed demon tiger stands as one of the more formidable breeds among demon tigers, its malevolent energy coalescing into a blade-like essence akin to human swordsmanship, granting it a formidable slashing capability. The saber-toothed demon tiger emitted a low growl, circling around Xiang Chen, its icy gaze fixed upon him. Not far behind, on a tree trunk thick enough for several men to embrace, there sprouted a palm-sized wood mushroom, radiating a verdant luminescence and exuding a fragrant medicinal aroma. Long-toothed cat, come forth. Allow me to impart a lesson, Xiang Chen growled softly, provoking the saber-toothed demon tiger. The creature paused, then erupted in fury. Long-toothed cat? Human, are you courting death? It roared at Xiang Chen. Do not be so uncouth. I too am a demon, a human demon, or rather, a demon-human. We are all demons here. If a fight is to ensue, let us first eliminate the outsiders and discuss matters, Xiang Chen replied in the beast tongue. Brother, what on earth is that fellow doing? Barking at the saber-toothed demon tiger? Could they be communicating? From a thicket over 20 meters away, two figures concealed themselves. They were men clad in leather armor, their bodies smeared with a special sap to mask their presence. They appeared to be adventurers, perhaps seekers of medicinal herbs. Who knows? Yet, among humans, only beast tamers possess knowledge of the beast tongue. This boy seems unlikely to be one. Regardless, when the tiger and he clash, we shall seize that precious mushroom. Haha, perhaps we might even benefit from their conflict. Did you see that white-haired lad's belt? That is a silver jade belt, undoubtedly belonging to a wealthy scion out on a trial. When they are both weakened, we shall strike and claim all three benefits. One adventurer chuckled coldly. Despite the saber-toothed demon tiger being at the third level of the divine concealment realm, its combat prowess rivals that of a fourth-level true martial practitioner among humans. That youth appears too young. He is likely no match, remarked the other. Silence. Observe, the battle is imminent. The two men quieted, their eyes fixated on the confrontation between man and tiger. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the saber-toothed demon tiger pivoted and charged furiously towards them, leaping several meters. Its claw charged with malevolent energy, springing forth over 10 meters directly at their hiding place. The two men were startled, failing to react in time. And only when the tiger was upon them did their expressions shift dramatically. This is bad. We've been discovered. Boom. The massive paw of the tiger, imbued with terrifying force, descended with catastrophic intent. One man, slow to react, was crushed beneath the paw as it obliterated the thicket, his head exploding with a resounding pop. My chance at gaining the upper hand is not so easily attained. Many thanks to Xiang Chen and to Director Ding for the unsealing. It seems Director Ding has also perused October's summit, Shura, and this is the third installment. I am grateful for the enduring companionship and wish for prosperous business and good health. Chapter 85. Discovery of movement. At that moment, Xiang Chen let out a cold chuckle, his foot striking the ground as a surge of true energy erupted forth. With the dragon desolate demon blade strapped to his back, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards the fray. The other man, stunned, was splattered with blood as he regained his senses, retreating swiftly and unleashing the true energy of the third level of the divine concealment realm, leaping backwards to escape. The saber-toothed tiger roared and leapt forward, charging at another individual who, in a state of sheer terror, turned to flee. At the brink of life and death, this person unleashed their full potential, their speed astonishingly swift, momentarily leaving the saber-toothed tiger in a state of bewilderment. It appeared that this individual's latent abilities only manifested in the direst of circumstances. Long-toothed cat, it is our turn now. Charge. At this moment, Xiang Chen surged towards the saber-toothed tiger, enveloped in a layer of true energy that congealed into the spectral form of an ancient dragon elephant, his entire being propelled by an overwhelming force akin to 10,000 pounds. The saber-toothed tiger, having just turned, was brutally struck by Xiang Chen's elbow at its flank, all of his might converging in that singular impact. The collision resonated like a thunderclap. The saber-toothed tiger was sent flying as if struck by a tank, crashing into a large tree with a resounding thud, the sound of cracking ribs echoing as it was propelled 6 meters away, the tree swaying violently from the force. Spitting blood, the saber-toothed tiger staggered to its feet, its gaze filled with unbridled fury directed at Xiang Chen. With a furious roar, it gathered its demonic energy, expelling a golden sword aura over a meter long towards Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen deftly dodged, leaping aside as the sword aura cleaved into a tree, penetrating over a foot deep into the trunk with its razor-sharp edge. Roaring once more, the saber-toothed tiger charged forward, though its speed was hindered by its injuries. Lacking the swiftness it once possessed, it unleashed a claw imbued with sharp, demonic energy, striking out to release 4 sword auras, each over a foot long, towards Xiang Chen. Surging step, Xiang Chen tapped his toes, unleashing true energy from his feet, coalescing into a swift shadow of a swallow. His speed more than doubling as he soared into the air, evading the sword auras. Then, with a second leap, he propelled himself back towards the saber-toothed tiger, his left leg swelling with power, resembling that of a mighty elephant, combined with the weight of the dragon blade upon his back, descending with tremendous force. Divine elephant stomp. With a resounding crash, his leg struck the tigeress back. Crack! The saber-toothed tiger emitted a mournful cry as its spine shattered beneath the ferocity of the blow, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing forth as its insides ruptured. The saber-toothed tiger convulsed, struggling to rise on its limbs, yet with its spine broken, standing was impossible, and it continued to howl in despair. Xiang Chen's martial arts, coupled with his agile movements, displayed a breathtaking combat finesse. Perhaps some individuals are indeed born for battle. Against this saber-toothed tiger, he hadn't even unsheathed his blade or utilized his divine spirit. It was unfathomable to consider the realm of adversaries he could confront should he unleash his full prowess. I apologize, but your blood and death may grant the rebirth of Rower. I have no other choice. Xiang Chen stood before the saber-toothed tiger, sighing, feigning sympathy with a hint of reluctance. Yet, when the time came to roast the tiger's meat, the aroma would be utterly irresistible, rendering any semblance of compassion utterly meaningless. A dagger pierced the cranium of the saber-toothed demon tiger, and as it grasped the creature's agony, Xiang Chen summoned a small cauldron to absorb the essence of life and soul power from the beast. Approaching a particular wood fungus that radiated a verdant glow, adorned with 5 distinct celestial patterns, he mused upon its value. This 5th-grade treasure was worth 1,000 gold coins. He carefully stowed it within his silver and jade belt. Considering it an unexpected boon, it seemed prudent to dedicate time to honing his alchemical skills. Having cultivated genuine qi, he could now, according to the alchemical formulas in the sacred scripture of returning heaven, conjure the 3 flavors of true fire for his elixirs. The 3 flavors of true fire represented the pinnacle of flame below the Yang Yuan realm, serving as invaluable tools for both alchemy and combat. With the treasure secured, Xiang Chen then proceeded to carve the tiger's meat, gathering some firewood to kindle a bonfire. He erected a makeshift wooden rack and placed the dissected saber-toothed demon tiger, its skin stripped and innards removed, upon it to roast. Not being in a critical phase of ascension, Xiang Chen preferred cooked meals. Despite his existence as a demon in this life, his heart and character remained distinctly human. Regrettably, he lamented his lack of seasoning. Had he known, he would have brought cumin, salt, Sichuan pepper, chili powder, ginger, and garlic along for the journey. He gazed at the tiger meat sizzling and oozing with oil, releasing a tantalizing aroma, and sighed inwardly, feeling its appeal was somewhat diminished. Taking out a jar of fine wine, he brushed it over the meat, enhancing its fragrance. He then tore off a piece of the tiger meat, indulging in a leisurely meal while sipping wine. Meanwhile, in the woods over 10 miles away, a group of 10 figures wandered aimlessly, with one leading a black tracking hound. "Captain, do you think that brat might have fallen prey to the mountain's beasts?" inquired the man with the dog, addressing a youth clad in wolfskin attire, wielding a long knife and clearing branches. This young man, Zhang Feng, was a formidable practitioner at the 5th level of the divine concealment realm, commanding a group of 9 individuals ranging from the 1st to the 5th level. Ordinary folk, often lacking in martial prowess, resources, and talent, faced slow progress in their cultivation. Some true martial practitioners might even perish without ever breaking through to the innate realm. Those who harbored little hope for a bright future in cultivation typically sought enjoyment instead, completing mercenary tasks for coin, preferring the delights of fine taverns and gentle brothels over the arduous path of martial advancement. What brings that brat to the demon mist mountains, causing us such distress? Keep your eyes peeled for venomous snakes, Zhang Feng scolded. Just then, the black tracking hound suddenly barked fervently, pulling its handler toward a particular direction. Captain, Ergo has made a discovery. It has picked up Xiang Chen's trail, exclaimed the dog handler, excitement evident in his voice. The others' faces lit up with joy, and Zhang Feng laughed heartily. At last, that little beast has been found. Quiet down, Ergo, and lead us there. Haha. A bounty of 100,000 gold coins awaits us. The dog handler immediately released the hound, which raced off in a particular direction, with the 10 individuals closely following. Chapter 86, Lone Combat. Xiang Chen remained oblivious to the impending crisis, having consumed 200 pounds of meat, only now feeling a sense of fullness in his belly. With a contented burp, the youth leaned against the trunk of a tree, his stomach round and taut, his eyes half closed. Although he was in the mountains, this place was far removed from the clamor of the world. Each day was spent vanquishing minor demons and immersing himself in cultivation, a lifestyle that easily fostered a tranquil state of mind. Naturally, as a creature of the forest, he felt inherently at home, experiencing no discomfort, and his keen senses allowed him to detect danger ahead of time, keeping his heart at ease. There is a presence nearby. Xiang Chen frowned, suddenly inhaling the scents in the air. It was not just one. He immediately pressed his ear to the ground, where he could hear footsteps approaching from 4 miles away. Moonwatcher. Xiang Chen summoned his innate ability as a moon-devouring celestial wolf, and in an instant, his eyes radiated a brilliant light, resembling 2 golden moons, rendering the trees within a radius of several kilometers ephemeral. He soon discerned 10 figures surging forward, brimming with vital energy, hastening toward his location. Are they mercenary adventurers? Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he noted their clear intention to approach him, heightening his vigilance. Before long, after 7 or 8 minutes, the group emerged from the thicket. Woof! The hound barked incessantly, its tail wagging excitedly. As Zhang Feng and the others arrived, they were met with the sight of a campfire in the clearing, with roasted meat skewered over the flames. Upon examining the remains and the flayed hide, they recognized the creature as a saber-toothed demon tiger, a beast that had been slain. Be cautious, that scoundrel may be nearby, Zhang Feng remarked while surveying the surroundings. Woof woof. Suddenly, the hound, Ergo, began to bark furiously at a massive tree. Up in the tree, exclaimed the dog handler in alarm. Everyone immediately looked up towards the large tree. There, amidst the branches, a figure was discernible. Perched over 10 meters high. Fire! Zhang Feng commanded sharply. 2 archers swiftly knocked their arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a single draw, 6 arrows were unleashed toward the figure in the tree. Bang! A branch as thick as a wrist was shattered, and the arrows struck the figure, causing leaves to cascade down. Subsequently, a piece of clothing plummeted, riddled with several large holes. It's just clothing. Zhang Feng's expression darkened. At that moment, a commanding voice erupted from another tree. With a whoosh, a figure descended from the sky, unleashing a chilling wave of lunar energy from its legs, aiming directly at the heads of the 2 archers. The 2 turned in horror, their faces paling, just as the powerful feet descended upon them. Crack! Crack! Their necks were instantly broken, their skulls crushed with a resounding thud, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. In an instant, the 2 met a gruesome demise. After dispatching the 2, Xiang Chen rolled upon landing and swiftly propelled himself forward with a surge of true energy, covering a distance of more than 10 meters. Wang Ma Luhai? The expressions of the other 8 men shifted dramatically, and they erupted in cries of horror as they beheld the gruesome sight. Both individuals lay lifeless, their necks shattered and heads split open, eyes wide in their death throes. You wretched beasts! The 8 roared, their gazes directed toward the distant figure of Xiang Chen, whose hounds barked incessantly. Xiang Chen's countenance was frigid as he inquired, Who are you? Why have you come to kill me? Indeed, it is he, Xiang Chen. One among them shouted furiously, Xiang Chen, you dare to slay my brother. Zhang Feng's eyes widened in rage. Oh, so you are familiar with me, knowing me yet wishing to end my life. Let me guess, are you sent by the Wang clan, or that vile Lin Lian? Xiang Chen sneered, his gaze appraising the 8 men while he bore the dragon-quelling demon sword. Ask the king of hell instead. Brothers, slay him and avenge Wang Ma Lu Hai. Zhang Feng bellowed. Kill. With a unified roar, the 7 men unleashed their true energy from within, brandishing swords and knives as they advanced menacingly towards Xiang Chen. To attempt my life? Perfect. It has been many days since I last engaged in combat. Xiang Chen chuckled coldly, his foot striking the ground as he charged at the 7 assailants. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of yellow true energy that cleaved through the air. Xiang Chen, akin to a dancer on a plum blossom stake, artfully tilted his body at a 30-degree angle, evading the strike. In an instant, he surged forward, channeling his true energy into a punch imbued with the essence of the Taiyin. Mighty Elephant Stone Smash. The force of his punch manifested as a long, dragon-like trunk that struck fiercely against the neck of the second-tier swordsman. Crack! The swordsman screamed in agony as his neck was grotesquely broken, his body sent hurtling away, lifeless. Kill! A flicker of sword light appeared as another swordsman thrust forth a blade, releasing 3 feet of sword energy aimed at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, concentrating his true energy, shattered the incoming attack with a single punch, merely leaving a blemish of blood on his knuckles without breaking the skin. Surging swallow step, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a dragon-like force, doubling his speed as he countered the approaching sword with a deft punch, followed by a devastating elbow strike to the opponent's chest. Crack! Bang! The man's scream echoed as he spewed blood, resembling a creature struck by a rhinoceros, his chest caving in, ribs shattered, and internal organs ravaged by the penetrating true energy. 2 men lay dead. You little scoundrel, I will take your life. A burly man roared, wielding a long knife infused with the true energy of the 4th layer of the divine concealment realm, striking fiercely at Xiang Chen. The blade was swift and formidable. Xiang Chen's expression shifted slightly as he leapt, ascending 7 or 8 meters into the air. Swish! The knife descended, carving a 2-meter gash into the ground, creating a crater. In midair, what an opportunity! Unleash your true energy, Zhang Feng commanded. The 5 men on the ground immediately swung their weapons. 5 streams of blade energy shooting towards Xiang Chen in the air. Originally unable to evade, Xiang Chen took a decisive step, gathering his true energy into the stunning swallow's shadow, propelling himself 7 or 8 meters away, landing atop a tree, evading the lethal blade energy aimed at him. How is this possible? What kind of movement technique is this? The mercenaries stared in astonishment. Bang! At that moment, Xiang Chen stepped forward, resembling a cannonball launching from a tree. As he soared through the air, he executed a swift move akin to a startled swan, doubling his speed in an instant. His fist transformed into the shadow of a dragon, crashing down upon a mercenary. This mercenary, at the 3rd level of the divine concealment realm, roared fiercely as he swung his blade, creating a thunderous sound as the blade's energy collided with Xiang Chen's dragon fist, unleashing a shockwave that reverberated through the air. You little beast, die? With this strike, he cleaved through Xiang Chen's fist energy, directing his blade towards the advancing Xiang Chen. In response, Xiang Chen finally grasped the dragon's edged demon blade at his back, swinging it down with tremendous force. The clash of blades echoed, yet an overwhelming, unresisting force surged forth, severing the mercenary's strike. Xiang Chen's dragon's edge descended relentlessly upon his head. The mercenary's blood erupted in a violent spray as his body was cleaved in 2, crimson splattering onto the young man's form, staining his snow-white hair. This execution left the onlookers in shock. Although the mercenary at the 4th level of the divine concealment realm was similarly stunned, his fury remained undiminished as he charged at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen hastily raised his blade to defend, but the opponent had already gathered energy for a second strike, unleashing a powerful punch that struck Xiang Chen with brutal force. With a sound of impact, Xiang Chen staggered back, his internal energy in turmoil, sustaining internal injuries. You little wretch, perish! The burly mercenary, at the 4th level, surged forward with his blade, launching a swift thrust towards Xiang Chen's chest. In a deft motion, Xiang Chen produced and hurled a medicinal pellet at the assailant. With a loud bang, the pellet exploded, releasing corrosive powder that enveloped the mercenary. This concoction was specifically designed for such treacherous encounters. Xiang Chen was never one to adhere to honorable combat. The mercenary screamed in agony as the powder invaded his eyes, instantly rendering them swollen and bloodshot. His cries echoing as he lost focus on his attack. Xiang Chen easily evaded, stepping forward to unleash his energy, delivering a diagonal slash with his blade. The knife pierced flesh with a sickening sound, the terrifying dragon's edge cutting through the mercenary's side, cleaving him in half, blood gushing forth. The mercenary's upper body writhed on the ground, still alive, evoking sheer horror. Suddenly, 3 arrows whizzed through the air with astonishing speed. Xiang Chen's expression shifted as he quickly dodged, yet he was a heartbeat too late, managing to evade only 2 of the arrows. One arrow struck him fiercely in the chest, piercing skin and flesh, embedding itself into his sternum, blood erupting forth, a searing pain radiating through his torso. Xiang Chen staggered back, struggling to maintain his footing. Zhang Feng, who had remained composed until now, picked up a bow and aimed at Xiang Chen. His face turned ashen as he surveyed the scene of carnage, a fierce fire igniting in his eyes. 6 members of his 10-man squad had been slain by Xiang Chen in a mere moment, each brother falling to various tactics. How could he remain calm? "You little beast. Die!" Zhang Feng roared, knocking 3 sharp arrows, his vital energy swirling as he drew his bow, unleashing a trio of arrow lights that swiftly targeted Xiang Chen. Moon-gazing eye. Activate. Xiang Chen bellowed within, the essence of the moon-swallowing heavenly wolf merging with his body in an instant, causing his form to expand. Sharp claws emerging as his vital energy surged, more than doubling in ferocity. Within his moon-gazing eye, the 3 arrows, previously lightning fast, now appeared almost languid. Like a wraith, Xiang Chen evaded with ethereal grace, the arrows whizzing past him without finding their mark. How is this possible? The sight of Xiang Chen dodging the 3 arrows left Zhang Feng in disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Finish him," Zhang Feng bellowed, snapping the others, who had been momentarily stunned by Xiang Chen's earlier assault, back to reality, their gritted teeth urging them to charge with swords drawn. Yet, Xiang Chen turned and fled. There were still 4 adversaries, the leader a formidable expert at the 5th level of the divine concealment realm. Coupled with the threat of arrows, he dared not linger. Stowing the dragon-quelling demon blade within his silver-spaced jade belt, he unleashed the ethereal steps of the flying swallow, his speed astonishing as he dashed into the forest. "Pursue!" Zhang Feng shouted, his voice laced with fury. "We must kill him." The 4 men hastened after him, while a hunting dog mournfully whined by the corpse of its slain master, reluctant to abandon its side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another volley of arrows was loosed. Xiang Chen's wolf-like ears perked up as he leapt onto another tree. The explosive sounds of arrows striking echoing in the air as his previous perch was riddled with gaping holes. Freed from the burden of the dragon-quelling demon blade, and propelled by the flying swallow steps, he quickly widened the distance, plunging into the dense woodland. How careless! As he fled, Xiang Chen removed the arrow lodged in his chest. Fortunately, his body had been fortified by the tiger demon's essence, rendering his bones and muscles exceptionally resilient. The arrow had struck his chest bone but failed to penetrate. Had it pierced, he would have been mortally wounded. With a sudden burst of speed, he soared forward, covering over 10 meters in an instant. Without the weight of the dragon-quelling demon blade, he could now move at twice his previous velocity. "Curse it! How can this little brat be so fast?" Zhang Feng growled, his expression darkening as Xiang Chen's form became nearly obscured by the trees. "Captain, the intel was incorrect. Were we not informed that Xiang Chen was merely at the body refinement realm?" A mercenary of the 3rd level of divine concealment exclaimed in terror. Zhang Feng's face darkened further as he roared. "How was I to know the information was flawed? This was provided by the Lin Wangfei of the Xiang Wangfu. Damn that wretched woman. Her erroneous intel has cost us 6 brothers. It seems capturing that brat is now an arduous task. Captain, we should signal to gather the other brothers from the mountains for a coordinated assault." The man glanced at the now-vanished silhouette of Xiang Chen within the thick forest. Realizing that solo glory was no longer feasible, they would need to summon additional hunting teams to deal with this little beast. As Zhang Feng spoke, he extracted a signal rocket from the quiver he had picked up. He ignited it with his vital energy, sending it soaring into the sky above the forest. Whoosh! A resounding sound pierced the sky as an arrow soared hundreds of meters upwards, followed by a thunderous explosion. The dazzling crimson fireworks erupted in the evening sky, creating a swirling mist of red that coalesced into a cloud. An arrow piercing the clouds heralds the arrival of countless troops. Within 100 miles, 2 search teams, upon witnessing the blossoming fireworks and the crimson clouds, were filled with elation. "We have found Xiang Chen. Let us hasten," they exclaimed, excitement palpable. 10,000 gold coins await us. The 2 teams, positioned at different locales, rushed towards the source simultaneously. After launching the arrow, Zhang Feng prudently discharged 2 more piercing arrows for assurance. The 4 individuals remained uncertain of Xiang Chen's escape route and refrained from reckless pursuit. "Let us wait here for the other teams," Once our comrades arrive, this rascal is doomed, Zhang Feng declared, descending from the treetop to the forest floor. The group treaded cautiously through the woods, vigilant of their surroundings as they awaited the arrival of their companions. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as the leaves on the ground exploded, and a figure emerged from beneath the thick foliage, wielding a blade aimed menacingly at Zhang Feng. Chapter 88. The Lurker. Xiang Chen lay concealed merely 5 meters away from Zhang Feng, a distance ample enough for this ambush to deliver a fatal strike. Blade severing technique. Draw the blade to cut the flow. With a swift motion, the 1.8-meter-long long K demon blade unleashed a whisper of dark blade energy, slicing through the air. In an instant, it traversed the 5-meter gap. No. Zhang Feng's heart raced, icy terror coursing through him. It was too late to react. The blade energy cleaved mercilessly into his chest. Blood erupted, and even with protective energy, Zhang Feng was hurled backward, his chest gaping, blood spilling forth. He was nearly cleaved in two. Captain! The other 3 were struck dumb, their cries echoing in horror. With a graceful step, Xiang Chen advanced. His movements akin to a startled swan, covering 10 meters in an instant, delivering a brutal thrust towards Zhang Feng. The blade, almost straight, plunged deep into Zhang Feng's chest. And with a sickening sound, it pierced through, pinning him against a large tree. Zhang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, blood gushing from his mouth as he gazed at the young man, a decade his junior, before him. An icy pain coursed through him, vitality waning. The youth's expression remained cold, his dark, golden eyes devoid of mercy. Zhang Feng's essence, his life force, and soul were consumed by the long K-demon blade, leaving him a mere desiccated husk. Captain! Flee! This boy is too terrifying. The remaining 3, paralyzed with fear, turned and fled. Too terrified to seek vengeance for Zhang Feng. Xiang Chen drew a precious crossbow from his waist, aiming at the trio, exposing their backs to him, and released the trigger. Whoosh! 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 3 agonized screams reverberated through the forest as 2 individuals were struck in the back, the bolts piercing their bodies and embedding in the tree trunks. They collapsed, lifeless, their hearts pierced from behind. One man writhed on the ground, wailing in agony. His hind leg pierced and shattered by a bolt shot from Xiang Chen's crossbow. He collapsed, clutching his leg and crying out in despair. Xiang Chen drew the dragon-quelling demon blade and approached the mercenary, intentionally sparing his life. No, please, don't kill me. Spare me, spare me. The man pleaded, tears and snot streaming down his face as he gazed up at Xiang Chen, who, with his crystalline snow-white hair, appeared more terrifying than any demon in that moment. Xiang Chen pressed the blade against the man's neck, the weight of the dragon-quelling demon blade severing the trapezius muscle at his shoulder. Blood spurting forth as the man screamed in pain, begging for mercy. I ask you, who are you? Why do you wish to kill me? Who sent you? How many more wish to see me dead? Xiang Chen inquired coldly. Please spare me. I swear, we bear no grudge against you. We were merely following orders. Forced into this situation. The man cried. Enough with the nonsense. Answer my questions, Xiang Chen barked. Yes, yes. I will tell you everything. We belong to the Black Python mercenary group, and it was our leader's command to kill you. We were tasked by the renowned Xiang family. Lady Lin from the Xiang Wangfu. The man confessed desperately. Lin Lian, so it is that wretched woman. It seems she has been keeping tabs on me, Xiang Chen scoffed. Already suspecting the truth. Either it was Wang Ying's doing or that of Lady Lin, with the latter being the more likely culprit. Is there more? What is the background of your Black Python mercenary group? How many of you are there plotting my demise? Xiang Chen pressed further. We are one of the largest mercenary groups around Lanjai, boasting about 200 members in total. This time, 150 have come, including our leader, who personally dispatched 10 teams to search for you. We are one of those teams, the man explained. What is the strength of your leader? Xiang Chen furrowed his brow. Our leader, Black Python, is a formidable warrior of the innate realm, possessing divine spirit and immense power. He has sealed off several entrances from the demon fog mountains to Lanjai with his men, the man divulged. Were the arrows you shot earlier a signal for others? Indeed. How many are coming? I do not know, but any squad that sees the signal will likely rush to join, he stammered. Xiang Chen frowned. It seemed he could no longer linger in this area. I've told you everything, please spare me. I am merely following orders. Treat me as insignificant and let me go. The man begged, repeatedly bowing in supplication. Releasing you is certainly an option, Xiang Chen replied with a chilling smile. then abruptly scattered a powder onto the man's face. The man let out a horrific scream as the powder corroded his eyes, leaving him blind, followed by a cacophony of wails. Xiang Chen found a rope on one of the men and bound him to a tree. Then he wielded the dragon-quelling demon blade, stirring up dust all around. After a prolonged arrangement, he gathered his crossbow bolts and 2 sturdy bows. If you wish to survive, keep calling out for your comrades. Otherwise, prepare to be devoured by the beasts. Xiang Chen had just departed from the scene, leaving the corpses unattended, for he deemed it unnecessary to bury them. Nature and the beasts of the forest would take care of the remains. After a considerable time, a small team ventured into the woods, their hounds barking incessantly. "Captain, look! Corpses!" someone exclaimed, having stumbled upon the bodies. The mercenaries hastily approached, their expressions shifting to one of horror as they beheld the 6 lifeless forms sprawled upon the ground. Luer Matzi, a member of Zhang Feng's squad, the captain remarked, his countenance darkening. "Stay alert." 10 men stood vigilant, scanning the surroundings. One among them, aghast, pointed to the severed and desiccated corpses, exclaiming, "Luer Matzi and his companions met a gruesome fate." Was it the doing of Xiang Chen? "Impossible," retorted the captain coldly. "Xiang Chen possesses only the physique of a cultivator. It must have been that Summerho Wu. Summerho Wu, the wretched son of King Summerho. We cannot kill him. How do we deal with Xiang Chen? Enough of this. We must locate that boy. Archers, injure Summerho Wu first to restrain him. Then we shall eliminate Xiang Chen. Form pairs and spread out, ensuring no one strays beyond 100 meters of each other," the captain commanded. As they scoured the area, a series of anguished cries echoed from deeper within the forest. "Captain, someone's in trouble." Upon hearing the wails, the group swiftly converged towards the source of the sound. They discovered one of their own bound to a tree, blindfolded, blood streaming from his thigh as he cried out in despair. Wang Gui, a mercenary, recognized the captive. "Help me, please. Save me."